Yun traverses into the Sinnoh region of Pokémon, guiding his Pokémon to the pinnacle of success. Among them are the proud yet warm-hearted Lizard King, the seemingly ferocious but thoughtful bear, and the trash-talking fossil Pterodactyl. Alongside these, there is the mischievous Dream Demon, who can transform into a divine beast, the introverted shiny Metagross, and our adorable Riolu. Shinji, I acknowledge your capabilities, but why do you persist in associating with that immature fellow? Ash, Yun, the Pokemon you've trained are incredibly strong. I can hardly wait to battle you. Dawn, Yun is so gentle, I wish to be with him forever. Chapter 1 Prologue. In Huaxia, Jinling. What a ridiculous company. This job is utterly impossible. At that moment, a young man emerged from a recent interview, venting his frustrations at the entrance. Yun Fan, a recent university graduate, stood with an unremarkable height and appearance, likely blending into the crowd without making a ripple. Perhaps just a slight one, in his own estimation. What absurdity is this? They seek fresh graduates, yet require 5 years of experience. He hasn't even had 4 full years of university. Did they expect him to pilfer a year? Sighing at the heartlessness of capitalism, Yun Fan felt a tinge of defeat. As he crossed the pedestrian lane, intending to purchase dinner, bang! Accompanied by a sudden screech of brakes, Yun Fan felt himself propelled through the air. Indeed, he was flying. The intensity was unparalleled. Damn, are you in a hurry to reincarnate? This is the end. I just want to sleep. In the blink of an eye. In the Sinnoh region, Twin Leaf Town. With the sound of a newborn's wail, a woman lay unconscious in a hospital bed. Miss Joy, how are my wife and child? A young man in his 20s anxiously inquired of the nurse outside the ward. Mr. Yuzhong, I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. The man. Both mother and child are healthy. The mother is simply exhausted and has temporarily drifted into slumber. Noticing the man's increasingly dark expression, Nurse Joy hurriedly spoke at a rapid pace before he could unleash his ire. Lucky. Beside Nurse Joy, a pink, egg-shaped creature waved its tiny hands, offering comfort to the man and handing him a cup of water. The gesture implied composure. Take a moment to breathe. Drink some water and relax. Thank you, but I'm fine. The man politely declined the Chansey's offer, finally feeling a sense of relief. As long as the mother was unharmed, the child's well-being was secondary. However, since both were safe, it was indeed a moment of shared joy. In the room, moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the woman's pale cheeks. Her name was Lena, the wife of Yuzhong Qing'an. After Miss Joy departed, he quietly approached his wife, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead and tucking the stray strands of hair behind her ear, gently holding her hand as he sat in serene companionship beside her. Morning dawned. Mook, that a small gray bird perched upon the branch outside, its belly a light gray adorned with a distinctive white, the familiar mooker of the Sinnoh region. Its melodic call roused Lena from her slumber upon the hospital bed. Where am I? No, I feel so exhausted, lacking the strength oh wait. Where's my child? I distinctly remember giving birth. Lena slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the pristine white ceiling. She attempted to rise but found herself too weak, instead scanning her surroundings in search of the little 4-legged golden beast she had imagined. Darling, you're awake. Please lie back down. At that moment, Sinnoh entered the room, carrying a thermos. Observing Lena's struggle to sit up, he hurried to support her. Cian, where is our child? I remember them being right beside me. Lena, with her pale cheeks, lifted her head and asked softly. It was only natural for a mother who had just given birth to first concern herself with her child. Such maternal instinct is inherent in every mother. The baby is safe. They were merely taken by Miss Joy for a routine checkup. Cian explained with a reassuring smile. He then opened the thermos and, after ensuring the soup was at a suitable temperature, brought the spoon to Lena's lips. Thank goodness. As long as they are well. Lena finally relaxed, taking small sips of the soup. Her memories only extended to the moment Miss Joy had placed the child beside her, after which consciousness had eluded her. She had nearly feared that in her sleep, she had inadvertently kicked the baby into the trash bin had it not been for her husband's timely arrival. She might have checked to confirm. Cian remained by Lena's side, engaging her in gentle conversation while she consumed the soup spoonful by spoonful. The recent mother's body was still frail, her voice barely above a whisper. It was common for mothers who had just given birth to feel an overwhelming sense of fatigue. As Lena's eyes grew heavy once more, Cian carefully tidied the meal box and, with great caution, closed the door behind him, preparing to visit Miss Joy and ascertain the well-being of their newborn. Meanwhile, In the incubator, Yunfan was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Wasn't he supposed to be gone? And why are my hands so small? He glanced down in confusion. Phew, he was still here, just a tad smaller than before. Could it be? He had been reborn? Wait, that couldn't be right. Even if one were to depart, there should at least be a process, right? He had never encountered the Grim Reaper before. How could he have been whisked away without even a glimpse of that figure? And furthermore, where exactly was he? Surveying his surroundings and glancing at the woman with pink hair outside, he attempted to attract Miss Joy's attention by tapping on the glass door before him, hoping she would take him out. However, from the perspective of those outside, the scene unfolded as follows. Look at that lively child, with those twinkling little eyes and that adorable puckered mouth. It's simply delightful to see him tapping on the glass door. I just want to scoop him up. Miss Joy observed the child in the ward, her gaze sparkling as if she had encountered a captivating toy. What is wrong with this woman? Why do I feel as though she harbors some peculiar thoughts about me? I'm just a child. Yunfan suddenly felt a pang of insecurity, ceasing his attempts to tap on the glass door, striving instead to project an innocent demeanor in hopes of evading suspicion. Miss Joy, may I inquire about my child's condition? Is he well? After such a lengthy delivery yesterday, I hope there are no lingering complications. Yohara Kiyoshi burst through the door, bombarding her with a flurry of inquiries. After all, it was his child, and he felt a tinge of concern. Oh, Mr. Kiyoshi, your child is in excellent health. You can observe for yourself that the baby is thriving. Miss Joy replied with a warm smile. Lucky, lucky. At that moment, a Chansey wheeled in a cart, greeting Miss Joy with a wave, the cart laden with an array of supplies for the infant. Towels, diapers, and little blankets. I apologize, Mr. Yohara, but might I ask you to step outside for a moment? Miss Joy maintained her professional smile, her tone gentle. Certainly, certainly. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Joy. Recognizing that professional matters should be left to the specialists, and reassured by the news that his child was well, Yohara Kiyoshi decided to step away momentarily. Meanwhile, Yunfan, still nestled in the incubator, wore a bewildered expression, a sentiment that defied description. Chapter 2. Yunyun. What are they babbling about? With the surname Yunyun, has he reincarnated in the realm of cherry blossoms? No, no, let us untangle the situation. The man from earlier must be his father, and that pink-haired nurse, Miss Joy, is addressing the pink creature beside her, the Chansey. He initially thought she was merely a nurse in a costume to entertain children, which explains her vivid realism. But this logic is utterly nonsensical. Yunfan's already scant intellect was spiraling into chaos, akin to his usual luck of never winning more than $10 on a lottery ticket. How could such a fortunate reincarnation happen to him? Although, as a youth of the 21st century, he had indulged in various online novels, fantasizing about traversing myriad worlds and embarking on a path of conquest, perhaps to the world of Dola, to seize some opportunities or to bond with Xiaoguang. But such fantasies were just that, mere whims. If he were to truly traverse, he would probably not survive to adulthood. Fortunately, he finds himself in the world of Pokémon, which is considerably more welcoming than other realms. At least for now, he need not worry about his life. Wait, the system. Yunfan recalled the perks of being a transmigrator, attempting to summon the esteemed system with sincerity. System? Esteemed system? Dear system bro, I see you. Come forth. I know you're there. Please, I beg you, reveal yourself. However, it was painfully evident that sincerity bore no fruit. The scene shifted. A diaper was changed, and a small blanket was wrapped around him. All packaged up. Once the entire procedure was completed, Miss Joy nodded in satisfaction and turned to Chansey, asking, "What do you think?" Chansey bobbed its pink head, its curly tufts swaying gently, indicating everything was perfect. What an adorable little one. The faint scent of milk emanating from him is delightful. May I hold you? Miss Joy, unable to resist, lifted him up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Although it appeared as a question, to Yunfan, who could only babble incoherently, it was clear that it was of no consequence. Without further ado, she settled him amidst her ample bosom. What is this woman doing? I'm a newborn. Please don't manhandle me. I can't breathe. Cradled in Miss Joy's arms, Yunfan felt numb, his complexion slightly flushed. Had this fortuitous circumstance occurred back when he graduated in his previous life, he would have been too exhilarated to sleep. But now, alas, he could only lament his lack of capabilities. Beside them, Chansey quickly interjected, reminding Miss Joy to be mindful of the child in her embrace. My apologies. Thank you for the reminder, Chansey. I almost lost track of time. Miss Joy replied apologetically. Hey, shouldn't I be the one apologizing? I was nearly whisked away again. Yunfan raised his tiny hand, attempting to voice his protest. Oh dear, what a spirited child. I bet you're eager to meet your mother for the first time. So let us prepare to set off. After speaking, Miss Joy embraced him and walked toward the hospital room, with Jigglypuff following closely behind, pushing a small cart. What, Mom? He paused at Miss Joy's words. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, devoid of parental figures, having grown up in an orphanage, a life of profound hardship. He never imagined that in this rebirth, he could have a mother of his own. Qingyan, how is the child's health? Can we go see him now? In the hospital room, after a period of rest, Lena began to worry about her baby. I just checked on the child. He is in excellent health. Miss Joy has already begun the final care, and they should be here shortly. Yuxing Qingyan reassured his wife, gesturing for her to remain calm. But I want to see him now. I feel that I have rested enough. Could you help me over there? I haven't even laid eyes on him since he was born yesterday. Lena seemed to recall something, tears shimmering in her eyes. Her delicate demeanor evoking a strong desire in others to wipe away her tears. Knock, knock. Mr. Yusheng, may I come in? A voice accompanied by a gentle knock drew the attention of the Yusheng couple, revealing Miss Joy and Jigglypuff smiling at the doorway. Of course. Thank you for caring for my child. Once Miss Joy entered, Yusheng Qingyan swiftly raised his arms in a gesture as if to hold the baby. Be careful. Hold him at an angle, gently. Jigglypuff and I will head to another room. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. After delivering the child to the Yusheng couple, Miss Joy smiled and indicated she had matters to attend to before stepping away. All right, take care. After seeing Miss Joy off, Yusheng Qingyan placed the child beside Lena. Is he truly our child? Looking at the infant in her arms. A faint smile appeared on Lena's pale face as she tenderly caressed the baby's slightly flushed cheek. Is she my mother? She is so beautiful, the baby. Cradled gently by Lena, gazed with wide, innocent eyes. He felt as though the world had suddenly become serene. The woman's tenderness seemed to heal the universe. He beheld her features, dark, lustrous hair cascading over her shoulders, bright and clear eyes, long eyelashes quivering slightly, and although her complexion was somewhat pale, it only added to her ethereal beauty. Qingyan, let us name the child. Lena lifted her gaze, a smile gracing her lips. Yusheng Qingyan pondered for a moment, gazing out at the white clouds in the sky, and spoke earnestly. Let us name him Yun, hoping our child can float freely like clouds in the sky, with a spirit as pure and unblemished as them. At that moment, the clouds drifted gently, floating in the azure sky, resembling a natural painting. Yun, Yusheng Yun. What a lovely name. Lena wholeheartedly agreed with the name, smiling as she gazed at the small Yun in her arms, affectionately bringing their heads together. Xiaoyun, we have names now. Aren't you happy? Yuhuan Yun, is this truly my new name? The gentle warmth of the woman made the little Yun's heart pause momentarily. It seemed that this incident was unexpectedly pleasant. Chapter 3, The Appearance of KKO. Time flowed like a river, slipping through one's fingers in a hurried passage. A decade later, in Shuangye town, a young boy lay quietly on the grass, gazing at the sky. Against the backdrop of the blue sky and white clouds, the lush green grass resembled a soft carpet. Gentle breezes caressed the wildflowers on the meadow, painting a natural tapestry that added a vibrant hue to this tranquil world. Above, a few gray creatures adorned with small dots on their bellies flitted across the sky, while in the grass, a petite figure with two yellow-green legs occasionally scampered by, its body linked to a flower bud on its head that had yet to bloom, indicating that this world was anything but ordinary. Ah, how comfortable. Xiaoyun yawned contentedly, stretching lazily, a hint of tears glistening at the corners of her eyes before she resumed her repose. It's been 10 years. Who understands my family? Over the past decade, Xiaoyun had attempted various methods to awaken the esteemed system, from offering her diligently saved 10,000 Alliance coins in earnest at her desk to secretly binding a chicken in the kitchen, sending it off to the afterlife with a swift chop of the knife. She had tried it all. She even immersed herself in the library, hoping to ignite the system amidst the sea of books. Eventually, after numerous endeavors, Xiaoyun surrendered to the futility of her struggles. Indeed, fate was not on her side. As a devoted Pokémon enthusiast in her previous life, she had often fantasized about entering the Pokémon world, embarking on adventures with her starter Pokémon, and competing in the league. Among the episodes she had watched, she cherished the Pearl arc, while the Sun and Moon arc was somewhat difficult to accept. and she skipped through the journey arc due to the antics of a certain character. As the journey arc concluded, and in the moment when Ash triumphantly lifted the champion trophy, she realized that her time in the Pokémon realm had come to an end. Not far away, a cheerful blue-haired girl waved her arms joyfully. The girl donned a white sleeveless top and a blue skirt. Her beautiful blue hair secured behind her ears with a yellow hairpin, exuding cuteness. With her hands on her hips and a pout on her lips, her adorable face revealed a hint of exasperation. KKO, relax. What urgent matter could my father possibly have? It's likely just another request for me to patrol the town with the Lunken Cat. The girl had no intention of getting up and continued to lounge. Oh, come on. Take this seriously. You always look so listless, KKO said, stamping her foot in frustration. Realizing she had no way to change him, she adjusted her skirt and sat beside him in quiet companionship. Yunyun, let me tell you something. Xiaoguang sat upon the verdant grass, tucking her disheveled strands of hair behind her ears. Her tone shifted to one of earnestness, her beautiful blue eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Go on, what is it? She prompted. It's about traveling, Xiaoguang confessed, her ears flushing slightly as she became aware of Xiaoyun's gaze, revealing her bashfulness. What travel? The boy, still bewildered by her words, inquired. Oh, you know, in a few years we'll be embarking on a journey, and I wish to accompany you, Xiaoguang replied. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she turned her head away, her shyness appearing all the more charming under the sun. Her thoughts drifted. In the world of Pokémon, turning 14 signified adulthood. Each year, a certain fee was paid to the League, granting one the opportunity to receive their Pokémon and Pokédex from the local Pokémon professor. For those unable to afford the fee, a mere 200 League coins could procure a red and white ball from the Pokémon shop, allowing one to venture into the wild in hopes of a stroke of luck, perhaps encountering a stray Caterpie or Weedle to capture, thus beginning a new adventure. Recalling the memory of Kanto's pewter gym leader, Brock, who rose to prominence with a Beedrill, Xiaoguang marveled at how that very Beedrill remained Brock's ace, astonishingly capable of holding its ground against even the swift Dragonite. Back in the day, when he played the game, he had evolved his Beedrill and maxed out its speed, aiming to unleash a powerful poison sting before the opponent could react. Otherwise, given Beedrill's meager 40 points in defense, it would be too perilous to withstand any hits. Furrowing her brows, she clenched her small fists, her striking eyes fixed on Xiaoyun in an expression that seemed to convey, "You had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation, or I shall be quite displeased." Xiaoyun, now sweating, realized the girl beside her awaited an answer, prompting her mind to race. I'm sorry, Xiaoguang. I didn't mean to. When I heard you mention travel, I suddenly thought about what we should prepare for the journey, and I got a bit lost in thought. Gently placing her hand on Xiaoguang's head, Xiaoyun gazed into her eyes with clarity and brightness, her expression devoid of any embarrassment. Does that mean you agree? Xiaoguang exclaimed, her previous worries forgotten as she beamed at Xiaoyun. Yes, indeed. To be honest, I had already planned to travel with you, even without your prompting. It's primarily because certain individuals seem utterly unprepared and keep saying, it's all right, which hardly inspires confidence in allowing you to venture out on your own. As Xiaoyun recounted her past misadventures, Xiaoguang's initially joyful expression darkened. Just like that time in our childhood. Ugh. Don't say it. Don't say it. You must forget it right this instant, Xiaoguang exclaimed, rushing forward to cover Xiaoyun's incessantly chattering mouth with her hand. She had managed to endure the earlier incidents, but that dark chapter of her past was a source of lifelong humiliation. The present situation was unbearable. Little Yun found herself gasping for breath, with Little Guang's hand firmly covering her mouth, and to make matters worse, his fingers had even ventured into her nostrils. All right, you said it, so I shall release you now, Little Guang finally remarked, noticing the crimson hue spreading across Little Yun's face from the lack of air. With a sigh of relief, she felt as though she had been rescued. Little Guang's reaction was as exaggerated as ever. Once she regained her breath, Little Yun was astonished by the surprisingly formidable strength Little Guang had displayed, almost rendering her breathless. Well, who told you to suddenly bring that up? It's been so long, Little Guang pouted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. It's nothing of great significance. We were all young back then. I'm sure everyone has forgotten about it. Little Yun waved dismissively. That may be true, but you must refrain from speaking so carelessly in the future, or else, humph. Little Guang threatened, playfully waving her arms as a warning. All right, Little Yun acquiesced, sensing the mock seriousness in Little Guang's tone, and swiftly sought to change the subject. Chapter 4. The unprincipled father and the gift prepared. In the heart of Shuangye town stood a quaint Japanese-style residence belonging to the town's mayor, characterized by its gray walls, wooden corridors, and expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that harmoniously connected with the flooring. The courtyard was adorned with several cherry blossom trees and various greenery. A charming pebble pathway led from the entrance to the house, with every corner of the yard imbued with poetic life, reflecting the owner's exquisite taste and evoking a sense of beauty and tranquility. Rinshin Cat, you're here too, Little Yun called out, waving to the blue lion sprawled at the entrance. The Rinshin Cat, also known as the Thunder Lion, boasted a blue face, hind legs, and torso, while its body was enveloped in a fluffy black coat, crowned with a mane-like head. Its long tail ended with a yellow four-pointed star. Roar. The Rinshin Cat lifted its head and acknowledged Little Yun with a nod before resuming its sunbathing at the door. Meanwhile, Lena was tidying up in the living room. Upon seeing her child, she expressed her annoyance. Where have you been playing? Your father has been searching for you for quite some time. If it weren't for Little Guang mentioning she knew your whereabouts, your father would have sent Mooking to look for you. Despite her words, Lena approached Little Yun, who was changing her shoes, and gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with a towel. What's this urgency about? Did you really have to involve Mooking? Are we going bankrupt? Little Yun stood still as Lena dabbed her face, marveling at how time seemed to have left no traces on her mother's face. Lena's graceful demeanor and her eternally gentle smile seemed to possess the power to heal all weariness and sorrow. Goodness, you shouldn't talk about your own family like that. Lena instinctively playfully punched Little Yun's chest, almost allowing her elegant aura to be overshadowed by such morbid humor. After regaining her composure, she continued, Could it be that my father, the mayor, has been dismissed? I had foreseen that with his demeanor, it was only a matter of time before the league's prosecutor would suspend him. Xiao Yun then contemplated another possibility, her right fist colliding against her left palm in affirmation. This is absurd. This child seems to wish for the family's downfall. Why does he yearn for our bankruptcy every day? Sigh, I mustn't lose my temper, after all. He is my own flesh and blood, the child for whom I endured hours of labor. Lena almost faltered in maintaining her gentle smile this time. This is a positive development. Your father intends to present you with a gift, one that he has arranged for quite some time. A gift? Is that true? What is that expression on your face, displaying such bewilderment? Lena gazed at her somewhat foolish son. However, I haven't mentioned anything about gifts to Dad recently. Instead, he seems preoccupied with having me patrol the town with the Ronkin cat. The scene shifted to Xiao Yun's memories. Xiao Yun, your father is struggling. In the mayor's office, a certain unscrupulous mayor was seated at his desk, shamelessly exploiting his 10-year-old son. Mooking looks emaciated. Are you sure? Xiao Yun first cast a puzzled glance outside, waving to the muscular and sharp-eyed Mooking, who was soaring by during his patrol. Seeing Xiao Yun, Mooking waved back with a smile, then, with a powerful flapping of his wings, darted away towards the back mountain like a streak of light. Indeed, just look at how thin Mooking is now. In the past, when he accompanied me in challenging the league, he was a formidable figure, as steady as a mountain, often relying on sheer weight to secure victories. His move, Mountain Press, had helped me triumph over countless formidable foes. The unscrupulous mayor continued his incessant chatter, likely convincing even himself of his own fabrications. Let us not dwell on whether Mooking can indeed perform the Mountain Press. I could only envision a large Mooking plummeting from the sky, subsequently using the Mountain Press to defeat his opponent. Oh, what a delightful image. But Dad, are you sure this isn't just a heavy landing? This mayor, truly, possesses a remarkable way with words. Had he not been raised under Mooking's watchful eye, he might have been deceived by his own father. What do you say, Xiao Yun? Would you lend a helping hand to your poor father? Reluctantly, Xiao Yun acquiesced. Truth be told, she did not wish to assist, primarily due to the pitiful gaze of her middle-aged father. Who could withstand that? Oh well, he is, after all, her father, and since it was a rainy day, she might as well lend a hand. Good son, I knew you wouldn't let your father toil alone, the unscrupulous mayor said with a look of satisfaction upon receiving his child's agreement. I can help, but let us be clear, I still need to attend school. So I can only assist after 3 in the afternoon, and don't assign me too much work. Xiao Yun turned her head away, disregarding her father's smug grin, and with a hint of resignation, she spread her hands and said, Of course, it's no problem. as long as you've promised. It's just a matter of taking the Rinko cat to patrol the town and checking the back mountain for any potential dangers. The unscrupulous mayor lounged in his chair, responding leisurely, exuding an air of a capitalist, as if Xiaoguang had voluntarily requested this task. Is that all? If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Xiaoguang found it unbearable to remain in the presence of her insufferable father. She yearned to visit Xiaoguang's house or wander around her mother's breeding facility to see if any new Pokémon had arrived. Come now, don't be upset, the unscrupulous mayor said as he rose from his desk and draped an arm around her shoulders with a smile. Let us make this worthwhile. When you finish, I'll give you a gift, and I assure you it will be a delightful surprise. How does that sound? Noticing that Xiaoguang remained unresponsive, he decided to provide this little rascal with some motivation. All right, thank you, dear father. I'm eagerly anticipating your gift. I'll be on my way then. You cheeky boy, acting so mature at such a young age, it's hardly charming, he retorted. But I hope you can maintain your serious demeanor when you receive this gift. I specifically asked Dr. Kodakami from Fangyuan to procure it for you. He chuckled, already envisioning the look of surprise on his typically stoic son's face when presented with the gift. Well, I must admit, I am somewhat curious. Chapter 5. The gift is a wood guardian. Father S. present. Let me take a wild guess. Perhaps a fishing rod or a figurine. Surely he wouldn't gift me Dr. Oki's collection of haikus. Who would even want something like that? I can't comprehend it, but it could be sold. I'm sure many would find it appealing. After Lena reminded Xiaoguang, she tied on her apron to prepare dinner. Xiaoguang, having changed into slippers, curiously inquired of Lena, who was washing vegetables. Today, there aren't many trainers at the breeding facility. Most are the Pokémon that were previously left here. Ah, Xiaomiao, you're here too. Why did you end up on my bed again? Xiaoguang exclaimed as she entered the living room, noting the wooden staircase leading to the second floor. The layout of the second floor differed from the first. There was no living room or kitchen, just a corridor. To the left were all her rooms, with her bedroom connected to the study, as Xiaoguang preferred to lie down and sleep right after finishing a book. The decor of her room was akin to a typical Japanese style, except for the large bed positioned in the center. Indeed, it was a bed. She simply could not get accustomed to sleeping on a tatami mat. It was uncomfortable no matter how she tried. So she had asked Xiaoguang to set up a double bed in her room. At this moment, a cute pink kitten, Xiaomiao, lay on the bed. Xiaomiao was her mother Lena's Pokémon. Since it disliked battling, it had never evolved into a graceful feline and remained at home as a mascot. The little creature often enjoys lounging on his bed, occasionally pressing down carelessly when not paying attention. Hey, guess what? Soon, the Meowth will demonstrate just how exhilarating it is to have its claws graze your face. Meow? All right, you may lie here, but please refrain from disarranging my bed. Meow? Xiaoguang, in exasperation, decided to ignore it for the moment, though he advised it not to scatter his blanket during play. What to read? Perhaps the habitat and behavior of Pokémon, Pokémon-type matchup battle guide, or a few dangerous places in Sinnoh. Randomly, Xiaoguang selected a book on Pokémon behavior from the shelf, lying back on his bed while stroking Meowth's chin. Meow? The Meowth, enjoying the gentle caress of its caretaker, squinted its eyes in blissful contentment. An hour later, Xiaoguang, it's time for dinner. Upon hearing Lena's call from the hallway, Xiaoguang placed the book on the bed and descended the stairs with the sleeping Meowth cradled in his arms. Arriving on the first floor, he greeted Lena, who had already set the table, as well as his father, who was seated at the dining table. Xiaoguang, your mother must have mentioned it to you. Are you curious? Xiaoguang inquired, holding a gift box towards his son. Actually, I'm not very curious. No, you are curious. Not curious. You are curious. Open it. It's certainly what you've been anticipating the most. All right. Xiaoguang gently placed the Meowth on the floor and accepted the gift box from his father. Inside the box lay a Pokeball, its colors a striking combination of black and yellow. Wow, it's a high-grade ball. I wonder what Pokémon is inside. Even Xiaoguang couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity as he turned his gaze toward his father. Open it, and you'll find out, Xiaoguang replied, noticing the change in his son's expression, signaling that all was well. Let me give it a try. Come forth. Xiaoguang, indeed intrigued by what Pokémon could possibly require a high-grade ball, activated the mechanism of the Pokeball, releasing a burst of white light. With a resounding bang, a Pokémon resembling a lizard emerged, its arms crossed and a small twig clenched in its mouth. It gazed at Xiaoguang with its large, captivating yellow eyes, exuding an air of nonchalance. Oh my, it's a Trico. Upon recognizing the Pokemon's appearance, Xiaoyun's composure faltered, and he exclaimed joyfully. Back when I watched the anime, I was always envious of Ash's Sceptile battling Darkrai. Yet, this Pikachu trainer has left it to gather dust at home, only making a recent appearance in the Journey arc. What a waste. Despite Yuhua Qingyun's seemingly casual demeanor, Xiaoyun understood that acquiring a Hoenn starter in the Sinnoh region was no simple feat after much contemplation. All he could express was a heartfelt, "Thank you, Dad." "Oh, I still maintain a sense of decorum with your father. However, Xiaoyun, I must inform you that I have successfully procured the sprite for you, but the task of taming it rests solely upon your shoulders." Yuhua Qingyun, seemingly aware of the emotion in Xiaoyun's tone, spoke with a sense of reassurance. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, the Wood Guardian glanced around the room before finally settling its gaze upon Xiaoyun, recognizing that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this young lad before it would indeed be its trainer. "Greetings, Wood Guardian. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yuhua Qingyun, but you may also call me Xiaoyun. My passion lies in watching Pokémon battles, and my dream is to stand at the heart of the world, allowing everyone to witness our might. Will you consent to be my Pokémon and lend me your strength?" The Wood Guardian remained silent, merely gazing into his eyes, perhaps hoping to discern the truth behind his words. As they say, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Chirp, chirp. This human appears much more reliable than those novice trainers who came before. He seems worthy of being my trainer. If he were too weak, I would simply abandon him. Yuhua Qingyun, the two, one human and one Pokémon, held each other's gaze for a prolonged moment. As Xiaoyun's eyes met those of the Wood Guardian, it seemed to have found its answer and extended its round little hand, indicating its temporary approval. Chirp. I look forward to your guidance, Xiaoyun. The Wood Guardian, sensing the earnestness in Xiaoyun's words, nodded affirmatively and replied. Chapter 6. The Journey Begins. For years later. Murk, murk. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room, while outside, the Murkrow chirped its morning call, seemingly welcoming the dawn of a new day. Dingling, dingling, bang. A hand emerged from beneath the covers to silence the alarm clock resembling the Wood Guardian. Xiaoyun tossed aside the blankets, proceeded to the bathroom to brush his teeth, and glanced at the travel kit that Lena had prepared for him on the bedside table before changing into it. Ah, not bad at all. It seems I am quite the sight. I can hardly resist my own charm. This must be a small perk of being a transmigrator. After donning his new attire, Xiaoyun gazed at his handsome reflection in the bathroom mirror, admiring himself. I suppose I am only slightly less appealing than the heartthrobs on the screen. Are you ready, Ayun? Come down for breakfast. Aren't you supposed to meet Xiaoguang shortly to head to the Yamanashi Research Institute to receive your starter Pokémon? I'm all set. I'll be right down. Upon hearing the voice, Xiaoyun ceased his delay, grasped the Ultra Ball resting on the table, and prepared to descend. Tap, tap, tap. Mom, where's Dad? Upon reaching the living room, Xiaoyun inquired of Lena, who turned to look at her son with a momentary daze. The young man stood approximately 1.75 meters tall, with neatly cropped black hair and striking black eyes. His slightly fitted black attire accentuated his flawless physique, complemented by a pair of white sneakers and a yellow Pokeball dangling from his belt, exuding a vibrant and handsome aura. Oh, your father has gone to work. He mentioned that he wouldn't be seeing you off today. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. There's little more he can teach you. Lena, ever with her signature smile, approached and adjusted Xiaoyun's collar, chuckling softly. All right then. Xiaoyun silently devoured the sandwiches on her plate and finished the milk in her cup before picking up the travel bag that Lena had prepared long ago and heading towards the door. Ayun, Lena said, a hint of reluctance in her voice. I'm off, Mom. Don't think of me, or I might be tempted to stay. She added, please tell my dad to cheer for me at home like a cheerleader. I am determined to win the Lily Festival. I will surely leave him astounded. Xiaoyun then approached Lena and gently embraced her, speaking carefreely, as if the farewell held no weight. You still enjoy teasing your dad. Lena chuckled at the thought of her husband donning a cheerleader's outfit, alleviating some of the melancholic atmosphere of parting. All right, I must be on my way. Xiaoguang is probably waiting anxiously. Xiaoyun released the embrace, slung her travel bag over her shoulder, and stepped through the gate. Xiaoyun, travel safely, Lena called after her departing figure. Got it. Without turning back, Xiaoyun waved her hand in farewell and walked towards Xiaoguang's home. At Xiaoguang's residence, chaos ensued. Oh no, this is disastrous. Mom, why didn't you wake me up? Xiaoguang, clad in a white nightgown, frantically prepared herself in her room. I really don't know what to do with you. My child. We had already agreed on the departure date, and yet you forgot the time. Her mother, Kaizi, lamented as she watched her daughter scramble to gather her belongings. Fortunately, you are traveling with Xiaoyan. Otherwise, I would truly worry about you acting so disorganized. Wouldn't you agree, charming meow? Kaizi addressed the cat lounging on the table. Ding dong. That must be Xiaoyan. I can't let him see me in this disarray. Mom, please stall him for me. I'll be ready shortly. Upon hearing the doorbell, Xiaoguang dashed into her room like a startled rabbit. Really, there's not a trace of elegance about her. I wonder who she takes after. Kaizi sighed as she walked towards the door. Creak. Oh heyo, good morning, Aunt Kaizi. I'm here to pick up Xiaoguang for our trip. Kaizi opened the door to see a young boy whose appearance was refreshing and made him seem remarkably trustworthy. Ah, it's Xiaoyan. Please come in and have a seat. Xiaoguang will be ready shortly. You're too polite, my dear. I've watched you grow up, Kaizi teased with a smile. Come, have some water. Has Lena prepared breakfast for you? Would you like a bite? I've already eaten, Andy. I'll just sit here for a while, Xiaoyan replied. Accepting the water she was offered. Time flies so swiftly. It feels like just yesterday you were a little child visiting every day. And now you and Xiaoguang are about to set off on your journey, Kaizi remarked, observing the sun-kissed, handsome boy before her, reflecting on the passage of time. Not at all, Auntie. To me, you still appear remarkably youthful. Auntie, you are indeed a remarkable coordinator trainer. I firmly believe that Xiaoguang will inherit your talent and become an exceptional coordinator as well. Xiaoyun gazed at the beautiful woman before her, whose unique charm exuded both warmth and grace. Ha ha ha, it's always you, Xiaoyun, who knows how to speak. Unlike Xiaoguang, whose forgetfulness is truly exasperating, Keiko chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand in delight. Mom, are you talking bad about me again? I'm not as you say. Xiaoguang, now dressed in a familiar white round hat, a stylish black tank top, a pink skirt, and pink boots, stood with her hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks in mild discontent as she looked at her mother. Indeed, if it weren't for Xiaoyan accompanying you, I wouldn't feel comfortable letting you go out alone, Keiko asserted. Auntie, let Xiaoguang eat first, it's getting late. And we don't have much time left before our appointment with Dr. Yamashita, Xiaoyan interjected, momentarily halting the mother-daughter squabble. She thought to herself that if she didn't interrupt, they might never leave Twin Leaf Town, and Pokémon would have to wait, especially since Dr. Yamashita had. All right, let us finish breakfast first, Keiko said to Xiaoguang. Xiaoyan quietly watched as Xiaoguang finished her meal, then prepared to set off. However, as they reached the door, Xiaoyan glanced at the impeccably clean Xiaoguang and asked, Xiaoguang, where's your travel bag? It's right here, replied the girl, pulling out an enormous yellow suitcase from a nearby cabinet, confidently declaring that she was thoroughly prepared. Xiaoyan sighed in exasperation. This was indeed an overabundance of preparation. If they took that along, who knew when they would reach Masago Town? What on earth did you pack? Clothes, and more clothes. Do you think you're going on a vacation? Keiko opened the suitcase, her expression a mixture of disbelief and irritation as she looked at her daughter. But these clothes are for the grand festival. Xiaoguang began to explain, but before she could finish, Keiko shoved a small yellow bag into her hands. There, that will suffice. I traveled with only these things back in my day. Nevertheless, Keiko still felt a tinge of worry and turned to Xiaoyan, saying, Xiaoyan, I'll be relying on you to take care of her during this journey. You know Xiaoguang always claims she is fine. But there are always issues lurking beneath the surface. I appreciate your help. Mom, we're leaving. Goodbye. Xiaoyan and Xiaoguang waved farewell to Keiko as they officially embarked on their adventure. Safe travels, Keiko murmured as she watched them walk away. Chapter 7, Yamashita Research Institute. On Route 201, Xiaoguang sighed. I'm so bored, Xiaoyan. The television always says that traveling is wonderful and full of unexpected surprises. But why haven't we encountered anything yet? As they walked along the road, Xiaoguang's head hung low, her expression one of utter disillusionment. As Xiaoyun watched Xiaoguang kick the 25th stone along the road, she couldn't help but exclaim, Guang, we've only been out for 2.5 hours. And there's still a distance of 25 kilometers to Jinsha Town. How could we possibly encounter anything interesting right now? Oh, there's still such a long way to go. I thought we were almost there, Xiaoguang replied, his mouth agape in astonishment as he glanced at Xiaoyun. He then drooped his head and added, Then why didn't you let me ride the bicycle? We could have arrived much faster. No way. Look, if you ride the bicycle, we'll only be able to stick to the main roads. However, The true excitement of travel lies amidst the mountains and rivers. We would miss out on countless unexpected delights. Well, anyway, your bicycle will probably end up being electrified by that silly classmate Xiaopai in a few days. In a way, he's saving your beloved bike from a fate worse than death. You know, she teased. By the way, Xiaoyun, what Pokémon do you plan to choose at the Yamanashi Research Institute? I'm so conflicted. I think the water-type Pachima is quite nice. But the lively little flame monkey is also appealing. Yet, the grass-type Torterra is quite adorable too, she mused. With such a lively companion, how could one ever be bored? Just now, I saw her looking so tired, and I wanted to comfort her. But with her extroverted personality, she hardly seems like someone who needs consolation, Xiaoyun thought to herself. Unperturbed by the interruptions, she quietly listened as Xiaoguang alternated between imagining joyful scenarios, his face lighting up with smiles, and moments of dejection when he remembered a misstep in his strategy. Thus, this young couple strolled along the countryside road, heading toward Jinsha town. The girl's vivacity and the boy's gentle demeanor made one marvel at their perfect harmony. Time slipped away amidst their lively conversation, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the Yamanashi Research Institute, nestled within Jinsha town. Similar to the Professor Oak's lab from the anime, the Jinsha Institute, which serves as the initial Pokémon receiving location in the Sinnoh region, boasts a white exterior and features a massive brown windmill beside it. Due to the abundance of Pokémon housed within, the institute is situated away from the city, built against the mountainside. At the entrance of the Jinsha Institute, Xiaoguang exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why won't you let me in?" Xiaoguang, I'm feeling a bit nervous, Xiaoyun admitted. What's there to be nervous about? It's not like it's your first time. But today is different. Why is today different? Because you put on makeup. Oh, come on. What if the Pokémon don't want to come with me? Don't worry. How about this? If no Pokémon chooses you, I'll just knock out the one you like with my Lizard King and take it away. That sounds fine. It will definitely work. Here I come, little Pokémon. Expecting the Research Institute to be a certain way, they were greeted instead by the serious-faced Dr. Yamanashi, flanked by two courteous researchers, with three well-behaved Pokémon standing neatly in a row. Then, standing at the center, Dr. Yamanashi addressed them with a stern expression, "New trainers, please choose your initial Pokémon. They will be your lifelong companions." Ah, what a classic scene. However, the reality was this is a disaster. Enough. Stop complaining. Hasten to organize the documents here. Then we shall seek the elusive Chimchar and Piplup, hoping we are not too late. Is this the place to receive our initial Pokémon? At that moment, the researchers, engrossed in their tasks, froze upon hearing the voice, lifting their heads in bewilderment. You cannot be the novice trainers here to claim Pokémon, can you? The researchers thought to make one last desperate attempt. What if they had indeed misheard? Or were merely passing through? Yes, we are novice trainers from Twinleaf Town. I am Dawn, and this is May. We have an appointment with Professor Rowan to receive our Pokémon today. Oh, excuse me. May I kindly ask you to wait a moment? Due to some oversights in our work, it seems you may not be able to receive your Pokémon just yet. Would you be so gracious as to wait a while? The researchers bowed apologetically, their demeanor so earnest that it could qualify them for service at the bottom of a river, leaving Dawn and May feeling too embarrassed to chastise them. What shall we do then? We cannot simply wait here indefinitely. Though Dawn felt great sympathy for their plight, she felt compelled to seek a resolution and thus inquired of one researcher. All right. We still have this one Pokémon available, if you don't mind. You may select this one as your starter Pokémon. The researcher, now sweating profusely and smiling awkwardly, suddenly remembered something and pointed to a Turtwig quietly munching in the corner. That is not entirely unfeasible, but we are two people. One Turtwig simply will not suffice. Then. The researcher's voice dwindled, aware that they were indeed at a loss. For who would wish to encounter such an awkward situation on their first day of claiming Pokémon? With only one remaining from three that had fled, it would be overwhelming for anyone, except perhaps for that foolish individual who missed their selection time and would likely be content with even a cater pie. How about we assist you in searching for the two Pokémon that have run away? Dawn was not one to enjoy waiting, so she proposed to the researcher. Really? You are not angry with me and are willing to help. The researchers felt as though a divine hand had reached down from the heavens to rescue them from their plight upon hearing Dawn's words. Please share the details of the missing Pokémon, as well as the direction they may have gone. Dawn inquired. Is that all? She sought final confirmation from the researcher. Yes, indeed. The researcher, sensing a hint of skepticism in Dawn's tone, did not take offense. After all, having someone to assist them in rectifying the situation was a relief. Who would complain about that? Chapter 8. The First Appearance of Lizard King. Behind the Research Institute. Upon exiting the institute and following the staff's directions, the two made their way to the northwest direction behind the mountain. Xiaoyun, where shall we search? The back mountain is so vast, and those researchers merely pointed us in a direction. When will we ever find the Pokémon? Well, we should be almost there. Let's stop here. Xiaoyun surveyed the surroundings, feeling that they were in the right vicinity. With that, she retrieved a Pokeball from her waist and tossed it into the open ground. Come forth, Sceptile. With a flash of crimson light from the Pokeball, a tall green figure materialized before them. Sceptile, the evolved form of the Trico Xiaoyun had received from her father many years ago. Standing at approximately 19 feet tall, Sceptile was far more developed than an ordinary specimen, with a branch-like tail and leaf-like arms that gleamed with a razor-sharp sheen in the sunlight. Over the years, as Xiaoyun led Trico in battles against various Pokémon in the back mountain and alongside her father's former partner during his youth, the experience gained had allowed Trico to evolve into the formidable Sceptile it was now. Even if it were to face Ash's Sceptile in battle, Xiaoyun was confident in her friend's prowess. I entrust you with this task, Sceptile. Please scout the area for the locations of Chimchar and Piplup, and notify me when you spot them, Xiaoyun instructed, tilting her head towards Sceptile. Sceptile was remarkably swift for its size, disappearing in an instant. Of course, but I have faith that our Xiaoguang has cultivated her Pokémon into an immensely powerful ally, standing tall upon this mountain. Xiaoyun, you needn't comfort me anymore. It was supposed to be a joyous day, eagerly anticipating the acquisition of Pokémon, and who would have thought such misfortune would befall us? How unlucky. Reflecting on the day's events, a hint of disappointment crossed Xiaoguang's youthful face. They had started the day late, and after a long trek to the Research Institute, they encountered the unfortunate news of a lost Pokémon. Is it possible that the ever-optimistic Xiaoguang can also feel disheartened? Xiaoyun reached out, playfully ruffling Xiaoguang's blue hair. Well, although it appears quite unfortunate on the surface, perhaps it conceals some hidden opportunity, such as a legendary Pokémon or something similar. Traveling is just like this. Amidst the stunning landscapes, one may also encounter setbacks and challenges. However, in my view, every setback is a gift from life, allowing us to confront it with courage, wisdom, and confidence, overcoming adversity to embrace a brighter future. Perhaps it was Xiaoyun's unwavering encouragement that lifted Xiaoguang's spirits. Or perhaps she recalled something that brought a blush to her cherubic cheeks. That's right, Xiaoguang. You are destined to be a top-notch coordinator. How could such minor misfortune possibly impede you? No problem, absolutely none at all. Perhaps the recent life mantra had taken effect, or perhaps Xiaoguang was inherently an optimistic soul. Momentarily downcast, but soon bursting forth with renewed energy. Xiaoyun, let us set off now. Charge. Wait for me, Xiaoguang exclaimed, dashing into the depths of the forest. Xiaoyun mused whether her earlier encouragement had perhaps been a tad excessive. As their steps deepened into the forest, the mist thickened, enveloping the atmosphere in an increasingly somber demeanor. Hold tightly to my hand, and do not let go. Initially, the haze allowed them to discern the path ahead, but now they could barely make out their surroundings due to the oppressive fog. Xiaoyun instinctively tightened her grip on Xiaoguang's hand, fearful of losing him in the shrouded wilderness. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the underbrush, heightening Xiaoyun's alertness. In that moment, a multitude of slender purple rays burst forth from the foliage. Xiaoyun recognized the attack as the signature move of poison-type Pokémon, Poison Sting. This is bad, Xiaoguang. We need to move quickly. Sensing the imminent danger, Xiaoyun urgently pulled Xiaoguang to safety. As they evaded the poison sting, Xiaoyun finally caught sight of the creature responsible for the assault, a large, purple arachnid. Unmistakably one of the forest's most infamous Pokémon, Ariados. Ari. With the appearance of the leading Ariados, countless crimson-eyed creatures emerged from the underbrush and branches. In the blink of an eye, a dozen Ariados appeared, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed on the pair. Curse this wretched luck. We've stumbled into the den of Ariados. Xiaoyun muttered under her breath. What should we do now, Xiaoyun? Xiaoguang, engulfed by anxiety as the swarm of Ariados encircled them, gripped her arm tightly. As a girl, encountering such a terrifying scene so early in their journey was understandably frightening. Let us run. Without hesitation, Xiaoyun seized Xiaoguang's hand and began to flee. with Lizard King absent. Should they fall into the clutches of the Ariados, it would surely spell disaster. The Ariados, however, were determined not to let their prey escape. At the command of their leader, the swarm surged forward, some pursued on the ground, while others swung from the trees, launching themselves at the duo. A tense and exhilarating chase ensued, driven by their instinct for survival. Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang unleashed their potential, narrowly evading the relentless assaults of the Ariados. Yet, the thickening mist rendered their escape nearly blind, and they eventually halted before a lake. "What now, Xiaoyun? There's no path ahead," Xiaoguang exclaimed, panic creeping into her voice as she gazed at the expanse of water before them. Standing at the lake's edge, Xiaoyun weighed their options, contemplating a desperate leap into the water to evade the pursuing Ariados. Just then, a sudden impact interrupted her thoughts. Boom! Ari! A green figure emerged, blocking their path. With a swift, gleaming strike, it sent one of the attacking Ariados crashing to the ground. Just in time. It was none other than the timely arrival of Lizard King, cradling an injured Chimchar in his arms. "Thank goodness, Lizard King. You finally made it. If you had delayed any longer, your trainer would have been forced to leap into the lake in tears." Xiaoyun feigned a tearful expression, transforming into a melodramatic figure at once. "Just as I thought. You wouldn't manage without me," Lizard King retorted with a triumphant tone. The Lizard King cast a reassuring glance at Xiaoyun before gently setting down the small flame monkey nestled in his arms. He then assumed a combat stance against the advancing horde of Ariados. "Ari, 12 against 1, the advantage is mine." The leader of the Ariados regarded the solitary green lizard with disdain. "How amusing. We are a team of spiders. What can a mere lizard do against us? You think you can take down our entire swarm? Ari, all spiders attack." At the leader's command, every Ariados behind him opened their mouths wide. Suddenly, countless purple poisonous needles erupted from their mouths, raining down upon the Lizard King like a torrential downpour. "Lizard King, use detect," Xiaoyun called out, entering combat mode. The Lizard King, a typical high-speed, high-attack contender, faced an overwhelming barrage of toxins, which were decidedly unfavorable for him. It was essential to evade this wave and await the perfect moment. Now, with Xiaoyun's command, the Lizard King's eyes shimmered with blue light, transforming him into a streak of light that navigated the confined space with ease. Observing the surrounding fog, Xiaoyun furrowed her brow and continued to shout, "Lizard King, time it right and use Sunny Day." Now, the Lizard King steadied himself, releasing a red orb of light into the sky. Instantly, the sunlight intensified, piercing through the forest and dispersing the surrounding mist. The Ariados grew unsettled. With the fog dissipated, their previously advantageous terrain was lost, forcing them to turn their gaze toward their leader. "The opportunity has arrived, Lizard King." Solar Flare. Xiaoyun seized the moment, capitalizing on the effects of Sunny Day as the Ariados faltered. With the enhancement from Sunny Day, the small orb behind the Lizard King quickly charged. A wave of white energy surged toward the position of the Ariados leader. Boom! It was evident that this group of Ariados was not particularly strong. Under the onslaught of the Lizard King's solar flare, not only was their leader sent flying, but several more Ariados in proximity were also knocked aside, while the remaining few were swept away by the residual energy. Emboldened by his success, the Lizard King pursued the attack, unleashing Leaf Blade upon the nearby Ariados. "We must annihilate these pesky spiders that nearly caused his rebirth today. Not even divine intervention could save them," Xiaoyun urged. Now. The leaves on the Lizard King's arms transformed into razor-sharp blades, and his body became a blur, like a reaper, swiftly dispatching the remaining wounded Ariados. Bang, 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 bang. Annihilation. Chapter 9. Lake Chi-Chi. At that moment, the last remaining Ariados appeared frantic, witnessing the defeat of its comrades and yearning for escape. "Oh, there's still one that slipped through the net. Lizard King, finish it with Leaf Blade." Just as Xiaoyun prepared to command the Lizard King to eliminate the final foe and earn the title of Spider Slayer, achieving ultimate glory. From the thicket emerged a cascade of orderly blue bubbles, striking the fleeing Ariados with remarkable precision. To think, there were Pokémon here engaged in headhunting. Xiaoyun gazed intently into the underbrush, eager to discover which Pokémon was responsible for this audacious act. Suddenly, out of the grass, there bounced a plump blue penguin, its body round and chubby. Its back and head were adorned in a deep blue hue, complemented by a yellow beak. while its eyes were encircled in white, featuring a light blue crown-like emblem at the center, a rather endearing sight indeed. Pachima, Pachima, Pachima. The little rotund penguin sauntered forth, hands placed confidently on its hips. Exuding an air of superiority, it approached the lizard king and began to pat its thigh, as if imparting sage advice. The tone seemed to convey, "Well done, young lad. Although you fall short compared to this penguin, you possess potential. Stick with me, and soon you'll be scaling the heights of success." Xiaoyan, observing this chubby penguin contemplating its life choices at the feet of the lizard king, suppressed the urge to use leaf blade on the little creature. She turned her gaze towards Xiaoguang in bemusement. "That is Pachima. This demeanor seems familiar. It must be the one that Xiaoguang ultimately chose." Curiously, Xiaoyan scrutinized the Pachima, which was striking a pose reminiscent of a legendary general from the Three Kingdoms. Indeed, it was quite impressive. "Ah, this must be the Pachima that escaped from the research facility," Xiaoguang remarked, intrigued by the appearance of the Pokémon. "Indeed, it seems to have ventured out on its own," Xiaoyan affirmed with a nod. "It appears rather adorable and not at all mischievous. I wonder why it slipped away." As Xiaoguang approached the charming Pachima, curiosity overtook her, and she impulsively scooped up the little penguin, squeezing its cheeks and poking its belly, indulging in playful antics without restraint. In Pachima's world, time seemed to stand still. The once commanding presence of the mob boss dissipated under Xiaoguang's affectionate onslaught. The smile that had adorned Pachima's face had merely shifted to Xiaoguang's. However, upon noticing Xiaoguang's intent to inspect its posterior, Pachima could no longer contain its frustration, its anger surging dramatically. With a vigorous struggle, it broke free from Xiaoguang's embrace, its yellow beak glowing ominously as it began to peck furiously at her. "Ah, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, spare me," Xiaoguang exclaimed, ducking and covering her head as she fled from Pachima's wrath. Xiaoyun, observing the amusing spectacle, found herself unable to suppress a chuckle. "Xiaoyun, you're laughing. Come help me." "Ah, my apologies, Pachima. I promise I won't do it again," Xiaoguang pleaded, evading the little penguin while noticing Xiaoyun laughing behind her. "All right, Pachima, please forgive Xiaoguang. She was simply overwhelmed with joy upon meeting you for the first time and couldn't resist the urge to touch you." Upon noticing Xiaoguang seeking assistance, Xiaoyun ceased her laughter and promptly cradled Pokémon, offering it words of comfort. Observing the situation, she realized that if the little penguin was not stopped soon, it might peck Xiaoguang's head until it resembled a red envelope, leading to dire consequences. "Poga, that woman was about to touch my behind. Is my posterior something she has the right to see?" Despite being held by Xiaoyan, Pokémon continued to grumble incessantly. "Xiaoguang, you should apologize to Pokémon. After all, it fought alongside us to repel Gyarados." With Pokémon incessantly chattering, Xiaoyan reluctantly urged Xiaoguang to extend an apology. "I am truly sorry, Pokémon. I was quite rude earlier, and I should not have treated you that way." Xiaoguang obediently approached and bowed in apology. "Poga, well, given your sincere attitude, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept your apology." This Pogamon was quite the character. One moment it was grumbling, and the next, upon hearing an apology, it regained its confident demeanor, nodding and addressing the girl before it with an air of grandeur. "Gurgle, Poga." At that moment, Pogamon's stomach audibly protested, causing the previously confident creature to blush slightly, covering its little belly. "Ah, are you hungry? By the way, I have some Pokémon food that the researcher gave me. I wonder if it suits your taste. Would you like to have some?" Upon noticing Pogamon's hunger, Xiaoguang swiftly retrieved a can of Pokémon food from her small backpack and opened it, placing it before Pogamon. "Poga." Seeing the food, Pogamon quickly wriggled free from Xiaoyun's embrace and approached Xiaoguang, pecking at a morsel and, apparently satisfied, began to feast heartily. "Oh, how delightful." Meanwhile, the nearby Chimchar, noticing the food, cautiously approached, looking up at Xiaoguang with big, pleading eyes. "Ah, Chimchar, would you like some as well? Come, there's plenty here." Mistakenly thinking Chimchar was hesitant to take any, Xiaoguang poured some food onto the ground in front of it. Oh, how delightful. Chimchar's eating manners were significantly more refined. Despite its hunger, it took its time, savoring each morsel. Observing this heartwarming scene in the forest, Xiaoyun mused that Xiaoguang truly had a way with Pokémon. Suddenly, Xiaoyun turned her gaze toward the lake and noticed a translucent figure slowly rising from the water. The figure was a small, gray fairy-like Pokémon with two tails, each adorned with a red gem at the end, and four long, ear-like appendages atop its head, with a red gem situated between its brows, exuding an air of sanctity. It is the three sacred mushrooms. The deity of emotions, Emilito. Xiaoyun exclaimed in astonishment. How could I have forgotten this? Since Emilito has appeared, this lake must indeed be the Lake of Harmony. As Xiaoyun beheld Imerito, fragments of memories from a past life resurfaced. With the passage of time, those recollections had grown somewhat indistinct, leaving many details shrouded in obscurity. She vaguely recalled that during the Pearl Arc, it was by the lakeside of the research facility where Xiaoguang first encountered Imerito. According to lore, Imerito slumbered in the ethereal realm of Xenchi Lake, visible only to those of particular significance. Was it because of Xiaoguang? Xiaoyun pondered as she observed her companion deep in thought beside her. Chapter 10. The Enraged Lizard King. Awakening from slumber, Imerito fixated its gaze upon Xiaoguang, only to turn its curious eyes towards Xiaoyun upon hearing her call its name. Unsettled by Imerito's unwavering stare, Xiaoyun inquired, Divine Spirit Imerito, have we disturbed your slumber? Or is there a matter upon which you require our assistance? Imerito remained silent, merely observing them. Suddenly, the ruby embedded in its forehead coalesced into a radiant pink orb, which then split into two distinct orbs, racing toward Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, the Lizard King and Pokémon, witnessing this unfamiliar Pokémon daring to attack, Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang swiftly initiated their respective moves. The barrage of seed machine guns and bubble beam was unleashed, attempting to intercept the luminous orbs. Yet, the attacks proved futile as the orbs transcended their efforts. Effortlessly piercing through, the orbs continued their trajectory, entering the minds of Xiaoguang and Xiaoyun. As the orbs permeated her consciousness, Xiaoyun initially felt a sharp pang of pain, which soon transformed into an overwhelming warmth enveloping her entire mind, drawing her into a state of blissful reverie. Outside, the Lizard King, upon seeing Xiaoyun struck by the orb, ceased all movement, closing its eyes in silence. This prompted the Lizard King to grow anxious. How dare you harm Xiaoyun? It seemed to roar silently. With a chilling glare fixed upon Imerito, a palpable aura of menace emanated from the Lizard King's eyes. After a prolonged moment of inaction from Xiaoyun, the Lizard King's gaze hardened, the aura of hostility coalescing into something tangible, fixated unwaveringly on Imerito. In the next instant, the Lizard King plunged its hands into the earth, summoning a colossal surge of grass-type energy that began to converge around it, fracturing the ground beneath. With a thunderous rumble, thick, thorny vines erupted from the soil, transforming the landscape into a formidable thicket, advancing menacingly towards Imerito. Grass-type ultimate move, Hardened Flora. Imerito's brow furrowed in distress. It was about to provide an explanation when the Lizard King, relentless, offered no opportunity for discourse. In an instant, countless thorny vines ensnared Imerito, as if intent on subduing it in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Imerito's eyes glimmered with azure light. Teleportation. A sudden fluctuation in the fabric of space manifested. And Imerito's figure unexpectedly appeared on the opposite side of the lake, successfully evading the lethal ambush of the Thorny Forest. At that moment, the Lizard King was consumed by an overwhelming fury. As a Pokémon, it felt utterly humiliated for failing to protect its trainer. This very mushroom-headed creature had dared to attack in its presence, a profound disgrace. Thus, after a failed strike, the Lizard King once again commanded the Thorny Forest to encircle Imerito and launch a relentless assault. This time, Imerito did not continue to evade. Its eyes shimmered with a brilliant blue light as its mental prowess surged forth. Psychic power. Suddenly, it appeared as though an invisible hand materialized before Imerito, firmly grasping the Thorny Forest and preventing any advancement. Though Imerito was not particularly adept at combat, its status as a level 2 deity and its immense psychic capabilities allowed it to easily thwart the Lizard King's advance. However, the Lizard King was a meticulously trained mainstay Pokémon of Xiaoyun, having honed its skills through rigorous practice with Yuxingqing, thus possessing considerable combat experience. At that moment, the Lizard King's body tensed, its blade-like arms glinting with a cold light, as it focused intently on Imerito hovering above. Just as it prepared to launch an attack with Leaf Blade, a familiar voice suddenly echoed through the air. Lizard King, stop. Cease your attack. Do not strike again. The voice belonged to the newly awakened Xiaoyun. Upon regaining consciousness, he witnessed the Lizard King poised to ambush Aemleto, prompting him to intervene urgently. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's voice, the once ferocious gaze of the Lizard King gradually softened. It retracted its leaf blade and leaped gracefully to Xiaoyun's side, concern evident in its eyes. Do not worry. Lizard King, I am fine. Aemleto did not harm me. It merely left something in my mind, which I will explain to you shortly. Seeing the Lizard King's anxious expression warmed Xiaoyun's heart, and he gestured that he would clarify the situation soon. After confirming Xiaoyun's well-being, the Lizard King sighed in relief, remaining by his side in silence, awaiting further instructions. However, throughout the waiting period, its gaze remained fixed on Aemleto, vigilant against any unforeseen developments. My apologies, Aemleto, for nearly allowing you to come to harm. This was my oversight, and I am truly sorry. Xiaoyun stepped forward and offered a slight bow to the floating Aemleto. Aemleto descended gracefully from the air, waving a small hand to indicate that it bore no grudge over the recent events. As the deity of emotions, Aemleto could sense the sincerity within the young man's heart. The earlier conflict had arisen from the Lizard King's mistaken belief that its trainer was in peril, thus rendering it forgivable. Aemleto had encountered numerous Pokémon trainers who, faced with adversity, abandoned their Pokémon, leaving them in perilous situations, some even teetering on the brink of life and death. Hence, this profound bond between the young man and his Pokémon was indeed rare and commendable. Aemleto, may I inquire what you have implanted within our minds? Could you kindly disclose it to me? Although the luminous orb earlier rendered Xiaoyun's consciousness clear and tranquil, it appears there are further depths to explore. Nevertheless, he yearned to ascertain the purpose of this orb, as an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Oh, you shall know in due course. In response to Xiaoyun's bewilderment, Aemleto contemplated this but chose to remain silent. With a swift motion, it vanished, its form gradually fading until it disappeared entirely. Observing Aemleto's retreating figure, Xiaoyun wore a slightly exasperated expression. You could have at least informed me before you departed. It wouldn't have cost you anything. At that moment, the lake's surface mirrored the sky with crystalline clarity, reflecting the azure above. A gentle breeze caressed the water, creating ripples that danced gracefully across the lake, painting a serene tableau of tranquil times. Xiaoyun mused that, were it not for the lingering echoes of battle reminding him of the chaos, he might have believed Aemleto had never graced this place. Xiaoyun, what transpired just now? How has this place transformed? And where has that exquisite sprite gone? Concurrently, Xiaoguang awakened, staring blankly at the ravaged grassland, bewildered by its desolation. The ground was pockmarked, and the sprite that once danced upon the water's surface had vanished. It felt as though she had missed something significant. It's nothing. The Lizard King was merely bored and dug a few holes to pass the time, attempting to hone its excavation skills. Xiaoyun shrugged, shifting the blame onto the Lizard King, conveying that the essence of the matter remained intact regardless of the process. Can the Lizard King even learn to dig? I don't recall that being part of our lessons. Xiaoguang mused. Well, these days even Meowth can articulate words. My Lizard King is a prodigious Pokémon, destined for greatness from the moment I laid eyes on it. Surely, digging is a trivial task for one with such potential, Xiaoyun replied, waving dismissively, maintaining an air of composure. All right then, Xiaoguang nodded instinctively, pretending to grasp the conversation. Though inwardly she was perplexed, wondering what Xiaoyun meant by greatness and the talking Meowth. Before Xiaoyun could elaborate further, the Lizard King could no longer contain itself. It turned abruptly, its large green tail swinging with force. Bam! Xiaoyun was unceremoniously knocked into the ground. Hey, Lizard King, what was that for? He exclaimed, spitting out dirt and directing his grievances at the creature. Oh dear, Xiaoyun, how did you end up in the dirt? Were you practicing your digging skills too? The Lizard King stifled a grin, turning away to don an expression of innocent confusion, as if it had committed no misdeed at all. In truth, my heart mused, let you continue your incessant chatter and dig your holes. Have at it. Chapter 11, The Legend of Heart Lake. Indeed, it is quite perplexing. At times you exhibit such maturity and composure, yet at others, you behave like a child. Xiaoguang now understood that Xiaoyun was merely teasing her, although somewhat exasperated. She approached to help Xiaoyun brush off the dirt and wipe the mud from her face. What does it mean to be childish? The Lizard King could very well learn to dig. If it keeps at it, and with sufficient speed, it might just succeed. Xiaoyun intended to employ theoretical knowledge to validate her point, which, upon reflection, sounded quite plausible. In reality, however, the Lizard King's skill set did not include a digging ability, and the reason for this remained a mystery. Yet, if the Blazing Monkey could manage it, perhaps they could find an opportunity to practice. It seemed promising. What is this fellow plotting now? Based on years of experience, the Lizard King sensed that its trainer was concocting some peculiar notion. It felt as if it were the target of her thoughts, yet lacking any evidence. It could only cast a dubious glance toward Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun waved her hand dismissively at the Lizard King, indicating that she had no strange ideas in mind. Nor was she envisioning the Lizard King digging with its rear end in the dirt. In truth, she thought to herself, my intentions are always sincere, aimed solely at making you stronger, my partner. By the way, where are Pokémon and the Blazing Monkey? Why have they vanished? Ignoring the Lizard King's skeptical gaze, Xiaoyun hastily shifted the topic. Indeed, they were just here. At this moment, Xiaoguang also realized and began searching for the two Pokémon. Pokémon, having been flung into the grass due to its proximity to the residual wave, weakly stretched its wings from within the foliage. Oh dear. Meanwhile, the clever Blazing Monkey peeked out from behind a tree, cautiously advancing and raising its small hand to signal its presence. Just a moment. There is one more thing. Xiaoyun addressed Xiaoguang before turning her gaze to the Lizard King. Lizard King, use grassy terrain to restore the ground. Observing the damaged grass and uneven earth, Xiaoyun commanded the Lizard King to rescue the area. Grassy terrain was an inherited skill of the Lizard King, alongside two others, leech seed and photosynthesis. Xiaoyun speculated that one of the Lizard King's parents must have been a Venusaur or a Tropius. Leave it to me. The Lizard King's tail began to gather grass-type energy, and once sufficient energy had amassed, it struck the ground. Now it's ready. Let us go? With the ground restored and radiating vibrant green life, Xiaoyun nodded in satisfaction. After all, this is one of the three Great Lakes of Sinnoh. It must not appear unsightly. Wow, I never anticipated that the Lizard King possessed such skills. Given its usually aloof demeanor, I assumed it was solely a fighter. Xiaoguang's mouth slightly agape. She felt as though she had witnessed something extraordinary. Of course. The Lizard King lifted its head proudly upon receiving the compliment. To one's surprise, the Lizard King is indeed a Pokémon that excels in intelligence, physical prowess, aesthetics, and labor, a true hexagonal warrior, distinct from those that merely engage in combat. By the way, Xiaoyun, what was that mysterious creature we just encountered? I have never seen it before. Moreover, that radiant orb that flew straight into my mind. Aside from a warm sensation, I felt nothing else. What was that? Xiaoguang, clutching the now-recovered Bojaman, gazed at Xiaoyun in bewilderment. While she was well acquainted with the matter, explaining it would take some time as she prepared to recount the history of the Sinnoh region. She noticed that even the Lizard King had cast its curious gaze in their direction, seemingly intrigued by the information about the recent Pokémon. Clearing her throat, Xiaoyun began. The Pokémon we just encountered is known as Enraged, one of the Lake Guardians, classified as a legendary Pokémon. Wow, that Pokémon was actually legendary, Xiaoguang exclaimed, her mouth agape, realizing why it seemed so enigmatic. Xiaoguang, please maintain classroom decorum. Noticing Xiaoguang's sheepish expression, Xiaoyun continued. The Lake Guardians, also referred to as the Lake Trio, consist of Uxie, Enraged, and Azelf. They inhabit the three Great Lakes of the Sinnoh region, Lake Valor, Lake Verity, and Lake Acuity. Legend has it that they were created by the deity Arceus and symbolize the connection between humans and Pokémon. Uxie bestows wisdom upon humanity, Enraged teaches us about emotions, and Azelf grants us willpower. The one we just encountered, known as the God of Emotions, is Enraged, and the lake we were by is its habitat, Lake Verity. However, typically, the Lake Guardians remain in slumber, avoiding contact with humans, making sightings exceedingly rare. It is said they possess a unique ability to foresee the future, allowing them to predict significant events in the world. I believe Enraged may have glimpsed something in the future, perhaps even our presence. We should prepare accordingly. Having imparted this knowledge about legendary Pokémon, Xiaoyun decided to take a brief respite, as her throat felt parched from the sudden outpouring of information. So what do we need to do? Xiaoguang, overwhelmed by the influx of new information, took a moment to gather her thoughts before inquiring. We need not do anything. Indeed, there is nothing we need to do. Whatever is meant to happen in the future can be addressed then, though we remain unaware of the specifics. Even if we did, Our current abilities render us incapable of altering it. Thus, it is best to simply disregard it, as if it had never occurred. Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. Oh, well, I had just begun to feel a sense of purpose, thinking about saving the world or something. Hearing this, Xiaoguang's demeanor drooped, evidently disappointed by Xiaoyun's words. Oops. Oh dear, why pat someone's head like that? It won't help them grow taller. Xiaoguang instinctively covered her head, pouting as she cast a glance at Xiaoyun. Hey, young lady, your thoughts are rather perilous, she mused, contemplating the current state of society. Normally, when young people hear about saving the world, they would hastily retreat, yet here was Xiaoyun, brimming with enthusiasm and eager to advance. So, is it true that the pinnacle of strength in Sakura country is merely at the high school level? All right, I no longer wish to pursue this notion. Please refrain from patting my head. Xiaoguang, slightly embarrassed by Xiaoyun's comments, declared that she had abandoned the idea of saving the world. Chapter 12. The final selection results at this moment, within the Yamanashi Research Institute. What did you say? The starter Pokémon have been taken away by a Murkrow? Then why are you still lingering here instead of rushing out to search for them? You are delaying the new trainers from selecting their Pokémon, and where am I supposed to put my old face? Dr. Yamanashi, with a stern countenance, vociferously questioned his subordinates. Doctor, the new trainers have already come, one of the researchers murmured softly. They have come? Where? I didn't see any newcomers, Doctor, Yamanashi remarked, glancing around and noticing the absence of unfamiliar faces. He then inquired about the researcher. They went out to look for the lost Pokémon. Another researcher cautiously interjected. So you're saying that due to your blunders, the Pokémon went missing. And now a new trainer is left to clean up your mess while you remain here in the Research Institute, idly waiting? Is this how I usually instruct you? Doctor. Yamanashi's voice rose in indignation. Do you think this is acceptable? Speak up. The researchers, embarrassed by Dr. Yamanashi's reprimand, could only bow in apology, nearly pressing their heads to the floor. Apologizing? What good does that do? You should all be out searching. Do you intend to have someone else find them and present them to you? Yes, the researchers hastily replied. Creak. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Xiaoyun cautiously spoke up. It's Xiaoyun. I didn't expect you would arrive first. I truly appreciate your assistance in sorting out this mess. I feel quite remiss. Dr. Yamanashi turned his gaze towards Xiaoyun, and upon recognizing her, his stern demeanor softened, eventually yielding to a resigned tone. You're too kind, Doctor. You are a respected elder to me, and it brings me joy to assist you. Xiaoyun spoke earnestly to Dr. Yamanashi. Good child. I owe you another favor this time. I shall prepare a special gift for you as a token of my gratitude when the opportunity arises, Dr. Yamanashi remarked, observing the youth before him, whose presence exuded a comforting aura, causing his typically stern visage to become much more genial. It was merely a small act of kindness, Doctor. It hardly qualifies as a favor, and there is certainly no need for any gift, Xiaoyun replied, though curiosity stirred within her regarding the special gift mentioned by the doctor. Very well, let this matter rest. Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang, you both should take a moment to rest. We will soon begin preparations for the Pokémon selection. Doctor. Yamanashi waved his hand, interrupting Xiaoyun, signaling that the decision had been made and further discussion was unnecessary. Very well, Doctor. Let us sit over there and wait for a while. Dr. Yamanashi exuded an undeniable aura of authority, and upon his interruption, Xiaoyun ceased to argue, gesturing towards the lounge area. Indeed. Go ahead, my child, Dr. Yamanashi acknowledged with a nod of approval, relieved to see Xiaoyun no longer contesting him. In the lounge, Xiaoguang remarked, Xiaoyun, Dr. Yamanashi's stern demeanor is quite intimidating. I scarcely dared to speak. As he sat on the sofa, he reflected on the doctor's serious expression with a hint of trepidation. Actually, he's not so bad. He is the type whose exterior may seem cold, but his heart is warm. In many ways, his passion for Pokémon rivals that of Professor Oak. Xiaoyun replied casually as she rose to fill 2 cups with water from the dispenser for herself and Xiaoguang. Due to her father's position as the mayor of Twinleaf Town, she occasionally had the opportunity to engage with Dr. Yamanashi, sometimes accompanying her father. When she was around 7 or 8, during one such visit to the research facility, Xiaoyun, feeling bored, wandered off and encountered Dr. Yamanashi. Thus, the wheels of fate began to turn. Having traversed here from another realm, Xiaoyun possessed knowledge of numerous future events. During their conversation, Dr. Yamanashi observed that this young child had an impressive understanding of Pokémon. She even shared insights about secrets that even he was not fully aware of, albeit in a general sense. For instance, Xiaoyan mentioned that Eevee had a chance to evolve into a Pokémon of the same type under specific conditions. Ultimately, through her explorations, she successfully conducted research in the mossy rock of the verdant forest and the ice rock of Snowpoint City, leading to Eevee's successful evolution into Leafeon and Glaceon. Her findings were published in the Pokémon Journal, and she was awarded the title of research assistant along with a monetary reward as recognition for her efforts. Dr. Yamanashi even expressed a desire for Xiaoyan to join his research team to carry on his legacy, but she politely declined, citing her lack of interest in research. Though it was somewhat regrettable, it did not hinder their blossoming friendship, characterized by mutual respect despite their age difference. Today, the research facility was not particularly crowded, mostly filled with new assistants, many of whom Xiaoyan had yet to meet, explaining the peculiar events that had transpired. Assistant Yun, Miss Xiaoguang, please follow me. A young researcher respectfully requested, evidently familiar with Dr. Yamanashi's prior introduction of them. That would be much appreciated, Xiaoyan replied as she and Xiaoguang followed the researcher. In the main hall, the atmosphere shifted. Xiaoyan, Xiaoguang, you may now select your initial Pokémon, Dr. Yamanashi announced, restoring the scene to its former glory as Xiaoyan gazed at the lineup of Turtwig, Chimchar, Piplup, and Dr. Yamanashi himself. Though not as familiar with Professor Oak, Xiaoyan felt compelled to declare, I have made my choice. I select Piplup. Without hesitation, Xiaoguang opted for Piplup as well. Piplup, the little blue Pokémon feigned indifference, pretending to ponder whether to accompany Xiaoguang. However, Xiaoguang was undeterred. She promptly embraced him. The spirited nature of Piplup resonated with her own, leading this delightful pair to unite. And for my choice. Then it was Xiaoyan's turn. Observing the remaining two Pokémon, she quickly made her decision. I'm sorry, little Chimchar, but my heart has already chosen another. It was not that you were lacking in merit. Rather, my standards are somewhat elevated. After apologizing to the little Chimchar, Xiaoyan turned her attention to the nearby Turtwig. I look forward to our journey together, Turtwig. She crouched down and extended her hand towards the grass Turtwig. Although Ash's Turtwig had a rather dismal record in the original series, often jokingly referred to as cannon fodder Turtwig by netizens, this was not an indictment of Turtwig's abilities. Rather, it stemmed from a mismatch between Turtwig's fighting style and Ash's, who was evidently more suited to a swift offensive approach. Therefore, she intended to adopt a tank-oriented strategy to avoid the fate of Ash's Turtwig, which became ineffective post-evolution, wasting a promising potential. Turtwig. The grass Turtwig placed its forelegs upon Xiaoyun's hand in agreement. She received the Pokeballs for Turtwig and Piplup, as well as a Pokédex and several spare Pokeballs. The utility of the Pokédex is self-evident, Xiaoyun, and I wish you both a delightful journey. Once they had chosen their partners, Professor Yamazaki presented them with the standard starter kit, thereby marking the official commencement of Xiaoyan and her companion's Pokémon adventure. Chapter 13, Training Turtwig, Xiaoguang's first battle the following day, in a forest on the outskirts of Masago Town. This forest was expansive, and reaching Heijin City would take at least 10 days to a fortnight. They were not leaving anytime soon. During their travels, camping was indispensable, so Xiaoyan and her companion decided to rest here for a while. Xiaoguang, let us set up camp here today. After a brief preparation, Xiaoyan laid out a simple lunch of vegetable salad, 2 egg sandwiches, and some miso soup, alongside food specially prepared for Pokémon. Come out, everyone. Xiaoyan opened the Pokeballs for Lizard King and Turtwig, ready for their lunch. Chirp. Turtwig. Piplup, still reluctant to enter its Pokeball, remained cradled in Xiaoguang's arms. After their meal, Xiaoyan cleaned the dishes by a nearby stream, while Xiaoguang quietly observed. Lizard King leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, while Piplup and Turtwig lay peacefully in the sun, embodying a serene tableau of tranquil moments. After a while, Xiaoyan addressed Turtwig, before we begin training, let us review the moves you have mastered. Following their rest, Xiaoyan commenced some basic training with Turtwig, consulting the Pokédex to ascertain the skills possessed by her little turtle. The Pokédex was a tool of preference for Shinji in the original series, as he often used it to evaluate Pokémon's potential against his expectations. Turtwig, the tiny leaf Pokémon. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Moves, Tackle, Withdraw, Absorb, Bite. Leaf Blade, Leech Seed. Overall Strength, Beginner. Not bad at all. It seems you've inherited Leech Seed. This move can render the opponent's ability to sleep, and if utilized effectively, can yield unexpected results. Xiaoguang gazed at the skill pool of his grass tortoise, and one particular ability caught his eye, prompting him to exclaim with delight, "Grass tortoise, today's training will be quite straightforward. Just practice all the moves you have against that large tree until you can no longer muster the strength, understood?" Since the grass tortoise was still in its juvenile phase, Xiaoguang did not intend to focus on any specific aspect of its training. Instead, he prioritized honing its skill proficiency, believing that establishing a solid foundation was paramount. The little turtle was quite obedient. Upon receiving the command, it dutifully made its way to the tree to commence its practice. Lizard King, Forest Pokémon. Ability, Overgrow. Type, Grass. Learn skills, Quick Attack, Leech Seed, Photosynthesis, Synthesis, Seed Bomb, Sunny Day, Swords Dance, Energy Ball, Night Slash, Leaf Blade, Dragon Claw, Dragon Pulse, Dual Chop, Harden, Leaf Storm, Solar Beam, Grassy Terrain, Thorny Forest, Blade Dance. The last two skills will be elaborated upon later. Overall strength, peak of the quasi-champion level. In contrast to the grass tortoise, the Lizard King's Pokédex entry was far more extensive, as it had been Xiaoyun's starter Pokémon for 4 years. Satisfied, Xiaoyun nodded and addressed the Lizard King. Lizard King, you have reached a plateau in your strength, yet daily training must not be neglected. Strap on that hefty stone and engage in weighted terrain running through the forest. With that, he observed his 2 Pokémon as they trained, contemplating their future development. The grass tortoise was destined to become a tank, capable of enduring and persevering, especially when paired with Curse, Giga Drain, and Photosynthesis, ensuring its role as a sturdy shield. Conversely, Xiaoyun envisioned the Lizard King as an assassin, favoring a dual attack strategy. With future evolution, both its speed and special attack would be further enhanced. Currently, the Lizard King's strength was nearing that of a champion level, yet it lacked sufficient battle experience against top-tier trainers, leaving Xiaoyun with a lingering sense of incompleteness. He hoped to encounter formidable trainers such as Cynthia or Wusong during their journey, believing that battles against them could significantly aid the Lizard King's growth. Pokémon levels are generally categorized as Novice, Ordinary, Elite, Gym Leader, Quasi-Champion, Champion, and Master. It is quite common for Pokémon under a Champion's command to engage in battles beyond their level. The assessment of strength is merely a rough estimate. The concept is rather nebulous, and the author does not intend to delineate levels too intricately, as long as it brings joy. By the way, where has Xiaoguang gone? Noticing the absence of Xiaoguang and his Pachima, Xiaoyun felt a tinge of curiosity. Pachima, Xiaoguang is training over there. We must strive to capture our first Pokémon as well. Meanwhile, Xiaoguang, accompanied by Pachima, was wandering through the forest in search of a suitable Pokémon to attempt capturing. Pachima, Pachima. Pachima excitedly pointed ahead at a creature enveloped in leaves, with only a pair of yellow eyes visible, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of lazy sheep. All right, it's decided. Go, Pachima, use Bubble Beam. Xiaoguang observed the Jiko creature before her and felt it would be relatively easy to subdue. She commanded her beloved Pokémon, Pogamon, to initiate the capture battle. Pogamon. Upon receiving the command, Pogamon unleashed a flurry of blue bubbles, bombarding the Jiko. Clearly, the Jiko was of a low level, as it succumbed to the bubble beam after just a few hits, losing its fighting capability. I hit it. I've captured my first Pokémon, Xiaoguang exclaimed, her excitement causing her to dance with joy upon witnessing the Jiko's defeat. Pogamon, Pogapoga, the chubby blue Pokémon, possessing a modicum of wisdom, tugged at her pants leg, reminding her that it was not yet time to celebrate. She needed to throw the Pokeball first. All right, I need to throw the Pokeball. Watch me, she said eagerly. Wait, where did it go? Pogamon. I'm so sorry, Pogamon. Next time, I promise I'll throw it. Xiaoguang apologized, gently tugging at Pogamon's small wings. Pogapoga. The little penguin was not upset. It patted its chest, indicating that it could take on 10 more battles. Thus, the duo resumed their quest in the forest for suitable Pokémon. Pogamon, look at that Pokémon ahead. After wandering a bit further, the spirited Xiaoguang spotted a new potential target. Before her, a delightful little rabbit was cheerfully hopping about, gathering flowers. Seizing the moment, Xiaoguang swiftly consulted her Pokédex. Juju Ear, the rabbit Pokémon. Juju Ear expresses its emotions through the shape of its ears, curling them up when frightened. Juju Ear, prepare for battle with me, she declared resolutely. It's you. Go, Pogamon, use Peck Attack. Xiaoguang commenced her second capture battle. Pogamon. Following the command, Pogamon surged forward, its beak glowing white. At that moment, Juju Ear, noticing the hefty penguin charging toward it, felt a twinge of confusion but nimbly leaped aside, evading the attack. Did I miss? Then let us try peck attack again, Xiaoguang instructed, undeterred by the initial failure. Poga poga. The little penguin maintained the white glow on its beak, launching another assault at Juju Ear. However, Juju Ear was evidently of a higher level. It not only dodged again, but also emitted a white light from its ears. Preparing counterattack. Dizzy punch. Pogamon. The blow struck Pogamon squarely in the face, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Ultimately, Juju Ear effortlessly concluded the battle with a swift kick and jubilantly hopped away. Thus, Xiaoguang's second capture attempt ended in failure. Chapter 14. The first encounter with Pikachu. Oh. Pogamon, are you alright? Xiaoguang asked anxiously, examining her penguin's condition. Pogamon. With a feeble wave of its flipper, Pogamon stubbornly insisted it could still persevere. It had merely been careless. It had not dodged in time and had inadvertently been knocked out. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Xiaoguang sighed deeply. Capturing Pokémon is so difficult. I wonder if I will manage to capture one today. Poga poga. The seemingly defeated Pachima exuded an unexpected positivity, quickly regaining its vigor and offering comforting words to Hikari, encouraging her not to lose heart, for opportunities would surely arise ahead. No problem. Let us continue our exploration. After Pachima's encouragement, Hikari rallied her spirits and ventured deeper into the forest. Rustling sounds caught Hikari and Pachima's attention, drawing their gazes towards the nearby underbrush. Suddenly, a yellow figure sprang forth from the thickets under the watchful eyes of the girl and her Pokémon. Pika. This Pokémon was none other than Pikachu. Noticing the unfamiliar creature, Hikari instinctively retrieved her Pokédex for information. Pikachu, the electric mouse Pokémon. Commonly found in the Kanto region, its cheek pouches store electricity, releasing it all at once when agitated. Ah, it's a Pikachu. Such a rare sighting. Hikari exclaimed, feeling fortunate. Although Pikachu is quite ubiquitous in Kanto, its appearance in Sinnoh was indeed a rarity. Moreover, Pikachu's aesthetic charm aligned with feminine tastes, prompting Hikari to roll up her sleeves, readying herself for another capture attempt. Pachima. This time we must succeed. Pachapo. Pachima's eyes sharpened with determination as it flapped its tiny wings against its chest. Pikachu, engage in battle with me. I intend to capture you as my Pokémon. Hikari issued her challenge to Pikachu. Pika. Meanwhile, the little Pikachu, having narrowly escaped the clutches of Team Rocket, was preparing to catch its breath when it noticed a girl in a white hat extending a battle invitation. Go, Pachima. Use Bubble Beam. Hikari, assuming Pikachu had accepted the challenge, commanded Pachima to attack. Water type against electric type? Truly audacious. Do they believe themselves to be masters of type advantage? Pachapo. Pachima swiftly unleashed several light blue bubbles towards Pikachu. Pika. Observing the initiation of the attack, Pikachu, without time for an explanation, gathered electricity in its cheek pouches, swiftly releasing a powerful thunderbolt. The outcome was predictable. The golden lightning arrows effortlessly shattered Pachima's bubble beam, with the remaining force surging towards Pachima. Pachapo. Pachima, stunned at the effortless dismantling of its signature move, widened its eyes in surprise, seemingly forgetting to evade. It was struck directly by the residual thunderbolt, instantly becoming dazed and charred. Pika. Pachima. Pachima. Yet, this strike appeared to have exhausted Pikachu's limited stamina, as it collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Go, Pokeball. Despite Pachima's failure yet again, Hikari noticed Pikachu was also in a poor state. With a mindset of trying her luck, she threw the Pokeball once more. However, when the Pokeball struck Pikachu on the head, a protective red aura enveloped it, rebuffing the Pokeball. Is this Pikachu owned by someone else? Though Xiaoguang is inexperienced, she understands the significance of an ineffective Pokeball, which indicates that this particular Pokémon has already been captured and belongs to someone else. Indeed, little girl, this Pikachu is our Pokémon. Yes, I see you are a trainer, but you must not casually capture another's Pokémon. Such actions are the deeds of a rogue. Just like that, meow. At that moment, the trio of Team Rocket rushed in, with Musashi being the first to act. She swiftly seized the Pikachu lying on the ground, covering its mouth to prevent any betrayal. Nyasu and Kojiro looked at Xiaoguang with sly smiles, harmonizing in their deception. Are you the trainer of this Pikachu? Xiaoguang furrowed her brow at the sudden appearance of these peculiar individuals, casting a suspicious glance at the trio. They did not seem like good people. However, it was indeed astonishing that Nyasu could speak. Of course, it is ours. We have been pursuing Pikachu for quite some time before finally locating it. If it is not ours, then whose could it be? Correct, Meow? The trio clung tightly to Pikachu with tears glistening in their eyes. Their display of emotion akin to that of a long-lost family reunited after enduring numerous hardships. Yet, such exaggerated behavior only fueled Xiaoguang's skepticism as she scrutinized them intently, probing. Is that so? But it seems like Pikachu is in distress. Ah well. Musashi stammered. Pikachu has merely been apart from us for too long. It may feel a bit estranged. No worries, we will have a private chat shortly. The trio, drenched in sweat from her gaze, still maintained their bravado. Pikachu. Just then, the Pikachu in Musashi's arms regained some strength, its cheeks sparking with electricity, unleashing a thunderbolt that struck the trio. Ah, it's shocking. The trio, caught off guard, trembled uncontrollably from the electric jolt. Following this electrifying encounter, they were left dazed and disoriented. I knew at a glance that you were not good people. Pokémon, prepare for battle. Seizing the opportunity while Team Rocket was distracted, Xiaoguang swiftly snatched Pikachu from Musashi's grasp and commanded Pokémon to assume a fighting stance. Enraged, Musashi pulled out a remote control, and suddenly, a hot air balloon appeared overhead. Ah, accursed Pikachu, accursed little girl. Allow us to demonstrate our might. Pikachu. Even as Pikachu was captured, it continued to unleash Thunderbolt against the mechanical arm. Yet, it proved ineffective. Spare your efforts, Pikachu. Our mechanical arm is equipped with the latest power storage device. You might as well conserve your energy. The trio laughed triumphantly, reveling in their apparent victory. Though their arsenal may lack in other areas, they ensured that the power storage device was always operational. After all, it was essential for capturing Pikachu. What to do? Xiaoguang felt a pang of anxiety. As a novice trainer facing such a predicament upon her debut, she found herself at a loss for what to do next. The scene shifted. All right, that concludes today's training. Let's take a moment to rest. Xiaoyun clapped her hands, signaling her two Pokémon to take a moment of respite. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds echoed through the forest, accompanied by the ominous crash of falling trees. Xiaoyun quickly looked up to behold a colossal Meowth hot air balloon suspended in midair. Could it possibly belong to Team Rocket? If they were present, did that not imply that Ash was also nearby? And what of Dawn? Was she there as well? Xiaoyun recalled that Dawn had mentioned venturing into the forest to capture Pokémon, and the direction of the commotion seemed to align with her whereabouts. With this thought in mind, she hurried toward the source of the explosions. Though she recalled that the trio lacked significant combat prowess, their knack for causing trouble was undeniable. Moreover, with Dawn being a novice, any injury inflicted upon her would surely compel Xiaoyun to impart some wisdom to the troublesome trio. Chapter 15, The Rescue of Pikachu. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Dawn confronted the trio with indignation. Who are you, and why have you taken Pikachu? She shouted, her voice filled with fury. I hear someone inquiring about our identities, they exclaimed, launching into their theatrical introduction with the speed of light. Wind, earth, sky, meow. What on earth were they doing? Dawn regarded them with bewilderment. Pika, Pika. Pikachu shrugged helplessly, having long since grown accustomed to their antics. Let chaos reign across the world. Let crisis befall the universe. Whether summoned by angels or demons, the name will send shivers down everyone's spine. Jesse, James, we are Team Rocket, the stars of this era. We are invincible. Upon hearing someone finally ask about their identities, the trio hastily completed their opening monologue. Ah, what a delightful feeling. Little girl, your interruption while we were capturing Pikachu has been rather bothersome. That Pokémon beside you looks intriguing as well. Hand it over, and we shall let you go. Jessie threatened, her eyes now fixated on Bagon. Not a chance. How could I possibly surrender Bagon to villains like you? Dawn retorted firmly, glaring at the trio. Regret washed over her as she realized she should have accompanied Xiaoyun. Not only had she failed to capture any Pokémon, but Bagon was also in jeopardy. Humph. Since you refuse to cooperate, we shall take matters into our own hands. The trio, undeterred by Dawn's defiance, commanded their Pokémon to attack. Come forth, Weezing and Cacnea. With a burst of crimson light, a serpentine creature with a blade-like tail and a whimsical cactus Pokémon emerged simultaneously from the underbrush. Cacnea, it's not me, it's you. Cacnea cheerfully greeted James with a playful nudge. Attack, Weezing. Use Poison Tail. Cacnea, unleash Needle Arm. Weezing soared into the air, its tail gleaming with a menacing purple hue as it prepared to strike. The desert Naya swiftly followed, its cactus-like arms radiating a luminous glow as they barreled towards Bujiman. Bujiman, dodge! Xiaoguang exclaimed urgently. Bujiman quickly reacted, evading the poisonous tail of the spoon snake, but failed to notice the sharp spiked arm of desert Naya crashing down upon it. Seeing this, Xiaoguang expressed her concern. Are you all right, Bujiman? Bujiman clutched its small wings, visibly affected by the recent encounter, which had proven to be quite damaging for the newly emerged Pokémon. Seizing the moment, the spoon snake launched a poison pin attack, while Desert Naya prepared its missile needle. As Musashi and Kojiro uttered their commands, the mouths of the spoon snake and the arms of Desert Naya converged with distinct energies, unleashing a torrential rain of purple and white needles towards Bujiman. This is terrible. What do we do now? There's no way to evade. Xiaoguang clenched her fists, overwhelmed by an unprecedented pressure. Lizard King, Leaf Tornado. Came the timely call of Xiaoyun. Accompanied by her voice, Lizard King's tail gathered the energy of grass-type moves, forming a whirlwind of leaves that materialized as a protective barrier before Bujiman and Xiaoguang, successfully intercepting the incoming attacks. Who dares to disrupt the plans of Team Rocket? The trio turned to the source of the voice, astonished. Is it permissible for you to seize others' Pokémon while denying them the right to retaliate? As the smoke cleared, Xiaoyun emerged with Lizard King and Grass Tortoise, a smile gracing her face as she recognized the familiar trio. Xiaoyun, what brings you here? Upon recognizing her, Xiaoguang rushed over, the weight of her anxiety dissipating significantly. Xiaoyun gazed at her gently. I was a bit worried about you. I heard the commotion and hurried over. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Listen here, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. If you leave now, we can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, Kojiro attempted to intimidate Xiaoyun with his words, hoping to dissuade her. Oh, and what will happen if I don't? Are you planning to let Meow scratch me? Xiaoyun found the trio rather amusing and was in no hurry to send them packing, intending instead to tease them. How outrageous. How dare he underestimate me? Meowth was incensed, its long claws frantically swiping at the air. Had it not been for Musashi and Kojiro holding it back, it might have leaped down to deliver a scratching attack to Xiaoyun. You insolent brat, daring to mock our esteemed Team Rocket. Let me show you our prowess. Musashi and Kojiro commanded their Pokémon to attack Xiaoyun. How easily they become incensed. They truly are amusing, Xiaoyun remarked, clicking her tongue in disappointment as she directed her Pokémon to respond. Lizard King, use Dragon Claw. Grass Tortoise, employ Leaf Blade against the mechanical arms. The Lizard King immediately flickered into motion, his palm transforming into a 3-foot-long energy claw, swiftly sending the Spoon Snake and Desert Naya flying with a single strike. The Spoon Snake and Desert Naya met their demise on the spot. Subsequently, the Sprout Tortoise unleashed a flurry of leaf blades, relentlessly assaulting the connection point of the mechanical arm, causing Pikachu's grip to loosen unexpectedly. Pikachu quickly regained its composure. Its formidable battle instincts allowed it to break free from the mechanical arm in an instant, all the while preparing to retaliate. Without hesitation, it spun around and delivered a powerful iron tail to the mechanical arm, shattering it in an instant. Ugh, this little brat is surprisingly strong. What should we do, Musashi? We can't defeat him. Indeed, Meowth. Perhaps we should consider retreating. Seeing their Pokémon effortlessly defeated by the Lizard King, Kojiro and Meowth began to entertain thoughts of withdrawal. How pathetic you two are. Stand aside. A mere brat thinks he can stop me from capturing Pikachu. Just watch. Musashi, undeterred despite witnessing her Pokémon being easily dispatched by the Lizard King, boldly prepared to confront the Spoon Snake head-on. Out of nowhere, she produced a rocket launcher, hoisting it onto her shoulder, ready to join the fray herself. Pikachu, a seasoned adversary of Team Rocket, instinctively recognized the moment to act even without Ash's command. Just as Musashi brandished the rocket launcher, Pikachu began to gather electrical energy. In an instant, a powerful thunderbolt surged forward, striking with ferocity. How many captures had it endured to hone such reflexes? Boom! The lightning struck the trio, transforming them into shooting stars that vanished into the horizon. How infuriating! Where did this formidable brat emerge from? Musashi exclaimed. How could this happen? We finally had a chance to capture Pikachu. Kojiro lamented. Once again, we failed to capture Pikachu for Boss Yamato. When will I ever replace Meowth and gain the boss's favor? Meowth complained. What an exasperating feeling. Xiaoyun watched the trio as they turned into shooting stars, murmuring to herself, "These three possess physical abilities that rival the strongest newcomers from the Pallet Town. How is it that an explosion beside them seems to have left them unscathed?" Having previously observed from a screen, this direct visual impact left Xiaoyun astounded. Do they not feel pain? After the ordeal, Xiaoguang could no longer contain herself and threw herself into Xiaoyun's embrace, expressing her lingering fear. "I'm sorry, Xiaoyun. I intended to capture the Pokémon myself, but I failed to do so, nearly putting Bojamin in danger." Xiaoyun wrapped one arm around Xiaoguang's waist while gently stroking her hair to comfort her. "It's all right, Xiaoguang. You did remarkably well." Xiaoguang lifted her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, gazing at him. "Really? You're not just saying that to comfort me, are you?" Xiaoyun truly spoke the truth when Xiaoyao first set out. She was so inexperienced that she didn't even know any moves, relying solely on her Torchic to peck at opponents. And little Pika initially ignored Ash completely. A rebellious spirit indeed. Chapter 16. Conversations with family. After a brief moment of comforting the little light in her arms, Xiaoyun shifted her gaze to the Pikachu before her. This yellow, weathered creature appeared somewhat wary, its petite form appearing a tad unkempt. "Ah, so this is the revered Pikachu. It resembles a stray dog found on the roadside. Indistinguishable from an ordinary Pikachu." Gradually, Xiaoyun approached and, adopting a gentler tone, inquired, "Pikachu, where is your trainer?" "Pika Pika." Sensing the kindness emanating from Xiaoyun, Pikachu's tense body relaxed slightly, beginning to convey the events that had transpired through gestures. "Oh, so you've lost your trainer and are uncertain of their whereabouts." It is well known that Pikachu is a master of body language. For the next few minutes, Pikachu skillfully illustrated how it had been walking alongside Ash, only to be captured by Team Rocket. Subsequently, Ash had attempted to rescue it, but failed. Ultimately, it managed to break free from its cage, and now, Pikachu found itself at a loss about what to do next. Pika. Resigned, Pikachu spread its tiny hands, indicating that this was the sequence of events. Xiaoyun pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about you accompany me? If your trainer cannot find you, they will surely report your absence to Miss Junsha. We can wait for him in the next town. What do you think?" Pikachu, with a serious expression, contemplated the proposition. Xiaoyun refrained from interrupting, seizing the opportunity to gently stroke its small face. Indeed, it felt quite pleasant. Pika. After reflecting on the proposal while being patted, Pikachu deemed the suggestion agreeable. After all, Xiaoyun had just rescued it from Team Rocket. She harbored no ill intentions, right? "Xiaoguang, let us depart from this place," Xiaoyun declared, pleased to have gained Pikachu's consent. Pika. However, once Pikachu had agreed, it seemed to reach its physical limits. Darkness enveloped its vision, and its body uncontrollably collapsed backward. "Hey, Pikachu, are you all right?" Xiaoguang rushed forward, alarmed to see Pikachu fainting on the ground. This injury appears quite severe. "Xiaoguang, we must immediately take Pikachu to the Pokémon Center," Xiaoyun exclaimed, approaching to assess Pikachu's condition before lifting it into her arms, resolutely deciding to head to the Pokémon Center. "Okay." Xiaoguang understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement, preparing to accompany her. The scene shifted to the Pokémon Center. Nestled within the forest stood a quaint Pokémon Center, crafted from wood, resembling a cozy residence. At the highest point of the building, the exclusive emblem of the Pokémon Center was displayed, signifying its authenticity as a legitimate Pokémon establishment. Pikachu lay upon a hospital bed, while Xiaoyun inquired anxiously, "Miss Joy, how is Pikachu's condition?" "This child is not in serious danger, merely fatigued," Miss Joy replied, setting down her stethoscope and glancing at Xiaoyun with a hint of reproach. "I apologize, Miss Joy, I understand. However, this child is not my Pokémon. I rescued it from Team Rocket." Xiaoyun innocently shrugged her shoulders. Miss Joy's words were not unfounded. It was indeed her duty, yet he felt compelled to clarify the situation. Xiaoyun had no intention of bearing the blame for the mistreatment of Pokémon. "Ah, I see. My apologies. I mistakenly thought you were one of those cruel trainers who focus solely on training Pokémon without regard for their capabilities." Xiaoyun waved her hand and then inquired of Miss Joy, "By the way, do you have a telephone here?" "Yes, right over there," Miss Joy replied, pointing to a phone in the corner. Although this Pokémon Center was relatively small, it was well equipped, a legitimate establishment. In a previous life, such places had official designations. Subsequently, Xiaoyun approached the phone and dialed Lena. Moments later, Lena's face appeared on the screen, and Xiaoyun smiled, saying, "Mom, it's been a while." Beside her, Xiaoguang waved at Lena and greeted, "Aunt Lena, long time no see." "Ah, Yunyun and Xiaoguang, how are you? By the way, where are you now? How did the Pokémon selection go? Have you had lunch? Where are you staying tonight?" Upon seeing her son and future daughter-in-law, Lena's face lit up with a smile. And after exchanging pleasantries, she bombarded them with questions. It was evident that her greatest concern remained their well-being. "Well, Mom, we have left Masago town. We've chosen our Pokémon. I picked Turtwig, and Xiaoguang selected Piplup. We are currently resting at the Pokémon Center and will continue our journey tomorrow. To report to my dear mother, though traveling isn't as comfortable as home, it is quite enjoyable. The people here are kind, and their conversation is delightful. We absolutely love it." Naturally, he refrained from mentioning Team Rocket, as one should share good news rather than woes while away from home. After a flurry of small talk, Lena turned her gaze to Xiaoguang and spoke gently. "Xiaoguang, how have you been these past few days? Has Xiaoyan been bullying you?" Her apparent concern was, in truth, a means of gathering information. Clearly, Lena was also a spectator in this unfolding drama. "Not at all, Aunt. Thanks to Xiaoyan's care, she hasn't bullied me." Xiaoguang quickly shook her head, indicating how considerate Xiaoyan was. Lena maintained her gentle demeanor, though she felt a pang of disappointment. "Why doesn't Tia Yun take the initiative?" "Not at all, Aunt Lena. Please don't worry." "Thank you, Aunt. Goodbye." Xiaoguang felt a bit shy, and after exchanging a few more words, she hastily concluded the conversation with Lena. Xiaoyan, observing the interaction, mused, "Am I really so unreliable in my mother's eyes? How could I possibly bully you just after setting out? My mother considers you like a daughter. Well, if you ever do bully me, I will call Aunt Lena and let her deal with you." Xiaoguang retorted, pouting playfully. "All right, if I were to bully you, you could just tell my mom," Xiaoyan said with a playful tone. Yet, deep down, she thought, she would probably be happier about it than I am. My mother has been eagerly awaiting that day. "By the way, Xiaoguang, aren't you going to call Aunt Kaisi?" Xiaoguang paused, realizing, oh right. Xiaoyan's mischievous spirit ignited, her lips curling into a smirk as she exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Ah, you wouldn't forget, would you? Auntie would be quite upset if she found out. She is far too pitiful." In a light-hearted manner, she managed to provoke him. "Oh yes, I must call my mother." Xiaoguang took a deep breath, attempting to ignore the antics of the irritating man and suppressing the urge to punch him. It suddenly dawned on him that he needed to contact his mother, and he quickly dialed the home phone. Moments later, Kaisi's face appeared on the screen. Instantly, Xiaoyan transformed into a well-behaved child, and both she and Xiaoguang greeted in unison, "Annie Mom. Hello, where are you now? How are things going? Have you eaten? Have you found a place to stay for the night?" Kaisi, upon seeing Xiaoyan and her daughter, bombarded them with questions before Xiaoguang could even speak. "Didn't I just hear these questions?" "Well, Mom," Xiaoguang began to perfectly echo Xiaoyan's earlier lines, explaining their situation to Kaisi. Afterward, he lifted the chubby Xiaolan and introduced her to Kaisi. It was all quite pleasant, but during the introduction, Xiaoguang and Xiaolan exchanged some affectionate greetings. Following that, the two engaged in a friendly sparring session, creating quite a spectacle. On the other side of the screen, Kaisi felt a twinge of annoyance. Her smile strained as she watched her daughter play with the Pokémon. She began to wonder if allowing Xiaoguang to travel was a mistake. "Xiaoyan, it must have been tough caring for Xiaoguang all this way. You've truly worked hard," Kaisi sighed, her head aching as she observed Xiaoguang engrossed in his playful antics with the Pokémon. She then glanced at the well-mannered, humble Xiaoyan beside her. How unfortunate for Lena. Such an unreliable personality produced such a responsible child. Xiaoyan smiled gently. "It's all thanks to the company." She continued her charming demeanor. "You're too kind, Aunt Kaisi. Xiaoguang and I grew up together. This is merely my duty. You, however, should take care of yourself. You don't look well." Though gratitude was necessary, the journey ahead would still require Xiaoyan's assistance. Upon hearing this, Kaisi's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and her gaze towards Xiaoyan softened, ignoring her daughter's rambunctiousness. "Of course, and you take care as well, Aunt Kaisi." Before the screen, a humble and polite youth waved goodbye to his future mother-in-law. Chapter 17, The Resurgence of Team Rocket. "Hello, Doctor. I wish to discuss some matters with you." After concluding her conversation with Kaisi, Xiaoyan once more dialed the phone at the Jinsha Research Institute. "Is that you, Xiaoyan? What can I do for you?" When Dr. Yamanashi received a call from Xiaoyan, he inquired with curiosity. "It is like this, Doctor. After leaving Masago town, I rescued a Pikachu that was captured by an evil force. Could you assist me in contacting its trainer? After providing a brief description of Pikachu's situation, Xiaoyun, though already aware that the trainer was Ash, sought Dr. Yamanashi's help to ascertain his approximate location. According to Professor Oak, that young boy from the Kanto region is partnered with a Pikachu, which is likely the very one you have now. However, this child has had some misfortune upon arriving in Sinnoh. He was captured by an evil organization akin to Team Rocket. It was truly fortuitous that you managed to rescue Pikachu on site. Currently, that boy from Kanto is accompanied by an Ambipom and is situated in the vicinity where you are. After informing Xiaoyun of Ash's current situation, Dr. Yamanashi concluded the call. Then, Doctor, I shall stay here for a few days in anticipation of Pikachu's trainer, Xiaoyun stated. That sounds reasonable. I will also reach out to ensure Ash arrives promptly. Dr. Yamanashi replied before hanging up, leaving no chance for a farewell. It was not that Dr. Yamanashi was particularly cold. Rather, he was naturally reticent. Yet he harbored genuine concern for both people and Pokémon. Thinking that Ash should be in the nearby forest, Xiaoyun decided to settle down here for a couple of days. As she turned to head to her room for a rest, she noticed Xiaoguang and Pachima. At that moment, one had disheveled hair from pecking, while the other's face was marked with red and blue bruises, illustrating the adage that love can be both affectionate and fierce. Have you two finished your sparring? She asked, trying to suppress a laugh, though a smile crept onto her lips. Ha ha ha, Xiaoguang chuckled awkwardly while covering her face, seemingly regretting her sudden enthusiasm that led to an impromptu friendly match with Pachima. The round little Pokémon, however, proudly raised its face, clearly reveling in its victory. Ahem. I just spoke with the doctor. Pikachu's trainer is in the nearby area. We will rest here for a couple of days while we await him, Xiaoyun stated, choosing not to dwell on their earlier sparring. No problem. It's perfect timing for us to take a break, replied Pachima. Then it's settled. We're quite tired today. If there's nothing else, let us head to our rooms and rest. With that, Xiaoyun prepared to wash up and retire for the night, longing for the comfort of her bed after a day of adventures. The following morning, after a night of recuperation at the Pokémon Center, Xiaoyun commenced her daily training while awaiting Ash's arrival. Now, Turtwig, continue using tackle against that tree. This will enhance your resilience. After finishing breakfast, Xiaoyun once again directed the grass tortoise to commence its daily training, strengthening its defenses through relentless collisions. With sufficient practice, these impacts could evolve into more advanced techniques, such as a body slam or a headbutt. Xiaoyun, you've started training quite early, Xiaoguang remarked, having just woken up and finished his meal. He then brought his Pachima over to where Xiaoyun was engaged in training. Indeed, daily training must not be neglected. After all, one cannot simply cram for a gym challenge. Xiaoyun explained to Xiaoguang. He certainly could not rely on sheer luck like Ash, who only began intensive training after a defeat, always resorting to last-minute efforts. I see. Then I shall commence training with Pachima as well, Xiaoguang declared, invigorated by the challenge. Pachima. Suddenly, as Xiaoguang began training with Pachima, a robot with multiple arms approached them from behind. Several mechanical appendages reached into the room under the robot's control. With a resounding explosion, Pikachu leapt from within the house, striking a battle stance. Who are you, daring to attack Pikachu? Xiaoguang shouted, pointing at the robot. I heard someone inquire about our identity. We have arrived with the speed of light. We are the protagonists of this era, the invincible Team Rocket. Ah, it's those three again. It hasn't been long since they created such a contraption, Xiaoyun thought, recognizing the familiar trio. You truly have an affection for Pikachu. Even Ash hasn't arrived yet. And you are already here. Humph. You three rascals, this time I won't allow you to capture Pikachu, Xiaoguang declared, recognizing the familiar taunts from their previous encounter. You. Little girl, anyone can boast. Do you think it will be as easy this time as it was last? Musashi, piloting the new machine from the control room, jeered confidently. Pika, Pika, Pika. After a day of recuperation, Pikachu was fully healed and unleashed its signature move, Volt Tackle. It began to dash forward, enveloped in a golden lightning aura, charging directly at the robot. Boom. The clash of the Volt Tackle and the robot erupted in a thunderous explosion that echoed through the skies. Nearby, Ash and Brock, engaged in conversation, rushed over upon witnessing the brilliant flash of lightning. Pikachu leaped from the cloud of smoke, feeling triumphant after the explosion. Crack. Just then, a mechanical arm extended from the smoke, capturing Pikachu once more. As the haze cleared, the robot stood unscathed, its paint intact. Truly, The law of smoke and no injury applies universally. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, surrender. For this capture, we have risen from the ashes. Musashi proclaimed. The super capture aircraft, known as the Sinnoh No. 1, is fortified with special armor capable of withstanding extreme heat, pressure, and electricity, rendering it invulnerable to all forms of attacks. Jesse, this marvel is the result of our hard-earned savings, and we are determined to succeed this time. Ha! Chapter 18, The Formidable Rocket Trio. Xiaoguang listened in exasperation to the villainous laughter emanating from the robotic control room, questioning the trio's motives. Why pursue Pikachu when you possess such capabilities? Just like Gray from the Green Pastures and Chong from Bear Mountain, you excel in everything except your primary profession, standing atop the world in all else. I must ask you three, with so many Pokémon in this world, why fixate on Pikachu? Why travel all the way to the Sinnoh region in pursuit? Doesn't he tire you? Xiaoguang inquired curiously at the trio. You insolent brat, do you comprehend nothing? This Pikachu is the rarest Pokémon we, Team Rocket, have sought after for ages. Jesse, among all the rare Pokémon we VE collected, this one is the most elusive. Boss Giovanni will surely appreciate it. James, its astonishing power is the finest evidence of its worth. Xiaoguang observed the trio, seemingly devoted to capturing Pikachu as if it were the culmination of their dreams, and felt reluctant to interrupt. Nevertheless, she recognized the truth in their words. The power of a legendary Pokémon is indeed remarkable, capable of taking on deities and defeating novices alike, a fact she could not deny. Well, as long as you're happy. Turtwig, use Leaf Blade to attack the mechanical arm. Watching the trio fantasize about presenting Pikachu to Giovanni and ascending to newfound heights, Xiaoguang commanded Turtwig to launch an assault on the contraption. Turtwig gathered grass-type energy, unleashing a flurry of vibrant green leaves toward the robot. Thud, thud, thud. Has your robot been upgraded? Xiaoguang asked curiously, observing the arm without a single mark. Kik. You little brat, this is the latest weapon developed after expending much of our hard-earned funds. Did you think it would be as easy as last time? This time, we intend not only to capture Pikachu, but also to take your Pokémon with us. Jesse and James proclaimed with triumphant laughter, maneuvering the mechanical arm towards them. Seriously, you're so pleased with merely blocking one attack? You really have been fooled. Come forth, Lizardin. Upon witnessing that Xiaoyun's attack had no effect, they felt emboldened, believing they could capture Pikachu and also bundle Turtwig and Piplup together. Just as he prepared to unleash Lizardin for a lesson, a voice rang out from behind. Team Rocket, release Pikachu at once. At that moment, the protagonist of the Pokémon world, the indomitable newcomer from Pallet Town, Ash, alongside Brock, arrived on the scene. Seeing Pikachu captured, Ash bellowed at the trio, demanding they release Pikachu as a favor. Pika. Upon spotting his trainer, Pikachu eagerly called out, "Oh, Big Ghost Head and Little Ghost Head. You have arrived as well. Excellent. We shall settle both new grievances and old scores together." The trio was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Ash and Brock, but upon hearing Ash's words, they merely scoffed. Perhaps they dismissed Ash due to the fact that his hair was not red, leading them to reject his presence and launch an attack against him. Looking at the two sides clashing, May slowly lowered her high-grade Pokeball, eager to witness how Ash would rescue Pikachu. How infuriating. The Lurantis unleashed a barrage of star shocks, while the Munchlax executed a wing attack, striking the robot's arm. Observing their utter disregard, Ash retaliated by commanding his Pokémon to counterattack. Ching! Munchlax! Following the command, Lurantis and Munchlax sprang into action. Lurantis swung its palm-shaped tail vigorously, sending a multitude of yellow stars hurtling towards the robot. Meanwhile, Munchlax soared through the sky, its wings glowing with white light as it joined the fray. Boom! The robot, showing no inclination to evade, braced itself for the impact. As the two attacks landed, the robot remained utterly unscathed. What? How can this be? Ash exclaimed, astonished by the ineffectiveness of his Pokémon's attacks. Indeed, our robot is invincible. This time, we shall finally capture Pikachu. Team Rocket cackled in the control room, gleefully admiring their latest weapon. Not possible. Lurantis, use Focus Punch. Munchlax, resume your wing attack. Ash, though taken aback, refused to concede, continuing to direct his Pokémon in their assault. Little Ghost Head, you cannot monopolize the fight. It is time for us to showcase our strength. As Lurantis and Munchlax launched another attack, Team Rocket, too, maneuvered their robotic arms to counter. Munchlax, Several mechanical arms lunged towards the two Pokémon, and despite evading initially, Munchlax was eventually swept away by a mechanical appendage. Lurantis, wielding a charged focus punch, faced off against one of the robotic arms, but, in a moment of inattention, was struck by another, crashing against a tree. Ash, witnessing the injuries sustained by his Pokémon, anxiously called out, "Munchlax, Lurantis, are you alright? I cannot allow this. I must rescue Pikachu. Watch me." Yet, this challenge would not daunt Ash. Even if his Pokémon were injured, he was determined to save Pikachu, for their bond was not to be underestimated. Thus, the strongest newcomer from Pallet Town, Ash, prepared to take matters into his own hands. "Ash, wait a moment. Allow me to give it a try," May said with a slight twitch of her lips, deciding to interrupt Ash as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to enter the fray. Her implication was clear. Let her attempt first, and if it failed, he could step in afterward. "Who are you?" Ash asked, perplexed, as he regarded May, who had approached him. How did this person know his name? "Don't worry, I will explain later," May replied, not delving into further details. Without hesitation, she unclipped a Pokeball from her waist and declared, "Come forth, Sceptile." "Huh, is that Sceptile?" In this moment, Ash gazed at the Pokémon he had released, one he was quite familiar with, lost in contemplation. It seemed he was reminded of the Lizard King he had left at Professor Oak's laboratory. "This is bad, Musashi. That Lizard King is incredibly powerful," Koger exclaimed, seeing the dreadful Lizard King summoned by Kasumi, fear etched upon his face. "What are you panicking for? It's merely a single Pokémon," Musashi interjected with confidence, emphasizing that their robot had received a significant upgrade. "It's likely that it won't even breach our defenses. The advantage lies with us." After interrupting Koger, Musashi asserted their newfound strength, insisting that this time their robot was extraordinarily formidable. "Indeed, perhaps we could even present that Lizard King to Boss Giovanni. This could lead us to promotion and prosperity." After a fervent brainstorming session, the trio's expressions transformed from fear to excitement, their eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for positions within Team Rocket. "Then let us commence our assault," Koger declared. Chapter 19. The Thorny Forest, With their opinions aligned, the Team Rocket trio piloted their robot, brandishing several mechanical arms as they lunged towards the Lizard King. Strangely, their voices exuded an uncharacteristic confidence. Yet, dismissing it, they pressed on. As the trio initiated their attack, Kasumi swiftly devised a countermeasure, instructing, "Lizard King, use Frenzy Plant." Bind the robot's arms tightly. With a fierce glint in its eyes, the Lizard King roared, sinking its hands into the earth. Suddenly, the ground fractured, and countless thorns radiating a green glow surged forth, intertwining around the mechanical arms. The thorns extended gradually, enveloping the robot like a colossal dumpling, rendering it immobile. From the recent encounter between Ash and Team Rocket, Kasumi noted the robot's impressive defensive capabilities. A direct assault would undoubtedly expend a considerable amount of energy. Thus, she adjusted her strategy, allowing the Lizard King to first ensnare the opponent with hardened plants. Facilitating the next phase of the attack, Kasumi made subtle modifications to the hardened plants technique. Since the Lizard King was unable to learn Vine Whip, it lacked certain control abilities. During its training, she divided this skill into two aspects, one for summoning a multitude of thorns for an offensive strike, and the other for dispersing the thorns to combine with Ultimate Drain, creating a new technique, Thorny Forest. With the enhancement from Ultimate Drain, hardened plants not only gain potency, but also absorb the enemy's stamina upon contact with the thorns, offering both control and offense. "Curse it, I can't move," Meowth exclaimed in the control room, frantically manipulating the controls in a desperate attempt to free the robot from its bindings. "Give up, with your robots. You cannot escape the confines of the Thorny Forest," Xiaoguang declared. "It is a pity, though, this time, it is machines that are ensnared, unable to expend energy. Had it been a more robust Pokémon, it would have perished in no time." Feeling that the moment was ripe, Xiaoguang continued to command, "Lizard King, use Leaf Blade to strike at the junction of the arms and body. Sever all those mechanical limbs." As Xiaoyun's words echoed, several sharp blades of light erupted in the air. The robot, firmly ensnared by the thorns, was effortlessly disarmed by Lizard King, its arms falling away like stones tumbling down. How powerful, Xiaoyun mused inwardly, contemplating whether his own Lizard King could reach such prowess. Pika Pika. At the instant the arm was severed, The hand that grasped Little Pie began to lose control, affording Little Pie the opportunity to leap to the ground. Pikachu! Seeing Pikachu freed, Ash hurriedly rushed over to catch it, embracing it with fervent joy. After several days apart, the boy and his Pokémon were reunited. What? Meanwhile, the Rocket Trio watched in dismay as Pikachu was rescued, collectively emitting shrill cries akin to that of groundhogs. They instantly sensed a familiar and ominous atmosphere returning. It is time to conclude this battle. Lizard King, prepare Solar Flare. Let us bid them a final farewell. Ignoring the trio's frantic squeals, Xiaoguang commanded Lizard King to launch a grand fireworks display as a parting gesture. With remarkable speed, Lizard King's fireworks ignited, the yellow sphere behind it rapidly charging before unleashing a blinding beam of white light aimed directly at the Rocket Trio. Ding! Your fireworks reward has been credited. Boom, boom, boom. How infuriating. We finally captured Pikachu, only to fail once again. Musashi, woe is me, not only did we lose our wages, but also the rare bottle caps I had been saving for ages. Kojiro, it's all that wretched kid's fault. How annoying. Sonus, the god of fruits declares that an explosion must come in waves. Observing the trio now transformed into mere stars, Xiaoguang deduced that their robot had been overwhelmed by the excitement of experiencing such a grand display of fireworks for the first time, leading to overheating and ultimately an explosion. TSK, truly lacking composure. They are still too young. What an impressive youth. Not only was his command impeccable, but his Pokémon's strength was equally commendable. Brock, who had been watching the entire confrontation, could not help but admire the boy's prowess in battle. You are incredible, Xiaoguang. And Lizard King is so cool, Xiaoguang exclaimed, running up to Xiaoguang, her eyes sparkling with admiration. In the face of her praise, Xiaoguang welcomed it wholeheartedly. Who could refuse the compliments of a charming girl? Calm down, Xiaoguang. This is nothing to fret over. By the way, are you alright? Did you get hurt? I'm fine. Thanks to you, Xiaoguang. Those ruffians didn't even have the chance to touch me before you drove them off. Xiaoguang assured everyone that he was perfectly fine, having sustained no injuries. This brought relief to Xiaoguang, who inquired about Xiaoguang's well-being before her gaze shifted towards Xiaoji. Meanwhile, having concluded the matter at hand, Xiaoji approached with Pikachu nestled in his arms, accompanied by Xiaoguang. He expressed his gratitude to Xiaoguang, saying, "Hello, I sincerely appreciate you saving my Pikachu. I am Xiaoji from Pallet Town, and this is my companion, Xiaoguang." Observing Xiaoji bowing in thanks, Xiaoyun smiled and replied, "There's no need for such formality. I believe anyone would have acted similarly in this situation. Besides, Pikachu is quite adorable, and both Xiaoguang and I are very fond of it." With that, she gently patted Pikachu's cheek, remarking, "Ah, its texture remains delightful." After gazing at Xiaoji for a moment, she added, "Sasa and I Radana, long time no see, Xiaoji. Do you truly not remember me?" Hearing her familiar tone, Xiaoji rummaged through his limited recollections, which led to an awkward moment as he sheepishly asked, Who are you?" A sudden silence enveloped the air, with Xiaoguang behind him helplessly covering his face. Xiaoyun, having anticipated such a response, thought it rather foolish for him to recall her. After all, it was rather typical of him to forget even someone as significant as Serena. "Well, it certainly aligns with your character," she mused. Breaking the deadlock, Xiaoyun gently reminded him, "I am Xiaoyun, you Shengyun. I attended Professor Oak's summer camp in the Kanto region when we were children. Does that ring a bell?" "Ah, Xiaoyun, is that you? The girl who bested Xiao Mao in an argument." With just a slight nudge, Xiaoji's memory was jogged. He recalled that during the summer camp, he often found himself at odds with Xiao Mao, unable to match his wit. Yet, even now, he still struggled. At that time, Xiaoyun had been passing through Kanto, and she could not abide Xiao Mao's pretentious demeanor as Professor Oak's grandson. Thus, she engaged in a verbal spar with Xiao Mao, employing a modicum of theoretical knowledge to gain the upper hand. Who would have thought that Xiao Mao, with his fragile ego, would burst into tears when bested in debate? If Xiao Mao were present now, he would undoubtedly recognize Xiaoyun immediately, as it would serve as a rather embarrassing chapter in his past. Well, it's sufficient to recollect that. No need to delve further, Xiaoyun remarked with a slight twitch of her lips. Xiaoji's recognition brought her joy, yet she found his words displeasing. After all, Xiaoguang was right there. It was hardly a quarrel, but rather an exchange of ideas, a scholarly discussion, if you will. My apologies, my apologies." Xiaoji quickly backtracked upon noticing the darkening expression on Xiaoyun's face, eager to change the subject. By the way, Xiaoyun, what brings you here? Just as they began to walk away, a young boy with violet hair arrived at the scene, silently picking up a piece of mechanical debris. Seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 20. Dr. Oak. Encouragement from Xiaoyun within the Research Institute of Dr. Yamazaki. The returning group recounted a series of recent events to the esteemed doctor, subsequently indulging in nostalgic reminiscing. Indeed, I had originally intended to accompany you, but upon hearing that Dr. Oak was hosting a summer camp focused on learning and exchange, you chose to remain at home, leaving me to attend alone. Well, I must admit I was feeling somewhat unwell at the time. It was absolutely not my intention to avoid learning. Observing the poorly concealed expressions on the faces of their companions, the group refrained from exposing Xiaoguang's evident embarrassment. Ah, I see. Since you and Ash are already acquainted, why did Ash not recognize you earlier? Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Xiaoguang deftly shifted the conversation to this critical inquiry, thereby placing the spotlight squarely on Ash. Well, you see. I apologize, Xiaoyun, I completely forgot. Ash truly had overlooked this detail, initially contemplating a feeble excuse. It's quite all right. It's understandable after such a long absence. We have all matured, so it's natural not to recognize one another. Xiaoyun interjected to alleviate Ash's discomfort, having not expected much from him anyway. After all, we are all boys. If we were to dwell on such matters daily, it would become quite complicated. By the way, Ash, has Green arrived in the Sinnoh region as well? Xiaoyun inquired, reflecting on the timeline. Pondering whether Green had indeed transitioned from challenging the League to becoming a Pokémon researcher, and whether he was currently in Sinnoh. Speaking of which, Xiaoyun, are you traveling at the moment? After receiving a lesson in humility, Ash was determined to enhance his skills, promptly arriving in the Sinnoh region, only to be targeted by the trio, resulting in the current predicament. Xiaoyun briefly outlined their existing plans, intending to elaborate further when Dr. Yamazaki approached them, addressing Ash. Ash. Dr. Oak called. He wishes to speak with you. Oh, thank you, Dr. Yamazaki. I shall go at once. Ash expressed his gratitude with a bow before making his way toward the telephone. Xiaoyun, everyone else should come as well. Dr. Oak wishes to meet you all. A moment later, Ash returned, evidently having briefed Dr. Oak on the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun rose and followed Ash to the screen, where they beheld a kindly, elderly gentleman in a white lab coat, none other than Dr. Oak himself. It has been quite some time, Dr. Oak. How have you been? Xiaoyun approached the screen to greet him. Ah, Xiaoyun, it's wonderful to see you. I must thank you for assisting Ash in rescuing Pikachu. Dr. Oak, delighted to see Xiaoyun after such a long separation, smiled warmly and expressed his gratitude for Xiaoyun's help, though he mused that, given Team Rocket's collective intellect, even with the upper hand, they would inevitably falter for various reasons. He merely expedited the outcome of their encounter. What a splendid child you are. No wonder I often hear that fellow Yamanashi speak of you, praising you as a rare gem in the field. It is a pity, however, that your heart lies elsewhere, as you seem reluctant to engage in research with him. I seldom hear such high commendations from him regarding anyone else. Dr. Oak remarked, observing the refined young man before him. It's no surprise that Yamanashi's usual stoic demeanor softens when he mentions little Yun. Were it up to him, he would surely be fond of you as well. Oh, esteemed doctor, you flatter me excessively, little Yun replied modestly. My acquaintance with research is merely superficial, and it is likely that Dr. Yamanashi's words were somewhat exaggerated. However, I have heard that little Momo has embarked on a research career, and I gather he is performing quite commendably, which must be a testament to your guidance, dear professor. Upon hearing Dr. Oak's praises, little Yun, adept in the nuances of social exchange, began to extol little Momo's virtues in return, engaging in a delightful exchange of mutual admiration. Ha ha ha, you exaggerate. Little Momo has merely just begun. It is still far too early for him to achieve noteworthy results. Dr. Oak chuckled, pleased to hear little Yun commend his grandson. Despite his joy, he humbly downplayed the accolades with modest words. Little Yun observed the esteemed doctor, whose lips spoke of humility while his face beamed with delight, and he felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, dear professor, you might temper your exuberance, he mused internally, for the smile gracing your lips is indeed difficult to suppress. Ah, Dr. Oak, this is my companion, little Hikari, along with her partner, Pachima. Hikari was instrumental in saving Pikachu just moments ago, Ash interjected, inadvertently interrupting the exchange between little Yun and Dr. Oak as he introduced Hikari. Oh, So you are little Hikari. Ash has spoken of you, and I must thank you for your timely assistance with Pikachu, Dr. Oak said warmly, unperturbed by the interruption. Hello, Dr. Oak. It was nothing, really. I hardly contributed much. Most of it was little Yun's doing, Hikari replied modestly. Such matters are inconsequential. You displayed remarkable courage in confronting Team Rocket with your newly acquired Pokémon. That alone has earned you the admiration of many. Your future accomplishments are bound to be significant, Dr. Oak encouraged, waving his hand dismissively, his tone imbued with support for Hikari. Indeed, Dr. Oak is right. Hikari, do not underestimate yourself. You are already quite remarkable. Little Yun chimed in, nodding in agreement. It is indeed a fact that Hikari, during her inaugural participation in the Grand Festival, managed to secure the title of runner-up, a noteworthy achievement among many illustrious female competitors. Is that so? Faced with the dual encouragement from the authority of the Pokémon world and her childhood friend, Hikari's cheeks flushed and her mind momentarily clouded. Fear not. Just as your catchphrase suggests, everything will be all right. Little Yun said earnestly, his gaze locking with hers, creating ripples of excitement akin to stones cast into a still lake. Chapter 21. The Capriciousness of Femininity. A blush crept upon Xiaoguang's cheeks as she lowered her head, yet her smile revealed the joy she felt within. She was taken aback by Xiaoyun's sudden seriousness, overwhelmed more by a deep-seated happiness that sent her thoughts adrift. Xiaoguang, why are you suddenly lost in thought? Xiaoyun inquired, observing her silence and assuming she was simply shy amidst the crowd, waving a hand before her eyes. What's the matter, Xiaoyun? Xiaoguang finally lifted her gaze to meet his, her voice soft and tinged with lingering embarrassment. It's just that my face feels a bit warm. Dr. Otamaki was bidding them farewell. Xiaoyun gestured toward the telephone screen where Dr. Otamaki, having noticed their exchange without interrupting, was now addressing Xiaoguang and Xiaoji before turning back to them. My apologies. I must have zoned out during our conversation. How rude of me, Xiaoguang said, realizing Dr. Otamaki was still present. She bowed slightly in apology, still flustered from Xiaoyun's sudden gesture that had left her momentarily dazed. Haha, no worries. Youth is a time for such distractions. Who hasn't he been young? Dr. Otamaki replied with a twinkle in his eye, reflecting fondly on his own youthful days spent traveling with Kikuko, amidst blooming flowers and moonlit nights. Dr. Otamaki, allow me to speak with Xiaoji for a moment, he continued. Until next time, everyone. Xiaoji, your mother has something to discuss with you. With that, Dr. Otamaki vanished, and moments later, the screen displayed a woman in casual home attire, Xiaoji's mother, Hanako. Xiaoyun chose not to interrupt the warm exchange between Xiaoji and his mother, leading Xiaoguang away from their conversation to wait in the hall of Dr. Yamanashi. Xiaoyun, she began, could you elaborate on what you said earlier? Xiaoguang. What did you say? I didn't catch it, he replied, feigning ignorance. It's nothing, Xiaoguang said, observing the boyish, playful demeanor that had so effortlessly captivated her moments ago. Now, he appeared oblivious, stirring feelings of frustration within her. What's wrong, Xiaoguang? I genuinely didn't hear you. I was lost in thought, Xiaoyun admitted, his confession sincere, as he contemplated their upcoming journey and training plans, missing her prior words entirely. Really, it's nothing, she insisted, noticing Xiaoyun's persistent inquiries made her feel shy about repeating what she had previously said. Honestly, Xiaoguang, you are quite troublesome, Xiaoyun remarked, not noticing the flush of embarrassment on her face. What did you say? She retorted, her cheeks now flushed with irritation, ready to confront him. No. I meant to say Xiaoguang is very gentle. Xiaoyun quickly corrected himself, realizing the gravity of the situation as he sprang from the couch to clarify. Though his explanation came a tad too late. I don't believe you. You were definitely talking about me. I wasn't. I don't believe you. You must have. I have said it wasn't. You're yelling at me. No, I meant. Do not attempt to resist, the girl commanded. You must do as you must. Or else. With that, Xiaoguang swiftly closed the door, releasing his beloved Pokémon, Pokémon. Go, Pokémon, he exclaimed. The chubby little penguin proudly lifted its round face and patted its chest with its tiny wings, as if to say that it would handle everything and ensure a clear resolution. With that, it bounded towards Xiaoyun. Is it really necessary to summon Pokémon for this? Xiaoyun remarked, rolling her eyes at the approaching chubby penguin. Instinctively, she dodged, narrowly avoiding its charge. This guy seems a bit slow. Has battling with Team Rocket scrambled its brains? Xiaoyun observed the penguin fall face first to the ground after missing its target, regarding it with a bemused expression. Pojama. The little blue creature, feeling its pride wounded by Xiaoyun's disdainful gaze, picked itself up and shook its round head, determined to charge once more. I warn you. Don't come any closer, Xiaoyun retorted, grabbing a cushion from the sofa, ready to pin it down if it dared approach. From Xiaoguang's perspective, he noticed Xiaoyun placing the cushion in front of her, while Pojamon's yellow feet began to twitch in anticipation. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Xiaoguang contemplated whether it would be best to intervene and prevent an all-out brawl. At that moment, just as a fierce clash seemed imminent, Dr. Yamazaki's light cough echoed from behind, halting the impending showdown. Xiaoyun, what is going on here? Dr. Yamazaki inquired, as he, along with Ash and Brock, approached with curiosity. Nothing much, Doctor. They're just playing, Xiaoguang replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Indeed, we are merely engaged in a casual game to strengthen our bond, Xiaoyun added, squeezing Pojamon tightly with the cushion, disregarding its protests, creating an impression of a harmonious relationship between them. I see, fostering bonds is indeed a commendable pursuit, Dr. Yamazaki mused, observing Xiaoyun's affectionate grip on Pojamon and assuming they were merely playing a game. Ash, have you finished your call with your family? Xiaoyun then turned to Ash, who, unlike before, now appeared rejuvenated in a new outfit sent by his mother, reminiscent of his attire in the Sinnoh region. Yes, I was just about to bid farewell to Dr. Yamazaki as I prepare to head to the Black Gold City for a gym challenge, Ash replied. Pikachu perched on his shoulder, smiling at Xiaoyun. Very well, let us part ways here. I hope to battle you next time, Ash stated, indicating he did not plan to travel together. Sure, but I won't go easy on you, Xiaoyun replied, secretly looking forward to a battle with Ash, though deciding to postpone it until he captured new Pokémon. It seems Ash's upcoming competition may not go smoothly, Brock reflected thoughtfully from behind, recalling Xiaoyun's impeccable commanding ability, which stirred a hint of concern for Ash. After bidding farewell to Dr. Yamanashi once more, they prepared to embark on their respective journeys. As they exited the research institute, they spotted a young boy clad in purple, with matching purple hair, standing beneath a tree across the street, accompanied by an Electrike. Upon noticing their emergence, the boy lifted his gaze, directing a cold, indifferent stare towards them, or rather, towards Ash. Chapter 22. The Appearance of Shinji. Shinji Xiaoyun regarded the boy beneath the tree, noting his frigid expression and the aura that radiated an unmistakable sense of distance. Without a doubt, he was Shinji, Ash's formidable rival in the Sinnoh region. Xiaoyun believed that Shinji's approach to Pokémon training was not entirely misguided. Reflecting on the Pokémon under Shinji's tutelage, such as Electrike, Ursaring, and Torterra, it was evident they were trained exceptionally well, particularly Torterra, which showcased its strengths to the fullest. Although Shinji often released those he deemed unworthy, it was far preferable to those who abandoned their Pokémon and spun a web of lies, allowing them to fend for themselves in the city. Individuals like Go were the true epitome of irresponsibility towards Pokémon. Yet, not every Pokémon could adapt to Shinji's rigorous training methods. For instance, a Chimchar would likely suffer from psychological distress under Shinji's suppressive style, making a more encouraging approach far more suitable. Shinji was aware of this, which is why he deliberately released Chimchar before Ash, effectively entrusting it to him, and later keeping a watchful eye on its progress. This exemplified a well-crafted character dynamic between rivals. So, this Pikachu is the Pokémon you were so eager to find? Shinji remarked coldly, fixing his gaze on the Pikachu resting on Ash's shoulder. You're the trainer who just released a Munchlax in the forest, Ash recalled as Shinji addressed him. Because Pikachu is my partner, we are the strongest duo, Ash declared, to which Pikachu chimed in, seemingly affirming Ash's statement. Partner? How utterly absurd. What did you say? On what grounds do you question our bond? Ash retorted, incensed by Shinji's audacity to challenge the connection he shared with Pikachu. Am I mistaken? A Pokémon is merely a Pokémon. It can never truly become a partner. Only strength gained through relentless training and formidable tactics holds any value. If you believe that mere passion will secure your place in this world, you are sorely mistaken. It's nothing but a farce, Shinji continued, his tone unwavering as he expressed his beliefs. Xiaoguang, feeling discomfort at Shinji's callous remarks, turned to Xiaoyun and said, this person is being excessively harsh. It seems his Pokémon is quite pitiful. One could argue that everyone has their own methods of training Pokémon, Xiaoyun replied. However, he is not entirely wrong. Strength and strategy are indeed crucial elements for any trainer. If a trainer cannot match their Pokémon's level, they may very well be disregarded. Xiaoyan did not contest Shinji's words, for indeed, strength and strategy hold significant importance. However, the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon is an indispensable aspect as well. The two individuals before her represent two extremes. I cannot endorse your statements. I believe the relationship between Pokémon is akin to that of family, eternal companions. And I am confident that through our united efforts, we can overcome any obstacle. Pikachu chimed in. Ash promptly countered Shinji, harboring a profound disagreement with Shinji's earlier remarks. While he acknowledged the importance of strength, he firmly believed that the bond between trainer and Pokémon is paramount. Xiaoyan observed Ash, contemplating that while he and Pikachu indeed shared a familial bond, his connections with other Pokémon fell somewhat short. Charizard, Snorlax, what formidable beings they are. Yet they languish in Professor Oak's backyard, without any inquiry into their desires. Poor Pidgeot is still waiting in Viridian Forest for your call. Even if new regions beckon the capture of new Pokémon, wouldn't it be wise to bring along a couple of your previous companions for a breath of fresh air? In this regard, you are even lacking compared to Shinji. Since that is the case, let us engage in a Pokémon battle, shall we? The format will be 3 against 3. With Pikachu perched on your shoulder, you should have enough for 3 Pokémon, Shinji remarked, observing Ash without further comment. He had encountered many spirited individuals like him, and dealing with such fervor was far more effective through battle than mere words. All right, let us go, Pikachu. Pikachu responded enthusiastically. Upon receiving Shinji's challenge, Ash displayed no fear and turned to his shoulder-mounted Pikachu for a pre-battle encouragement. I shall officiate this match, the ever-good-natured Brock announced, stepping into the grassy arena to assume the role of referee. As he prepared to declare the participants, he suddenly realized he did not know the name of the young man in purple attire. I am Shinji. Shinji introduced himself to Brock. Very well. The match will be between Ash and Shinji in a 3-on-3 format. There are no special requirements. If one side's 3 Pokémon all lose their fighting capacity, they are declared the loser. With that, Brock officially commenced the battle. Murkrow, I choose you. Murkrow, let us go as well. Ash called forth his Murkrow in response. The battle was set in motion as the 2 Murkrows faced each other. Ash commanded his Murkrow to use Quick Attack, aiming to seize the initiative in this contest. Shinji remained still until Ash's Murkrow approached, at which point he employed Shadow Clone to evade the attack, leaving Ash's Murkrow to strike nothing but air. Is this cold, aloof individual truly so formidable? Xiaoguang remarked in surprise as Shinji effortlessly secured victory in the first round. His calm direction and commendable counter-strategy truly exemplify Shinji's prowess. I wonder how he compares to Xiaoyan. Dr. Yamazaki could not help but express his admiration, recognizing Shinji's unique talents in the realm of Pokémon. Well done, Murkrow. I underestimated you this time. Go, Ambipom. Chapter 23. Ash, Shinji, and Dr. Yamanashi's proposal. Is this the future elder brother? Gazing at the field where a normally developed, albeit slightly anxious, Chimchar stood, Dawn's thoughts began to swirl. Her eyes sparkled with an eager intensity as she fixated on this seemingly ordinary Chimchar. Aside from Shinji, she was the only one aware of the immense potential that lay dormant within this little creature. If its blaze ability could be fully unleashed, this little fellow could challenge even legendary Pokémon. Had it not been for Shinji witnessing its capabilities firsthand, he would likely have discarded this timid Chimchar long ago. Chimchar, intrigued by the boy, felt an odd familiarity, as if they had known each other for ages despite this being their first encounter. Unbeknownst to Chimchar, the boy was already plotting ways to coax it away from Shinji's grasp. Use Tail Whip, then follow up with Focus Punch. Don't dawdle. Interrupt it with Scratch. Shinji barked at Dawn's Chimchar, his mind racing with thoughts of its lax demeanor. How could it afford to lose focus during battle? Were it not for the extraordinary power he sought, he would never consider capturing such a lackadaisical Pokémon. Chimchar, taken aback by Shinji's reprimand, felt a flicker of fear, but nevertheless charged forward with Scratch to interrupt Tail Whip. Observing the disruption of Tail Whip, Ash swiftly commanded his own Pokémon to employ Swift for a guaranteed hit. Aware of Swift's unavoidable nature, Shinji instructed Chimchar to counter with Ember. Following the skill's cancellation, Ash prepared to command Tail Whip once more, but Shinji was quick to direct Chimchar to unleash Flame Wheel, striking Tail Whip first. Just as Shinji was about to command Chimchar for a final blow with Flame Wheel, Ash unexpectedly leaped into action. using Tail Whip to vault away and charging up for a decisive focus punch in midair, concluding the battle. How could he do that? Chimchar was putting in so much effort. Dawn exclaimed, feeling a surge of indignation as she watched Shinji, instead of offering consolation, vent his frustrations over Chimchar's defeat. Indeed, Shinji's approach was rather harsh. However, it was his Pokémon, and they had no right to interfere. Dawn conceded with a resigned shrug. Electabuzz, prepare for battle. This final match is yours, Pikachu. At that moment, both Shinji and Ash unleashed their final Pokémon onto the battlefield. From Shinji's side emerged Electabuzz, its yellow form crackling with the essence of lightning, while Ash sent forth his ace, Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Ash began with his ever-reliable Thunderbolt, testing the waters as Pikachu's cheeks began to spark with electricity, releasing a potent Thunderbolt aimed directly at Electabuzz. However, Shinji had no intention of allowing his electric-type Pokémon to evade the attack. Instead, he braced himself to endure it head-on. It was uncertain whether it was simply Pikachu performing well or if this electric-type Pokémon was exceptionally strong. After withstanding a powerful Thunderbolt, the electric type appeared virtually unscathed, even casting a taunting gaze towards Pikachu. Thunder, Shinji commanded calmly. Upon hearing this, the electric type began to swing its arms vigorously, and its head, resembling a charging plug, gathered electrical energy. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, aimed directly at Pikachu. Although Ash was astonished by the electric type's resilience, he did not allow Pikachu to take the hit. Instead, he swiftly instructed Pikachu to use Quick Attack and close the distance, while Shinji ordered his electric type to erect a light screen for defense. With a resounding bang, the battle intensified. Ultimately, Ash seized an opportunity, urgently directing Pikachu to approach with Iron Tail. Shinji commanded his electric type to guard against the Iron Tail with a barrier, while simultaneously using Thunder Punch with its other hand. Yet, Pikachu was not one to be easily hit. Pika. With that, Pikachu showcased its agility, executing a deft turn to deflect the electric type with Iron Tail, followed by a 360-degree aerial spin to strike again. Nevertheless, the electric type, refusing to back down, braced itself and endured the Iron Tail, then unleashed a charged Thunder Punch towards Pikachu. As both Pokémon unleashed their respective moves upon one another, they both collapsed to the ground. In that fierce encounter, it was the electric type that fell first. One could not deny that Ash's Pikachu possessed certain remarkable qualities. It displayed greater dexterity in executing commands and exhibited considerable experience. However, Shinji believed this was merely a fleeting advantage, asserting that he would not accept defeat in their next battle. Although he still had a Murkrow available for combat, the prideful Shinji refused to acknowledge this victory, declaring his own failure instead. You're free now. He then released Murkrow from its Pokeball, pressing the button to set it free. What are you doing? That Murkrow just won you the battle, Ash exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration at Shinji's decision to release his Pokémon. It doesn't matter. While it may have won, it did not meet my expectations. My resources are limited, and there is no need to continue training it, Shinji replied, his expression unwavering. For him, if a Pokémon lacked training value, it was simply set free. He had no intention of wasting resources on a Pokémon without potential. Dr. Yamanashi, I shall take my leave. Ignoring Ash's continued attempts at reasoning, Shinji approached Dr. Yamanashi, bowing respectfully to bid farewell. Wait a moment, Shinji. Would you mind engaging in another Pokémon battle? Dr. Yamanashi inquired. Who is my opponent? Shinji did not refuse, first asking Dr. Yamanashi if there was a need for such a battle. Xiaoyan, come here, Dr. Yamanashi called, indicating that it would be the young boy standing nearby. All right, Doctor. Xiaoyan, somewhat bewildered by the sudden turn of events, approached. After all, he had nothing to fear in a battle. Doctor, do you want me to battle him? Shinji questioned, glancing at Dr. Yamanashi and the unfamiliar boy, wondering why he was to engage in combat with someone he did not know. Indeed, it is Xiaoyan. I perceive that the two of you share certain similarities, yet possess distinct differences, which is why I proposed this duel. However, it is of no consequence. Voluntary participation suffices, and there is no need for coercion. Dr. Yamashita is also intrigued to see if Xiaoyan could incite any changes in Shinji. Since the suggestion originates from the esteemed doctor, I shall acquiesce. Nonetheless, I am curious as to what attributes you possess that command such attention from the doctor. Shinji consented to Dr. Yamashita's proposal, yet cast a disdainful glance at Xiaoyan with his indifferent expression. It appears I have been underestimated. In that case, would you mind if I take the liberty of establishing the rules for our match? Xiaoyun observed Shinji's expression, which bore a hint of disdain. And a thought began to blossom within him as he addressed Shinji. What rules do you propose? You have traveled to other regions, have you not? Xiaoyun sensed a flicker of curiosity hidden beneath Shinji's aloof demeanor and continued. Rule 1. You may use your previous Pokémon. There are no restrictions. And no referee is required. The first to reach the designated location loses, and the loser must fulfill one request from the victor. How does that sound? Intriguing. Let it be as you propose. I hope your prowess does not disappoint me. Do not rely solely on mere words. Upon hearing the rules of engagement, Shinji's expression grew serious, and he switched to a different Pokeball. As he regarded Xiaoyun, the disdain on his face dissipated. At this moment, he began to earnestly assess the young man before him, who was not much younger than himself, donned in black attire with matching eyes. Chapter 24. The initial confrontation with Shinji. Upon receiving Shinji's agreement to his terms, Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Initially, he had been contemplating how to capture the Chimchar before Ash, yet Shinji had inadvertently walked into his trap. Truly, he must extend his gratitude to Dr. Yamashita for this fortuitous opportunity. Are we proceeding or not? Shinji inquired, observing the raven-haired boy before him, sensing a hint of mischief in his demeanor. Yes, indeed. Let us commence at once, Xiaoyun exclaimed, rallying his supporters. Go, Xiaoyun. You are the best. Boka Boka. Koharu, seemingly from nowhere, produced several cheerleader pom-poms and handed two to Boka Man instantly. They both grasped the essence of cheerleading choreography. Thus, a vibrant spectacle unfolded. While some individuals had already succumbed to defeat before the battle had even begun, Xiaoyun, buoyed by Koharu's encouragement, turned to her and offered a radiant smile, their eyes meeting in shared delight. Shinji, observing Xiaoyun and Koharu's silent exchange, felt a flicker of irritation. A battle is a battle. What is the purpose of this display? Why should you flaunt your camaraderie? He began to regret his compliance with Dr. Yamashita's request, feeling as though he had already been outshone before the contest had even begun. Torterra, prepare for battle. Shinji finally could no longer tolerate the antics of the two and hurled a Pokeball into the arena. As the red light burst forth, the ground trembled, revealing a formidable contender. A massive turtle adorned with rocks and colossal trees emerged onto the battlefield. Torterra. This elicited Ash to grasp his Pokédex and begin scanning the newly revealed Pokémon. Torterra, the continent Pokémon. It is the final evolution of Turtwig. The most prominent feature is the large tree on the back of the Turtwig, upon which some smaller Pokémon make their nests, consuming any leftover food the Turtwig has. The Turtwig does not mind their nesting, allowing for an observation of this harmonious coexistence among Pokémon. This is indeed the Turtwig, Ash thought, gazing in surprise at the creature before him. Noticing that Shinji had already released his Pokémon, Dawn reluctantly concluded her conversation with Hikari, retrieving a Pokeball from her waist and exclaiming, I'm counting on you, Lizard King. With a flash of red light, Lizard King appeared in the arena, crossing its arms and surveying the Turtwig with a hint of astonishment. The aura emanating from the Turtwig suggested it was no ordinary foe. However, with a sense of superiority, Lizard King displayed a disdainful expression, perhaps even a bit of cockiness. The Turtwig, unfazed by Lizard King's demeanor, stood quietly, awaiting Shinji's command. As the battle between the grass-type starters from the Hoenn and Sinnoh regions commenced, it became apparent that their developmental paths diverged greatly. One focused on defense, while the other emphasized offense, setting the stage for a duel of spear and shield. With no referee present, Shinji decided to take the initiative, commanding, Turtwig, use Rock Tomb to trap Lizard King. Upon hearing the command, Turtwig let out a fierce roar, summoning several massive boulders that cascaded toward Lizard King under its guidance. It seemed Shinji intended to sequentially hinder Lizard King's speed. Lizard King, use Quick Attack to leap onto the rocks, then unleash Leaf Blade. Dawn, observing the imminent boulders, quickly grasped Shinji's strategy and calmly instructed Lizard King. As Lizard King approached, its arms transformed into verdant blades, flashing through the air as it prepared to strike down on the Turtwig. Shinji, noticing that Turtwig's move had not achieved the desired effect and that Dawn was skillfully leveraging the situation, began to adopt a more serious demeanor. As Lizard King closed in on Turtwig, he commanded, use Crunch to firmly latch onto Lizard King. Turtwig opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs glowing with a dark brown light, indicative of a dark-type move. With a resounding crash, Turtwig proved its strength, successfully capturing Lizard King's leaf blade within its mighty jaws, immobilizing it in the process. Don't stop. Use Leech Seed to drain its energy. Shinji issued his next command upon witnessing Turtwig's successful maneuver. Turtwig, undeterred, continued its crunch, extending green vines from the tree on its back toward Lizard King. This could spell trouble if it gets caught, Dawn thought, her mind racing for a solution. Lizard King, unleash Energy Ball to strike Turtwig's head. She shouted urgently to Lizard King. Upon hearing the command, the Lizard King immediately concentrated a sphere of green energy within its mouth and launched it directly at the face of the tortoise. The tortoise, upon receiving this painful blow, instinctively loosened its grip, interrupting its skill. Seizing the opportunity, the Lizard King swiftly distanced itself from the tortoise. Earthquake. Seeing this, Shinji's expression remained unchanged. He calmly directed the tortoise. Upon hearing Shinji's command, the tortoise repressed its pain and let out a fierce roar. With a sudden stomp of its front foot, a wave of yellow energy surged forth, causing the ground to tremble violently. The Lizard King faced immense pressure from such a powerful area attack. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaoyun observed as Shinji continued to employ Earthquake to hinder the Lizard King's speed. However, she was determined not to let him have his way. Lizard King, strike the ground with your tail and leap to evade. Then, use the seed machine gun for harassment attacks in midair. Upon Xiaoyun's command, the Lizard King swung its trunk-like tail against the ground, skillfully nullifying the earthquake attack. Subsequently, it unleashed a barrage of seeds in midair, overwhelming the tortoise with relentless assaults. The recoil from the seed machine gun allowed the Lizard King to maintain its airborne state, rendering the earthquake attack futile. Both combatants displayed extraordinary prowess. Ash watched the duel with astonishment. Indeed, both were not only adept at utilizing their skills, but also excelled at leveraging their unique traits for offensive maneuvers. They belonged to the elite ranks of Pokémon trainers. Brock and Professor Yamabuki provided real-time commentary, given their backgrounds as a gym leader and a Pokémon researcher, respectively. Go, Xiaoyun. You're the best. Seeing Xiaoyun dominate against the cold and unyielding Shinji, Xiaoguang erupted in a new wave of encouragement. This is never-ending. Shinji, witnessing his strategy being thwarted by Xiaoyun once again and realizing that aside from his initial crunch, his subsequent attacks had barely grazed the Lizard King, felt his composure slipping. A flicker of emotion crossed his icy visage, and he resolutely commanded the tortoise. Tortoise, use Curse. Chapter 25, Shinji's Shock Curse? It seems he intends to cease this war of attrition. Xiaoyun noted as Shinji commanded the tortoise to use Curse, a technique reminiscent of Shell Smash, which sacrifices speed for enhanced offense and defense. Conversely, Shell Smash sacrifices defense for increased speed and attack. Given the tortoise's inherently sluggish nature, employing Curse would render it akin to a stationary target, unable to move. However, it appeared there was little difference, as the tortoise was already a stationary Pokémon, making Curse seem tailor-made for it. What exactly is a Curse? Began Ash, typically relying on improvisation rather than memorization of moves. A Curse is a Ghost-type move. When utilized by a Ghost-type Pokémon, it halves the user's maximum health and inflicts the target with a cursed state, causing their health to dwindle rapidly. However, if the user lacks the Ghost attribute, the effects differ significantly. The user's speed diminishes drastically, while their attack and defense see a substantial increase. If all goes as anticipated, these two will soon determine a victor. Our esteemed Dr. Yamashiro initiated an offline tutorial, providing Ash, a student prone to neglecting his studies, with some theoretical insights. I see. Ash nodded, indicating his comprehension. Brock, you better truly understand. Misty and May exchanged worried glances, their concern directed towards the battlefield. Stalagmite. The ground beneath the stalagmite Pokémon shimmered with a radiant white light, and its aura surged dramatically as it fixated its gaze upon the Lizard King. Stalagmite. Use Hardened Flora. At the moment Shinji's command resonated, the stalagmite summoned its full strength, forcefully stomping its forelimbs against the ground. In an instant, the earth before them erupted, fissures splitting the terrain in a chaotic display. Suddenly, thick brown thorns surged from the ground, each one robust and towering several meters high. These formidable thorny plants seemed to possess a life of their own, thrashing wildly in the air, creating a scene of sheer terror as they collectively advanced toward the Lizard King. Yikes! Exclaimed May, echoing a phrase often associated with a certain naval admiral. Before calmly instructing the Lizard King, unleash Blade Storm. In a heartbeat, the Lizard King's gaze sharpened, and it leapt into the air, its arms swirling with razor-sharp leaves that encircled its form. Under the influence of the Dance of Swords, it began to spin at high velocity, the brilliance of the leaves intensifying, transforming the Pokémon into a whirlwind hurtling toward the thorns. With a resounding crash, the stout thorns, akin to ancient trees, appeared fragile before the Lizard King's assault, effortlessly cleaved apart by the tempestuous spiral. What? Stalagmite, quickly, command all thorns to converge and intercept. Shinji, taken aback by the Lizard King's tornado, was at a loss as to how Mei achieved such a feat. Yet he knew he must act swiftly to block the Lizard King, directing Stalagmite to gather the thorns for a counterattack. Boom! The amassed thorns, attempting to withstand the Lizard King's blade dance, ultimately succumbed to the whirlwind, which pierced through the hardened flora and struck the Stalagmite squarely on its head. Despite the Stalagmite having fortified its defenses through the curse, the impact from such a formidable attack left it utterly weakened, and within mere moments, it succumbed to its injuries, losing its battle capability. What was that attack just now? As Shinji witnessed his Torterra succumb to such a terrifying assault, his expression finally betrayed his composure, leading him to inquire, somewhat flustered, of Xiaoyun. You wish to learn? Allow me to teach you, Xiaoyun replied, raising an eyebrow and unconsciously uttering that iconic line before turning away with a sense of grandeur. After a moment of silence, Shinji chose to disregard Xiaoyun's teasing remark and continued to gaze quietly at his Torterra. He understood that he had lost, unlike the earlier careless battle. This time he had deployed his initial Pokémon, only to be vanquished head-on by his opponent. Observing the still nonchalant Lizard King, he could only conclude that he had been utterly defeated. The spectators were left in a state of shock after the recent battle, and in response to their queries, Xiaoyun began to leisurely elucidate. That technique is called Blade Dance, inspired by the trainer Abi from the Chengdu Bug Gym. A typical swords dance is a change-based move that can easily leave one vulnerable to counterattacks. But Abi's Scythe utilizes its unique attributes to perform a spinning swords dance for defense, even capable of withstanding fire-type attacks. I have upgraded this technique. Although Lizard King lacks Scyther's natural blades, I can mimic and enhance it using Leaf Blade. Through self-rotation and the enhancement of Leaf Blade, the swords dance not only remains unbroken, but also gains offensive capabilities. The tornado generated during the rotation grows increasingly powerful, ultimately converging into a single point, striking down the opponent. Refer to the combat animation of Tyrannosaurus battling with a tornado for further understanding. After bombarding everyone with this knowledge, Xiaoyun relished the joy of displaying his prowess, feeling quite pleased. You're formidable. This match belongs to you. However, after this, I shall meticulously analyze my failures and strategize, hoping for a rematch. Indeed, this was a quintessentially rational statement from Shinji, rather than succumbing to despair or rage after his defeat. He calmly reflected on the reasons for his loss and contemplated how to enhance his tactical approach for the next encounter. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the strongest rival throughout the ages. After a pause, Dr. Yamazaki spoke slowly. Xiaoyun, you undoubtedly possess extraordinary talent as a trainer. I had regretted that you did not join me in research, but it seems I had underestimated your capabilities. You flatter me, Doctor. This is the result of the hard work shared between Lizard King and myself. That technique may sound simple, but it is the fruit of extensive training that enabled us to execute it in battle, Xiaoyun explained to Dr. Yamazaki about his rigorous practice with Lizard King. The journey had indeed been arduous. In the initial stages, they often struggled to control direction, resulting in frequent collisions. After receiving a warning from Lena, they retreated to the mountains to practice relentlessly until they succeeded. Chapter 26. Their Agreement, Xiaoyun's Aspirations. Wow, Xiaoyun, you are amazing. You actually defeated that cold-hearted fellow. I knew all along that Xiaoyun was the strongest. Xiaoguang hurried over, offering praise to the boy, then turned to compliment Lizard King as well. Of course, Lizard King is quite handsome too. Lizard King, upon receiving Xiaoguang's admiration, proudly lifted his head and nodded slightly in response. This arrogant fellow, Xiaoyun remarked. Indeed, she continued, her delicate visage causing Xiaoyun to touch her nose, as the girl's smile and compliments were undeniably infectious to the boy who admired her. At least for now. Her vanity was greatly satisfied. Xiaoyun and Shinji, both of you were incredibly strong in the recent battle, especially you, Xiaoyan. Your final move was truly impressive. Xiaoji approached, his excitement evident, fists clenched and eyes ablaze with fervor, eager to engage in a fierce battle with the two. Yes, Xiaoyan, during my travels with Xiaoji and Chengdu, I witnessed a match by the esteemed Bai. Compared to him, your combination of leaf blade and dance of swords is truly remarkable, Xiaoguang added. That was merely luck. Xiaoji, I've seen your battle videos. Don't you also have a Lizard King? Perhaps you should practice with it, Xiaoyan suggested. Knowing Xiaoji's Lizard King was exceptionally gifted and had an impressive track record, serving as his mainstay in the Hane region. To bring it out again would undoubtedly be advantageous for Xiaoji. Lizard King, huh? Xiaoji murmured thoughtfully, as if contemplating something. Shinji, expressionless, observed Xiaoyan surrounded by others. Typically averse to socializing, he felt a sense of irritation and considered departing. Wait a moment, Shinji, Xiaoyan called out, catching his attention. What is it? Do you wish to lecture me like that fellow? Shinji replied coolly, though puzzled by Xiaoyan's call. Not at all. Everyone has their own methods of raising Pokémon, and I have no objections to yours. Xiaoyan paid no heed to the sarcasm in Shinji's words, understanding his character well. If he were to smile, that would indeed be unusual. Continuing, Xiaoyan added, I merely wanted to remind you that you seem to have forgotten something. After all, he was still hoping to use this agreement to coax, or rather, persuade the fire monkey to join his team. What? Shinji was taken aback, realizing that Xiaoyan had not chastised him as a victor nor questioned his approach to Pokémon training. He knew his method was generally frowned upon, even by his brother. Rei's had often advised him against being too harsh with Pokémon, suggesting that emotions should play a role as well. However, Shinji dismissed his brother's counsel, having witnessed firsthand the aftermath of his brother's defeats, which suggested that emotions were merely a hindrance. If they were a burden, then they need not exist. Yet, hearing Xiaoyan express agreement with his training style altered the way he regarded her, to the point where he almost overlooked the remainder of her words. However, this conveyed a rather different meaning to Xiaoyan's ears. She pondered that this fellow, with his cold demeanor and striking features, might be contemplating reneging on their agreement. What would become of his future prowess in fire-type battles? Thus, Xiaoyan resolved to make her intentions clear. Before the match, we both agreed that the losing party must fulfill a request from the winner. Do not even think about backing out. Dr. Yamanashi is here as the witness, right, Doctor? With this, Xiaoyan cast a knowing glance at Dr. Yamanashi. Indeed, that was stipulated, Dr. Yamanashi confirmed, nearly forgetting their agreement after witnessing the recent thrilling battle. Had Xiaoyan not reminded him so suddenly, he would have completely overlooked it. So, is this what you wish to convey? Shinji's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Xiaoyan. He was momentarily stunned by her performance, having forgotten about their earlier agreement. Yet, he thought to himself that a simple reminder would have sufficed. Instead, she had made a point of having Dr. Yamanashi reiterate it, as if he, Shinji, were the sort to break his word. Exactly. What? Did you think I was going to ask you out to dinner? Xiaoyan replied with a somewhat nonchalant expression, her demeanor contrasting sharply with her earlier intensity in battle. He sighed, yearning to turn away and leave it all behind, but he remembered that Dr. Yamanashi was still present and that he must maintain a semblance of respect for his elders, certainly not because of Dr. Yamanashi's status as a witness. Very well. What is your request? Shinji said coolly after a moment of contemplation. He mused internally about what could possibly warrant such a fixation from Xiaoyan, as if he were a mere bait for her to ensnare. Surely it couldn't be about him. Damn it, how could he entertain such a thought? If one day you grow disillusioned and no longer wish to train it, do not abandon it. Instead, entrust it to me for its training. You must understand the latent power that resides within that creature. Shinji's expression grew increasingly solemn upon hearing Xiaoyan's request, and after a prolonged silence, he replied slowly, What power? I have no idea. Xiaoyan feigned ignorance, asserting that she was completely unaware. Then why would you make such a request? What could that feeble creature possibly offer you? Shinji was evidently not so easily deceived and continued to press Xiaoyan. With arms crossed, he silently scrutinized her before inquiring, and truly, is the little Chimchar so weak? Shinji glanced at the Pokeball containing Chimchar, softly speaking to it. I never imagined you would have someone concerned for you. In that case, I shall grant you more time, and I hope you do not let me down. I agree to your terms, although I am unsure what potential you see in it. Should this creature fail to meet my expectations one day, I can relinquish it to you. For me, training without results is futile, no matter how much effort is expended. With that, Shinji departed without acknowledging Xiaoyun's subsequent remarks, turning his back to walk towards the outskirts of the town. Xiaoyun, why did you make such an agreement with that guy? Embracing her Pac-Man, Xiaoguang pouted at Xiaoyun after Shinji had departed, her delicate features reflecting her displeasure. That guy just gives off the impression that he is difficult to approach. His manner of speaking is rather off-putting. His Pac-Man must be just as cold and unyielding, merely executing commands without any warmth. But that little Chimchar is different. For someone as rational as Shinji, that Chimchar will undoubtedly never reach its full potential under his guidance. I trust he understands this. Xiaoyun gazed at Shinji's retreating figure and then turned to Xiaoguang, speaking softly. Well, it's time for us to set off for the next town. We've already lost quite a bit of time over the past few days. Indeed, we have encountered so much in just these 2 days, Xiaoguang sighed. As a novice trainer, I've already faced Team Rocket's harassment before even leaving the beginner village, twice. No less. Is traveling really like this? No wonder people say that journeys mature a person. Xiaoji, facing Team Rocket makes one mature, are you sure? Doctor, it's time for our farewell. Xiaoji and Xiaoguang, we shall take our leave now. There will be ample opportunities to meet again in the future. Despite knowing their paths would be similar, Xiaoyun had no intention of traveling with them. After all, the intimacy of her world with Xiaoguang was far more appealing. On this splendid, sun-drenched day, aiming for the grand contest in Celebration City, Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang set off early from Shinesu town towards their destination. Several days had passed since parting ways with Xiaoji, and after a day of travel, the two began to set up camp for the night. Xiaoyun, is my posture correct now? It looks good. Just put a bit more strength into your arms. But this is exhausting. That's perfectly normal. Just practice a bit more. Xiaoyun encouraged, seated on the grass as she guided Xiaoguang, who was practicing throwing Pokeballs. All right, let us take a break. Yay, we can finally rest. Upon hearing this, Xiaoguang perked up, quickly jogging over to sit back-to-back with Xiaoyun. Xiaoguang, you don't look at all like someone who is weak. Feeling Xiaoguang lean against her back, Xiaoyun discreetly lowered her waist slightly to offer more comfort, saying helplessly, but I was really tired just now. We walked so much during the day. Xiaoguang noticed how much more comfortable it felt to rest against Xiaoyun's back and, without further thought, closed her eyes, relishing the ease. I never expected that you managed to defeat Jujur, yet your Pokeball still missed, hitting me right in the face. I almost lost my composure from that throw. Xiaoyun instinctively touched her nose, recalling the incident. She could hardly believe that in this day and age, someone could miss a throw. Indeed, just yesterday afternoon, Xiaoguang encountered Jujur once more and successfully defeated it this time. However, during the capture, she accidentally threw the Pokeball at Xiaoyun's face, and by the time she retrieved it, Jujur had vanished without a trace. The capture plan was once again declared a failure, leading to the recent scene. Oh dear. My apologies. I certainly did not anticipate that the ball would strike your face. How does it feel? Shall I massage it for you? Aware of her own fault, Xiaoguang rose from Xiaoyun's back and seated herself before him, preparing to administer another round of localized attention. No need for that, but I do need to practice my throwing. How about I teach you a mantra? Xiaoyun removed Xiaoguang's small hands, revealing a mysterious expression. A mantra? For capturing Pokémon? Xiaoguang looked at Xiaoyun in confusion, suddenly standing up. Why can't I even touch your nose now? In simple terms, the mantra is to ensure your posture is correct and your movement steady. Only then can you achieve a perfect throw. Upon seeing Xiaoguang's growing interest, Xiaoyun spoke slowly. How is that different from me throwing the ball? Xiaoguang pondered the mantra, finding it somewhat peculiar, as it seemed to echo the very act of throwing in place. Of course, there is a slight difference. Allow me to demonstrate. Xiaoyun nearly let slip her thoughts, realizing there was hardly any distinction, as she had just made it up to ease the atmosphere. What need is there for a mantra to throw a Pokeball? Does one think themselves a throwing prodigy? Nonetheless, to cover her tracks, Xiaoyun retrieved a Pokeball from her waist. She hurled it at a Jigglypuff that had just leapt out from the bushes. Ding, ding, bang. As the Jigglypuff emerged from the Pokeball, Xiaoyun's expression turned slightly bewildered, thinking to herself, goodness, there truly is a mantra. I wonder if my silent incantation can summon a legendary beast for me. Xiaoyun, you are amazing. You actually caught a Pokémon. Xiaoguang gazed at Xiaoyun with admiration, feeling that she was indeed a treasure, capable of anything. Oh, it's nothing special, just average, really. Though Xiaoyun felt equally flustered. She maintained an air of nonchalance in response to Xiaoguang's praise. However, Xiaoyun, that Jigglypuff seems a bit angry. Xiaoguang pointed at the Jigglypuff that had just emerged from the Pokeball. Huh, what? Following Xiaoguang's gaze, they saw the Jigglypuff glaring at them, its cheeks puffed in indignation. It had merely been taking a leisurely stroll after a meal when suddenly, it was struck on the head by a Pokeball thrown by someone who clearly lacked finesse. If you wish to capture me in battle, you should have informed me. Sneak attacks are not the way. How can one expect to capture me without any effort? The Jigglypuff grew angrier, its hands gathering a brilliant blue light as it unleashed a beam of icy energy directed at the two. Chapter 28, Capturing Jigglypuff. My goodness, let's dodge. Observing the approaching ice beam, Xiaoyun quickly grasped Xiaoguang's hand and sought refuge behind a large tree. Xiaoguang, what do we do now? After dodging the ice beam, she gasped and turned to Xiaoyun. It's all right, this is perfect. You can capture it, can't you? This Jigglypuff has yet to be trained and can already wield ice beam. It must possess considerable talent. As Xiaoyun pulled Xiaoguang away from the onslaught of Jujuer, she contemplated the creature's performance, believing that this particular Jujuer was a perfect fit for Xiaoguang. Go for it, Xiaoguang. I've decided it's you. Without allowing Xiaoguang a moment to gather her thoughts, she pushed her toward the direction of Jujuer. Hey, at least let me prepare. Upon seeing Xiaoguang emerge, Jujuer was poised to launch an attack to teach this human a lesson, but Xiaoguang interrupted. Wait, Jujuer, I challenge you to a battle. If I lose, you must become my Pokémon. Xiaoguang pointed at Jujuer, extending her invitation to duel. Throughout her journey, Xiaoguang had encountered Jujuer several times. Yet each encounter had ended in failure for various reasons. This time, she was determined to capture this Jujuer, no matter the cost. Jujuer tilted its head, sensing an inexplicable obsession emanating from the girl before it. Go, Pokémon. Xiaoguang unleashed her formidable partner, Pokémon, from its Pokeball. Poga. Pokémon had battled Jujuer multiple times before. Upon seeing the rabbit once more, it raised its head and patted its belly, expressing confidence that defeating it would be as effortless as taking candy from a child. Go, Pokémon. Use Bubble Beam. Xiaoguang, unable to contain her impatience, commanded Pokémon to launch an offensive with Bubble Beam directed at Jujuer. Pogap. Following the command, Pokémon inhaled deeply, its mouth gathering energy before unleashing a barrage of blue bubbles aimed at Jujuer. Yet Jujuer was not to be underestimated. It adeptly evaded the continuous barrage of bubbles with a nimble leap, its cream-colored ears glowing with a white light as it prepared to strike with its confusion punch, akin to a boxer aiming for Pokémon. Pokémon, evade. Xiaoguang, observing the situation, felt a surge of panic as she saw Pokémon's bubble beam miss its target and Jujuer closing in with its attack. She urgently instructed Pokémon to employ its evasive maneuvers. Pogap. In response to Xiaoguang's command, Pokémon, recalling the effects of the impending strike, dashed away, determined to avoid the disorienting blow. Jujuer, missing its confusion punch, noted the little penguin's surprising speed and retaliated by conjuring an icy blue beam aimed at Pokémon. Pogap. Pokémon realized that this rabbit was a fierce opponent, relentless in its pursuit. Before Xiaoguang could issue another command, Pokémon bolted away to evade the icy attack. Ah, Pokémon. Xiaoguang, witnessing Pokémon being chased around by Jujuer's ice beam, felt at a loss for how to assist. Pogap. Just as Xiaoguang pondered how to rescue Pokémon from this predicament, the little chubby penguin enveloped itself in a torrent of water, skillfully manipulating the flow to soar into the air, narrowly avoiding the incoming ice beam. As Xiaoguang gazed with a hint of perplexity at the floating Bojuman, enveloped in a torrent of water, she pondered the peculiar situation. Xiaoguang. That is the water jet. Bojuman must have just grasped it while being pursued, Xiaoyun remarked, somewhat impressed. Should she commend this little chubby creature for its remarkable talent? Or was it merely luck? Even while being chased, it managed to learn a new skill, a unique form of genius in its own right. Water jet, Bojuman. Unleash the water jet. Upon learning of Bojuman's newfound ability, Xiaoguang felt a surge of joy and immediately commanded Bojuman to attack Junjunir with the water jet. The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and Bojuman, empowered by its latest technique, felt invincible. Bojuman. Responding to Xiaoguang's command, Bojuman became enveloped in a torrent of water, transforming into a water pillar that surged toward Junjunir. At that moment, Junjunir began to show signs of fatigue. After launching a barrage of ice beams at the duo and engaging in a relentless game of chase with Bojuman, the little chubby creature's evasive maneuvers thwarted its every attempt, eliciting a sense of frustration. Moreover, with the water jet being a priority move that never misses, Yunyun could only watch helplessly as Bojiman commanded the water pillar to approach. With a resounding crash, Bojiman's water jet collided with Yunyun, whose strength had already waned. The attack left Yunyun sprawled on the ground, its ears drooping in defeat. Bojiman, quickly, throw the Pokeball. Both Bojiman and Xiaoyun urged the forgetful Xiaoguang, hoping to prevent this Pokemon from escaping once more. Prompted by their reminders, Xiaoguang retrieved a Pokeball from her skirt pocket and steadied herself, mentally rehearsing the necessary precision and calmness for a successful capture. All right, go, Pokeball. With a clink, the ball struck Yunyun, and Xiaoguang's gaze remained fixed on it, her heart racing with every shimmer of light emanating from the sphere. Ding. Yes, I have captured Yunyun. I knew it would work. As the Pokeball ceased its tremors, Xiaoguang approached to retrieve it, joyfully raising it above her head while exclaiming her catchphrase. Bojiman fluttered nearby, excitedly flapping its tiny wings in support of Xiaoguang. Well done, congratulations, Xiaoguang, on capturing your first Pokemon. Xiaoyun smiled warmly at the girl, generously offering her praise. Clutching the Pokeball like a treasured gem, the girl's face radiated delight. This was indeed her first captured Pokemon, and her heart brimmed with happiness. However, Xiaoguang suggested, let us release Yunyun for some healing. Come forth, Yunyun. She released the Pokemon, and Xiaoyun stepped forward to administer some basic care. There's nothing to worry about. It merely needs to rest after exerting itself too much, Xiaoyun observed, noticing that Yunyun bore no visible injuries and deducing that its fatigue resulted from the earlier chase with Bojiman. Chapter 29. The Intricacies of Pokemon Relationships. As a wild Pokemon, Jay is well acquainted with the rules of the Pokemon world. Upon being captured in battle, it offered little resistance, obediently accepting the healing ministrations of Xiaoyun. At that moment, Pachima arrived inopportunely, patting Jay on the back, asserting its dominance and proclaiming that it was the leader while Jay was merely a subordinate. Stick with me, and you'll reap the rewards. Jay, having just chased the plump little creature around, was incensed to see it now attempting to claim authority after its capture. Excuse me, but I'm a girl, it exclaimed. With a swift and decisive action, it unleashed an icy beam that struck Pachima squarely in the face, instantly encasing it in a frosty sculpture. Its eyes wide open in astonishment. Seeing that it had finally hit the mark, Jay felt a sense of clarity wash over it and comfortably nestled against Xiaoguang's smooth leg, closing its eyes in slumber, much to Xiaoyun's chagrin. What is happening here? She remarked, her expression tinged with helplessness as she glanced at the frozen Pachima and then at Jay, anticipating that there would be no shortage of playful skirmishes in the future. Not to worry, Xiaoyun reassured. Pachima is a water-type Pokemon, and the ice-type attack won't inflict significant harm. It can stay there for a while. She showed no intention of releasing Pachima, instead smiling and comforting Xiaoguang. Pachima, feeling rather forlorn, lamented, "Why is it only me who suffers in this world?" After a delightful exchange of laughter, Pachima was eventually freed, grumbling and demanding a rematch with Jay to affirm its unassailable position as the leader. However, Jay refused to engage, instead curling up on Xiaoguang's lap, gazing up with its big, innocent eyes, one paw rubbing at non-existent tears. Its pitiful expression seemed to convey that it had done nothing wrong. If Pachima wished to fight, it could do so, but Jay would not retaliate. Having never encountered such a display, Pachima was utterly baffled by this unexpected behavior. Its wide eyes reflected confusion, having previously perceived Jay as a fierce competitor. Even Xiaoguang was charmed by Jay's gentle demeanor, scolding Pachima instead. Pachima, Jay is a girl. You must show some chivalry. You lack any sense of masculinity. Pachima was rendered speechless by this remark, retreating to a corner and drawing circles in solitude, lamenting its status as the sole injured Pokemon in this world. Goodness. Jay could easily become an actress, Xiaoyun observed, her expression a blend of amusement and sympathy as she patted Pachima's cape-like back. Listen, Pachima, let me share a truth with you. The world of Pokemon is not merely about fighting. It's about the intricacies of human relationships. Have you grasped that? Relying solely on brute force won't suffice. Sometimes, a different approach yields better results. Pachima looked at Xiaoyun, then at Jay in Xiaoguang's arms, and made a face at it, as if beginning to comprehend something profound. With an enthusiastic nod, it declared, "Master, I have understood." as Xiaoyun glanced at the suddenly mature and seemingly enlightened Bojuman. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, indeed, the youth can be taught. It seems that one must undergo certain experiences to truly grow." Time passed amidst their playful antics, and the now matured Bojuman no longer sulked in the corner, but confidently approached. This newfound self-assurance left one heir at a loss, contemplating whether they had perhaps overindulged in their play and should apologize later. Unaware of the inner musings of the Pokémon, Xiaoguang, upon seeing Bojuman in good spirits without any signs of temper, patted its head and praised it, which further boosted Bojuman's confidence, leaving Xiaoguang somewhat perplexed. According to their understanding, crossing this forest would lead them to Celebration City. However, as they walked, the trees on either side grew denser, and upon reaching an intersection once more, they realized they might be lost. "Xiaoyun, how do we end up back here?" Xiaoguang exclaimed, spotting a previously marked tree and glancing at the navigation in her Pokédex before tossing it into her bag, declaring, "This map is utterly useless." They were apparently situated in the bewildering forest, not far from Celebration City. It was rumored that vast herds of shocking deers roamed here, their antlers emitting a strange glow that lured travelers into illusions, ultimately leading them to lose their way. "We must be cautious," Xiaoyun advised, peering at the map and pondering if this forest was indeed the bewildering forest from the original tale, regretting not having captured a flying-type Pokémon earlier. "Oh, so this is the bewildering forest. What should we do now?" Xiaoguang, aware of the forest's frightening reputation, had initially hoped to avoid it, but fate had other plans. "Let us just keep walking straight ahead. Surely that can't lead us astray," Xiaoyun decided, resorting to this simplest solution. She took Xiaoguang's hand, drawing them closer as they ventured deeper into the woods. Xiaoguang, undeterred by Xiaoyun's grip, leaned against her arm, feeling a sense of security in their proximity. Noticing the unfamiliar sensation on her arm, Xiaoyun thought to herself that Xiaoguang's development was evident, though surely there was more to come. The path felt considerably easier to navigate now. As they delved deeper, the trees thickened, and a light mist enveloped the area. Occasionally, a shocking deer would wander through, and a floating balloon Pokémon would drift by. "Xiaoyun, aside from the shocking deers, there shouldn't be anything else here, right?" Xiaoguang, sensing the eerie atmosphere, felt a twinge of fear and decided to inquire. "Of course there is." "Huh, what is it?" "Ghosts, of course." Xiaoyun turned her head, her expression darkening and adding to the peculiar atmosphere, her voice suddenly booming. "Ah!" Xiaoguang, startled, leaped onto Xiaoyun, wrapping her legs tightly around her waist. "Ha ha, I was just teasing you. It would be a shame not to instill a little fright in such an eerie setting." Xiaoyun comforted the trembling Xiaoguang, who was nestled in his embrace, secretly thinking how fortunate it was. No wonder couples enjoy watching horror films. The benefits are indeed plentiful. Chapter 30. The Enigmatic Forest and Team Rocket's Opportunity. "Oh, you scared me. How could you still be playing tricks at a time like this?" Xiaoguang, realizing he had been startled by Xiaoyun, playfully slapped his chest, reluctantly pulling away from the warmth of Xiaoyun's embrace. The previous atmosphere had been rather peculiar. He had merely intended to lighten the mood. "Well, are you still as frightened now?" Xiaoyun offered an embarrassed smile. The sensation had been akin to stepping into a haunted house, leaving his heart racing. "It's not that I'm no longer scared. It's just that the fright has taken over." Xiaoguang shot him a playful glare with her striking blue eyes, pondering how this mischievous fellow could still be so oblivious to her timid nature. Suddenly, unable to contain herself, she leaped onto him. "Xiaoguang, look at that." Xiaoyun pointed to a hot air balloon drifting through the sky, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. "Don't even think about it. You're only trying to trick me again." "I won't fall for it," Xiaoguang pouted, clearly skeptical of his words. After being startled moments before, she could hardly believe he would attempt to frighten her again. "Do you really think I'm that easy to fool?" "Oh no, this time it's genuine. Look at that. Doesn't it resemble Team Rocket's Meowth balloon?" Gently grasping Xiaoguang's shoulder, Xiaoyun directed her gaze skyward. "Hey, it really does seem like it. Are they about to crash?" As Xiaoyun pulled her closer, she followed his finger and spotted a Meowth balloon releasing black smoke as it descended. "Let us go take a look." Xiaoyun was eager to see if the brilliant trio of Team Rocket had managed to capture Pikachu again, and perhaps ascertain whether the balloon could still fly, potentially leading them out of this forest. Boom. The scene shifted to Team Rocket, where the balloon gently landed. And the trio, having failed once more at capturing Pikachu, crawled out. "Cough cough. That little purple-haired brat is quite formidable." I had hoped to seize Pikachu while he was preoccupied with that other boy, but he caught on sooner than expected, Musashi grumbled, adjusting her frizzy purple hair. Still frazzled from Pikachu's electric shock. Indeed, had it not been for that little pest, we would have surely captured Pikachu for Boss Yamato, Kojiru lamented, his face betraying his disappointment. It was so close, yet they had lost the fragments they had secured. Meowth had already envisioned being cradled in Boss Yamato's arms, Meowth whimpered, angrily chewing on a handkerchief, recalling how he had just been in Boss Yamato's embrace, only to have it slip away. By the way, where are we? Musashi, awakening from her daze, surveyed the towering trees around them, realizing she was unfamiliar with the area. No idea, Meowth replied, shrugging its little shoulders in confusion. Look over there. There's a tree hollow. Let us rest inside and see if we can find something to eat, Musashi suggested. Kojiru glanced around, discovering a massive tree hollow not far off, which he believed to be filled with treasures. Goo, what are you all waiting for? I've been trying to catch Pikachu, and I'm absolutely famished. What will become of my flawless skin? As if on cue, his stomach growled, prompting the trio to stealthily follow Musashi towards the tree hollow. The three of them, displaying their cleverness, first surveyed the entrance for any dangers before quietly slipping inside. Once inside the hollow, they were enveloped in darkness, greeted by a peculiar odor reminiscent of neglect. Meowth, rummaging through its belongings, produced a flashlight. Upon illuminating the cavern, they discovered an assortment of fruit cores and travel bags strewn about haphazardly, alongside what appeared to be a makeshift bed. This must be a Pokémon's lair, Musashi mused, sensing the presence of a resident. What a foul stench. How long has this Pokémon gone without a bath? Although Meowth's sense of smell paled in comparison to that of a dog, it was certainly more acute than a human's, especially as a feline creature. The unsanitary environment of the hollow made Meowth uncomfortable. Musashi, Meowth, come quickly. There's food here. Kojiru, having explored the hollow thoroughly, uncovered a concealed nook, clearing away the overgrown weeds to reveal an abundance of tree fruits. Wow, we've struck gold. So many tree fruits. This will sustain us for quite some time. Musashi, delighted by the sight, felt the weight of disappointment from their earlier failed Pikachu capture lift slightly. Indeed, Meowth. If we can't consume it all, we can sell it to the Pokémon shop for some extra coins. Clever Meowth, always thinking of profit, immediately considered the potential earnings from selling the fruits rather than indulging in them. Hey, what's in this little jar? It smells divine. Kojiru discovered a small jar hidden deep within the nook, intrigued by its fragrant contents. Let me see. It's so sweet. This is honey. Musashi, without hesitation, brushed Kojiru aside, opened the jar, and dipped a finger in, savoring the honey with a sparkle in her eyes. What are you doing, Musashi? I found it first. At least let me have a taste. This honey is from Kambi. It can fetch a good price. The connoisseur Meowth dipped a paw into the honey and tasted it, promptly identifying its value and formulating plans for profit. Sell? What do you mean sell? It's mine. I read in a fashion magazine that Kambi honey is excellent for skincare and can slow aging. No one is allowed to take it from me. Musashi's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing it was Kambi honey. As a woman, who could resist something beneficial for her complexion? Instantly, she transformed into a fierce protector, cradling the jar possessively. Musashi, do not be so selfish. Why not keep a little honey for yourself? Kojiru earnestly urged Musashi. Indeed, Musashi. I have heard that the market price for honey from the 3 honeybees is quite high. Would it not be more prudent to sell it for money to catch Pikachu? Meowth chimed in, cautioning Musashi not to be deceived by the allure before her. Selling the honey, creating machines, and capturing Pikachu is the true path. Unbeknownst to the fervent discussion of these brilliant minds, danger was quietly approaching. Chapter 31. Oh, the honey. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. My beauty, as radiant as a flower, relies entirely on it. How many high-end cosmetics could this amount to? I can continue to work and earn money to catch Pikachu later. Musashi, entranced by the glossy promises of magazines, disregarded these concerns. She was convinced that consuming a bit of the honey from the 3 honeybees each day would enhance her beauty. If she were to participate in a grand contest, she would surely mesmerize the audience and judges alike. The mere thought of standing under the spotlight, with countless spectators gazing at her stunning visage and chanting her name, made Musashi feel overwhelmed. She could hardly bear the anticipation. Pikachu could wait for now. Musashi, listen to me. Roar. Just as Kojiru and Meowth prepared to further persuade Musashi, they were suddenly struck by a powerful gust of breath from behind, sending a chill down their spines. They turned stiffly to see Teddy Ursa. In an instant, fear gripped their hearts as they recognized this Pokémon, a notorious bully of the forest. Alongside Beedrill and Gyarados near the lake, it was one of the 3 great menaces encountered on their journey. They had lost count of how many times they had been chased by Teddy Ursa, especially this one, which appeared larger than the average. What to do? Musashi, clutching the jar, felt her grip loosen in fright, and the jar fell to the ground, spilling the precious honey. Roar! Teddy Ursa, upon witnessing the honey it typically hoarded being wasted on the ground, felt its heart bleed. Do you know how many nests of 3 honeybees I had to raid to gather this? I only allow myself a tiny taste. How dare these humans waste it? With its already crimson eyes turning an even deeper shade of rage, it let out a furious roar directed at the trio. What else could they do but run? Kojiru, recognizing the imminent danger as Teddy Ursa grew furious, tapped into his potential and bolted away. Hurry, Meowth. Wait for me, you too. Musashi, seeing her companions sprinting faster than an Arcanine, felt a pang for the honey but had no choice but to join the fray, fleeing alongside them. Roar! Still mourning its honey, Teddy Ursa raised its head and saw the trio dashing towards a hollow in a tree, gathering a yellow beam of energy in its mouth. It unleashed a devastating beam aimed at them. Boom! As the smoke cleared, Teddy Ursa was incensed to find that the trio had not been blasted away and were still fleeing ahead. Its fury boiled over, and as it prepared to pursue, the residual effects of its attack began to wane, and it charged after them. As the jungle chase began, the forest erupted into chaos. Xiaoyan, are we nearly out? On their way to the site where Team Rocket's hot air balloon had fallen, Xiaoguang observed that the trees were less dense and the mist had significantly lightened, a smile gracing his face as he spoke to Xiaoyan. It should be so. According to the Poc Dex, the confusing forest isn't particularly vast. We just need to be cautious of the antlers of the startled deer. If we avoid them carefully, we should be able to find our way out. Xiaoyan also noticed the sunlight filtering through the trees ahead, her expression brightening. After all, who would want to linger in such a dismal place? Would one even find sleep here? What if it were haunted? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed ahead, accompanied by the sound of trees crashing down. The Mukahawk perched in the trees began to take flight in flocks, while several startled deer in the underbrush seemed to sense something amiss, their expressions frantic as they hastily fled. What on earth is happening? Xiaoyan wondered, her curiosity piqued. Was there something terrifying lurking ahead? It felt as though the enemy had invaded the village. Wait, I suppose I am part of this chaos. Xiaoyan, do those figures ahead look familiar to you? Xiaoguang squinted at the few silhouettes sprinting in the distance. Now that you mention it, they do seem quite familiar, Xiaoyan replied, tilting her head to get a better look. Oh, isn't that Team Rocket? Hey, Team Rocket, what are you up to? As they drew nearer, Xiaoyan recognized the trio. Indeed, it was the infamous Team Rocket, their speed astonishing as they dashed through the forest. Unable to resist, Xiaoyan called out to them in jest. Are you all planning a thrilling marathon in the woods? Who is calling us? In the midst of their frantic flight, Kojiru turned to inquire, curiosity piqued. Look, it's that pesky kid and the girl beside him. Meowth, also sprinting, noticed Xiaoyan and Xiaoguang mocking them. Aren't they making fun of us? If it weren't for the pressing situation, Meowth would have loved to square off with that pesky kid. Forget about them for now. We need to shake off this bear that's chasing us, Kojiru decided, prioritizing their escape over personal grievances. I can't keep this up much longer. It's just a bit of honey we took, and it's been chasing us forever. Musashi gasped, panting heavily, yet her feet did not falter, her mind racing with thoughts of how they had forgotten to take the honey with them while fleeing. Hey you! Xiaoyan noticed Team Rocket as they seemingly ignored her, rushing past without uttering a single taunt. This piqued her curiosity, and she turned to Xiaoguang, puzzled. Why are they running so fast? Is there a ghost chasing them or something? Whoa, it's a Kumashun. At that moment, a large brown bear with a ringed belly appeared before Xiaoyan. Goodness, no wonder Team Rocket looked as if they had seen a ghost. What should we do, Xiaoyan? Xiaoguang observed as the formidable circle bear approached them, a twinge of fear prompting him to inquire of Xiaoyan. The furious circle bear exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Never mind, I no longer wish to flee alongside them. I shall confront it directly. Without further ado, Xiaoyan unleashed her grass tortoise from its Pokeball, declaring, come forth. Grass tortoise. And you too, Pokémon. Xiaoguang followed suit, releasing Pokémon. Roar. mistaking the two humans for companions of the trio it had encountered. The circle bear launched an immediate assault. It gathered yellow energy in its mouth, unleashing a devastating beam aimed squarely at the pair. Leaf Blade, Bubble Beam. Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang swiftly commanded their Pokémon to intercept the attack. Boom. The collision of the destructive beam with Leaf Blade and Bubble Beam resulted in a violent clash, sending shockwaves that whipped up fierce winds, forcing the two to shield their eyes with their hands. Chapter 32. Capturing the Circle Bear. Roar. As the smoke began to clear, the Circle Bear stood in scathe, the aftermath of the destructive beam rendering it temporarily immobile, yet its gaze remained fixed intently upon the two. The Grass Tortoise and Pokémon bravely positioned themselves before their trainers. Despite the Circle Bear's massive size, the two Pokémon showed no sign of fear, their diminutive forms and wide, innocent eyes fixed on the beast. At that moment, Xiaoyun took the opportunity to assess the bear before her. Typically, a circle bear stands at a height of 18 meters. This one appeared to be around 2 meters, and its earlier display of power suggested it was no ordinary wild Pokémon. Xiaoyun pondered, given the timeline. Could this bear be the very one that Shinji would later possess? The one involved in the Lake of Wisdom incident? Moreover, the fact that Shinji deemed it mediocre implied its potential was indeed noteworthy. Currently, besides Lizard King, Xiaoyun had only the Grass Tortoise as her Pokémon, and she needed another for the gym challenge, having encountered no suitable candidates along her journey. However, if this Pokémon had yet to be captured by Shinji, it seemed destined to be hers. She would not hesitate to claim it. With this thought, her gaze toward the circle bear grew fervent, increasingly captivated. Turning to Xiaoguang, she instructed, Xiaoguang, keep Pokémon back for now. I'll handle this bear alone. All right, Xiaoguang replied, obediently positioning Pokémon behind him. Grass Tortoise, this battle is yours. Do you have confidence? Xiaoyun encouraged her Pokémon. This time, she intended to forego sending Lizard King into battle, opting instead to test the Grass Tortoise's current combat abilities. The little turtle nodded confidently, signaling its readiness. Roar. The circle bear, perceiving the human's audacity in sending forth merely a small turtle to challenge it, felt openly insulted, a blatant provocation. Determined to teach this human a lesson about the perils of the wild, it summoned white light in its arm and charged forward like a tank, raising its limb to deliver a crushing blow upon the Grass Tortoise. This is the arm hammer of the circle bear, and the Grass Seed Turtle is utilizing shell defense. Xiaoyun swiftly responds. Bang! The turtle retreats into its shell with remarkable speed, enduring the blow before the circle bear's arm descends. Yet the Grass Seed Turtle is still sent flying by the force of the impact. Roar. Witnessing its opponent being knocked away, the circle bear jubilantly lets out a victorious roar in place. What a pointless display of noise, akin to a foolish giant. The damage inflicted upon the Grass Seed Turtle, despite utilizing shell defense, is negligible. After slightly annoying the boisterous circle bear, Xiaoyun issues another command. Grass Seed Turtle, harness the momentum in the air to unleash Leaf Blade. The turtle peeks out from its shell, and upon receiving the command, it flicks its head, conjuring sharp leaves to strike at the circle bear. Clang, clang, clang. The Leaf Blade, bolstered by the wind, successfully strikes the circle bear, though the impact is not particularly significant, merely serving as a minor distraction. Excellent, just like that. Continue with Energy Ball, Xiaoyun continues. She understands the importance of a finishing blow, taking advantage of the circle bear's distraction from the Leaf Blade. She aims to deliver a punishing strike. The Grass Seed Turtle obediently gathers grass-type energy at the edge of its mouth, gradually forming a sphere the size of a soccer ball, which it then launches toward the circle bear. Boom. The circle bear, realizing the impending threat, prepares to deflect the energy ball with a cleave, yet the Grass Seed Turtle's aim is exceptionally cunning, targeting below with precision, striking directly at the opponent's knee. Ow! Another wave of damage inflicted. The energy ball causes the circle bear to wince in pain, causing it to kneel weakly. Capturing Pokémon is not a task to be rushed. It requires the application of various debuffs to gradually deplete their strength. Now is not the opportune moment for capture, and Xiaoyun continues to command. Seed Bomb. The Grass Seed Turtle obediently gathers a vibrant seed brimming with vitality and launches it toward the circle bear. Thus, still reeling from the energy ball, the circle bear finds itself ensnared by this shameless tactic employed by Xiaoyun, which siphons its vitality. Roar. The seed strikes the circle bear, releasing a multitude of vines that ensnare it, as the green light emanating from the vines relentlessly drains the circle bear's scant energy, leaving it only able to emit feeble roars. Xiaoyun, with a compassionate heart, cannot bear to see Pokémon in pain, and promptly reassures, "Just a moment, Circle Bear. You will soon be able to rest properly." Grass Seed Turtle unleashed the final energy ball. For the energy ball, the Circle Bear, still struggling against the vines, finds itself powerless to resist, merely watching as it approaches. With a thud, the energy ball explodes, and the Circle Bear collapses helplessly to the ground. In this battle, the Circle Bear feels utterly wronged. It had chased those two through nearly half a forest, and by the time it faced this turtle, its stamina was nearly depleted. Ultimately, it was worn down by Xiaoyun's kite-flying combat style. It is merely an ordinary turtle that the Circle Bear would typically overlook, yet the opponent refuses to engage directly, opting instead to exhaust it. How shameless. In this moment, the Circle Bear cannot help but shed tears of humiliation. Sigh. Go, Pokeball. As the Pokeball soared through the air, the round bear, Circle Bear, had relinquished all desire to resist, yearning instead to be captured and swiftly conclude this humiliating battle. Ding, ding, ding. With Circle Bear's compliance, the Pokeball quickly ceased its shaking, resting quietly upon the grass. Xiaoyun was truly impressive. He seemed so effortlessly commanding during the battle, with every directive yielding results. Circle Bear was no match for him at all. When I captured Roll Ears, it felt incredibly challenging. Ultimately, it was only after Bojamon learned a new skill in the heat of the moment that I succeeded. Watching from the sidelines, Xiaoguang observed in disbelief as the formidable Circle Bear was subdued solely by Xiaoyun's grass tortoise. Is this the caliber of a true trainer? Circle Bear, I have captured you. Upon seeing Circle Bear subdued, Xiaoyun, in a moment of youthful exuberance, couldn't help but strike a classic pose and exclaim loudly. Cough, cough. Wow. Xiaoyun, you are amazing. Xiaoguang was momentarily taken aback by Xiaoyun's dramatic pose, and as the air fell into a sudden silence, he hastily joined in applause with Bojamon. Xiaoguang, your reaction is rather slow. Awakened from his momentary daze by Xiaoguang's belated applause, Xiaoyun felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could someone as exceptional as he present himself in such a juvenile manner? It felt almost foolish. Achoo. On the other side of the forest, Ash sneezed, instinctively scanning his surroundings to ascertain whether Team Rocket was lurking nearby, as he had an unsettling feeling someone wished to harm his Pikachu. Chapter 33, The Gluttonous Nature of Circle Bear. Haha, I just thought your pose was utterly adorable. I truly meant no mockery. Noticing Xiaoyun's slight embarrassment, the considerate Xiaoguang sought to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, assuring him that he had indeed looked quite cool. By the way, Xiaoyun, how did you manage to capture that Circle Bear? It seems rather temperamental and not the type to obey easily. Don't worry, I have my methods. Just watch me handle it. Xiaoyun replied confidently, undeterred by the challenge posed by a mere bear. He promptly opened the Pokeball containing Circle Bear. Come out, Circle Bear. Roar. Upon seeing Xiaoyun, the bear was instantly displeased. Technically, it had already been defeated by him and now belonged to Xiaoyun. Yet the entire ordeal had been far too humiliating, and it now wished to ignore Xiaoyun. Crossing its arms defiantly. Hey, Big Bear, you seem quite unwilling to accept the situation, Xiaoyun remarked, understanding that despite having vanquished Circle Bear, its inherently fierce nature made it a challenge to command. He decided to engage it in conversation. Roar. Indeed, I am unwilling. Now let me ask you, were you not defeated by me in a fair confrontation? Xiaoyun posed his first soul-searching question. Roar. I suppose so. Circle Bear begrudgingly nodded, acknowledging the unpleasant tactics employed, yet it had indeed lost. Did I ambush you? Xiaoyun inquired again. Roar. No, not at all. The expression on the round bear's face was somewhat languid as it shook its head again. Did I engage in a group assault on you? It growled. Not at all. The round bear's voice diminished, and it shook its head once more. So, you are convinced now, aren't you? You can become my Pokémon, can't you? Little Yun felt that these words had touched the essence of the round bear's soul, believing that the matter would be settled. Growl. Absolutely not. Although the round bear found some merit in Little Yun's reasoning, it wondered why it should abandon its noble position as the king of the forest to toil as a trainer's Pokémon. Wasn't its own tree hollow far more appealing? Beasts shall never be enslaved. Very well, I must say, I admire your indomitable spirit. It appears that I may need to employ some tactics to persuade you. Ha ha ha. Witnessing the round bear's blatant disregard for his authority, little Yun resolved to unveil his ultimate weapon, intent on demonstrating who truly held power in this household. His tone inadvertently shifted, brimming with the impulse to embody the guardian spirit of the clouds. Growl. The round bear trembled at little Yun's sinister laughter, feeling an icy chill run down its spine, contemplating whether this human harbored any peculiar predilections. A seed of submission began to sprout within its heart. Little Yun, it's against the law to mistreat Pokémon. Even if the round bear is disobedient, we cannot resort to such measures. Little Guang observed little Yun's laughter, mistaking it for an indication that he intended to use force to subdue the round bear, and spoke with a tinge of reluctance. What nonsense is this? How could you even suggest such a thing? Upon hearing these words, little Yun bristled. He was indeed a fine youth of the new era. How could he ever contemplate the mistreatment of Pokémon? That would be utterly disgraceful. I would never do such a thing. This adorable bear deserves my affection, and I am not someone who mistreats Pokémon. Little Yun turned to little Guang, his expression earnest as he explained. Little Yun, you just let out such an odd laughter. Hearing little Yun's reassurances, little Guang felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had feared that he might act impulsively if the round bear proved unyielding. Little Yun took a moment to collect himself, acknowledging that he had nearly allowed his emotions to slip, almost leading to a misunderstanding with little Guang. Great Bear, I shall ask you one final time. Are you willing to join me as my Pokémon? Observing the round bear, the kind-hearted little Yun decided to grant the bear one last opportunity, for he did not wish to escalate matters to such extremes. Growl. In truth, the round bear's heart was already inclined to acquiesce. Even though little Yun had done nothing but laugh, it felt an unsettling fear. Yet, it resolutely shook its head. Little Yun had not anticipated that matters would reach this point. In that case, behold. He rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a canister of Pokémon food, opening it and placing it before the round bear. No need to look twice. This is all for you. Ark, respectfully noted. In the presence of such a scene, the bear, once proud and imposing, now gazed with an innocence reminiscent of a university student. The tantalizing aroma of Pokémon food wafted through the air, and its incredulous expression suggested that it was questioning whether the feast was truly meant for itself. Indeed, this was the latest Pokémon delicacy, highly coveted by trainers far and wide. If you accompany me, coaxed Xiaoyun, not only will all this be yours, but you'll also receive exclusive energy cubes tailored for your type every day. What do you say? Are you willing now? Observing the bear's astonishment at her persuasive tactics, Xiaoyun couldn't help but reflect on how the creature's ambitions were rather limited. Ultimately, their relationship had devolved into one of mutual benefit. Thus, she produced an even more enticing bait, the energy cubes, and brandished them enticingly before the bear. The bear nodded vigorously, drool almost escaping its mouth. It was now genuinely eager, internally chiding Xiaoyun for not revealing sooner that meals would be provided. If only I had known, I would have agreed without hesitation, instead of worrying incessantly. Then let us feast. You must be famished. All this is yours, Xiaoyun said with a smile, tossing the Pokémon food toward the bear. With undeniable hunger, the bear took a bite and was immediately dazzled, devouring the food with wild abandon. Slow down, dear bear, there's plenty more where that came from, Xiaoyun remarked, preparing to offer more, knowing that they could always procure additional supplies in the nearby city if necessary. Enough, there's still more, exclaimed the bear, its eyes sparkling with delight. How wondrous those words were. It felt as though it had struck gold. No wonder Pokémon willingly submitted to trainers. It was a shortcut to a better life, bypassing years of struggle. Had the bear been starving for an extended period? Its fervor for food certainly suggested so. Yet its gluttonous demeanor was surprisingly endearing. Xiaoguang, observing the bear's transformation under Xiaoyun's influence, found it less intimidating and approached boldly to gently pat its head. The bear instinctively considered resisting. After all, it was a proud sovereign of the forest, not one to be trifled with. However, the food in its mouth quelled its instincts, and it found itself lost in the moment, swaying its short tail in a delightful manner. The swiftness of this transformation was remarkable. Xiaoyun couldn't help but smile wryly. Just moments ago, this creature had exuded defiance, yet it adapted to its new role with surprising ease. Chapter 34. The Evolution Stone. Once the bear had finished its meal, the duo intended for it to lead them out of the enigmatic forest, leveraging its familiarity with the terrain. However, the bear shook its head. Initially, Xiaoyun feared that it might be abandoning them now that its hunger was satiated. She discreetly rested her hand on the Pokeball containing her Lizard King, ready to teach the bear a lesson. Yet, following the bear's gestures, they soon comprehended its intentions. The bear wished to make a stop at its home to collect some belongings before departing. Understanding this, Xiaoyun gently set down the Lizard King's Pokeball and followed the bear toward its cave. What Circle Bear was blissfully unaware of was that it had narrowly escaped a brutal encounter. Fortunately, Xiaoyun grasped its intentions and helped it avoid a potential catastrophe. After 2.5 hours had passed with the crowd dispersing, a young lad clad in purple wandered by, map in hand, murmuring to himself. According to the passers-by, there resided a formidable Pokémon here, yet after wandering for quite some time without an encounter, he decided it was best to head towards Black Gold City to challenge the gym. With no further leads, the boy tucked away his map and ventured out of the forest. At that moment, Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang had also been following Circle Bear for 25 hours and finally arrived at its tree hollow. "Is this your home, Big Bear?" Xiaoyun inquired, gazing at the expansive hollow. "Roar. Indeed, boss." Circle Bear had now completely succumbed to Xiaoyun's prowess, fully embracing its new identity. "Is it just you living here, Big Bear?" Xiaoyun wondered, suddenly imagining a scenario where a female Circle Bear resided within alongside 2 cubs. "Roar." Circle Bear nodded affirmatively, explaining that it was indeed alone. For as the saying goes, rulers are often solitary. A female bear would only steal its food, and one bear sufficed. "Xiaoyun, why do you always call Circle Bear Big Bear?" Xiaoguang asked, intrigued by the peculiar moniker that seemed to carry deeper significance. "Well, don't you find that name rather endearing? It sounds much more pleasant than simply calling it Circle Bear," Xiaoyun replied. In truth, she thought of a character from her previous life. A gentle giant known as Big Bear from One Piece, a man whose kindness belied his title as a tyrant. She wished for Circle Bear to embody that essence, not that she felt compelled to explain this to Xiaoguang. "That is indeed quite endearing," Xiaoguang nodded, dismissing any further thought, assuming it was merely one of Xiaoyun's unique preferences. "All right, Big Bear, how about you show us around your home?" Xiaoyun suggested to Circle Bear. "Roar. Sure thing, boss." "Oh, Big Bear, how long has it been since you tidied up? No wonder you can't find a girlfriend." As they entered the tree hollow, they were greeted by a sight of discarded fruit cores and assorted refuse, an odd scent wafting towards them, prompting Xiaoyun to cast a disdainful glance at Big Bear. What treasures lie hidden in your abode that warranted such a trek from the forest? The duo began to scrutinize the interior of the hollow, their curiosity piqued. "Roar." With uncontained excitement, Big Bear picked up a slightly spilled jar from the ground, eager to reveal its contents. To their delight, it was honey. No wonder it had led them here. Xiaoyun inspected the jar and inhaled its fragrance, quickly deducing its nature. Bears have a fondness for honey, and Pokémon are no exception. "What is in that hollow over there?" Xiaoguang noticed a smaller hollow adjacent to the main one. Her curiosity ignited. "Let me take a look." Following her lead, I approached with my flashlight to examine the collection within. A wooden basket brimmed with various berries caught my eye, and I curiously rummaged through it, exclaiming, "Surprisingly, there are a few sandal fruits and dragon pears." "Quite impressive, Bear," Xiaoyun complimented, patting the round bear's ample belly. "Ow." The round bear chuckled with a simple-minded grin upon receiving the praise. In truth, it could not discern the specific uses of these fruits. It had merely gathered some from other Pokémon in the forest and tossed them aside, consuming them when hunger struck. "Are these fruits particularly rare?" "You seem quite astonished, Xiaoyun," the girl inquired, observing the surprise on Xiaoyun's face. "Others are fairly common, available at regular Pokémon shops, but these 2 fruits are indeed somewhat uncommon. Consuming them can enhance one's speed and defensive capabilities. Furthermore, if these fruits are utilized as primary ingredients to create specialized energy cubes, the effects would be significantly amplified." Xiaoyun elaborated on the functions and benefits of the fruits, confirming their rarity. Addressing the round bear, she added, "Bear, once we step outside, I'll find an opportunity to transform these into delicious delicacies for you to savor." "Ow." The bear's eyes brightened, thumping its chest to convey, "Boss, these are all yours. I'm tired of these fruits. If you can concoct something more delectable, I'm all for it." If these fruits are indeed so remarkable, one wonders why the round bear would part with them. I suppose this simpleton does not even realize their value, treating them like ordinary fruits. After placing the fruits into their bag, the duo resumed their treasure hunting expedition. "Is this a megastone?" Xiaoyun unearthed a dark stone from beneath the cave, its edges emitting a faint glow. She cleared the dirt away with her hands, polishing it with a cloth. Upon closer inspection, the stone revealed a subtle purple hue, adorned with a colorful pattern radiating a gentle light. Xiaoyun, have you discovered something extraordinary again? Xiaoguang remarked. Noticing Xiaoyun's meticulous attention to the stone, sensing that it was no ordinary find. It must be a megastone. It enables fully evolved Pokémon to undergo another evolution. Xiaoyun did not conceal this from Xiaoguang, handing her the stone and explaining its significance. Wait, Pokémon can evolve again. Xiaoguang expressed disbelief at Xiaoyun's words, astonished that in the Sinnoh region, she had not encountered the possibility of further evolution. Xiaoyun earnestly elaborated. Indeed, when the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon reaches a certain threshold, and they each possess a keystone and a megastone, specific Pokémon can evolve once more, a phenomenon known as mega evolution. However, it is more prevalent in the Kalos region, which is why many here remain unaware. Although she was uncertain about the origin of this purple stone, whether it belonged to Gengar or perhaps another Pokémon, she noted that it did not resemble a Lizard King. With only one megastone and no keystone, it seemed prudent to keep it for now. The harvest in the bewildering forest was indeed plentiful this time. They had tamed a Teddy Ursa and fortuitously acquired a megastone, though it would have been even better had it been the megastone for a Sceptile. Observing the time, Xiaoyun turned to Xiaoguang and Teddy Ursa, stating, "All right, we should be all set to depart. Let us hope to exit this forest before dusk." Absolutely. Roar. Chapter 35. The development of Teddy Ursa. After traversing the bewildering forest and securing Teddy Ursa, the duo found themselves ever closer to their destination, Jiqing City. On a sunlit morning, after enjoying breakfast with their Pokémon, they commenced their training regimen for the day. Sceptile, no need for excessive words. Simply continue with your daily exercises. I shall find you a worthy opponent to help you break your limits in due course. Turtwig, your task today remains focused on refining your skill execution. During the previous battle against the Ursaring, your speed was somewhat lacking. The aim now is to reduce the energy ball's release time to under 5 seconds. Xiaoyun, embodying the role of a strict instructor, organized the two Pokémon before directing her gaze towards Teddy Ursa. And as for you, Ursaring. Roar. Boss. What is your command? Feeling Xiaoyun's gaze upon it, Teddy Ursa immediately stood tall, its eyes resolute, as if pledging allegiance. Relax, there's no need to be tense. I won't harm you. Please, have a seat so we can converse. Xiaoyun admired Teddy Ursa's demeanor, contrary to the reputation of being hot-tempered and difficult to train. She found it rather endearing. Indeed, rumors can be misleading, she mused. Roar. No worries, boss, I think this is quite fine. Teddy Ursa shook its head earnestly, indicating its preference for standing, primarily because it believed Xiaoyun was merely a wealthy benefactor, having previously compromised for the sake of sustenance. It feigned compliance before planning to settle the score with Turtwig later. If it couldn't best Xiaoyun, surely it could contend with Turtwig. Later, during dinner, upon encountering Sceptile, Teddy Ursa's instincts honed from outdoor training warned it that it was no match for the green lizard before it. Should it engage, it would likely be soundly defeated, to the point of being unrecognizable by its mother. Moreover, it noted how Sceptile seemed to heed Xiaoyun's words without question, indicative of their strong bond, leaving it resigned to its fate. Now, let me observe the skills you possess, Xiaoyun said, retrieving her Pokédex to examine Teddy Ursa. Teddy Ursa, the Dormouse Pokémon ability, Grit type, normal known skills, Glare, Lick, Scratch, Cut, Hammer Arm, Brick Break, Feint Attack, Bulk Up, Rest, Snore, Strength, Hyper Beam. Overall strength, Gym Face. In summary, as a wild Pokémon, Teddy Ursa's skill set and capabilities were commendable, had it not been for the exhaustion caused by the trio. Even Turtwig's small stature would not have been sufficient to withstand a single blow from it. The ability Grit was indeed a hallmark of the Teddy Ursa lineage. Perseverance. Pokémon possessing this trait experience a 50-point increase in attack when in any abnormal state, excluding fainting. If afflicted by a burn, their attack disregards the burn effect and reverts to its original value of 50. After careful contemplation, Xiaoyun devised a training regimen for her bear Pokémon, addressing it with utmost seriousness. Come, dear bear, allow me to outline your training plan. For now, I require you to master skills such as Rock Block and Spike Attack, thereby expanding your repertoire of abilities. Once you have honed these skills, I will proceed with the next phase of your training. Here is the instructional video for Rock Block. Your task today is to watch it attentively and endeavor to practice it gradually. Go ahead. With a firm understanding of its current situation, the bear Pokémon recognized its deficiency in ranged attacks, which had rendered it vulnerable to the grass Turtwig's antics. It obediently grasped the instructional video from the Pokédex and began to study it earnestly. The video depicted a Torterra gathering energy beneath its feet, unleashing colossal boulders upon its adversary from the sky. Observing the bear Pokémon's diligence, Xiaoguang nodded in approval, acknowledging its potential. It was no wonder that Shinji had taken an interest in it. For the time being, Xiaoguang decided to allow the bear Pokémon to enhance its range of attacks before focusing on more targeted development. Regarding evolution, the bear Pokémon is indeed capable of evolving. If memory serves correct, in the Ursaring region, it can evolve into a Lunatone using a peat block during a full moon. This evolution significantly enhances its size, stamina, and offensive capabilities. Yet, the question remains, where can one procure a peat block? The Ursaring region, once known as the ancient Sinnoh, was inhabited by the early humans. Referred to as ancient Sinnoh people around 10,000 to 20,000 years ago. These ancient inhabitants revered Arceus and constructed the ancient ruins of Ursaring, such as the ruins of Remembrance and the Snow Peak Temple. An ancient hero, alongside 10 Pokémon from Ursaring, received Arceus's blessing to collect tablets in order to find and challenge Arceus. To honor these 10 Pokémon, which are now the various ancient species, the ancient people venerated them on battlefields and erected statues of them atop the Crown Mountain in the Sinnoh Temple. At the dawn of the Ursaring region, the town of Shinha emerged, home to the Shinha people. However, the ancient town of Shinha eventually faded away, its residents dispersed. There are also whispers that the ancient Pokémon did not endure because their appearance was deemed too unappealing, leading to a lack of mates willing to reproduce with them, ultimately resulting in their extinction. For the bear Pokémon to evolve, traversing through time and space would be necessary, a feat only achievable by Dialga or Palkia. Unfortunately, both are elusive and difficult to communicate with, posing a significant challenge. Meanwhile, as Xiaoguang pondered these matters, her counterpart Xiaoguang was experiencing a rather tumultuous training session. Chapter 36, Xiaoguang's Special Training Moment. Bojamin, leap and unleash the bubble beam. Xiaoguang, brimming with enthusiasm, instructed Bojamin as they engaged in rigorous training. Bojamin. Upon hearing the command, Bojamin soared into the sky, emitting a soft, blue bubble beam from its mouth. Excellent. Maintain the bubble beam and let your body spin. Xiaoguang continued to direct Bojamin, envisioning a flawless display of swirling bubble beams in midair, akin to the dazzling Milky Way, with countless pearls glimmering in the sky, radiating enchanting light. In reality, however, the bubble beam was wildly scattered. Rather than resembling the galaxy, it bore more resemblance to a meteor shower, with bubbles bursting haphazardly everywhere. Bojamin. The creature felt disoriented as it spun in the air, succumbing to dizziness, losing control of its technique, and plummeting down. Now, it felt as though its legs were floating. It's all right, Bojamin. We were so close to succeeding. Let us try once more. Xiaoguang, refusing to give up, encouraged Bojamin. Bojamin, bolstered by the encouragement, the beleaguered creature stood up, shook its head, and resumed training. Once more, Bojamin. Use bubble beam. Bojamin. The outcome was, why is it like this again? We've failed several times today. How can we possibly participate in the grand contest like this? What's wrong, Xiaoguang? Is the training not going smoothly? Hearing the commotion, Xiaoguang approached to inquire about Xiaoguang's training progress. Sighing, Xiaoguang explained, I initially intended for Bojamin to rotate in the air while using bubble beam around itself. Then execute a peck attack to burst all the bubbles, finishing with a water gun as it landed. Upon Xiaoyun's arrival, Xiaoguang shared her thoughts, hoping to exchange ideas. That's a splendid concept. Such a performance should definitely suffice for the preliminaries of the grand contest, Xiaoyun remarked after contemplating the idea, recognizing its merit, especially for a novice trainer. Xiaoyao, during her debut, was still spinning plates. Exactly. That's what I was thinking, but there's a current issue. Xiaoguang nodded in agreement, then expressed her concerns about Bojamin's predicament to Xiaoyun, realizing that without addressing this issue, their plans were futile. Bojamin. Even Bojamin felt a touch of embarrassment, sensing it was a burden to Xiaoguang. I believe I understand. In simple terms, if we can overcome Bojamin's dizziness, we should be fine. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyan articulated a rough idea to Xiaoguang. That's right, Xiaoguang affirmed with a nod. Leave it to me. Give me a bit of time, and I'll help you resolve this issue. A smile graced Xiaoyan's face as he formulated a plan, although it might involve some challenges. It was all for Bojamin's benefit. How will you solve it? Xiaoguang inquired, intrigued by Xiaoyan's proposed solution. In a moment, you will see, everyone. Let us pause our training for a while. Pojamin requires everyone's assistance. Xiaoyan, do you think this is feasible? Xiaoguang glanced at Pojamin, who was perched upon the back of the grass tortoise, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes, fearing that it might be overwhelmed. How can we know unless we try? A great person once proclaimed that the most effective way to conquer fear is to confront it. And this is also to facilitate quicker acclimatization. Surely, a child as resilient and brave as Pojamin would not succumb to fear. Wouldn't you agree, Pojamin? Xiaoyan wore a mischievous grin, beginning to flatter Pojamin, intending to coax the creature into compliance before addressing the rest. Pojamin, indeed. How could Pojamin ever admit to fear? The momentary apprehension that had adorned its face vanished, replaced by an aura of invincibility. It would never succumb to fear. Very well then, Pojamin, do your best. Observing that both the trainer and the trainee were in accord, Xiaoguang fell silent, dutifully standing by to cheer for the duo. Xiaoyan then proceeded to assign tasks to the gathered Pokémon. Grass Tortoise, on the count of 3, prepare to withdraw into your shell. The grass tortoise nodded obediently, signaling its understanding. Big Bear, you shall strike the shell of the grass tortoise with all your might, prompting it to spin. Wait, hold on. Put down that tile-breaking technique. I instructed you to strike with vigor, not to deliver a fatal blow. This is training. Personal grudges must not interfere here. The round bear, somewhat regretful, clicked its tongue before reluctantly relinquishing the tile it had prepared to break. Lizard King, you are swift. Ensure everyone's safety. Upon hearing this, Lizard King nodded, clutching a twig, confident that chaos would not ensue with its presence. Is everyone clear? Tortoise, roar. All right, 1, 2, 3. Commence. Bang. The grass tortoise withdrew into its shell, and the round bear struck fiercely, causing the shell to spin wildly, while Pojamin atop it cried out in frantic dismay. Yet the speed was too great for it to let go. It could only cling on for dear life. Pojamin, do not fear. Remember to utilize Bubble Beam. Xiaoyan shouted encouragingly at Pojamin. Pojamin. Dizzily, Pojamin could hardly comprehend Xiaoyan's words, but rationality dictated that it must not release its grip, otherwise it would be flung away. Pojamin, after the first rotation, Pojamin staggered down from the shell, as if its legs no longer belonged to it, gazing at the sky in bewilderment, wondering how one could see stars in broad daylight. Fortunately, after a 5-minute respite, another attempt would ensue. Xiaoyan, perceiving that Pojamin was holding up fairly well, smiled at it reassuringly. Pojamin, upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, turned in disbelief, as if struck by lightning, incredulously pondering how she discerned its well-being. In Pojamin's eyes, Xiaoyan's smile appeared more terrifying than that of a demon. Xiaoyan, perhaps Pojamin should rest a bit longer. I fear it may not withstand this strain. Little Guang observed the pitiful state of Pojamin and began to persuade Xiaoyan to consider reducing the intensity of the training. Pojamin fervently nodded in agreement, utterly exhausted. That bear had undoubtedly been deliberate in its swift movements, leaving Pojamin feeling as though its head were no longer its own. Alas, the indulgence of a benevolent mother often leads to the downfall of her child. How could one afford to be soft-hearted in such moments? This household would inevitably crumble without him. In critical times, he must rise to the occasion. Subsequently, Xiaoyan addressed Little Guang, saying, Little Guang, please wait aside for a moment. I shall have a heart-to-heart with Pojamin. Leave this to me. Chapter 37. The Ascendance of Pojamin. Results of Special Training. Xiaoyan approached Pojamin, crouching down to offer it some comforting soup, attempting to uplift its spirits. Gazing into Pojamin's eyes, she coaxed, Little Pojamin, do you not wish to conquer your fears and be the first Pokémon to grace the stage alongside Little Guang? Pojamin nodded, its heart yearning to be the first on stage, yet it felt a wave of dizziness. Turning around left it disoriented. Splendid, Xiaoyan smiled, nodding affirmatively, ready to dismantle the little penguin's mental barriers step by step. Consider this, Pojamin, this is Little Guang's inaugural appearance at the grand competition. As his initial Pokémon, can you bear the thought of not being present at such a pivotal moment? Pojamin pondered the memory of Little Guang's debut performance, where only Jujuer accompanied him on stage, dancing gracefully together. It shook its head. No, such a scenario must not transpire. Xiaoyun continued to instill resolve in Bojamin. Reflect once more, Bojamin. If Jujuer performs splendidly and assists Little Guang in this debut, what will become of you, who struggles even with training? Beyond being Little Guang's initial Pokémon, what advantages do you possess? Bojamin envisioned a future where it would only watch from the sidelines as Little Guang and Jujuer flourished, feeling increasingly distant from them. Was this not akin to abandonment? Seeing the moment was ripe, Xiaoyun delivered her final exhortation, calling out loudly, Bojamin, surely, you do not wish to see disappointment etched on your trainer's face? Bojamin, absolutely not. The thought of Little Guang gazing at it with disappointment ignited a fire within Bojamin. Its pride would not permit such a thing to occur, and it was determined to eradicate that possibility at its inception. Instructor Yun shouted at Bojamin, then what are you waiting for? Tell me, what must you do now? Bojamin, train hard. Then hurry and get to it. Bojamin, yes, instructor. With that, Bojamin took the initiative, climbing onto the back of the Turtwig to commence training. Initially unsteady, after several spins and tumbles, it gradually learned to release Bubble Beam during the rotation. Instructor Yun nodded, pleased, and remarked to Little Guang, who wore a sympathetic expression, you see, the results are immediate. But this must be quite difficult for Bojamin, replied Little Guang. Xiaoguang understood that Xiaoyun was right. Yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern as he watched Bojamin fall repeatedly only to rise again. It is often said that only those who have bled from their fingers can play the most exquisite melodies in the world. Only through hellish trials can one possess the strength to create paradise. Bojamin had mustered enough courage. It had dared to confront its own weaknesses. All that remained was for Xiaoguang to live up to its expectations and flawlessly execute this performance on stage alongside it. As he witnessed Bojamin rise once more from the ground, Xiaoguang clenched his fists, reflecting his inner resolve and unwavering focus on their goal. His eyes shimmering with determination. He nodded affirmatively, I will not let Bojamin's efforts be in vain. After a grueling morning of rigorous training and the relentless efforts of the little penguin, they finally succeeded in overcoming fear and unleashed the spinning bubble beam in the afternoon. Bojamin leaped onto the back of the grass turtle, performing a 360-degree spin in midair, releasing waves of pale blue bubbles that encircled it like a galaxy in the starry sky. In that moment, Xiaoguang was left utterly captivated. You did it, Bojamin. You have finally overcome your weaknesses. Seeing Bojamin masterfully execute the spinning bubble beam, Xiaoguang beamed with joy, offering heartfelt praise. Yet Bojamin was not finished. A brilliant blue light erupted from its body as swirling water coalesced between its tiny wings, growing ever larger with the resonance of Bojamin's voice, transforming into a colossal whirlpool hovering above its head. At last, Bojamin could no longer contain it and propelled the whirlpool forward. This was the tide vortex. Xiaoguang, observing Bojamin's move, consulted his Pokédex. Tide vortex. While traversing water, it can overcome obstructing whirlpools, ensnaring the target in a binding state. Pokémon caught in this state will continuously suffer damage and cannot escape. If the target is submerged, the power is doubled. Xiaoyun nodded with satisfaction. This little penguin indeed possessed some talent, having not only overcome its weaknesses, but also further comprehended the tide vortex. You're incredible, Bojamin. You've even learned a new move. Xiaoguang exclaimed joyfully. Bojamin proudly lifted its small head, playfully asserting its prowess, for it was indeed Bojamin, the star of Xiaoguang's team. Isn't it just about having hands? At that moment, Xiaoyun turned to Lizard King and the others, seemingly sensing Bojamin's gaze. She smiled at Bojamin and said, well done, Bojamin. You have not disappointed your trainer. Upon hearing this, Bojamin appeared to have completed a significant task and fainted, darkness enveloping its vision. Bojamin, it's all right. It's merely exhausted and will awaken shortly. It has shown remarkable resilience to endure until now. Xiaoguang silently took Bojamin from Xiaoyun's hands and cradled it gently. The two concluded their training for the day and made their way back to the camp. In the evening, Bojamin stirred awake, and Xiaoguang promptly provided it with water and Pokémon food he had prepared. After the two individuals and their Pokémon concluded their evening meal, the bustling day drew to a close. The tranquility of the night afforded them ample opportunity for rest, recharging their spirits for the new day ahead. With their belongings neatly packed in the morning, they commenced their journey. The trees flanking the road became increasingly sparse, revealing the silhouette of the city ahead, Zhuqing City. Their intended destination. Chapter 38. The Task of the Pokémon Watch. Zhuqing City, constructed by residents of the neighboring Heijin City, is perched atop a hollowed mountain. The city boasts an extensive network of roads. To the north, Route 204 leads to Yuan Town. To the south, Route 202 connects to Jinsha Town. To the east, Route 203 extends to Heijin City. And to the west, Route 218 leads to Shuemai City. It stands as the technological epicenter of the Sinnoh Region and is the largest city within it, often referred to as the City of Happiness, where people congregate in abundance. A bustling urban landscape unfolds before them, characterized by towering skyscrapers and shimmering neon lights, with an array of architectural styles harmoniously interspersed along the streets. Crowds of people and Pokémon navigate the wide thoroughfares, while a steady flow of traffic courses through the lanes. Finally, they had arrived in the city. A journey fraught with challenges. "I need to tend to my hair before we indulge in some fun," Xiaoguang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she marveled at the modernity surrounding her, reflecting on the hardships endured over the past fortnight. "Indeed. But we must first visit the Pokémon Center to organize our things and register you for the grand contest," Xiaoyun reminded her friend. Despite her own excitement about the city, "What are we waiting for? Your Pokémon have fully recovered," and Miss Xiaoguang. "Your registration for the grand contest has been successfully submitted. I wish you the best of luck," Nurse Joy greeted them with her signature smile. "Thank you, Nurse Joy. Let us head to the mall. I've heard they sell the latest Pokémon watches here. Come on." Xiaoguang was eager to purchase the newest model, having long coveted the one featured in the magazine. "Sounds good. I need to replenish my supplies anyway," Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly, viewing the watch as a rather trivial item. He was more inclined to request Professor Yamanashi for a Trollumpox Dex instead, which he deemed far more useful. "My apologies," the young woman at the counter said, her hands clasped together in a gesture of regret. "Really? We finally made it here, and there is none left?" Xiaoguang's face fell in disappointment upon hearing the news. After all, acquiring such a Pokémon watch was no simple feat. Had they not fortuitously passed through Zhuqing City during this release, she would have likely missed out entirely. Yet, the watch was so tantalizingly close, only for it to elude her grasp now. What terrible luck. "Indeed, madam, I sincerely apologize." The young lady once again bowed and apologized to them, her demeanor exuding sincerity, clearly indicating that there was no alternative. Observing the equally helpless shop assistant, Xiaoyun turned to comfort Xiaoguang. "Let us forget it for now, Xiaoguang. Let us leave, and perhaps we can make a purchase next time." "Oh, very well." Xiaoguang sighed, feeling a twinge of regret, as she too felt quite helpless in this situation. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, the two planned to continue their training. They had barely begun when a young boy appeared before them, accompanied by a small blue-black cat, the initial form of the Rhyhorn. Known as Meowth, the boy approached Xiaoyun and politely inquired, "Hello, big brother, are you a trainer? I have some questions about trainers. Would you like to join me in an activity? I know where the clown is, and you can handle the questions." After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyun recalled the existence of such an event, though the specifics had slipped his mind. Nevertheless, since it was merely a question-and-answer format, he decided to give it a try. "It's all right, big brother. Just do your best. Regardless of the outcome, I will reward you," the boy exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Xiaoyun's agreement. "Then I'm all set." Xiaoyun nodded, thinking that it would be an entertaining outing, akin to a fun day at an amusement park. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiaoyun, and this is my partner, Xiaoguang." Xiaoyun then introduced himself to the boy. "Hello there, little friend." Xiaoguang greeted the boy warmly, finding his outgoing nature quite amusing. It was then that the boy realized he had forgotten to introduce himself in his eagerness to complete his father's task. "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiaoyan, and this is my partner, Meowth." He quickly lifted Meowth to present it. Xiaoyun chuckled and nodded, recognizing that while the boy spoke with a certain maturity, he was still very much a child. "Haha, no worries. Let us go then. Please lead the way." "No problem. Just follow me," Xiaoyan replied, and the trio followed his lead. After a while, they arrived at a narrow alley beside a CAF, where a mysterious figure donned in a clown costume awaited them. "Ah, trainers here to challenge me. Are you prepared to face my test?" the clown exclaimed in an enigmatic tone, reminiscent of a river deity. Yes, we are ready." Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang exchanged skeptical glances. questioning the reliability of this encounter. After seeing Zhao Yun nod, they felt reassured. Then please listen to the first question. How are the colors of the sea slug differentiated? By region, blue represents the East Sea, while pink represents the West Sea. Now, please name 2 abilities that can enhance speed under specific weather conditions. Initially, Xiao Yun had anticipated an absurd question, but upon realizing that the inquiries pertained to standard trainer knowledge, he felt a wave of relief. The Mosquito Incense Frog evolves into the Mosquito Incense Frog King with the aid of the King of Honor. Big brother, how impressive. Chapter 39, A Gift. Indeed, Xiao Yun. You are quite quick. Ha ha, I have a bit of understanding. After all, he is somewhat of a disciple of Dr. Yamanashi. He possesses this foundational knowledge. To truly perplex him, one would have to ask him to compose a paper on the spot. The two then followed Xiao Yun as they continued their search for the next clown. After 2.5 hours, Xiao Yun inquired, "Is this sufficient? I'm truly sorry. Big brother, I am merely assisting my father. Now that you have completed your task, allow him to speak with you." Xiao Yun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, bowed in apology to the two and stepped back while cradling the little cat monster. "Where is your father?" Xiao Yun began to look around for Zhao Yun's father, but noticed that the passers-by did not seem inclined to approach them, prompting her to ask Xiao Yun again. "I'm here." Suddenly, the clown beside them spoke up. He then removed his clown mask, revealing a middle-aged face in his 30s. "What on earth?" Xiao Yun was startled by the sudden appearance of this middle-aged man. "Ha ha ha, my apologies, young brother, for startling you. My name is Xiaodun, the general manager of the Pokémon Watch Company, and I am also Xiao Yun's father. Xiao Yun has been under your care today." Xiaodun recognized his previous lack of courtesy and bowed in apology to the two, then explained the purpose of his actions. "The situation is this. Our Pokémon Watch Company is currently seeking exceptional trainers to assist us in completing some functionality tests. Xiao Yun is eager to help me and has come out to recruit people. I hope you do not take offense. My son, and I mean no harm. Have you been here all along?" "Indeed, that is correct. I have been here the entire time. Is there something you wish to ask?" Upon receiving confirmation, Xiao Yun thought to herself, "So, you've been here all along. That means the 3 clowns were all you, right? Why not just ask directly? Instead, you had them wandering around Zhuqing City. Do you not mind the exertion?" "It's nothing at all. You mentioned something about tests?" "Yes, due to some peculiar individuals. One of the features we developed in our Pokémon Watch is not yet fully functional, which is why we are using this method to select outstanding trainers to assist us in updating the Pokémon Watch. You cannot be relying solely on questions to filter out excellent trainers, can you?" Xiao Yun expressed her skepticism, for relying purely on questions seemed rather unreliable. A trainer's worth should primarily be determined by their strength. I understand that this method may not be perfect and has its shortcomings, but our company's current financial situation does not allow us the means to verify each trainer's strength through battles, Xiaodun replied, feeling helpless in response to Xiao Yun's inquiry. He found himself in a predicament, for the resources at his disposal were limited, and his company lacked the capacity to recruit a multitude of trainers to evaluate the candidates. Thus, he was left with no choice but to resort to this alternative approach. "Well, you have a point," he conceded. "If that is the case, we should consider ourselves successfully selected. What are the next steps for me? Just to clarify, we will not be conducting any experiments on Pokémon bodies." Listening to Zhao Dun's explanation, Xiao Yun recognized the validity of his arguments. After all, any competent trainer would possess solid theoretical knowledge, and their abilities were unlikely to be severely lacking, except, perhaps, for Ash. No. Our company is a legitimate enterprise registered with the League. We possess the necessary permits. We would never engage in such experiments." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dun was quick to assure him, gesturing emphatically that their company was indeed reputable. As the esteemed general manager, he would not stoop to such actions, even amidst staffing shortages. "Based on the recent assessment, I believe you to be an exemplary trainer, perfectly aligned with our company's ideal candidate profile. This is a watch developed by our company, and I would like to offer it to you free of charge. We will provide you with a manual. All you need to do is send us the results of your usage via the watch's email during your travels." In Zhao Dun's eyes, Xiao Yun was undoubtedly a trainer with potential. Establishing a rapport with such a trainer would be mutually beneficial, allowing for the completion of corporate tasks while fostering valuable connections, a true win-win situation. Of course, in addition to the Pokémon watches, we have other forms of compensation to offer. We will not leave you without reward for your efforts. Noticing Xiao Yun's lingering hesitation, Xiao Dun presented an additional incentive, promptly interrupting Xiao Yun's contemplation. All right then. Initially uncertain, Xiao Yun readily agreed upon hearing Xiao Dun's promise of increased remuneration. Excellent. Please follow me. There are a few important details we need to discuss. The two followed Xiao Dun and his son, Xiao Yin, into the Pokémon Watch Company's headquarters. Approximately an hour later, they emerged, each sporting a stylish Pokémon watch. Xiao Yun's was black, while Xiaoguang's was pink, complementing their respective tastes beautifully. Xiaoguang cradled an egg incubator in her arms, containing a Pokémon egg adorned with a striking white exterior and intersecting blue stripes. Mr. Xiao Dun, this is where we part ways. Rest assured, I will uphold my end of the agreement. We will take good care of the Pokémon egg, Xiao Yun said as they stepped outside. Their conversation had been quite pleasant. Not only had they each received a Pokémon watch, but they also received a Pokémon egg as an additional reward, which left him thoroughly satisfied. Xiao Dun chuckled heartily. Having developed a favorable impression of the refined young man during their discourse, he was confident in his judgment. This young individual was undoubtedly a remarkable trainer. Sister Xiaoguang, since Dad is busy, I can accompany you. I will definitely be there to watch your match tomorrow, cheering for you from the audience alongside the older brother. Xiao Yin exclaimed, dashing out from behind his father to address Xiaoguang. He often enjoys watching Pokémon competitions, so naturally, he was delighted to see familiar faces this time. Thank you all, I will certainly give my best in this competition, Xiaoguang said as he bowed while holding the Pokémon egg, assuring them that he would not disappoint. Chapter 40. The Grand Contest commences the following day. The Grand Contest commenced as scheduled. As a prominent city in the Sinnoh Region, the scale of the event in Jubilife City was undeniably grand. By morning, numerous trainers and spectators flocked towards the stadium hosting the contest. After breakfast, Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang, carrying their competition outfits, set off shortly thereafter. Xiaoguang, are you ready yet? Not yet, just give me a moment. Come on, Xiaoguang, how much longer? Don't rush her. It naturally takes a bit longer for a girl to change her clothes. In the backstage area of the Grand Contest, Xiaoyun leaned against the wall outside the changing room with Pachima, feeling somewhat bored as they fidgeted with their hands, occasionally inquiring about Xiaoguang inside. Whoever said girls are only terrifying when shopping clearly has no idea. Changing clothes and putting on makeup can be just as time-consuming. Pachima agreed. Amid the boredom, as Xiaoyun was even contemplating giving herself a manicure using her teeth, the changing room door suddenly swung open. Xiaoguang emerged, adorned in her splendid gown. She twirled elegantly, lifting her skirt, and exclaimed, "Tada! The most beautiful contestant of the Grand Contest has arrived. How do I look, Xiaoyun?" "Beautiful, absolutely stunning, my princess." Xiaoguang's appearance left Xiaoyun momentarily speechless, her gaze fixated on that exquisite face as she stammered. At that moment, Xiaoguang was not wearing her usual white hat. Her blue hair was tied into a high ponytail, secured with yellow hairpins on either side. A red bow tie adorned her neck, and she had exchanged her short skirt for an elegant long gown, cinched at the waist with a bow. On her feet were pink low-heeled shoes, making her truly appear like a princess. Hee, thank you for your compliments, my knight. Now, my princess, may I escort you to the contestant waiting room? Xiaoyun extended her hand slightly, bowing gracefully. Of course, Xiaoguang replied happily, reaching out to accept her hand. Pachima followed behind. Observing the two and thinking how delightful their camaraderie was, it wished to join in such fun. On their way to the waiting room, Xiaoyun noticed a figure with a yellow rodent perched on one shoulder and a purple monkey on the other, which combined must weigh around 20 pounds. Remarkably, the individual appeared unfazed, casually chatting with someone nearby. Who could this formidable person be? Xiaoyun, Xiaoguang, it's great to see you again. The figure turned around, cheerfully greeting the two. Ah, it's Ash. By the way, shouldn't you be challenging the gym? What brings you to the Grand Contest? Xiaoyun smiled as she returned Ash's greeting. As I pondered, I realized it had to be you. After all, who else but you, the newcomer from True New Town, could so calmly showcase these two Pokémon? You see, the long-tailed monkey wishes to participate in a performance, and fortuitously, the Jubilife City is hosting a Grand Contest. So I brought it along to compete. Ash displayed the long-tailed monkey perched on his shoulder to Dawn, who observed the little creature excitedly waving at them. Oh, that is splendid. Exploring various competition styles is indeed a commendable endeavor. However, do remember to prioritize gym battles. Don't stray from your path, Dawn advised Ash. Eyeing the mischievous monkey, which had a penchant for grand contests and even demonstrated remarkable prowess alongside Jesse's team. Excuse me for interrupting your conversation, but it appears you are not a coordinator trainer, a girl interjected, clad in a European gentleman's tailcoat, with striking yellow hair and a rather dashing demeanor that, upon closer inspection, could easily be mistaken for a young boy. Ah yes, I am a battling trainer aspiring to become a Pokémon master, and my participation in the grand contest is merely to fulfill the long-tailed monkey's desires, Ash responded. In that case, I must insist that you refrain from participating next time, she stated firmly. Oh, Ash attempted to clarify, but the girl gestured towards Dawn and May before striding away, leaving him without a chance to explain. That girl is rather haughty. Now I feel compelled to enter this competition, Dawn remarked, observing the girl's retreating figure. Although she recognized the girl's point, the tone of her voice was irksome, igniting a desire to teach her a lesson. Well, you know, Satoshi, that girl is quite nice. She recently helped me with my bow tie in the dressing room, May interjected. Perhaps her assertive demeanor stems from the grand contest holding a significant place in her heart, leaving no room for frivolity. Ah, I see. She appears to be rather rigid in her character, Dawn mused, not wanting to undermine May's opinion, concluding that the girl might fear being overshadowed by others' success. Furthermore, the organizers of the grand contest have not opposed trainers participating, so why the fuss? Enough of this. I'm heading to the audience area to cheer for you both, she declared. Turning to Ash, who seemed lost in contemplation due to the girl's words, she encouraged Satoshi. I'm off now. Don't let others' opinions weigh you down. Just be yourself and compete wholeheartedly. May, don't be afraid and don't feel nervous. Just unleash your true potential. You will shine brightly on that stage, and I will always be there to support you, Dawn said, gently embracing May. In a swift motion, she departed the waiting room before May could respond. Thank you, Dawn. May felt her earlier anxiety dissipate with Dawn's encouraging words. Smiling in the direction of her friend's exit, her heart brimming with gratitude. Chapter 41. The dazzling performance of Bao Xiaoyun and the contestants within the vibrant arena. The illustrious host, Bayan, addressed the audience and spectators to elaborate on the competition's rules. Greetings, everyone. I am your host, Bayan. Today, I have the honor of presiding over this celebratory event. It appears that the audience's spirits are exceptionally high today. He continued. Allow me to introduce our esteemed judges for today's competition, Director Konkensi, Mr. Su Muzwa, and Miss Qiao E from Celebration City. Let us extend a warm welcome. As Bayan's voice resonated, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, creating an electrifying atmosphere that engulfed the entire venue. Now, let us welcome our first contestant, Mei Yu. Hailing from Celebration City, a girl accompanied by an EV took to the stage to showcase her performance. Meanwhile, in the audience, Xiaoyan was still searching for his seat when he spotted Xiaoyan waving at him. Big brother, over here. Xiaoyan approached Xiaoyan and inquired, how's it going? Your sister Xiaoguang hasn't come out yet, has she? That's good. This venue is quite large. I had a hard time finding my way around. Xiaoyan exhaled, somewhat vexed. When I just stepped out from backstage, the crowd overwhelmed me, and I couldn't find my seat. Fortunately, I saw you. By the way, big brother, why do you have 4 tickets when it's just the 2 of us? Xiaoyan, puzzled, thought Xiaoyan would bring several friends along, but it turned out he was alone. Hee. Those are for our cheerleading squad. Xiaoyan replied with a mysterious smile as he released his Pokémon, Kun Xiong and Xiao Miao Gui, from their Pokeballs. Come on, Kun and Xiao Miao, let's cheer. Roared Gui. The enthusiasm was palpable as Xiaoyan instructed them to don their cheering gear. Put these on. When Xiaoguang comes out, we need to cheer loudly, understood? Before Kun Xiong and Xiao Miao Gui could respond, Xiaoyan rummaged through his backpack and produced an array of cheering props. Xiao Miao Gui wore a decorative headpiece with flowers, while Kun Xiong held up a sign proclaiming, Xiaoguang, you are the best. Even the little Meowth and Xiaoyan found themselves holding cheering sticks. Last night, I suggested to Lizard King that it should join in, but it absolutely refused, Xiaoyan mused, believing the proud creature was merely shy. I felt sorry for it, so I agreed to its request. Lizard King, in a huff, thought to itself, what about my pride? I'm Lizard King. You want me to wear a floral garland and hold a sign? That's no different than asking me to embarrass myself in public. Xiaoyan, somewhat bewildered, observed Xiaoyun, who was enthusiastically assembling his cheering gear, alongside the somewhat disenchanted Kun Xiong and the resigned Xiao Miao Gui. He glanced at the cheering sticks that had somehow appeared in his hands. How about that? Isn't it quite impressive? Xiaoyun exclaimed, raising his cheering sticks. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's question, he gleefully inquired if his gear was cool. Yes, indeed. Xiaoyun, now feeling a twinge of regret for watching the competition with this exuberant companion, had anticipated more insightful commentary, but found himself socially awkward instead. Just then, host Bian announced a familiar name. Please welcome our fifth contestant, Xiaoguang from Chiefeng City. As I observed Xiaoguang, elegantly clad in a formal evening gown, unleashing a dream demon, the seamless execution of shadow clone, strange light, and electromagnetic wave in perfect harmony showcased the remarkable prowess of a seasoned coordinator. How captivating. The recent performance of that dream demon was truly impressive. The audience's enthusiastic response attested to the spectacle's ability to capture their attention. Ultimately, the performance garnered unanimous acclaim from the three judges, achieving a commendable score of 293, temporarily securing the top position. Astonishingly, all three judges awarded scores exceeding 29, indicating the high level of professionalism displayed by contestant Xiaoguang. We extend our gratitude for the splendid performance she delivered. Now, let us welcome the next contestant. Even Xiaoyun couldn't help but acknowledge the evident talent in the realm of performance, understanding now why Xiaoguang had exuded such confidence. However, she pondered the actual strength of the Pokémon involved. Deep down, Xiaoyun believed that, apart from a select few like Mikoli, most coordinators tended to fall short in comparison to battle trainers in terms of raw power. If a significant number of trainers were inclined to transition to coordination, she speculated that most coordinators might face disqualification by now. Next, we invite the 12th contestant, Miss Sweet Musashi Lina, to the stage. Entering in an extravagantly vibrant yellow doll outfit, adorned with oversized, multicolored glasses and sporting twin ponytails, Sweet Musashi Lina was accompanied by a rather formidable-looking Pokémon resembling an oversized Venus flytrap with sharp teeth. Her performance was indeed a breath of fresh air for the audience. She commenced with a series of avant-garde artistic maneuvers before leaping into the gaping maw of the Venus flytrap, greeting the crowd in a surprising display that earned her considerable praise. The three judges unanimously recognized the high artistic caliber of Musashi Lina's performance, remarking that it was at least 3 or 4 stories high. This individual must unequivocally be Musashi, but was the performance genuinely captivating? Xiaoyun couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion as he observed the enthusiastic reception from the audience. Perhaps he was simply out of touch with contemporary trends. What are you saying, big brother? I find this performance utterly amazing, Xiaoyun exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically beside him, utterly impressed by the audacity of someone daring to leap into a Pokémon's mouth. He wondered if he could try jumping into the mouth of his own Meowth in the future. Next, we invite the 17th contestant, the esteemed Ash from the Kanto region, to take the stage. Ah, it's Ash now. Let us see what he brings. Xiaoyun perked up at the mention of Ash's name, curious about his performance. Ash, accompanied by Pikachu, stepped onto the stage and released a Pokeball containing a long-tailed monster, skillfully commanding it to execute 5 shadow clones. Together, the 5 clones unleashed a dazzling display, transforming into a colossal pentagram. Conclusively, with a concentrated strike, the pentagram was shattered, scattering luminous sparkles across the stage. Upon completing the move, the long-tailed monster gracefully leaped onto Ash's shoulder, and together they bowed in gratitude to the audience below. The audience and judges below erupted in enthusiastic applause, with the final 3 judges awarding a commendable score of 291 points. Ash certainly displayed remarkable skill, delivering a performance that was quite impressive. Misty applauded Ash's presentation from the audience, acknowledging that, as a trainer, his performance was commendable. Wasn't Misty's friend also a trainer? Their performance was quite admirable as well. Dawn, watching Ash's act on the screen in the preparation room, was a bit taken aback. Not bad. At least he took this competition seriously. May crossed her arms and nodded in approval of Ash's performance. Although she did not agree with trainers participating in coordinator competitions, it did not prevent her from appreciating Ash's display. Chapter 42, The Stunning Debut. After several performances, Misty finally heard the host, Brian, call out Dawn's name. All right. Please welcome our final contestant, Dawn from Twinleaf Town. Dawn is coming out, Zach exclaimed with delight. Dawn is a novice coordinator making her debut. Let us anticipate her wonderful performance, Vivian remarked. Go, Dawn. You're the best, Misty exclaimed, invigorated by Dawn's entrance. her enthusiasm evident as she held up a light board and cheered loudly. Nearby, there was also enthusiastic encouragement from her companions, Buniri and Turtwig. Onlookers distanced themselves slightly, some even shifting away instinctively, including Zack, who thought to himself that this older brother was rather conspicuous, making it a bit hard to handle. Hello everyone. I am Dawn from Twinleaf Town. Dressed in a flowing gown, Dawn stepped onto the stage, mentally reminding herself to stay calm and composed. Spotting Misty and Buniri cheering in the audience lifted her spirits significantly. Here we go, Piplup. It's time for a charming debut. With that, Dawn tossed her Pokeball. Piplup. Piplup leaped adorably from the Pokeball adorned with bubble stickers. Use Bubble Beam. As soon as she entered, Dawn commanded Piplup to execute the newly learned move. Piplup. Upon hearing this, Piplup gathered a small vortex of water from its tiny wings, which grew larger under its control, reaching a considerable size of several meters. Release the bubble beam overhead and shoot through it. Following Dawn's direction, Piplup tossed the vortex above its head and transformed into a jet of water, soaring through the opening beneath the vortex, standing poised atop the swirling water. Excellent. Now use Whirlpool. Piplup. It was time to showcase the fruits of their training as Piplup began to spin, releasing waves of soft blue bubbles. The whirlpool resembled a celestial nebula, while the bubbles sparkled like distant stars surrounding the vortex, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Wow, what a beautiful performance. Indeed, it has a dreamy quality. The audience was captivated by this enchanting scene, gasping in awe, and even the judges were no exception. Well done, Piplup. Now, let's disperse the power of the whirlpool. Dawn sensed it was time and directed Piplup to scatter the whirlpool's energy. Piplup. As Pokemon's wings plunged into the swirling tides, the water vortex erupted violently, shattering the surrounding bubbles into countless blue sparkles that scattered across the stage. Thank you all for your attention. Xiaoguang and Pokemon, who had gracefully descended from the stage using a jet of water, expressed their gratitude to the audience below. Oh, what a spectacle! After a brief moment, thunderous applause filled the air, as many believed that a novice coordinator trainer would not perform at a high level. However, Xiaoguang's remarkable abilities greatly exceeded the audience's expectations, earning her and Pokemon a resounding ovation. Wow, our contestant Xiaoguang has truly astonished us. The fusion of the swirling tides and the luminous bubbles created a breathtaking galaxy, and the final jet of water landing perfectly concluded this splendid performance. Xiaoguang, I cannot help but wonder if this is truly your first appearance as a trainer. For your display was simply extraordinary, remarked the host, Bian, with a hint of surprise. Yes, indeed, today marks my debut on the magnificent competition stage. Xiaoguang's performance was flawless, and the little penguin excelled as well, testament to the dedicated training I undertook, nodded Xiaoyun with satisfaction from the audience. I never imagined my sister Xiaoguang would be so impressive. Xiaoyun expressed his astonishment, having thought of her as just an ordinary trainer. Xiaoguang is indeed remarkable. Her recent performance was stunning. Ash felt a surge of happiness for Xiaoguang's outstanding display. Xiaoguang gazed at the silhouette on stage, sensing that this performance indicated she would surely be a formidable rival in the future. Musashi, backstage, angrily bit her handkerchief as if it were Xiaoguang herself. Incredible. It seems our Miss Xiaoguang possesses immense talent in the grand competition, and she may very well become a coordinating master in the future. Without further ado, let us invite the 3 judges to score. The judges, clearly impartial, unanimously awarded an impressive score of 295 for such a stunning performance, surpassing Xiaoguang and securing the top position. It appears that Xiaoguang has indeed experienced significant growth during this journey. I thought she might be too nervous to speak. Haha, right Meowth. Kaizi, watching her daughter's performance on television, expressed her relief to Meowth. She had initially thought that Xiaoguang's carefree nature would merely allow her to complete a performance. But this time she was pleasantly surprised. It seems Xiaoyun has worked hard to nurture Xiaoguang to this level. Qing'an, look, our Xiaoguang's performance was truly remarkable. And she looked like a princess, utterly adorable. I wonder when Xiaoyun will establish a relationship with Xiaoguang. It's quite a headache. Lena, also watching her daughter's performance on television, excitedly tapped Mr. Yuhang beside her, more thrilled than Kaizi. She then began lamenting about her inept son. No worries. Xiaoguang has grown up before our eyes. There's no way anyone could steal her away, so rest easy. Mr. Yuzuru also concurred from the sidelines, exhibiting no concern whatsoever. In his eyes, his son and Xiaoguang were indeed childhood sweethearts, practically bound by an unspoken engagement. Surely, no unforeseen calamity could befall them. What an absurdity that would be. Now that all the contestants have completed their performances, let us select the 8 most outstanding competitors for the next round. Xiaoguang, splendid performance. Indeed, Xiaoguang. Your recent display was truly impressive. Subsequently, as Xiaoguang entered the candidate room, Xiaoguang and Xiaoji approached her with effusive praise. Thank you, everyone, to be honest. I was almost paralyzed with anxiety just now, Xiaoguang confessed, as the tension surged back upon stepping off the stage, still pondering how she had maintained such composure while performing. Xiaoguang encouraged the young girl before him, bemused by the stark contrast between her radiant stage presence and her current timidity. How curious. Chapter 43, Securing the First Victory. The grand screen on stage displayed the 8 trainers, and for such a large celebratory event, the elimination rate was alarmingly high, effectively filtering out 3/4 of the participants. Notably, Xiaoguang's visage occupied the top position, followed by Xiaoguang, Sweet, Musashi, and Xiaoji in 5th place, all having successfully advanced to the second round. After the rankings were determined, Musashi's opponent was a male trainer, while Xiaoguang faced a beautifully adorned female trainer. With Xiaoji and Xiaoguang matched against each other first. Xiaoji, I never anticipated we would face off so soon, unlike the preliminaries. I shall show you the difference between a grand tournament and a casual battle. Bring it on. Regardless of the competition, I am ready for a fight. Xiaoguang. I hope you can endure until the end. I look forward to battling you. What else with that short-haired girl? Is she looking down on me, Musashi Lina? Very well. Let us welcome the first match, Miss Xiaoguang versus Miss Yuki. The audience erupted in applause. Xiaoguang. It seems our spectators are fervently cheering for Xiaoguang. Let us anticipate this duel. Roll out, Charmander, take the stage. Both sides released their Pokémon simultaneously. Unlike the first match, Xiaoguang did not unleash her Pachima, presumably conserving her strength for the subsequent battles. You must be Xiaoguang, Yuki remarked. Your previous performance was commendable, but I assure you, I will not go easy on you. Yuki, dressed in a purple top and a short skirt, found herself fondly regarding the younger girl, prompting her to speak kindly. Miss Yuki, this is a competition. Please give it your all. Even if I should fail in the end, I shall have no regrets. What a well-behaved little sister, Yuki thought, and thus she decided to forego any further levity. Rainwing Moth, unleash Silver Wind. At Xiaoguang's words, Yuki paused momentarily, a smile gracing her lips as she resolved to take the match seriously. Roll out, quickly evade. Xiaoguang skillfully evaded the opponent's attacks using one of his divine techniques. But the lack of a timely counterattack resulted in a decrease in points. It was time for us to retaliate. 1-1 Air unleashed Ice Beam. As Xiaoguang noticed the dwindling score, he began to orchestrate a counterstrike. Yuchia, commanded to use Bubble Beam, did not sit idly by while Xiaoguang attacked. She directed Yuchia to engage. The two techniques collided, with the icy blue beam freezing the bubble beam into chunks of ice. Yet the residual force continued to strike toward the opponent, ultimately grazing Yuchia's wings. 1-1 Air then leaped high into the air. Observing the mist generated from the clash of techniques, Xiaoguang devised a plan and instructed 1-1 Air to utilize the jump. What? As the mist dissipated, Yuchia, preparing to unleash another bubble beam, discovered that 1-1 Air was no longer on the battlefield. 1-1 Air seized this opportunity, employing the power of the jump to deliver a hypnosis punch. Now, Xiaoguang commanded 1-1 Air to execute the hypnosis punch, which successfully struck Yuchia in midair. Yuchia. Shinji gasped in shock at the sight of Yuchia losing its combat capability. With Yuchia incapacitated, Xiaoguang emerged victorious in this match. The host promptly announced Xiaoguang's triumph, and his advancing avatar appeared on the big screen. Hooray! Xiaoguang and 1-1 Air exchanged high fives, celebrating their first match's victory. The next match was set to feature Xiaoguang against Xiaoji. Host Bian continued to announce the participants for the upcoming battle. Meowstic, it is you, Longtailmon. As the match commenced, Xiaoji took the initiative, commanding Longtailmon to execute a focus punch attack, which Xiaoguang deftly countered using Meowstic's spring-like tail, resulting in a decrease in points on the screen. Xiaoji persisted, directing Longtailmon to launch a swift attack. Yet Xiaoguang's Meowstic skillfully fended it off with a flurry of scratches, further diminishing Xiaoji's score. Did you see that? This is the distinction between a dazzling competition and a Pokémon battle, Xiaoguang remarked, hands on hips, addressing Xiaoji. How infuriating. With 5 minutes elapsed, Xiaoji's score was nearly depleted, whereas Xiaoguang still had a substantial lead. Thus, Xiaoguang claimed victory in this match. What a pity, Xiaoyun sighed, observing Xiaoji's performance. There's little to say about this match. He was outmaneuvered and fell victim to information disadvantage. If there were no time constraints, the outcome might have been uncertain. But alas, this is a dazzling competition. The so-called dazzling competition entails showcasing Pokémon's charm while battling within a stipulated time frame, and for Xiaoji, this match was nearly a total defeat. Strictly speaking, Xiaoji is an opportunist, best at seizing fleeting chances to strike back decisively. Yet the strategic nature of a dazzling competition proved too challenging for him, unless he called upon his old friends to face off directly, denying the opponent any opportunity to shine. However, one wonders how Shinji would fare, that cunning individual. What would his participation in a dazzling competition look like? Xiaoyun found herself quite curious about that. It is imperative that next time I engage in a wager with that individual, I must insist he participates in a splendid contest, and it should be recorded on camera. It would be quite amusing if that sullen face were to falter in the very first round. Ha ha ha. Achoo. The brooding youth, training his Pokémon in the forest, sneezed unexpectedly, feeling an inexplicable sense that something peculiar was about to transpire, sending a chill down his spine. In the subsequent match, Musashi successfully triumphed with her Fangs of the Forest, and next, Shoko was matched against Musashi while Masaru faced another victorious contender. Now, let us welcome the delightful Musashi to battle against Shoko. Pachima, make your grand entrance. Bring me victory, Fangs of the Forest. The grand screen illuminated as both sides summoned their Pokémon to engage in combat. Shoko deployed her beloved Pachima, while Musashi opted for Fangs of the Forest. Fangs of the Forest, the bug catcher Pokémon, lures its prey with sweet, enticing saliva before devouring it with its formidable jaws, taking an entire day to consume its catch. Its tentacles entwine around branches, rendering it motionless, resembling a plant, as it awaits its unsuspecting prey to approach. Chapter 44, Shoko's Narrow Defeat. Little girl, allow your senior to teach you the art of the splendid contest. Musashi taunted Shoko, who had previously thwarted their plans on several occasions, seizing this opportunity to impart a lesson. The grass-type Fangs of the Forest held an advantage over Shoko's water-type Pachima. Then I look forward to your guidance, but do not be surprised if I, your junior, manage to best you. Shoko retorted boldly, having learned a bit of the art of banter from her companion, Yuki. What a sharp-tongued little girl you are, Musashi exclaimed, commanding Fangs of the Forest to unleash Seed Bomb. The Pokémon expelled a barrage of emerald seeds from its cavernous mouth, raining down upon Pachima. Shoko, however, was not idle, directing Pachima to retaliate with a stream of pale blue bubble beams to counter the assault. The two waves collided, producing smoke but causing no damage. As both side scores began to dwindle, dreadful little girl, how dare you block my attack? Musashi growled as she directed Fangs of the Forest to execute Bite. With great force, Fangs of the Forest launched itself, its mouth agape, ready to consume Pachima whole. Pachima, strike first with water gun. Shoko, influenced by Yuki, seized every opportunity, instructing Pachima to launch an offensive as Fangs of the Forest approached. Pachima, unleash Bubble Beam once more. Shoko continued to disregard Musashi's theoretical musings, commanding Pachima to deliver a relentless barrage upon Fangs of the Forest. Pachima, gathering energy, unleashed a series of pale blue bubbles towards the spot where Fangs of the Forest had just landed. As it lifted its head, the bubble beams relentlessly pummeled it into submission. Fangs of the Forest, rise. Musashi cried in an attempt to invoke their bond, urging her Pokémon to resist, but alas, such a connection was absent. If only Kojiro were here, perhaps it could have been different, but Musashi had to let it go. With Fangs of the Forest rendered unable to continue the battle, Shoko emerged victorious in this contest. The Fangtooth cage was rather embarrassingly rendered incapable of combat by the bubble beam. The host, Bayan, promptly announced the battle's outcome. Our very own Xiaoguang advanced to the finals. Xiaoguang also triumphed in her match using Meowstic, setting the stage for a confrontation with Xiaoguang in the final showdown. As the battle commenced, both Pokémon made their appearances, Pachima and Meowstic. Meowstic, the time has come for our match. Let us unleash our full potential, declared Xiaoguang, gazing at Xiaoguang, who stood elegantly in a long dress. No worries. I am determined to win this match, replied Xiaoguang, her earlier nervousness having dissipated after several rounds of competition. With confidence, she proclaimed her victory. Pachima, initiate Bubble Beam. Xiaoguang commanded, taking the offensive with a long-range attack. Meowstic, use your tail. Xiaoguang countered, employing Meowstic's spring-like tail to deftly evade Pachima's assault, causing Xiaoguang to lose points. How is this possible? Xiaoguang exclaimed in surprise at the opponent's agile maneuver. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoguang instructed Meowstic to attack from above with Iron Tail. Pachima, counter with Peck. Xiaoguang responded swiftly, commanding Pachima to retaliate. Pachima's beak shimmered with light, elongating into a formidable form, resembling an advanced peck attack as it clashed with Meowstic's Iron Tail. Meowstic unleashed Shadow Claw. Xiaoguang pressed on, shifting the combat into close quarters. Pachima, use Water Gun. Xiaoguang countered, both trainers urging their Pokémon into relentless assaults. Meowstic, don't give it a chance. Execute Fury Swipes. Xiaoguang shouted, maintaining the offensive. The two Pokémon engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks, the sounds of their clashes echoing through the arena. Just as they prepared for the next wave of strikes, the 5-minute timer concluded. Hostbine declared the match over. Time's up, with a temporary lead. The victor of this match is Xiaoguang from Chiefeng City. How could this be? I was so close. Xiaoguang pouted in disappointment, lamenting her near victory. Haha, it appears I have secured the first victory this time, Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang chuckled, recognizing Xiaoguang as a formidable rival. Observing the closely matched scores on the screen, she realized that had time not run out, she too might have faltered. Meanwhile, Xiaoyun watched the match unfold, noting how narrowly the competitors had missed out on the title. Unfortunately, there can only be one champion. A slight margin is still a loss. Such is the nature of the grand tournament, but 5 minutes felt far too brief. Come, let us go see Xiaoguang, she suggested to the nearby Xiaoyan. Sure thing, he replied. At that moment, Xiaoguang was on the phone with Kaizi. Mom, were you watching my match? I placed first in the preliminaries today, and I was so close to winning, she exclaimed excitedly, gesturing animatedly before her expression shifted to one of disappointment as she recalled her near miss. I was taken aback, to be honest, by how swiftly you have grown. Although you lost today, I can clearly see the fruits of your journey. Keiko did not dwell on the victory or defeat. She only wished to witness K-Tar's growth from this competition, rendering the outcome rather inconsequential. Really, K-Tar had anticipated that her mother would point out her shortcomings and had braced herself for some teasing. Instead, she was met with warm words that brought tears to her eyes. Indeed, Keiko smiled, feeling that her daughter had blossomed into a refined young lady, her words almost causing pearls to spill from her eyes. It was a truly touching scene of maternal affection. However, at that moment, Chapter 45, the conclusion of the competition, Xiaoyan approached. Initially intending to console K-Tar, he was taken aback upon seeing Keiko on the screen and walked over to greet her. Keiko auntie, it has been a while. Oh, Xiaoyan, you've been so diligent in accompanying K-Tar. You seem to have lost some weight. Keiko, upon seeing Xiaoyan, completely forgot her previous conversation with K-Tar, now engaged in a warm exchange with him. No, perhaps my face has just become a bit tighter, he replied. That's good. Boys shouldn't be too thin, otherwise, they lack strength. Indeed. By the way, Annie, I wanted to tell you about K-Tar on this journey. You rascal. Wait, who is the biological child here? The two engaged in lively banter, completely oblivious to the presence of others nearby. Meanwhile, K-Tar felt like an outsider, standing beside them. Finally, they remembered her presence, and Keiko said to K-Tar, well then, I shall say no more. If you have any questions, be sure to ask Xiaoyan. Until next time. With that, she ended the call, ignoring K-Tar's impending words. Frustrated, K-Tar stomped her foot and playfully pinched Xiaoyan's neck, exclaiming, you rascal, why don't you say more? I only spoke a couple of sentences. Little K-Tar, I'll relay Auntie's sentiments to you. Just let go, Xiaoyan replied, not resisting, allowing the girl to vent her emotions after the match. Little K-Tar, Xiaoyan is a bit scared. Xiaoyan spoke timidly from the side. K-Tar blushed, having forgotten the presence of the young child, feeling quite embarrassed. Xiaoyan, let us bid farewell here. I hope we have the chance to meet again. After a moment of regaining their composure, the two accompanied Xiaoyan to the door. K-Tar, so you are here. I came to say goodbye. I am preparing to depart for the next competition. Xiaoguang emerged from the doorway, approaching K-Tar and Xiaoyan with great delight, completely disregarding the earlier tension of the competition. After a brief chat, she began to bid farewell to Katar. Are you leaving already? Isn't that a bit hasty? Perhaps you should rest for a day at the Pokémon Center before heading off. Katar felt a twinge of regret. It was rare to encounter a girl with whom she connected so well, especially as they were both coordinators. And she had hoped to engage in more conversation with Xiaoguang. Ah, what a predicament. I almost succumbed to defeat this time. I shall train diligently henceforth. And I hope to compete with you again. Farewell, both of you. Xiaoguang smiled gracefully. This competition had introduced her to numerous formidable trainers, particularly Xiaoguang, whose seemingly delicate exterior belied her inner strength, leaving a profound impression on her. She could no longer contain her desire to embark on a journey of self-improvement. And with a wave to the two, she set off into the distance. What is this? I clearly lost, yet it feels as if I emerged victorious. Xiaoguang observed Xiaoguang's gradually disappearing silhouette against the setting sun, unable to restrain herself from speaking. It's because this is your first appearance. Xiaoguang is already feeling the pressure. If you do not strive harder, what will you do if she surpasses you next time? Xiaoyun encouraged, standing before Xiaoguang. It seems this competition has placed considerable pressure on the short-haired girl, prompting her eagerness to set off. She isn't as exaggerated as you describe. Xiaoguang's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling bashful from the compliments, and she shyly clung to Xiaoyun's arm, her slightly developed bosom resting against it. In truth, there is a hint of truth to that. Feeling the softness of the arm, Xiaoyun couldn't help but remark. Huh. Xiaoguang looked at her, a bit confused. Oh, it's nothing. Look, isn't that Ash and the others? Xiaoyun cursed himself for inadvertently voicing his thoughts, and quickly changed the subject. Xiaoyun, Xiaoguang. There you are? Ash and Brock emerged from the arena and approached Xiaoyun upon seeing her. Ah, Ash and Brock. By the way, Brock, why didn't I see you earlier? Are you two here to bid us farewell? Upon Ash's arrival, Xiaoyun smiled and waved, noticing the squinting-eyed Brock behind him. Unable to suppress her curiosity about his earlier absence, as they were usually inseparable. Is it possible that I was in the audience the whole time, waving at you? Brock replied, his expression darkening. Well, it's not that noticeable since he was already rather gloomy, he said to Xiaoyun with a hint of melancholy. He had noticed Xiaoyun from the very beginning. However, given her conspicuous presence, it was hard not to pay attention. Unfortunately, Xiaoyun had been entirely focused on Xiaoguang, ignoring him completely. Well, this is quite awkward. The pressure has suddenly shifted onto Xiaoyun. So, someone was indeed waving at him. Upon reflection, it seemed there was indeed someone gesturing in his direction. Xiaoyun initially thought it was a friendly exchange due to his imposing demeanor, only to realize it was merely Brock. Oh, I see. I meant to ask why you just now made your appearance. The clever Xiaoyun swiftly redirected the conversation. He certainly wouldn't admit that he hadn't recognized Brock. Brock thought to himself that it was clear he didn't know, and that he was merely changing the subject. By the way, Xiaoyun, what was that about bidding farewell? Aren't you planning to go to Black Gold City? Ash inquired, somewhat puzzled, thinking Xiaoyun had some matters to attend to in Juqing City. Oh, I almost forgot. It's just a day's journey to Black Gold City from here. How about this? If you don't mind, shall we travel together tomorrow? Xiaoyun also forgot that he needs to challenge the gym. Fortunately, the distance to Heijin City is not far, so let us set off with these two. Absolutely. If it's Xiaoyun, then of course it's possible. Xiaoji naturally has no objections. He rather enjoys traveling in company, especially with Xiaoyun, a childhood friend. However, there is something about this that feels slightly off. Xiaoyun senses a peculiar discomfort, though he cannot quite articulate it. Alright, Pikachu. Chapter 46, Heijin Gym. By noon, Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang were fortunate enough to savor Teacher Gang's culinary skills, which were indeed delightful. So much so that it made him wish to accompany Xiaoji on his journeys indefinitely. However, upon reflection, he reconsidered, especially considering Team Rocket's incessant interruptions, which were quite bothersome. Despite the trio's lackluster abilities, their antics were hard to ignore. Due to the short distance, they reached Heijin City by dusk, moving at a steady pace. After some discussion, they decided to drop their belongings off at the Heijin Pokémon Center and grab a meal. This was a perfectly ordinary plan, yet it required deliberation. However, Xiaoji, in his eagerness, insisted on rushing to challenge the gym upon arriving in Heijin City, prompting Xiaoyun to chastise him before dragging him away, with Pikachu's pleas falling on deaf ears. I mean, which gym stays open at night? Moreover, How much do you underestimate gym trainers? Forcing Pokémon to battle without even letting them eat? Is that even feasible? What? You say you can fight at the Hualan gym? Oh, fine. If you're set on that, then I want to say another word. Aside from Kasumi, aren't the remaining 3 at Hualan gym just any trainers with hands? Without further ado, the group officially entered Heijin City. Heijin City is a coal-rich hub abundant in natural resources. Ventilation shafts punctuate the landscape, facilitating the exchange of underground air with the fresh air above. The Heijin Gym is located in the northwest of the city, and its trainer, Pyoai, is not only an expert in training rock-type Pokémon, but also a renowned fossil identification specialist. As the saying goes, a gym trainer without a side profession is not a true trainer. Pyoai shares a common passion with Dawu, the heir of the Devon Company and former Hoenn champion, mining. This fellow is often seen sporting a hard hat, as he frequently ventures south to the Heijin coal mine. Trainers attempting to challenge him often find themselves waiting until afternoon to meet him. However, this is somewhat normal. At least Pyoai remains within the city. In contrast, the gym trainer from the neighboring Yuan city, Meili Sha, tends to wander the Sinnoh region, often disappearing for months at a time. Challenging the Yuan gym is largely a matter of luck. The key is that Meili Sha possesses considerable strength herself. As a ghost-type gym leader, her array of tricky tactics is notoriously difficult to counter, and should one encounter her, it is rare to secure a victory. When you wish to challenge her a second time, you might find, oh dear, the gym leader has vanished again. The next day, after the group enjoyed breakfast and received their restored Pokeballs from Nurse Joy, they finally prepared to head to the Heijin Gym. During this time, Xiaoyun was fortunate enough to witness Xiaoguang boldly professing his love to Miss Joy, a scene reminiscent of the treachery of the mischievous poison sting. Just a glance at Xiaoguang's constipated expression revealed the thrill of the moment. Upon entering the Black Gold Gym, the group marveled at the environment, a testament to its status as a rock-type gym. The architecture prominently featured rock formations, with walls adorned in various marbles, creating an atmosphere rich with character. Hello. We are trainers here to challenge the gym. Could you please guide us on how to proceed with the gym challenge? Xiaoyun inquired at the front desk. Approaching the apprentice for information on the challenge process. The gym leader is currently accepting challengers. You may proceed directly inside. The apprentice replied kindly, leading them to the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. It's early, yet challengers are already starting. Let us enter as well, Xiaoyun declared, as the sounds of battle echoed clearly from within. On the battlefield, 2 sides faced off, one featuring a hard-hatted Piplup and a small dinosaur-like Cranidos, while the other was the stoic Shinji, accompanied by his partner, Electric. Xiaoyun, look. It's that cold fellow, Xiaoguang exclaimed, spotting Shinji on the battlefield. Ah, is that not Shinji? What a coincidence. Xiaoyun's eyes brightened upon seeing him, waving enthusiastically. But Shinji remained indifferent, either not hearing her or choosing to ignore her entirely. Shinji's gaze was fixed intently on the battlefield, his competitive spirit igniting with fervor. Xiaoji, why that expression? You don't harbor any strange feelings for Shinji, do you? Xiaoyun teased, noticing Xiaoji's fervent admiration for Shinji. Is this fellow perhaps a bit eccentric? She mused, casting a slightly disdainful glance at Xiaoji. Xiaoguang, perceiving the situation, interjected, it's like this, Xiaoyun. Previously, Xiaoji faced Shinji in the bewildering forest, where Xiaoji's Turtwig was defeated by Shinji's Chimchar. Xiaoguang explained the outcome of their previous encounter, mentioning the unfavorable type matchup, though Xiaoji felt that a loss was a loss. However, I could offer you a strategy to decisively defeat Shinji. What do you think? Would you like to try? Realizing the potential of this idea, Xiaoyun's lips curled into a slight smile, contemplating whether it would bear fruit, yet determined to plant a seed of hope in Xiaoji's heart. Oh, Xiaoyun, really? Xiaoguang sighed, rubbing his temples, knowing that Xiaoyun was about to lead someone into mischief yet again, always doing so in a manner that left no room for reproach. What strategy? Xiaoji perked up at the prospect, eager to seize any chance to triumph over Shinji. Next time, you should directly challenge him to a real battle. With your formidable physique, which even Pikachu's electric shocks cannot penetrate, Shinji would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. You could then decisively subdue him, unleashing your pent-up frustrations. What do you think? Does it stir something within you? Xiaoyun exclaimed in a single breath, inexplicably eager to witness the moment when Shinji's composure would shatter, finding joy in the thought. Oh, that might not be appropriate, Ash replied hesitantly, sensing that this plan was rather dubious. What is wrong with it? Isn't it common for popular Pokémon to battle alongside their trainers? We should certainly explore different experiences. Noticing Ash's lack of outright refusal, Xiaoyun felt a flicker of hope and began to entice him further. Let me think. Ash was somewhat intrigued by the suggestion, contemplating the possibility of testing it out. The battle in the arena was drawing to a close, and the two began to launch their final assaults. Electabuzz, use Thunder Punch. Shinji commanded coldly. Kabutops, unleash Head Smash. Piplup was equally determined, directing Kabutops to engage in a clash of moves. Bang! Just as the two sides were locked in a tense standoff, Shinji issued a frigid command to Electabuzz. Electabuzz, block that attack. Use Thunder Punch with your other hand. With great pain, Electabuzz endured the confrontation with Kabutops while gathering strength in its other hand, delivering a powerful blow to Kabutops' head. In that instant, as Kabutops fell, Shinji's Electabuzz also succumbed to its incapacitation. The gym apprentice, witnessing Kabutops' defeat, promptly began announcing the battle's outcome. Chapter 47, Shinji's Misguided Perception. This time, I'll reluctantly let it slide. Had it been another Pokémon, Shinji might have offered some criticism. However, considering Electabuzz's victory, he refrained from any remarks. Though he offered no praise either. You lost. Thank you. Shinji, stop pretending. I know you saw me. Xiaoyan called out, hurrying to stop Shinji as he attempted to leave the gym. You can't just walk away like that. What do you want? Shinji frowned, wishing to avoid any further interaction with the dark-haired boy who had bested him. He couldn't shake the feeling that the boy's gaze held something unsettling. Can't we just chat for a moment? The match was quite impressive, after all. Xiaoyan, sensing Shinji's aloofness, decided to engage him in conversation. So, you just want to say that? Fine. How has your Monferno been training lately? Have you considered getting it a new trainer? Recognizing that a casual conversation was unlikely, Xiaoyan reminded him not to forget their agreement. I knew you wouldn't keep it simple. That guy has been performing decently lately. For now, he remains qualified to be on my team. Shinji also reminded him that their pact was predicated on his decision to cease training, as he still wished to give Monferno some time to harness that blazing power. Shinji, make sure to watch my gym battle next. I will demonstrate my recent strength. Suddenly, Ash stepped forward and addressed Shinji. He had initially intended to continue their confrontation, but given the current circumstances, he felt compelled to prove his prowess in this manner. You? I have no interest in your abilities. Perhaps next time, Shinji retorted dismissively, casting a glance at Ash. Although Ash was not entirely lacking in strength, Shinji was irked by Ash's attitude towards Pokémon, frequently reminding him of his brother, Reiji. Turning to Mei, he inquired, and what about you? Are you here to challenge the gym as well? Mei, somewhat perplexed, replied, what else would I do to participate in the Lily of the Valley conference? Do you really think I'm dating Cynthia? Enough of such childish talk. With your skills, does the gym challenge even matter to you? Shinji surmised that Mei was pretending to be oblivious. In his view, her Lizard King was more than capable of contending in the Elite Four. Such remarks are unwise. Gym leaders are formidable, you know, Mei exclaimed, startled, recognizing the gravity of the statement. In this era, few regions lacked hidden powerhouses. In Sinnoh, for instance, there was the fourth-generation leader, Nando, who could rival Daisuke. Furthermore, in Hoenn, the retired fire-type champion, Elder Mura, loomed large, as did Mr. Shaka from the Unova region's Dragon Gym, and the former leader of the Kalos region's Soro Gym, Kokobur. Especially in Kanto, if one were to engage seriously. Aside from the current leaders of Nibi, Hualan, and Cairn, he would hesitate to claim victory against the rest. Particularly, the likes of Nagi from the Goldenrod Gym, Aki from the Azalea Gym, and the current leader of the Tokiwa Gym, Elder Kikuko, alongside the neighboring Chengdu region's Lu Bo, could easily overpower him. After all, his only viable contender was Lizard King, and even that was uncertain. Moreover, with ordinary gyms, barring a few newly appointed leaders who still needed to bolster their skills, most possessed the strength to safeguard an entire city. At this moment, Mei was genuinely not brave enough to challenge that notion. Shinji's audacity in making such claims stemmed from his unfamiliarity with others' true strength. He likely knew only Mr. Shindai from the Battle Pyramid. Even Shindai would hesitate to speak so boldly, considering the prowess of Kikuko and Lu Bo. Those in the know understood their might. Mei mused that even the combined strength of the three legendary pillars would not suffice. A beating was still inevitable. However, reflecting on Shinji's later journey, it was indeed astonishing that he chose to become a gym leader, as at that time, his strength seemed to surpass the current bug-type champion, Iron. Alternatively, assuming the role of ground-type champion, succeeding Elder Kikuko would have been more than sufficient. Ultimately, he chose the path of a gym leader. Truly, gym leaders are not to be trifled with. Say what you will, but I am curious to see your matches. It's merely a trivial waste of time. Shinji had resolved not to heed Xiaoyun's words any longer. He spoke nonchalantly, yet deep within, he remained genuinely concerned about Xiaoyun's current capabilities. As for Xiaoji, he was merely a secondary consideration, yet ultimately, he chose to remain and observe the match. In Shinji's mind, he believed that most gym leaders were not particularly formidable, and with a little strategic planning, one could easily triumph. Thus, he had no doubt that Xiaoyun would prevail given her skills. Xiaoyun exclaimed, "He is slandering me." However, she decided to let Xiaoji go first, as she could no longer contain her excitement. She refrained from exposing the prideful oddball, feeling no urgency. After all, it mattered not who went first. Mr. Pyoai, still present, would not be leaving anytime soon, so she addressed the eager Xiaoji. "Let us go, Xiaoji. You can take the first match." "All right, Xiaoyun," he replied. "Shinji, I shall show you my true strength." "Hello, Mr. Pyoai. I am Xiaoji from Masera Town. I request a gym battle with you." "Greetings, Mr. Pyoai. I am Xiaoyun from Shuangye Town, and I would also like to challenge you to a gym battle shortly." Both Xiaoyun and Xiaoji bowed respectfully to Mr. Pyoai. "Haha, I didn't expect so many challengers today. It seems I won't be able to go mining after all. But we shall take you on one at a time. Which of you wishes to go first?" Mr. Pyoai smiled warmly, though he found it somewhat troublesome that he could not indulge in his enjoyable mining activities today. Nevertheless, he dutifully agreed to their requests as a gym leader. "Mr. Pyoai, we have already discussed it. Xiaoji will challenge you first," Xiaoyun informed him. "Very well, then. Please wait a moment while I restore my Pokémon, and we shall commence the battle." Mr. Pyoai stated succinctly, indicating that his Pokémon required a little more time to recuperate, urging both to remain patient. Chapter 48, Xiaoji vs. Pyoai. "Go, Murkrow. Come forth, Geodude." Both trainers sent forth their respective Pokémon simultaneously. Xiaoji unleashed his evolved Murkrow, while Mr. Pyoai opted for the quintessential rock-type, Geodude. One might ponder whether every rock-type gym favors Geodude. This match held considerable intrigue. "Xiaoguang, you must pay close attention. Even though it is not a grand competition, the skills in battle apply universally," Xiaoyun remarked as she sat with Xiaoguang in the audience. Observing Xiaoji send forth his Pokémon, she maintained a placid expression, thinking, so what if flying is against rock? It's quite normal for a master of type advantage. "Yes, I will," Xiaoguang replied obediently, nodding. Xiaoyun's insistence surely held merit. "Murkrow, use wing attack. Geodude, use defense curl." As expected, Xiaoji initiated the assault, commanding Murkrow to strike first. In a flash, Murkrow began its offensive. Mr. Pyoai promptly directed Geodude to curl up in defense, and after enduring the attack, he instructed Geodude to execute the common combination of defense curl followed by rollout. However, Murkrow skillfully evaded, leaving Geodude to continuously roll in place, gathering momentum. Realizing the situation could not persist, Xiaoji commanded Murkrow to use Aerial Ace to interrupt Geodude's rollout. As Murkrow approached from an exceptionally acute angle, Mr. Pyoai's lips curled upwards as he instructed Geodude to utilize the nearby rock pillar, propelling itself into the air to strike Murkrow. It is evident that the battle between the flying-type Yanfei and the accumulating power of the rolling attack has rendered the Mook bird unconscious and incapable of continuing the fight. With the Mook bird incapacitated, the challenger is prompted to release their next Pokémon for battle. "Fool," Shinji scoffed, closing his eyes on the stage. "Go, Pikachu." After a setback, Ash sent forth his trusted general, Pikachu, to engage in combat. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Remarkably, Pikachu's Thunderbolt struck the ground-type Geodude, incapacitating it without hesitation. This spectacle left Xiaoyun in awe, questioning whether Pikachu's Thunderbolt was akin to a dual-type attack of wind and water. Shinji fell silent, grappling with the enigma of the situation, realizing that some matters were indeed profoundly intricate. "Go, Onix." Although Pyoai was puzzled as to why his Geodude had succumbed to a Thunderbolt, he summoned his second Pokémon. "Onix. Onix, use Roar," commanded Pyoai. Pikachu Thunderbolt. It was evident that Ash was a formidable opponent, as Xiaoyun remarked that she would never dare to engage in such a manner against a ground-type Pokémon. "Isn't the ground-type immune to electric-type?" Xiaoyun pondered, bewildered at Ash's continued use of electric-type moves. while Xiaoguang remained equally perplexed. Perhaps this Pikachu possesses exceptional talent, Xiaoyan mused, unable to articulate the absurdity of the situation. It was hard to believe that this Pikachu could hold its own against even legendary Pokémon. Pyoai's Onix appeared to have undergone rigorous training, as its roar had the potential to interrupt its opponent's moves, effectively disrupting Pikachu's Thunderbolt. This Onix's roar is quite remarkable, remarked Teacher Jiang, an expert in Onix, who could discern the unique nuances of its technique. When one tactic failed, Ash commanded Pikachu to use Iron Tail. With remarkable speed, Pikachu leaped atop Onix and struck decisively, achieving a significant effect. Unyielding, Pyoai directed Onix to employ Dig for a surprise attack, catching Pikachu off guard. Onix, use Bind. Pikachu, use Iron Tail to break free. Pyoai pressed on, instructing Onix to ensnare Pikachu, but Pikachu countered with Iron Tail, managing to escape. Undeterred, Pyoai commanded Onix to dig once more, hoping for a second chance. However, Ash preempted him, ordering Pikachu to strike the ground with Iron Tail, creating an earthquake effect that forced Onix out of its burrow in pain. Pikachu, deliver the final blow with Iron Tail. Onix, use Stealth Rock. Just as Pikachu's Iron Tail made contact with Onix, the Stealth Rock was set in place. Ultimately, the Iron Tail succeeded in incapacitating Onix, resulting in Pikachu achieving a double knockout. Well done, Onix, Pyoai acknowledged. Go, Kabutops. Pyoai's final Pokémon made its entrance. Kabutops, the Headhammer Pokémon, is a rock type that once thrived in the ancient forests about 100 million years ago. Its skull is hard as iron. Revived from a fossil as solid as iron, the ancient Pokémon known as Cranidos delivers a decisive blow to its prey with its powerful headbutt. Pikachu employs Volt Tackle in retaliation. Cranidos unleash Headbutt. As Ash consults his Pokédex, he commands Pikachu to execute its strongest attack, while Porygon instructs Cranidos to unleash its mightiest rock-type move, Headbutt. The vibrant yellow energy of Pikachu collides with the pure white energy of Cranidos, and as the energies dissipate, Pikachu ultimately succumbs and loses consciousness. Pikachu. Ash rushes onto the battlefield, cradling Pikachu and gently placing it in Brock's arms. After 2 grueling battles, Pikachu can no longer endure. Perhaps it could have, but who knows? I leave it to you, Aipom. As Aipom leaps onto the field with its tail, it is caught off guard by the stealthy rock slide set by Onix. Aipom. Cranidos, use Zen Headbutt. Aipom, strike with Focus Punch. However, Aipom's Focus Punch is thwarted by the intimidation effect of Cranidos' Zen Headbutt, causing Aipom to be forcefully pushed back against a rock pillar. Cranidos, unleash Flamethrower. Aipom, dodge quickly. Subsequently, Aipom retaliates with Swift. Porygon continues to guide Cranidos to pursue with Flamethrower, while Ash instructs Aipom to evade and counter with Swift. The Flamethrower is deftly avoided by Aipom using its tail, as it retaliates with a barrage of yellow stars against Cranidos. Cranidos, block it with Headbutt. Porygon does not direct Cranidos to evade. After taking the hit with its head, it gathers strength and launches itself like a cannonball towards Aipom. Aipom, use Focus Punch. Ash hastily commands, yet Focus Punch requires charging. Before Aipom can complete its charge, Cranidos' headbutt lands once more, sending Aipom crashing into the rocky terrain. Chapter 49, Ancient Pokémon. Aipom is rendered unable to battle, leading to a victory for the gym leader, while Ash's challenge results in failure. With a staggering rock-type attack boasting 150 damage, Cranidos decisively incapacitates Aipom, and the referee promptly announces the outcome. How could this happen? Ash gazes blankly at the battlefield, realizing that this is the extent of his capabilities. Shinji scoffs, viewing Ash's defeat as a mere tactical blunder, a consequence of allowing emotions to dictate actions. He is well aware that Ash possesses a Turtwig. Ash and Brock observe the arena, at a loss for words. Dawn, Ash, and May witness their first gym battle live. Unlike the dazzling contests, this is a straightforward display of combat, where a Pokémon's defeat leads directly to the next challenger, continuing until the battle concludes. Ash has been too overconfident. Perhaps this failure will serve as a catalyst for his growth. Dawn, watching Ash's defeat, believes he had the potential to win. But Porygon's battle strategy caught Ash off guard, compounded by the disadvantageous type matchup that led to his downfall. Pyoai stood facing Ash, calling out to him. It is Mr. Pyoai. If you are to wallow in despair after merely losing a match, then there is no need for me to engage in another battle with you. Shinji turned his head away, avoiding Ash's gaze, and continued in a cold tone. Yet his words were laden with intrigue. Now, Xiaoyan, it is your challenge that awaits. Are you prepared? After a moment, Mr. Pyoai addressed Xiaoyan. I am ready. Xiaoyan descended the steps, poised to deliver a classic line for warm-up, when suddenly a commotion interrupted her enthusiasm. Director, something is amiss. A multitude of resurrected fossil Pokémon have appeared at the coal mine. They are not obeying commands and chaos has ensued, resulting in injuries. You must come quickly. A flustered worker, dressed in work attire, rushed in through the doorway, exclaiming loudly to Pyoai. What? How could this happen? Aren't the fossils of ancient Pokémon securely locked away in the warehouse under strict supervision? Even Pyoai's expression betrayed his astonishment at this news. Suppressing his fury, he questioned the worker, his voice rising in intensity. Why has this occurred? We don't know. Everything was fine yesterday, and then suddenly. The worker stammered, clearly unable to evade responsibility for the incident occurring in their jurisdiction. Enough of this. I will head over to assess the situation immediately. Pyoai, sensing his lack of hope in the worker's response, understood that clarity was not forthcoming. I apologize, Xiaoyan. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we cannot proceed with the gym battle. It will be postponed for a few days. Pyoai spoke with a hint of regret. That's all right, Mr. Pyoai, given the urgency. You should address the situation at the coal mine first. We can set aside the gym battle for now. Xiaoyan quickly reassured him, recognizing the gravity of the predicament that could provoke such panic from a gym leader. However, she couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity, glancing at Ash. With him here. The troublemakers are likely those three again. Thank you for your understanding. Now, please take me there quickly. I only hope the situation is not too dire. Right away. Hey, Xiaoguang, let us also assess the situation. Shinji you, Xiaoyan said to Xiaoguang, then turned her gaze to Shinji. Since your battle cannot proceed, there is little reason for me to remain here. Until we meet again. Xiaoyan, we will accompany you. Ash, ever the good-natured friend, eagerly volunteered to join. All right, let us go then. Xiaoyan noted Shinji's departure without urging him to stay. After all, he bore no obligation. Yet, her motives were not entirely altruistic. With the turmoil among fossil Pokémon, she hoped to discover formidable creatures to capture or, at the very least, foster beneficial connections. And thus, the scene unfolded at the Heijin coal mine. In the depths of the mine, the caverns were teeming with the presence of various fossil Pokémon, including the ammonite beast, the spiny ammonite beast, the scythe helm, the primeval winged insect, and the ancient armor. The revival of such a multitude of Pokémon raised the question, who could be responsible for this? Come forth, Onyx and Kabutops, commanded Mr. Pyoai to the two Pokémon. If you don't mind, we would like to assist as well, proposed Xiaoyan and her companions, following closely behind. I would be grateful for your help, but please ensure your safety, Pyoai replied. Realizing that he could not handle the situation alone, and reminding Xiaoyan to be cautious before setting off. All right, Ash, let's split up. Xiaoguang and I will head this way, while you and Brock venture eastward, Xiaoyan suggested, surveying the abundant Pokémon around them. Sounds good, Pikachu, let's go, Ash agreed. And he and Brock set off towards the east. Come out, everyone. Roar. Chincho, Turtwig, Piplup, and Sawaddle, join us. Here we go. It's time to put everyone to the test. Xiaoyan, noticing that Ash and Pyoai had already moved away, began to instruct her Pokémon. Lizard King, you can operate on your own for now. Remember, these are living experience packages that 1T require healing if injured, so make the most of it. Do you understand? Xiaoyan discreetly arranged for Lizard King to follow her plan, recalling that they hadn't undergone special training in quite some time. And this opportunity was too good to pass up without the need for recovery afterward. Chime. Lizard King, a battle enthusiast, was thrilled, having not engaged in real combat training for ages, leaving it feeling a bit rusty. I can't just beat up the bear Pokémon. It's time for some variety. Big Bear, Turtwig, follow me. This is a perfect opportunity to deepen our synergy, Xiaoguang instructed. Xiaoyan, don't stray too far. Just do what you can and don't get hurt. After advising Lizard King, Xiaoyan set off with her two Pokémon and Xiaoguang to embark on their journey of battling. Turtwig, increase the speed of your leaf blade. We cannot allow that fossil helmet to escape. Big Bear, don't rely solely on Hammer Arm. Try using Rock Tomb to trap that spiny ammonite beast and enhance your skill proficiency. Thus, amidst the Pokémon chaos, the scene transformed into a harmonious battle drill. Piplup, use Bubble Beam. Sawaddle, unleash Ice Beam. Meanwhile, Xiaoguang was directing his two Pokémon to combat an ancient armor, which displayed remarkable strength, effortlessly slicing through their attacks with its crosscut formed by its arms. This Pokémon is formidable, Xiaoguang remarked, his expression grave as he assessed the ancient armor before him. Xiaoguang, try having Piplup encircle the Ice Beam with Bubble Beam and release them together, suggested Xiaoyun from the sidelines. The combination of ice and water was a common technique in double battles, allowing for enhanced efficacy during multi-Pokémon skirmishes. Alright, let's do it again. In the midst of the battle, the young trainer commanded her Pokémon with grace. Bojamin, use Bubble Beam. Ferret, follow up with Ice Beam. Upon hearing her instructions, the obedient little Pokémon nodded eagerly. Ferret unleashed a shimmering blue beam, while Bojamin released a delicate stream of bubbles that swirled around the icy attack. The chilling effects of Ice Beam transformed the surrounding bubbles into glistening ice projectiles, which surged forth toward the ancient armor Pokémon. The ancient armor, attempting to manifest a purple energy crosscut, struggled to maintain its offense. However, it soon found itself overwhelmed. The combination of the two Pokémon's moves proved to be a formidable synergy, rendering the ancient armor unable to continue fighting. Wow, the power of the combined skills is astounding. The young trainer gasped in surprise, recalling how the ancient armor had previously thwarted her attacks. With just a slight adjustment, her Pokémon had unleashed such significant damage. Indeed, orchestrating simultaneous moves from two Pokémon was the most effective strategy, where the combined power transcended mere arithmetic. This technique would prove invaluable in future double battles. While your previous attack was simultaneous, the targets were too scattered. Understanding and leveraging the unique attributes of each move is essential for elevating your trainer level. Xiaoyun enlightened Xiaoguang on the intricacies of double battles. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, the nearby Xiaoguang bear had engaged in a skirmish with a randomly appearing fossil pterodactyl. The scene felt oddly out of sync. Hey, you rock-headed fool. How dare you ambush me? Xiaoguang bear growled, having been struck by the fossil pterodactyl's steel wing, leaving it momentarily dazed and irate. You lumbering oaf, with your brutish appearance. You dare imitate the Dragonite. I was peacefully napping, and here you are tossing rocks around like a fool. You think you can play mage just because you saw someone else do it? The fossil pterodactyl, soaring above, regarded the bear with a mocking demeanor. A conspicuous bump on its head, a likely consequence of their earlier encounter. Say that again. Xiaoguang bear roared back, now utterly bewildered by the taunt. Oh, so you're riled up now? A simple-minded brute indeed. If you've got the guts, come at me. The fossil pterodactyl showed no sign of retreat. Its confidence bolstered as it smirked at Xiaoguang bear, its expressions dripping with arrogance. Look at you, with your short legs and thick neck, adorned with a target on your chest. Are you inviting others to strike? Without allowing Xiaoguang bear a moment to respond, the fossil pterodactyl unleashed a series of taunts, each one more derisive than the last. Prepare to meet your end. Xiaoguang bear was incensed. While it could tolerate being called brutish, the mockery of its beloved circular pattern was utterly intolerable, a source of pride for its kind, and it could not let such an affront go unchallenged. Immediately, the circle bear conjured several massive stones from thin air and hurled them towards the direction of the fossil pterosaur. Howl! Hey, I'm dodging, can't hit me. The fossil pterosaur, utilizing its ancient aerial mastery, skillfully evaded the falling boulders, occasionally throwing a taunt back at the circle bear. This creature was identified by Xiaoguang as he activated his Pokédex. Fossil pterosaur, the fossil Pokémon. A ferocious prehistoric creature, it attacks its opponent's throats with serrated fangs. Revived from genes extracted from amber, it is a malevolent Pokémon from a bygone era. In this day and age, one would not expect the fossil pterosaur to behave in such a manner. Xiaoguang recalled that when Ash first encountered this fossil pterosaur, it exhibited similar insolence. Yet, was it not said to be the ruler of the skies in ancient times? Observing its mischievous demeanor, Xiaoguang felt that the information displayed was somewhat misleading. At this moment, Xiaoyun gazed at the scene with a curious expression, despite not understanding the exchange. Watching the circle bear angrily mutter while occasionally launching attacks only to be deftly avoided by the fossil pterosaur, which even had the audacity to make faces, made it evident that it was surely uttering some colorful local dialect. Xiaoyun, should we assist the big bear? Xiaoguang inquired, perplexed. No worries, Xiaoguang. Allow me, Xiaoyun replied. I wish to attempt to capture this fossil pterosaur. Xiaoyun assessed the fossil pterosaur, which was toying with the circle bear in the air. standing at approximately 2 meters tall. It likely held a leader-level status, and judging by its agility, it probably surpassed the circle bear in strength. As for its foul temperament, Xiaoyun was undeterred. He believed he had ample methods to train this dragon to ensure it would obey. After all, he had set his sights on capturing this fossil pterosaur. And failure was not an option. Big Bear, come here. I need to speak with you. Xiaoyun beckoned to the visibly irate circle bear. Growl. Although the circle bear was angry, it obediently approached upon hearing Xiaoyun's call. Come closer, tone down that expression, and follow my lead. I promise you will get to pummel this dragon, he assured, patting the circle bear's belly to signify that it should heed his commands. Growl. The circle bear nodded eagerly, knowing full well that its trainer was cunning and that this time, it would surely get the chance to land a blow on the insolent dragon. Fossil pterosaur. Let us engage in battle. Xiaoyun called out to the fossil pterosaur perched atop the cave's summit. How? A battle? So we shall fight. The fossil pterosaur, having understood the human's words, appeared indifferent. Recently revived, it was still unfamiliar with the current affairs of the League, but it generally grasped Xiaoyun's intent. Fighting? That was a daily affair in its era. Chapter 51, The Art of Communication. All right, Big Bear, use rock block and keep up the kite strategy. It doesn't matter if you miss. Let us first make the fossil pterosaur lower its guard. Upon hearing the fossil pterosaur's agreement, Xiaoyun began issuing serious commands to the circle bear. Growl. Though the circle bear did not fully comprehend Xiaoyun's intentions, it understood that obedience was key. Subsequently, the arm began to gather energy, coalescing several massive stones from the air, hurling them towards the fossilized pteranodon. A howl echoed, "Isn't this all the same? Is there nothing fresh?" The fossilized pteranodon did not evade. Instead, it raised its wings and shattered the stones one by one with its metallic wings. Casting a disdainful glance at the circle bear, Big Bear, provoke it. Xiaoyun commanded the circle bear. The provocation move could ignite the inner fury of a Pokémon, compelling it to launch an all-out offensive, provided it could capture the opponent's attention. With a mischievous expression, the circle bear beckoned at the fossilized pteranodon, emanating an intangible air of insolence. The fossilized pteranodon paused, suddenly overwhelmed with inexplicable anger. The bear's demeanor only intensified its irritation, sparking an impulsive desire to deliver a few fierce bites. Unable to contain itself any longer, it concentrated fire energy in its razor-sharp jaws and lunged at the circle bear with a fiery bite. Big Bear seized the opportunity to use Brick Break. As the fossilized pteranodon, enraged by the provocation, charged down with bared teeth, Xiaoyun directed the circle bear. Roaring, the circle bear began to amass a dense fighting energy, its palms brimming with a force capable of shattering stone. As the fossilized pteranodon rushed towards it, the circle bear's gaze sharpened. It swung its massive hand, delivering a powerful brick break that rendered the pteranodon's eyes wide and clear. Now, hold onto the fossilized pteranodon's wings tightly and unleash the light of ruin. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's command, the circle bear grinned mischievously, seizing the moment while the fossilized pteranodon was distracted. It clamped its fan-like hands around the rock-like wings of the pteranodon, pinning it to the ground. The circle bear began to gather a yellow energy infused with a sense of destruction. Don't come any closer, the fossilized pteranodon shrieked, struggling futilely in the grasp of the circle bear, attempting to break free with its iron tail. The circle bear withstood the relentless blows of the tail, its excitement growing as it reveled in the struggle, a euphoric expression crossing its face as it unleashed a robust beam of energy directly at the fossilized pteranodon. With a resounding explosion, smoke billowed slowly away, revealing the circle bear, battered yet exuding satisfaction, while beside it lay the fossilized pteranodon, dazed and sporting a spiral-eyed expression. Go, Pokeball! Xiaoyun exclaimed, tossing the Pokeball towards the incapacitated fossilized pteranodon. Ding ding! Xiaoyun, are you all right over there? Pyoai called out as he approached, accompanied by a battle hammer dragon, presumably evolved from the previously encountered skull dragon, indicating that matters had been resolved on his end as well. All done, Lizard King called out to Xiaoyun, satisfaction evident on its face. This feeling of having fought and not being responsible for the aftermath was truly delightful. I've nearly wrapped things up here, Pyoai said sincerely, bowing slightly to both Xiaoyun and Lizard King. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly broke into a cough, waving his hand dismissively, his expression remaining as carefree as ever. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. You must have endured arduous battles as well. Pyoai surveyed the surroundings, witnessing the remnants of fierce combat, and then glanced at Xiaoguang, who appeared somewhat frail, yet feigned a sense of ease. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a remarkable young man! Engaging in noble deeds while seeking no recognition is truly touching." He pondered how to express his gratitude after this ordeal. "Ahem, Mr. Pyoai. This Pokeball contains the fossilized Aerodactyl we have captured. Due to its irascible nature and impulsive temperament, I took the liberty of securing it to prevent any harm to others," Xiaoyun said, his complexion growing increasingly pale as he offered the Pokeball to Pyoai. Exuding an air of selflessness and dedication to the people, the fossilized Aerodactyl retorted, "You and your entire family." Pyoai found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the goodness of this youth. His clear gaze and innocent heart stirred deep emotions within him. In truth, even if Xiaoyun had captured the Aerodactyl, Pyoai would not have objected, for the assistance rendered was monumental. The capture of a mere fossil Pokémon was inconsequential. He could always excavate another. Yet, witnessing Xiaoyun's demeanor of offering help without any desire for reward genuinely moved him. "Since you have successfully tamed this volatile Aerodactyl, it will naturally heed your commands. Therefore, I shall entrust it to you," Pyoai declared after a brief pause. "Mr. Pyoai, how can I accept this?" Xiaoyun responded, his face a picture of alarm as he hastily declined. "Please, do not call me Mr. Pyoai. I am your elder. If it does not trouble you, simply refer to me as brother. Truth be told, I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Since you have captured this Aerodactyl, consider it a token of appreciation for your invaluable assistance. Accept it without further insistence. It would greatly ease my conscience," Pyoai conveyed, his admiration for this young man deepening with every word. How simple and unpretentious he was, yet so admirable and humble. He had firmly resolved to regard this youth as his brother. "Thank you, Brother Pyoai. In that case, I shall accept it," Xiaoyun promptly replied, nodding with determination. He marveled at the art of persuasion. Despite his protests, the gift was being thrust upon him, a fortunate windfall from the esteemed gym leader. "Rest assured, if it is in your hands, this Aerodactyl shall undoubtedly shine with brilliance," Pyoai expressed with satisfaction, joyfully patting Xiaoyun on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Xiaoguang, standing behind, bashfully covered his face, reflecting on how Xiaoyun had once again charmed Pyoai. How curious it was, having grown up together. He now seemed to have transformed in this new environment. Chapter 52, Training the Fossilized Aerodactyl. "Brother Pyoai, how have matters progressed on your end?" Xiaoyun inquired, subtly taking Xiaoguang's hand as he turned to Pyoai for updates. "The situation has been resolved. It appears that a group identifying themselves as Team Rocket has unearthed an obsolete fossil revival machine from some warehouse, and, surprisingly, managed to restore it. While I was away, a significant number of fossils were stolen from the storage room. Fortunately, due to the sheer volume of these resurrected beings, they were unable to manage them effectively, which ultimately prevented any severe consequences. Truly a stroke of luck." After heaving a sigh, Pyoai recounted the series of events to Xiaoyun. He was baffled by how those individuals managed to repair machinery that had been out of commission for several years. The speed of resurrection seemed to surpass anything witnessed previously, which was utterly perplexing. "I believe we must pay closer attention to security matters in the future. Regular inspections should become a routine. For if ancient Pokémon were to wreak havoc without proper management, it could spell considerable trouble for the entire Heijin city." Xiaoyun consoled Pyoai, suspecting that it was undoubtedly the trio from Team Rocket behind this. If the machines were repaired but they lacked the capability to capture, then who else could have accomplished such a feat? Xiaoyun doubted that anyone else possessed the same skills as that trio in this regard. Indeed, after this incident, rigorous management of the warehouse must be enforced to ensure that such occurrences do not repeat. Pyoai felt a twinge of melancholy, relieved that the issue was resolved swiftly. Otherwise, the League would have demanded accountability. "We must keep a vigilant watch, perhaps even install an additional security door. I cannot fathom how it could be breached again. By the way, what of Ash and his companions? After they helped us repel those nefarious forces, their Pokémon were injured. So I directed them to the Pokémon Center for recovery," Pyoai explained to Xiaoyun. He then recalled Ash's brave act of leaping from the sky to save Pikachu, a scene that left him profoundly moved. "Are today's youth so driven?" Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. "As for the gym challenge, it should be scheduled for the day after tomorrow. I must attend to the aftermath here tomorrow. I sincerely apologize for the delay," Pyoai said, glancing at the disarray surrounding them, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He knew he could not express such disrespectful sentiments, as it would be an affront to Xiaoyun's character. If Xiaoyun were to hear Pyoai's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond, "Go ahead, trample away. I can bear this pain. It's all right. I'll come to the gym to find you the day after tomorrow," Xiaoyun replied, contemplating that one day was manageable. It provided him with an opportunity to properly train his rather foolish dragon. Pyoai politely declined Xiaoyun's offer. Recognizing that Xiaoyun had already handled a considerable workload today, he felt a twinge of guilt looking into Xiaoyun's earnest eyes, unable to impose further. "Well then, see you in a couple of days," Pyoai called out, waving goodbye to the retreating figures of Xiaoyun and his companion. Overall, today had yielded some fruitful outcomes. "What do you mean by that? How can this be dismissed as mere deception? Clearly, my elder brother is kind-hearted, unwilling to see me suffer, and thus bestowed upon me the Pokeball. Such goodwill cannot be rejected," Xiaoyun asserted with sincerity shining in his eyes. "All right then, what can I say? You have me at a loss." Xiaoguang, with a resigned nod, acknowledged the situation. Observing Xiaoyun's demeanor, it seemed he had come to believe it himself. What more could she say? At the Pokémon Center, after returning, the duo entrusted their Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, requesting her assistance in healing their Pokémon. Subsequently, they ventured to Ash's room, where the sight of Ash, lively and full of energy, made Xiaoyun reflect on her unnecessary worries. How could she doubt the physical prowess of a newcomer from Masera Town? Perhaps she was indeed too naive. After engaging in conversation with Ash and his companions, Xiaoguang expressed her intention to return to her room to tend to the Pokémon egg, which appeared to be on the verge of hatching. Having recently captured the fossilized Aerodactyl, it was essential to provide psychological support to ensure a smooth transition. If not communicated effectively, the Pokémon might exhibit peculiar behaviors, such as sleeping during battles, disobeying commands, or even breathing fire at its trainer, an outcome Xiaoyun could hardly accept. In a secluded area, Xiaoyun released her Circling Bear and Lizard King from their Pokeballs, instructing them, "Listen closely, my friends. A newcomer will soon arrive. I shall speak with it first. If the negotiation falters, I trust you two to provide it with ample care. Do you understand?" The two Pokémon nodded in understanding, particularly the Circling Bear, who was well aware of the stakes. The Grass Tortoise was too small for it to engage, while the Lizard King was too formidable to contend with. Finally, the moment of good fortune seemed to be upon it, and the Circling Bear's joy began to manifest in a broadening grin. "Bear, control your drool. That's quite unbecoming," Xiaoyun remarked, her expression one of disdain. She thought to herself how unrefined this creature was. After all, they had only just dined together. And this was merely a conversation with the newcomer, not an act of consumption. "Come forth, Aerodactyl." "Rar. Who are you, human from earlier?" Upon emerging, the Aerodactyl spotted Xiaoyun before it, feeling an inexplicable ache in its rocky visage. "Aerodactyl, I ask you this. Can you heed my commands and be my Pokémon?" Xiaoyun inquired, holding up the Pokeball. "Rar. What commands?" The Aerodactyl squinted, its expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "Ah, as I suspected. Capturing a Pokémon of your nature will not be an easy feat," Xiaoyun mused. "You too. Now is your chance. Be gentle." She beckoned to the Circling Bear and Lizard King, a knowing look on her face. To her, the Aerodactyl's refusal, evidenced by its closed eyes, was a sign of disdain, a clear indication of its rebellious spirit. Ancient Pokémon indeed seemed to possess fiery tempers. Perhaps a gentle approach was necessary before proceeding. "Rar. What is this? I merely inquired about your commands." "Rar. What are you doing? I warn you both to stay back." "Ah." The Aerodactyl, bewildered, pondered why its simple question had prompted these two to advance toward it, accompanied by alarming cackles. With a cacophony of sounds, tranquility returned to the once lively clearing. "How about it? Are you now willing to heed my commands?" Little Yun felt that the affection had nearly reached its peak, and she turned to invite the fossil pterosaur once more. "How? Damn it. I never said I wouldn't listen." The fossil pterosaur exclaimed, its eyes swollen, expressing its dissatisfaction with Little Yun's insistence. "Ah, truly a fossil Pokémon, possessing its own pride. Very well, you two may continue." Little Yun sighed at the obstinate fossil pterosaur. Indeed, it was a tough nut to crack, being a rock type. Its temperament was undeniably steadfast, embodying the very essence of its rocky resolve. She then turned to the Teddiursa and the Lizard King, signaling them to proceed with their affectionate gestures. The fossil pterosaur was left speechless, utterly baffled by this human who, unable to comprehend its words, insisted on creating a scene. How? How? Do you not understand Pokémon speech? If you cannot comprehend, at least do not misinterpret. Hey, can you two explain this to me? The fossil pterosaur thought to implore the two for clarification, but as it noticed the encroaching figures of Teddy Ursa and the Lizard King, it instinctively swallowed hard. How? I have a cleanliness obsession. I do not appreciate other Pokémon getting too close. How? If you two come any closer, I shall lose my temper. You know, when I rage, even I fear what I might do. The two Pokémon exchanged glances, thinking it a jest. After all, it was not every day they encountered a free punching bag, and how could they let such an opportunity slip by? Thus, they offered no chance for the fossil pterosaur to explain, and with a series of raucous cackles, they transformed into their wolf-like forms and pinned the fossil pterosaur down, showering it with affection. Smack, smack, smack. How? Please, not the face. Chapter 53, Day of Rest. So how is it, Fossil? Little Yun continued to coax the fossil pterosaur. How? Fine, I will listen. Whatever you say, I shall heed. At this moment, the fossil pterosaur had come to an understanding. Before Little Yun could even pose her question, it began nodding vigorously, demonstrating through its body language that it was genuinely willing to cooperate. Well, this isn't so difficult after all. Indeed, it requires the love from one's family. Look, the fossil pterosaur is moved to tears. How? Woo, it has been so hard. Tears of grievance streamed down the fossil pterosaur's face. It never intended to resist. This human had relentlessly battered it. Yet did she even listen to its words? In ancient times, it had never endured such indignities. Modern life was far too unkind. All right. I understand you are deeply moved, but before you get too emotional, here's a treat for you. Now let us continue. Seeing the fossil pterosaur in tears of emotion, Little Yun, wishing to spare it further sorrow, tossed it a rock-type energy cube to munch on. How? What is this? The fossil pterosaur reacted quickly, catching the flying object in its mouth, crunching and swallowing it. Its eyes beginning to gleam with renewed vigor as its injuries slowly healed. What is this delightful morsel? I've never tasted anything like it before. According to reports, you enjoy meat, but I have none at the moment. Only these energy cubes. I shall procure some real food for you another day. For now, let us make do with this. Xiaoyan initially presumed that the fossil pterosaur was simply unaccustomed to its diet. Thus she suggested, how about meat? How can one eat it raw? The fossil pterosaur vehemently shook its head, displaying a hint of disdain, and pointed with its claw to another energy cube in Xiaoyan's hand, indicating that this was the food fit for a proper dragon. Simultaneously, the fossil pterosaur grasped an underlying truth. The regular meals were exclusively comprised of this, making every day akin to a festive celebration. As for meat, well, even the canine Pokémon wouldn't partake. Is this acceptable? I hope it is not too much of a compromise for you, Xiaoyan remarked, feeling somewhat conflicted as she tossed the other energy cube into its mouth. After catching the energy cube once more, the fossil pterosaur shook its head vigorously, signifying that it was not at all compelled, asserting that it would be forced to eat meat. Since you prefer this, that is splendid. After all, I pride myself on being quite understanding. Witnessing the fossil pterosaur's compliance, Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction. The fossil pterosaur, in a moment of conscience, nodded its head in agreement. Yet internally, it felt a numbness. If only it could hear the absurdity of its own words. You, of all beings, consider yourself human? Even a canine Pokémon possesses more semblance of humanity. In essence, it acquiesced, but Xiaoyan expressed, I still favored your earlier defiant demeanor. Would you not revert to that? Observing the fossil pterosaur's silence, Xiaoyan felt a pang of regret. The fierce dragon of moments past had vanished, leaving only the remnants of a creature resigned to its existence. Thus, she opened her Pokédex to examine the Pokémon's information. Fossil pterosaur, fossil Pokémon. Type, rock flying. Ability, rock head. Overview, a ferocious prehistoric Pokémon. Resurrected through the extraction of genes from amber, it embodies the malevolence of ancient times. Moves, sonic boom, bite, scary face, roar, iron head, iron tail, dragon claw, fire fong. Ice fong, thunder fong, steel wing, stone edge, wing attack, tackle, final impact, dual blade headbutt. Overall strength, early champion level. Indeed, the fossil pterosaur bore the stature of a dominator of the skies. While its demeanor was somewhat lacking, its repertoire of skills remained formidable. The fact that Circle Bear could triumph over the fossil pterosaur was evidently due to its recent resurrection, rendering it somewhat feeble. However, the dual blade headbutt move was likely acquired through tutoring, and when combined with its ability, its destructive potential was truly terrifying. The rock head ability was anticipated by Xiaoyun, as the fossil pterosaur was known for its rock-like head and imposing presence. In terms of training the fossil pterosaur, Xiaoyun had devised a commendable plan. She did not intend to engage in specialized training just yet. Instead, she aimed to cultivate mutual understanding between them, with the upcoming gym match serving as an excellent opportunity for honing their synergy. Above all, she hoped that this fossil pterosaur could indeed grant her the gift of flight. Being a creature of the flying type, come here, fossil pterosaur, extend your wings for me to admire. Yes, quite satisfactory, though your rear feels a tad uncomfortable. Goodness, why are you so rigid? Xiaoyun exclaimed as she approached the fossil pterosaur, poking and prodding, seemingly oblivious to its exasperated expression, before mounting it to experience the sensation firsthand. Fossil pterosaur. Ah, I can indeed be considered a rider now. Sitting atop the back of the fossil pterosaur, Xiaoyun felt a tinge of excitement. Perhaps this is what one might call a man's romance, prompting him to playfully tap the creature's rear. The fossil pterosaur, perplexed, thought to itself, I am a pterosaur, not a fiery steed. What is this nonsense? If it weren't for the presence of these two watching, the pterosaur would have surely confined this lad to a small room, making him craft 10 energy cubes daily. No, 20. Ultimately, Xiaoyun refrained from asking the fossil pterosaur to take flight, and instead, he perched on its back. Addressing a few Pokémon nearby, roar. Huh. At that moment, the fossil pterosaur had little desire to engage with its trainer, but upon hearing its name, it could only respond weakly. Good boy. The following day, Xiaoyun released the Pokémon to frolic freely, and they cheered joyfully as they sought out a comfortable spot to bask in the sun. Naturally, the fossil pterosaur received special attention, observing its eager demeanor. Suggesting a desire to take flight, Xiaoyun smiled serenely and whispered in its ear, Tonight, there will be double the energy cubes. The pterosaur had not intended to flee. It merely wished to stretch before resting. As they planned to relax, Xiaoyun had no intention of languishing at the Pokémon Center. After securing the egg, he took Xiaoguang by the hand, and together they made their way to the department store in Black Gold City. The pair spent the day exploring, indulging in ice cream, purchasing Pokémon stickers for competitions, and even attempting to win plush toys. Half an hour later, as they exited the department store, Xiaoyun cast a wistful glance at the toys cradled in Xiaoguang's arms, pondering why he could never seem to win one himself, always just missing out. The weather is poor today. It must be the glaring sunlight. Otherwise, I would have surely succeeded. It has to be that. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Xiaoyun encountered Ash, who was diligently training in the battle arena, seemingly aware of his own shortcomings and engaging in focused practice. The next morning, without waiting for Ash to finish, the two set off towards the Black Gold Gym. Chapter 54, The Black Gold Gym. Ah, Mr. Xiaoyun. Master Pyoai has been expecting you inside. You may proceed directly. The front desk apprentice greeted Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang with a smile, clearly informed in advance by Pyoai. Good morning, Xiaoyun, Xiaoguang. Pyoai called out warmly from across the gym floor as he spotted the pair entering. Master Pyoai, you are here so early. Xiaoyun exclaimed. Good morning, Mr. Pyoai. In truth, Pyoai held a quiet anticipation for the battle ahead. Having witnessed Xiaoyun's ability to defeat numerous fossil Pokémon at the mine, a testament to his formidable strength. This prowess ignited a fierce competitive spirit within Pyoai, who often tested novice trainers. It was evident that Master Pyoai was a dedicated gym leader, embodying the very qualities I aspire to learn. Goodness, he must be mistaken. Haha. Do you need a break, or shall we commence the gym battle now? Pyoai chuckled upon hearing this. Let us begin at once. Since you, dear brother Pyoai, are so eager, I certainly cannot disappoint your expectations. Xiaoyun gracefully declined Pyoai's kind offer. Excellent. Now, let the battle commence. Upon mutual agreement, the referee in the center began to announce the rules of the match, raising his hands to signal the start. At the very moment the referee's words concluded, Pyoai had already thrown his Pokeball. Come forth, Onyx. With a flash of red light from the Pokeball, it wasn't the usual small Geodude that emerged, but rather the formidable Onyx, a colossal serpent composed of interlocking boulders, standing menacingly on the battlefield. Go, Turtwig. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyun released her first Pokémon. The adorable little turtle made its entrance, presenting a perfect contrast to the imposing Onix. Xiaoyun, go. Turtwig, you can do it. Cheered the adorable Xiaoguang, who, alongside the playful Pachima and the lively Tuan, had swiftly donned a cheerleader outfit. The white round cap was removed, and her flowing blue hair was elegantly tied into a bun at the back of her head, while she wore a pink cheerleading uniform with white trim, holding pom-poms aloft, creating a striking scene. Haha. I never anticipated that the morale on my side would falter so quickly as the battle has just begun, Pyoai remarked, somewhat wistfully, as he recognized the bond between the two. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. Indeed, Xiaoyun thought, gazing dreamily at the transformed Xiaoguang, pondering why she hadn't brought her camera to capture such an adorable sight. How could Xiaoguang be so utterly charming? Cough, cough. Pyoai cleared his throat across the battlefield, signaling Xiaoyun not to become too carried away. This is a serious competition. The presence of a mere girl could not possibly unnerve him. After all, he was astonishingly composed at this moment. By the way, where did Xiaoguang acquire that outfit? It appeared to lack quality. He resolved to observe her closely after the match concluded. Onix, use rock throw, Pyoai commanded, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he directed Onix to initiate its assault. In response, Onix began to gather a multitude of stones above Turtwig, preparing to unleash them. How dare you? Bullying a mere 14-year-old. Turtwig, use Leaf Tornado to deflect the stones. Turtwig swung its leafy appendage, causing a flurry of leaves to converge above, transforming them into sharp projectiles that intercepted the falling rocks. Onix, use Takedown. Seizing the opportunity while Turtwig was occupied with defense, Pyoai issued another command for an offensive move. Onix glowed with a brilliant white light, charging towards Turtwig like a massive tank. Turtwig, quickly use Withdraw. Xiaoyun knew she could not allow her opponent to attack unimpeded. Faced with Onix's overwhelming assault, Turtwig, lacking an equally powerful counterattack, had no choice but to adopt a defensive posture. Bang! The grass tortoise was thrust violently against a rocky pillar by the massive Onix, yet fortunately, being in its retractable shell form, it sustained no serious injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Onix executed Stealth Rock. Meanwhile, Xiaotai, realizing the importance of battlefield control, directed Onix to apply pressure, fully grasping the fundamentals of combat. They could not allow the opponent to continue unimpeded. Thus, they interrupted Onix's move with a small energy ball. Xiaoyun understood that they could not remain at the mercy of their adversary. Inaction would inevitably lead to defeat, prompting them to instruct the grass tortoise to disrupt the release of Stealth Rock. The small energy ball was a technique Xiaoyun had honed. Only a third the size of a standard energy ball, yet its rapid condensation allowed for unexpected outcomes, just as it had now. The small energy ball struck Onix squarely in the face. Though the damage was minimal, the insult was profound, successfully interrupting the release of Stealth Rock. Well done, Xiaoyun. Even the energy ball can yield such results. Onix, use Dig to burrow underground and seek an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Onix swiftly delved into the earth, leaving the grass tortoise isolated on the battlefield. Upon realizing its opponent had vanished, the grass tortoise displayed a hint of panic, clearly uncertain of its next course of action. Do not be anxious, grass tortoise. Focus on the vibrations beneath you. Xiaoyun's calm voice soothed the creature, alleviating its distress. Boom. Just as the grass tortoise began to sense the tremors of the ground, Onix erupted from below, thrusting it upward. Caught off guard, the grass tortoise was propelled skyward by Onix and subsequently crashed down onto the ground. Onix then burrowed again into the depths. Do not worry, grass tortoise. Close your eyes and attune yourself to the vibrations of the earth. The grass tortoise slowly rose, shaking its head, and upon hearing Xiaoyun's words, closed its eyes once more to earnestly feel the ground's waves. Observing the diligent grass tortoise, Xiaoyun thought to themselves that this was indeed a challenging moment. Once the grass tortoise evolved and learned Earthquake, such complexities would be unnecessary. At that point, if Onix dared to use Dig, the emergence of Earthquake would signal the end of the match. On the battlefield, as a fissure appeared beneath the grass tortoise's feet, Xiaoyun quickly called out, Grass tortoise, now is your moment. Jump and use Leaf Blade. Just in time, the grass tortoise exerted all its strength to leap just before Onix broke through the surface, launching a Leaf Blade downward. As a rock and ground type, Onyx was hit hard by the 4 times effective leaf blade at close range, letting out a pained roar. For the final strike, use Tackle. The grass tortoise charged with all its might towards the grounded Onyx, making the collision reminiscent of a mountain crashing down. The impact was akin to the final straw for a camel, sending Onyx's massive form crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Onyx lying exhausted and powerless. You've done well, Onyx, Xiaotai murmured gently to the Pokeball. Well done, Xiaoyun, Pyoai remarked, observing her with an appreciative gaze before swiftly tossing another Pokeball into the arena. Arise, Bastiodon. Chapter 55, The True Power of Aerodactyl. Another Bastiodon, is it? Xiaoyun mused, eyeing the formidable creature baring its teeth. The challenge seemed markedly different, and she wondered what the final Pokemon would be. Turtwig, initiate Energy Ball. Bastiodon, unleash Flamethrower. Pyoai commanded, his voice cutting through the air. Boom. The collision of Flamethrower and Energy Ball resulted in a spectacular explosion, enveloping the arena in a thick cloud of smoke. As Xiaoyun remained transfixed on the battlefield, Pyoai's voice rang out once more. Bastiodon, employ Psyshock. From within the smoke, Bastiodon's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as it followed the command. Its bulbous head became enveloped in a radiant pink light, and with a surge of power, it launched itself like a cannonball towards Turtwig. Turtwig, retract into your shell. Xiaoyun urged swiftly. Boom. Turtwig obeyed, curling into its protective shell just in time to withstand the initial impact of Bastiodon's charge. Bastiodon, continue with Psyshock. Turtwig, once more into your shell. Bastiodon concentrated, channeling another Psyshock towards the grounded Turtwig. The attack triggered Turtwig's flinching effect, rendering it helpless as it stood frozen, watching Bastiodon charge at it once more. In a decisive blow, Turtwig succumbed to the onslaught of Psyshock, collapsing and losing its fighting capability. Turtwig has fainted. Challenger, please send forth your next Pokemon, the referee announced. Then, I choose you, Aerodactyl. Roar! Exclaimed Aerodactyl, soaring into the air. Is this my opponent? Somewhat familiar. With a flash of red light from the Pokeball, Aerodactyl took flight, its gaze locked onto Bastiodon. As a fellow fossil Pokemon, it was well acquainted with this formidable adversary, especially since its own head smash had been taught by a Bastiodon. Pyoai, observing the obedient Aerodactyl, thought to himself, Xiaoyun can already command Aerodactyl? Truly impressive. Bastiodon, leap and use Iron Head. Pyoai ordered. At his command, Bastiodon propelled itself off the ground, its muscular legs driving it upward like a cannonball aimed at the airborne Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl, use Steel Wing to intercept. Xiaoyun instructed. As she spoke, Aerodactyl's wings solidified, taking on a steel-like toughness, crossing them protectively over its head to absorb the force of Bastiodon's iron head. Bang! With ease, Aerodactyl deflected the attack and, leveraging its combat experience, executed a swift tail whip that sent Bastiodon crashing from the sky. After successfully blocking the attack, Aerodactyl resumed its playful demeanor, taunting Bastiodon with a display of bravado. Although Xiaoyun could not decipher the specific taunts, she could discern the fierce desire in Bastiodon's expression, leading her to suspect that Aerodactyl's extinction might have been influenced by personal vendettas. Bastiodon. In a fit of rage, the Battle Hammer Dragon's eyes became bloodshot, though its naturally red hue made it difficult to discern. Rising from the ground, it let out a fierce roar directed at the fossil pterodactyl. Without waiting for a command from the trainer, the Battle Hammer Dragon unleashed a tremendous force from its tumor-like head, propelling itself into the air once more to strike with its pink psychic hammer against the fossil pterodactyl. Stop provoking the Battle Hammer Dragon. Go all out with a dual-blade head hammer, shouted Xiaoyun, her voice urgent as she observed the Battle Hammer Dragon's explosive energy. Upon hearing her, the fossil pterodactyl ceased its antics and roared back at the Battle Hammer Dragon, gathering energy at its head. In an astonishing display, it conjured 2 massive head-like phantoms that dove directly towards the Battle Hammer Dragon for a head-on clash. The aura of the ancient sky sovereign manifested in that moment. This fossil pterodactyl can use a dual-blade head hammer. This is bad. The Battle Hammer Dragon cannot withstand it, exclaimed Pyoai, alarmed, as he called out to his Pokémon. Boom. The clash was not evenly matched. The Battle Hammer Dragon was already at a disadvantage. The psychic hammer collided with the fossil pterodactyl's powerful dual-blade head hammer, and with the added advantage of aerial supremacy, the result was catastrophic. In an instant, the phantoms projected by the fossil pterodactyl overwhelmed the Battle Hammer Dragon, forcing it downwards until it crashed into the ground, creating a perfect crater that conformed to its form. The battle hammer dragon lay in the pit, its eyes swirling, legs twitching slightly, clearly rendered incapable of battle. How impressive! It has already defeated 2 opponents. Just one more victory, and we will triumph, exclaimed Xiaoguang, holding up a celebratory streamer with delight. How naive. You think you are the only one who can use your head. I can do it too, mocked the fossil pterodactyl, returning to its cheeky demeanor as it taunted the incapacitated battle hammer dragon. What an exhilarating showdown. Those unaware would never associate the earlier display of dominance with this creature. They appear to be 2 entirely different Pokémon. Xiaoyun nodded in satisfaction, realizing she had indeed chosen the right Pokémon, though it rarely showed its strength. It proved remarkably capable when it mattered most, much like herself. Of course, if it could understand human speech, it might not appreciate the sentiment. Xiaoyun, you are formidable. And this fossil pterodactyl is quite impressive as well. I hope you can continue to secure victories with your next Pokémon. Step 4th, Super Iron Tyrant. Pyoai declared as he released his final Pokémon. With a flash of red light from the Pokeball, a heavyweight contender emerged, a creature towering over 2 meters, boasting 2 stout rock-like arms with a hollow interior, a tail resembling a massive stone hammer, and a long, sharp horn on its forehead that exuded destructive potential. The Super Iron Tyrant, a head hammer Pokémon, is the evolved form of the Iron Armor Tyrant, having transformed through the use of an extraordinary item. Its skin is so impenetrable that even the finest blade cannot inflict a scratch, and its protective armor can withstand volcanic eruptions. When opponents falter, it proudly pierces through them with its drill-like appendage. It would fill the hollow of its palm with rocks, then forcibly contract its muscles and expand in an instant, launching the stones from its grasp. Occasionally, it would send forth small pebbles and stones. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus let out a thunderous roar, striking its chest, and an intense aura erupted from its body, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Its majestic and imposing figure stood resolute like a mountain, leaving onlookers in awe. Such strength. Is this the standard for gym assessments? Little Light gazed at the formidable Super Iron Tyrannosaurus on the field, momentarily dazed. She had thought the difficulty of gym assessments would be comparable to that of dazzling competitions, but now it was clear they were on entirely different levels. Little Penguin's mouth gaped wide. Fortunately, its owner was a participant in dazzling competitions. Otherwise, it feared being flattened into a pancake by this behemoth. Brother Pyoai, this creature seems to exceed the scope of the assessments, doesn't it? Isn't that a bit excessive? Little Cloud remarked, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Feeling somewhat exasperated as she spoke to Pyoai, the strength of this Super Iron Tyrannosaurus appeared to place it firmly within the elite tier of Pokémon. Likely not even Pyoai's trump card. The previous 2 could barely qualify for a gym assessment. And it was indeed fortunate that Pyoai was genuinely putting forth effort against such a formidable opponent. Chapter 56, A Duel Among Titans. Pyoai laughed heartily. This Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was his primary Pokémon, typically employed for facing League inspectors. After all, ordinary challengers lacked the strength to warrant its deployment. And he was eager to see Little Cloud exhibit her exceptional prowess. What a headache. Yet, I'm feeling quite exhilarated, Little Cloud thought as she sensed Pyoai's excitement rising, suppressing a desire to burst forth with an Uchiha-like cackle. Roar. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus appeared to be on par with the fossil pterodactyl, and under Pyoai's command. This battle served as a test for Little Cloud and her round bear, allowing the bear to experience the thrill of battling a powerful adversary. The Lizard King would not be sent into the fray. Deploying it would defeat the purpose of the assessment. After all, relying solely on the Lizard King would not suffice. Pyoai looked at the well-developed round bear, its aura indicating it was a worthy opponent, and he was eager to commence the battle. The round bear was quite large, but size did not equate to strength. Super Iron. Greet it with horn drill. Pyoai commanded the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Super Iron. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus grinned, letting out a roar as the sharp horn atop its head began to spin violently. With a furious charge, its tremendous weight caused the ground to tremble, akin to a drilling machine barreling toward the round bear, seemingly intent on not stopping until it had pierced through its opponent. Face it head-on. Use body slam to stop it. Little Cloud instructed rapidly as she prepared to counter the oncoming assault. The round bear struck a stance, its muscles tensing and then expanding, its aura becoming increasingly solid as it raised its arms to intercept the charging Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Boom. Under the influence of bodybuilding, The Circle Bear merely took a few steps back, firmly holding the Iron Tyrannosaurus in place. This Circle Bear possesses immense strength. Iron Tyrannosaurus, use your arm hammer to break it free. Observing in astonishment as the Circle Bear effortlessly blocked the Iron Tyrannosaurus with its powerful arms. Pyoai could not help but exclaim in admiration, though he quickly issued another command. Who fears whom? Big Bear, let us also employ the arm hammer and push forward with all our might. Xiaoguang, undeterred, recognized that Big Bear's strength was formidable and now bolstered by bodybuilding. Its close combat capabilities rivaled, if not slightly surpassed, those of the Iron Tyrannosaurus. It prepared for a head-on clash. Bang! The arms of Iron Tyrannosaurus and Circle Bear converged with power, each locking eyes with the other as they launched their assault. The collision of these two powerhouse Pokémon sent shockwaves that caused the surrounding rocks to tremble. Both creatures roared defiantly at one another, neither willing to back down. This is the essence of a battle between men. Iron Tyrannosaurus utilized the drill rush to break through Circle Bear's defenses. As the intensity of the battle escalated, Pyoai felt his blood surge, his face flushed and voice hoarse as he called out to Iron Tyrannosaurus. Iron. The sharp horn serves as Iron Tyrannosaurus's mightiest weapon. With a fierce roar, it crossed its arms in front, initiating a rapid spin of the drill horn, producing a piercing sound that cut through the air. Drill rush. Damn. Why did it suddenly ignite? Big Bear, use both hands to execute the tile breaker and hold it down. Xiaoguang, witnessing the imminent threat of the drill rush at such a close range, urgently commanded Circle Bear to brace itself. Roar. Circle Bear let out a thunderous roar, channeling energy into its paws, and then with a simultaneous surge of power, it struck down fiercely towards Iron Tyrannosaurus. Bang! Empowered by the dual tile breaker and the bodybuilding influence, Circle Bear once again thwarted Iron Tyrannosaurus, preventing any further advance. Though the several-meter-long scratch on the arena attested to Circle Bear's exertion. Iron Tyrannosaurus, now use Iron Tail. Big Bear, unleash the Fire Punch. Seizing the opportunity, Pyoai directed Iron Tyrannosaurus to execute Iron Tail, catching the opponent off guard. Iron Tyrannosaurus's tail, resembling a stone hammer, gleamed with a metallic sheen as it swung towards Circle Bear. Xiaoguang, however, refused to let that happen. With a fiery blaze erupting from Circle Bear's right fist, it struck down against the Iron Tyrannosaurus's tail with great force. Bang! The Fire Punch, a Fire-type move, proved remarkably effective against the Steel-type Iron Tail, causing Iron Tyrannosaurus to stagger backward from the impact. Xiaoguang, your Circle Bear is truly impressive, managing to hold its ground until now. Pyoai observed Iron Tyrannosaurus, which had been engaged in combat for a while, beginning to show signs of fatigue, gasping for breath as it directed a shout towards Xiaoguang. Naturally, my Big Bear is exceptionally strong. In response to Pyoai's praise, Xiaoguang graciously accepted the compliment, though even with the bodybuilding enhancement, the grueling intensity of the battle had begun to wear down Circle Bear. Despite the odds, the resilient Circle Bear remained determined not to succumb. It was resolute in its quest to conquer its opponent and claim victory in the battle. Very well, then. Iron Tyrannosaurus, let's completely shatter it with rock cannon. Pyoai thought to himself, realizing that the situation could not persist. He summoned Iron Tyrannosaurus's powerful move, Rock Cannon, a technique only a select few Pokémon could master. And Iron Tyrannosaurus was among them. As Iron Tyrannosaurus began to gather rocks through the aperture in its arm, the stones solidified under its control, resembling meteors. The aperture aimed directly at Circle Bear, unleashing a barrage akin to a heavy artillery strike. The tremendous recoil momentarily staggered Iron Tyrannosaurus. Big Bear, unleash your most potent destruction ray. Xiaoguang shouted fiercely at Circle Bear. Both Pokémon were in a dire state, making this clash their final gambit. Circle Bear gathered an aura of annihilation at the corner of its mouth, letting out a fierce roar as it targeted Iron Tyrannosaurus with a devastating onslaught. Boom! The violent collision between the rock cannon and the destruction ray generated shockwaves that instinctively forced Xiaoguang and Pyoai to shield their eyes. Even the audience, including Xiaoguang, felt the repercussions. What a gust of wind! Xiaoguang exclaimed, one hand clutching the hem of her skirt while the other shielded her eyes. Oblivious to the ongoing battle that consumed Xiaoyun's attention. As the dust settled, both Pokémon stood resolutely, locking their gazes on one another. After a few seconds, Circle Bear could no longer withstand the strain, its vision fading to white before it collapsed. Roar. Iron. Chapter 57. The Coal Badge. Iron. With a broad grin, Iron Tyrannosaurus beamed upon witnessing Circle Bear's defeat, poised to raise its arm in celebration of victory. However, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame it, causing Iron Tyrannosaurus to fall to the ground, rendered unable to continue fighting. Both Iron Tyrannosaurus and Circle Bear had simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities, resulting in the victory of the challenger from Futaba Town, Hane Yunyun. The referee, having verified the condition of the Pokémon, began to announce the results of the battle. Yay! Xiaoguang won, Xiaoguang exclaimed, excitedly waving her streamer and jumping in delight, her exuberance reflecting that of a victor. You've worked so hard. You did wonderfully, Big Bear. Xiaoguang softly spoke to the Pokeball. She felt satisfied with Circle Bear's performance, acknowledging that achieving a stalemate with Pyoai's Iron Tyrannosaurus was a testament to its excellence, truly a bear of merit. What is this gift? Xiaoguang inquired curiously, pondering whether it would be akin to receiving a rock climb or rock smash technical machine, as in the games. This item is called a Heartstone. When worn by a rock-type Pokémon, it enhances the power of rock-type moves by 20%. It would be perfect for your fossil Aerodactyl, Pyoai explained, not keeping her in suspense, as he presented a small box containing a deep gray stone. After detailing its purpose, he handed it over to Xiaoguang. Brother Pyoai, I cannot accept this without a just cause, Xiaoguang replied, aware of its value. As her Lizard King was already equipped with a miracle seed that boosted grass-type moves by 20%, a gift from Dr. Yamanashi. Such items can indeed be found in the Elven shop, albeit at a somewhat exorbitant price, approximately 50,000 Alliance coins for each piece. Moreover, the enhancement in quality only increases the potency by a mere 10. After all, ordinary skill discs can be procured for merely 2,000 to 3,000 Alliance coins, while the more advanced ones still range around 5,000 to 6,000. For instance, this hard stone, of which Pyoai possesses a prime specimen, could fetch a staggering 200,000 Alliance coins. However, he, being somewhat bashful, feels hesitant to accept it. The fossil pterosaur interjects, you are indeed shy, aren't you? There's no need for formality. For a mineral enthusiast, this item is not as precious as you might think. Consider it a reward for passing my additional assessment. Pyoai, aware that he would decline, smiles and recounts the origins of the hard stone. Yet, he is not mistaken. For him, the hard stone is indeed not of great value. Had Pyoai been more attentive to the information from Kalos, he would have known that his collection also includes evolution stones, though he himself is oblivious to that fact. The former champion of Hoenn, Daigo, who shares similar interests, has inadvertently amassed numerous evolution stones, finding himself unable to resist bestowing them upon promising newcomers, such as the evolution stone for Shota's Lizard King, which Daigo generously funded. Since that is the case, I shall accept it. Thank you, Brother Pyoai, Xiaoguang responded, not declining the offer, extending her hands to receive the box presented to her, and bowing in gratitude. There's no need for thanks. I'm simply pleased to be of assistance. I hope you achieve great success in the Alliance Conference. I have high hopes for you, Pyoai remarked gently, having grown fond of Xiaoguang, believing her to be slightly stronger than the indifferent boy who had challenged him days prior. I will indeed. Such a splendid trophy is not something I would allow others to claim, Xiaoguang asserted confidently, shedding her modesty, realizing that while occasional humility is acceptable, excessive modesty can come off as pretentious, and thus, she openly expressed her ambitions. You are indeed unabashed. That's splendid. Confidence is key. One must dare to dream to seize what they desire. Pyoai was taken aback by Xiaoyun's boldness, but soon his face lit up with joy as he patted her shoulder in encouragement. Well, we shall take our leave now, Brother Pyoai. We will be heading to the next town tomorrow, so we bid you farewell for now. The group approached the gym entrance, preparing to say goodbye to Pyoai. I see. Then your next gym should be the Baidai Gym, Pyoai mused, recalling the eccentric woman, Kai Zhong, who exhibited an overwhelming enthusiasm for grass-type Pokémon, more fervent than his own penchant for excavation. Indeed, but first we are heading to Yuan Town, as we have heard a grand contest will be held there. And we wish to participate, Xiaoguang revealed, eager to challenge the dazzling celebration. So you two aim to progress together. Pyoai observed the duo, a playful smile crossing his lips, his tone teasing, as if he were an amused bystander witnessing a spectacle. Then, Brother Pyoai, we shall take our leave. Until we meet again. Farewell, Mr. Pyoai. How bashful. That simply won't do. Pyoai gazed at the hurried silhouette of Xiaoyun, shaking his head with a sense of nostalgia. He murmured to himself, the 100 Generations gym, perhaps I should notify that woman Kai Zhong in advance. Yet, he dismissed the thought, allowing her to experience it herself. With no challengers on the horizon, he could indulge in his mining pursuits once more. Indeed, it was a splendid day. At the Pokémon Center, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Joy. To which she replied with her customary smile, You're welcome. It's my duty. At that moment, Ash and Brock entered the lobby, greeting Xiaoyun upon their arrival. Chapter 58. Continuing the journey, Xiaoguang's new companion. An abrupt silence enveloped the air. Ash found himself momentarily bewildered, pondering whether he had indeed posed that question. Moreover, Xiaoyun was discussing badges, which piqued his curiosity. Oh, really? Xiaoyun nodded in affirmation. You're rather unfair, Xiaoyun. To challenge the gym without inviting me. What a pity. Ash, a notorious battle enthusiast, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him at the thought of missing an exhilarating match. Well, I intentionally didn't call you, Xiaoyun replied with a teasing tone. Why not? Ash inquired, visibly surprised. Is it because you don't care for him? Of course, it's because I feared you might be frightened by my formidable battling skills, Xiaoyun retorted. Initially, Xiaoyun had meant to jest with Ash, but as the atmosphere grew quiet, she felt a twinge of awkwardness and chuckled nervously. I feel so cold, Xiaoguang interjected with a hint of sarcasm. That joke wasn't particularly amusing, Ash agreed. For he was no ordinary trainer. He had once ridden a Lugia, and fear was a foreign concept to him. Thus, Xiaoyun's jest fell flat. Well, truth be told, I wanted you to train a bit longer. Although I've already hinted at it, knowing your character, if I had let you go, you would have been eager to dive into battle at the first opportunity, Xiaoyun stated, her demeanor shifting to seriousness as she addressed potential outcomes. While success in the challenge was possible, she hoped Ash could seize this chance to train. The Ash of this era lacked the maturity of his Kalos counterpart and seldom engaged in specialized training. Is it really that exaggerated? Ash replied, slightly disgruntled. TSK, TSK, TSK. It appears you lack a clear understanding of your own abilities, Xiaoyun remarked. She was indeed correct. Ash needed to reflect on his capabilities. In the coming days, I will also conduct battle training with you. There's no rush to challenge the gym. Brock, who had been observing Ash's journey, chimed in, recognizing the inevitability of such situations arising. Indeed, Brock is quite dependable. It seems Ash is fortunate to have such an excellent partner, Xiaoyun praised him, acknowledging that half of Ash's Pokémon training was due to Brock's diligent care. Haha, I'm not that impressive. In truth, Ash has taught me a great deal as well. Brock replied modestly, his hand rubbing the back of his head, clearly delighted by the recognition. And thus, it was decided, tomorrow, Xiaoguang and I would set forth towards Yuan Town to participate in the grand festival, eagerly anticipating our future encounters. Xiaoyun informed Xiaoji that he did not intend to bid farewell formally tomorrow. Today served as an early greeting. Next time I will show you my progress, Xiaoji nodded, contemplating the presence of Shinji, determined to prove his capabilities to him. Actually, I have always believed in you. I'm off now, Xiaoyun said with a smile, affirming Xiaoji's words. Upon returning to the room, Xiaoguang, cradling a Pokémon egg, inquired of Xiaoyun. It seems you hold Xiaoji in high regard. Xiaoyun reflected. There are certain qualities in Xiaoji that I lack. At times, I genuinely admire him. In my view, although Xiaoji may progress slowly, he can ultimately advance farther than most. Xiaoyun articulated his reasoning. Despite sometimes appearing a bit foolish, Xiaoji can risk his life for Pokémon. This is something I cannot do. Moreover, in the later stages, he successfully challenged the Elite Four and became the nominal strongest trainer. And what about that cold fellow? Xiaoguang pondered, recalling Xiaoyun's high praise. Shinji, perhaps, has the potential to surpass him. Who knows? Xiaoyun admitted uncertainty, as neither had faced each other with earnestness, making any predictions tenuous. Enough of this. What shall we eat today? How about ramen? Sounds good. As lunchtime approached, Xiaoyun prepared the meal and was about to call Xiaoguang over. Meanwhile, Xiaoguang squatted on the grass, gazing blankly at an adorable little squirrel. The creature, sensing Xiaoguang's attention, turned around and playfully blinked at her, melting her heart and prompting her to declare her intention to catch it. Go, Bajaman. Xiaoguang released her formidable Bajaman to engage in a spirited battle against the squirrel-like Pachirisu. However, Bajaman was swiftly defeated by a powerful electric attack from Pachirisu. Undeterred, Xiaoguang sent out her next Pokémon, Yuanyuan, initiating the second capture attempt. After an exhilarating chase, Pachirisu finally succumbed, primarily due to exhaustion. Xiaoguang promptly threw a Pokeball. Go Pokeball! The ball struck the little squirrel, which ceased to struggle and signified successful capture. Moments later, she released it again, cradling the creature as she approached Xiaoyun. Behold, the white demon! Xiaoyun exclaimed, observing the squirrel-like creature with its white fur and blue ears. Reminiscent of the white demon Pachirisu. What are you saying, Xiaoyun? Pachirisu is undeniably adorable. How could you label it a white demon? Xiaoguang retorted, gazing at her Pachirisu. Thinking how could such a charming creature possibly be a demon? That was a slip of the tongue. Xiaoyun quickly apologized. Reflecting on how no one expected this little one to become a formidable asset in double battles. In a sense, it was a remarkable support Pokémon. At this moment, Pachirisu awoke in Xiaoguang's embrace, curiously surveying its surroundings. Ah, Pachirisu, you're awake. Would you like something to eat? Xiaoguang exclaimed joyfully, holding up some Pokémon food as Pachirisu opened its eyes. The little creature, upon seeing the food, quickly stuffed it into its mouth. Don't rush, take your time. After a brief moment, once Pachirisu had satisfied its hunger, it regained its strength and leapt out of Xiaoguang's arms, commencing a playful dash. Xiaoguang was taken aback by Pachirisu's sudden burst of energy and called out to it. Pachirisu turned its head, made a cheeky face at Xiaoguang, and continued its escapade. With a spirited Pachima, Pachima and the bouncy Yuanyuan bounded towards Pachirisu. Upon noticing the two approaching Pokémon, Pachirisu paused, blinked adorably, and made a kissing gesture, conjuring a gigantic heart that soared towards Pachima and Yuanyuan. The two Pokémon did not evade and were struck, becoming momentarily dazed, observing the effect on her comrades. Pachirisu dashed over, rubbing its cheeks against Pachima and Yuanyuan, who then slumped to the ground. Chapter 59. The Sensation of Evolution Stones. Angel's Kiss, Cheek Rub, Confusion and Paralysis Effects. This little one has quite a repertoire, Xiaoyun mused, watching the little creature with interest. She turned to Xiaoguang, raising an eyebrow. Xiaoguang, how did you manage to catch this sprightly little fellow? Well, to be honest, I was just chasing it until it exhausted itself, Xiaoguang replied somewhat sheepishly. I couldn't catch it before. It's just too fast. All right then, Lizard King, could you kindly bring over our newly joined friend? Xiaoyun instructed, addressing the meditating Lizard King seated nearby. With a slow opening of its eyes, Lizard King vanished in an instant, appearing before Pachirisu before Xiaoyun could react. Pachirisu gazed up, somewhat intimidated by the towering Lizard King, only to be gently grasped by the scruff of its neck and brought before Xiaoyun. Here, take this and have a nice chat with Pachirisu, Xiaoyun said, handing Xiaoguang 2 energy cubes favored by electric-type Pokémon. Pachirisu, I've just captured you. I am now your trainer, and you mustn't wander off anymore, alright? Xiaoguang knelt before Pachirisu, placing 1 energy cube in its tiny paw. Pachirisu obediently popped the energy cube into its mouth and nodded adorably. What a good little one, Xiaoguang exclaimed, unable to resist petting its head in admiration. Mid-compliment, Pachirisu, perhaps finding the situation amusing, unleashed a playful electric shock on Xiaoguang. Pachirisu, the little creature seemed to revel in the fun, once more dashing around the campsite with an exuberance reminiscent of a playful husky. As Xiaoyun gazed at Xiaoguang's hair, it was apparent that he had undergone professional training, typically rendering him incapable of laughter, unless he found it utterly irresistible. Stop looking. How annoying. Xiaoguang seemed to sense something, turning shyly to tend to his hair. You're still laughing. During their meal, Xiaoguang noticed Xiaoyun suppressing laughter, his shoulders shaking in mirth, to the point where she felt compelled to hurl a Pokeball at him. Let us eat. Xiaoyun, recognizing the moment, quickly adopted a serious demeanor, savoring his food with deliberate slowness, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his amusement. Fossil Pterodactyl, come here, I have something wonderful for you. Xiaoyun summoned the lounging fossil pterodactyl, ready to equip it with the hard stone he had received from the shiny Tyranitar. How? A splendid item. Wasn't it just mealtime? Are we having a second course? The fossil pterodactyl raised its wings, gracefully descending before Xiaoyun with a curious gaze, as if the words energy cube were inscribed in its eyes. Come on, you are the ruler of the skies. How can you be so unambitious? Here, have this stone to adorn yourself. Xiaoyun, understanding its meaning without the need for words, affectionately patted its head and offered the hard stone. How? It's just a stone. What a waste of my precious time. The fossil pterodactyl, unimpressed by the absence of its beloved energy cubes, clicked its tongue in disdain. This is a valuable item. It can replace a whole box of energy cubes. Pay attention. Observing the fossil pterodactyl's dismissive attitude, Xiaoguang poked its head, attempting to enlighten it on the stone's worth. What sort of creatures have I captured? They all resemble underworld bosses, more concerned with eating than anything else. Except for the Lizard King, at least it has some semblance of sense. The way these two regard me at mealtime, their eyes filled with naive innocence, is utterly befuddling. How? Is it truly that valuable? This feels rather pleasant. How? I feel invigorated. I am filled with power. Upon realizing the stone's significance, the fossil pterodactyl picked it up with its beak and nestled it beneath its wings, delighting in the joy it brought, its eyes blissfully squinting in contentment. Very well. Adapt to it. You must truly appreciate its essence, understand? Off you go. At the moment the hard stone made contact with the fossil pterodactyl, it transformed into energy, merging seamlessly into its skin, ultimately manifesting as a mark upon its surface. How? Why do you linger? Why are you staring into my bag? Stop it. You can't feast on energy cubes endlessly. It could be detrimental to your health. How? I sense something extraordinary within your pack. The fossil pterodactyl shook its head, having just experienced an unusual surge of power emanating from Xiaoguang's backpack. What? Are you suggesting this? Do you mean you can perceive its energy? Xiaoguang observed the fossil pterodactyl shaking its head incessantly, its wings pointed towards the backpack. Curiously, she rummaged through the bag and, upon discovering the evolution stone, realized it could potentially belong to the fossil pterodactyl. Hastily, she retrieved the evolution stone, presenting it to the creature. How? It exclaimed, as if to affirm her thoughts. Upon catching sight of the evolution stone, the fossil pterodactyl approached, sniffing at it and nodding in agreement. To her surprise, Xiaoguang noted that the stone exhibited a hint of purple, which she had initially mistaken for Genki's essence. Now that I look closely, you seem to possess a touch of purple as well, she mused. The fossil pterodactyl's affirmative nod confirmed her assumptions about the evolution stone's connection to it, prompting a smile to grace Xiaoyun's face. Unexpectedly, she had not found the Lizard King first. Instead, the fossil pterodactyl had emerged as her discovery. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as this meant she would not have to seek an opportunity to replace it. Turning to the fossil pterodactyl, Xiaoyun spoke, regrettably, without a keystone. It would be futile to give this to you. Let us keep it for now, and when I acquire a keystone, I shall adorn you with it. How? It responded, indicating its agreement, and she encouraged it to continue its contemplation. After receiving the fossil pterodactyl's consent, Xiaoyun affectionately patted its head. However, a thought lingered unspoken. Even with a keystone, success might prove elusive. If it were the Lizard King, the situation could be different. Yet her bond with the fossil pterodactyl was still nascent, likely insufficient for a significant evolution. However, she refrained from expressing such potentially divisive sentiments. It seemed imperative to strengthen her rapport with the fossil pterodactyl. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward if they found a keystone, yet could not evolve. Xiaoyun gently mused, contemplating that she ought to treat the fossil pterodactyl with greater kindness moving forward. Perhaps I shall prepare a special meal for it tonight. Chapter 60, Pokémon Hunter. Thus, the adorable Pachirisu successfully joined Xiaoguang's team, while Xiaoyun's evolution stone found its rightful place. At that moment, the two traversed a stunning sea of flowers, where the fragrant blossoms filled the air and lush vegetation surrounded them. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, reminiscent of a beautiful watercolor painting. Wow, what a breathtaking flower garden. It smells divine, Xiaoguang exclaimed, joyfully darting towards the heart of the floral expanse. There, she was drawn to a delicate tulip, unable to resist the urge to lean closer and inhale its fragrance. Indeed, the flowers are exquisite, but the person amidst them is even more enchanting, Xiaoyun remarked, observing Xiaoguang as if she were a fairy among the blooms. With one hand gently cradling the tulip and the breeze tousling her blue hair, she appeared as if captured in a finely detailed portrait, leaving an indelible impression on Xiaoyun's heart. Is that so? Xiaoguang's cheeks flushed a rosy hue upon hearing Xiaoyun's words, as though they had caressed her, and she instinctively tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling bashful. Indeed, your earlier demeanor was truly reminiscent of a sprite, Xiaoyun replied, stepping closer until they stood face to face, exchanging smiles and gazing into her azure eyes. Xiaowen, what are you trying to do? Xiaoguang felt slightly dizzy, as the boy was now so close that the distance between their lips could barely accommodate a single finger. They could distinctly perceive each other's breath as they spoke. Nothing much. I merely wish to pluck the leaf atop your head. As Xiaoyan drew closer. Just as their lips were about to meet, she lifted a leaf from Xiaoguang's hat and tossed it aside. Ah, a leaf. Xiaoguang's mind was momentarily befuddled. She had already closed her eyes, waiting for a kiss that never came, only to be met with a comment about a leaf. What else would it be? Oh, Xiaoguang, you wouldn't be thinking. Oh dear, you rascal. I shan't speak to you anymore. Xiaoguang, incensed by Xiaoyun's teasing demeanor, turned away, feigning anger. She pondered whether she should have been more assertive and simply kissed him, but then reconsidered. Would that come off as too forward? After much contemplation, she noticed that this blockhead was still ignoring her. Turning back, she saw him standing there, motionless, and exclaimed irritably, "Is he really not going to come over? Hey, you scoundrel!" Xiaoguang ran towards him, but upon seeing Xiaoyun's serious expression, she followed his gaze and remarked, that Pokémon is a Dragonite. The figure above it can't possibly be a hunter, can it? Xiaoyun gazed at the Pokémon flying overhead and spoke slowly. Its azure body, adorned with massive crimson wings, was a dragon Pokémon, with a woman clad in leather and equipped with various gear standing atop it. He recalled who she was, a Pokémon hunter, notorious for capturing rare Pokémon to sell to unscrupulous merchants. Xiaoyun's demeanor grew grave as he addressed Xiaoguang. Stay here, I need to investigate. No, I must accompany you. Xiaoyun, I am not merely your charge. I have my own Pokémon and can fight too. What if you encounter danger alone? Xiaoguang declared earnestly, clutching her Pokeball containing Pachima, determined not to merely watch Xiaoyun's back, but to stand alongside him. Fine, but stay behind me. Having never witnessed such seriousness from Xiaoguang, Xiaoyun relented. The scene shifted to the hunter, who hovered above a house in the garden atop her Dragonite, surveying the area below. A girl with purple-red hair, clad in casual attire, stood beside a white, humanoid Pokémon resembling a Shinado. Who are you, and why are you attacking us? The girl shouted defiantly at the hunter. I have no interest in you. Just hand over your Shinado. Of course, if you insist on being troublesome, I cannot guarantee the consequences. Shinado is my family, and I will never relinquish her. The girl firmly grasped Shinado's arm, shielding it behind her with unwavering resolve. That is fine, I shall take her by force. The hunter, indifferent to the girl's protests, had already deemed the Pokémon hers the moment she laid eyes on it. With a cold tone, she commanded, Dragonite, unleash Flamethrower. The Dragonite glared at the pair like a ferocious beast, and a searing flame erupted from its mouth, targeting indiscriminately, whether human or trainer. Boom. A fiery explosion unleashed a billowing cloud of smoke, igniting the surrounding blossoms in a dazzling inferno. As the flames danced and the fearsome Charizard unleashed its fiery breath, the once enchanting garden transformed into a hellish landscape. As the smoke dissipated, the figures of the girl and Shinado vanished. A palpable disturbance in the air indicating Shinado had executed a teleportation escape, much to the hunter's amusement, clearly anticipated. Humph, teleportation, this will fetch a handsome price. Dodo run. Don't worry about me. Teleporting with me 1T get you far. In a nearby valley amidst the sea of flowers, the space shimmered as Shinado appeared, bringing the girl with her. Gasping for breath, the girl forcefully pushed Shinado away, urging her to flee alone. Nye. Shinado shook her head reluctantly, gripping the girl's hand, desperate to take her along. Do you think you can escape just like that? Commanded the hunter, and with that, Charizard unleashed a searing column of flame aimed at Shinado. Shinado was sent hurtling backward, being a non-combat Pokémon. Having teleported with her trainer was already beyond her limits, and this blow rendered her unable to rise. The hunter emitted a beam of white light from his arm, and in an instant, Shinado began to turn to stone at the touch of the light. Dodo, what's wrong? Dodo, wake up! What have you done to her, you villain? The girl scrambled to her feet, tears streaming down her face as she touched the now petrified Shinado, her voice rising in anguish towards the hunter. You need not know. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll reluctantly let you go, the hunter replied coldly, before speaking into his earpiece. A helicopter swooped down from the sky, its mechanical arm extending rudely to grasp the stone Shinado. The girl reached out in vain, helplessly watching as Shinado was taken from her. Fall back. The hunter issued the order, satisfied to have secured Shinado, when suddenly a voice rang out. Chapter 61, Fierce Battle. Fossil Aerodactyl, Stone, Edge Attack. Piplup, Bubble Beam. Lizard King, Catch Shinado. The commands of Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang echoed, and in an instant, Fossil Aerodactyl and Piplup launched an assault on the mechanical arm, shattering it. While Lizard King swiftly caught the petrified Shinado. Who dares to thwart my plans? The hunter exclaimed as he witnessed the destruction of his mechanical arm and the salvation of his prize. Phew, I made it just in time. Such a beautiful Shinado cannot fall into your hands. Pokémon Hunter. Xiaoyun gasped, stepping up to confront the hunter with earnest determination. Who do you think you are? Just a mere child, daring to obstruct my fortune. The hunter scoffed, sizing up Xiaoyun, who, with a hint of youthful naivety on her face, appeared to him as nothing more than an inexperienced youth, prompting his disdain. Allow me, a mere imp, to experience the formidable prowess of the renowned Pokémon hunter. Or could it be that your illustrious title was merely purchased? Unfazed by the hunter's derisive smile, Xiaoyun spoke slowly, her tone laced with provocation. Are you all right? Xiaoguang inquired as he approached the girl, offering her support. And who are you? She asked warily once she was steadied by Xiaoguang. My name is Xiaoguang. And this is Xiaoyun. We are trainers on a journey, and we came to assist you upon seeing you in peril. Xiaoguang introduced himself with an air of nonchalance, as if rescuing someone were as trivial as having a meal. Thank you. My name is Meijia. No. You must flee immediately. Get away from here. This woman is a Pokémon hunter, and you are in grave danger. She was determined not to involve innocent souls in her predicament. The thought of any harm befalling them would haunt her for a lifetime. Meijia, it's all right. I trust Xiaoyun. If it's him, then we have nothing to fear. Xiaoguang grasped Meijia's hand, offering her reassurance. His gaze fixed on the confrontation between Xiaoyun and the hunter. The sight of him seemed to bolster her spirits. With him by her side, fear dissipated. She was resolute in her belief that Xiaoyun could vanquish any opponent, for her boy was capable of anything. Sharp-tongued little brat. I hope your bravado holds as we proceed. The hunter sneered, unleashing her Pokémon with a fiery rage. Dragonite, use Dragon Pulse. Ariados, Toxic Spikes. Sizer, use Bullet Punch. In response, Xiaoyun retorted, You are merely an arrogant old hag. Do not let this little imp defeat you. Lizard King, Energy Ball. Fossil Aerodactyl, Stone Edge. Ursaring, Rock Slide. Turtwig, prepare to use Leaf Blade for support. Despite his taunts, Xiaoyun remained vigilant, issuing commands to his Pokémon with utmost seriousness. Thus, the ensuing clash saw Lizard King's Energy Ball collide with Dragonite's Dragon Pulse, resulting in mutual cancellation. Fossil Aerodactyl's Stone Edge met Sizer's Bullet Punch, while Ursaring's Rock Slide clashed with Ariado's Toxic Spikes. Turtwig's Leaf Blade delivered a subsequent strike after the initial exchanges, and Xiaoyun appeared to hold the upper hand. The hunter, taken aback, thought, a mere child possesses such strength. This is intriguing. You have compelled me to take this seriously. Beneath her sunglasses, her expression betrayed surprise as her Pokémon's attacks were entirely thwarted, leaving her at a disadvantage. A perplexing scenario for one who had routinely dispatched trainers who dared to intervene during her hunts. Next, you shall have no opportunity to escape. I intend to capture all your Pokémon and ensure they fetch a handsome price, she threatened. Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. Sizer, X Scissor. Ariados, Liquid Ooze. The hunter's gaze meticulously scanned Xiaoyun's Pokémon, the fossil pterodactyl, the three starters from Hoenn and Sinnoh, and the massive Ursaring, all undoubtedly catering to the needs of those clients. With arms crossed, he coldly issued commands. No escape for you now. Your bounty in the alliance cannot be insignificant, and I shall ensure you fetch a good price. Ursaring charged forth, unleashing a brick break against the opponent. The fossil pterodactyl soared in to execute a dual chop aimed at the Sizer. The Lizard King summoned a solar beam to intercept the devastating beam of energy from the Rayquaza. Although Xiaoyun had mastered the art of verbal commands, his focus remained intensely fixed on directing each Pokémon, a demanding task that tested the trainer's strategic prowess in a multi-front battle. He could not afford to be careless. The Lizard King rapidly concentrated energy from the small yellow sphere at its back, colliding it with the Rayquaza's destructive beam. The Rayquaza was evidently of a much higher level. Thus, the two sides were locked in a stalemate. Boom. The energies collided, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the skies. The fossil pterodactyl, not to be outdone, dove down, manifesting two colossal energy heads that collided with Sizer's cross poison, utilizing the momentum of its dive to send Sizer crashing into the rocks. Nearby, Ursaring let out a furious roar at the Aerodactyl, enduring the painful impact of the poison. Yet, as a red light flashed, its ability activated, significantly enhancing its attack power. Braving the poisonous assault, it surged towards Aerodactyl, simultaneously executing a brick break with tremendous force, sending Aerodactyl flying. Damn it, this kid is proving to be quite a handful. I cannot afford to linger here. Should Junsha and her crew catch wind of this, it would spell trouble. The hunter coldly assessed his 3 Pokémon, 1 evenly matched and 2 firmly suppressed, and he resolved to call for reinforcements. He spoke into his headset. Everyone, descend at once. Yes, sir, came the reply. Shortly thereafter, a rope was tossed from the helicopter, and approximately 20 uniformed subordinates descended, releasing their Pokémon and rallying. Come forth, Zubat, Houndoom, Drifloon, Spearow. The atmosphere instantly transformed into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, as several Zubat and Spearow took to the skies, while below, the black and wolf-like Houndooms eyed their opponents menacingly, the pressure escalating palpably. Xiaoguang, what should we do? Meijian nervously inquired, observing the chaotic scene. Not to worry. Everything will be fine, Xiaoguang reassured, though she too felt intimidated by the sheer number of Pokémon, yet her faith in Xiaoyun remained steadfast. Amidst the throng of Pokémon, the hunter's confidence surged as he surveyed the battlefield, raising his hand like a commander rallying his troops. Excellent, advance. Chapter 62. Fierce battle. We are many, and he is but one. Victory is assured. Let us end this swiftly. Everyone, charge. One of the hunter's subordinates shouted. Emboldened by the overwhelming numbers, convinced that they would easily subdue a solitary opponent. In this moment, the advantage lay with them. Charge. Houndoom, use Bite. Drifloon, unleash Flame Wheel. Spearow and Zubat, execute Twister. Upon hearing this, the remaining subordinates began to command their Pokémon to launch an assault on Xiaoyun. A slight smirk graced Xiaoyun's lips. Though the scene appeared intimidating, their actual combat prowess was akin to that of a swarm of bee drills in the forest. If one were to witness true villainy, it would be Team Rocket, excluding, of course, the trio. How magnificent! Lizard King exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. With a thunderous roar, he plunged his hands into the earth, causing the ground to fissure. Subsequently, countless purple-brown spiny thorns erupted from below, each one robust and towering several meters high. What in the world is this? My Houndoom is ensnared. Golbat, break free. Delcatty, swiftly use Bite to sever this thorn. That little rascal seems more villainous than us. The lackeys, witnessing Lizard King single-handedly ensnaring numerous Pokémon and casting a glance at Xiaoyun, who stood with her hands in her pockets like a formidable overlord, felt their backs dampen with fear. They stood frozen in place, the atmosphere thick with silence. What an impressive Pokémon! Meijia's lips parted slightly. The scene was one she would never forget. See, I told you Xiaoyun could handle it. Xiaoguang proudly lifted her head, praising Xiaoyun with a casual tone. Is that little brat a secret child of one of the Elite Four? And that Lizard King is quite formidable. It seems I must. Thus, she resolved to confront Xiaoyun directly, as she was primarily a Pokémon hunter reliant on weaponry. Raising her arm to prepare the launcher aimed at petrifying Xiaoyun, she commanded, Turtwig, use Leaf Blade. Xiaoyun had long anticipated her petrification device. She was well aware of how troublesome this woman could be. The Turtwig remained motionless, a deliberate tactic. With a swift flick of its head, the Leaf Blade struck the launcher. Crack! Dojuo, you've recovered. How splendid! With the destruction of the petrification device, the once-turned stone shiny Gardevoir regained her form. Meijia hurried to her side to assist her. Huh, I was prepared for that move. Xiaoyun scoffed, taunting the hunter. Curse you. Salamence, Dragon Pulse. The hunter's brow furrowed as she glared intently at Xiaoyun. If looks could kill, Xiaoyun would have already perished. She barked orders to her Salamence beneath her. Arcanine, unleash Flamethrower. A strikingly handsome dog exhaled a torrent of searing flames, clashing with Salamance's Dragon Pulse, resulting in a colossal explosion. Beep beep beep. Police. Cease all combat immediately. Lay down your weapons and comply with the investigation. Accompanied by the blaring of sirens, the police arrived just in time. Leading the charge was Officer Junsha, who gracefully dismounted from her Arcanine and issued a stern warning to the hunters. TCH, your timing is abysmal. Kid, I'll remember you. We'll settle this next time. All of you, retreat. The hunter, seeing the police's arrival, decided against further engagement with Xiaoyun. After delivering her usual menacing remark to her subordinates, she mounted her salamence and soared away. The henchmen swiftly produced smoke bombs, retreating at a speed akin to light. Their adeptness betrayed their habitual nature. No, you cannot escape. Bang, bang, bang. Cough, cough. How infuriating. They have eluded us once again. Miss Junsha yearned to apprehend these individuals. Yet their speed was astonishing. Once the smoke dissipated, only the Pokémon defeated by Xiaoyun remained, and the helicopter was devoid of personnel, having fled completely. Greetings, young man. We are immensely grateful for your assistance in fending off the Pokémon hunters. After realizing the futility of capturing the culprits, Miss Junsha approached Xiaoyun to express her gratitude. No need for thanks, Miss Junsha. This is merely our duty. However, may I inquire about your plans for these Pokémon? Miss Junsha earnestly explained to Xiaoyun that powerful trainers command respect. Witnessing Xiaoyun single-handedly confront the Pokémon hunters rendered them unable to dismiss his words. Miss Junsha then addressed Meijia and the others, emphasizing the necessity for both the hunters and Xiaoyun to be well informed. Very well, Xiaoyun replied, nodding in agreement. Bang! Damn it! Where did that little brat come from to ruin our plans? Not only did we fail to capture Shinado, but we also lost so many Pokémon. What are you all doing? You can't even handle a single child. Back aboard the spacecraft, the hunter could no longer contain her frustration. After removing her gear, she slammed her fist on the table, berating her subordinates, who cowered below, heads bowed in fear, trembling and too intimidated to speak, while internally grumbling. They thought to themselves that she had barely managed to fend off the child herself, and the petrification device had shattered, far more expensive than the Pokémon in their possession. At that moment, a henchman, visibly frightened, timidly inquired. The hunter, about to chastise the one who interrupted her pet peeve, paused upon hearing the mention of a client. Taking a deep breath, after all, these clients were her bread and butter, she had to placate them. Chapter 63, Post-Battle Management, Arrival at Yuan Town. Phew. Inform the client that this operation has failed. Fortunately, Wusong is nearby. After a moment's contemplation, the hunter issued orders to her subordinates. In truth, Wusong was several cities away, but she dismissed such details. If she says she is there, she is there. The Psychic King can teleport in an instant. Surely that is reasonable. After all, one cannot admit they were nearly bested by a mere child. Who would believe such a tale? Not even she could. Yet, it was indeed the absurd truth. Yes, ma'am. The messenger henchman quickly grasped the situation and readily agreed. Wait. The hunter suddenly recalled something and called the messenger back. Ma'am, do you have any further instructions? The henchman, assuming there was more to add, respectfully inquired upon being summoned. Inform him that our operation failed primarily due to his erroneous intelligence, which led to a miscalculation of the operation's severity, resulting in our personnel and equipment losses. The hunter spoke to him slowly, suggesting that if there was a way to shift the blame, one should certainly do so. My lord, and then what? Upon noticing the sudden pause from the boss, the lackey inquired softly. We need to increase the payment. After settling into his seat, the hunter downed his glass of red wine and uttered this statement with a nonchalant demeanor. Ah, yes, I will convey that immediately. The lackey understood the implication. After all, it was the boss who, despite the failure of the mission, still sought to extract funds from the client. Such a mindset was truly enlightening. Bang! How unfortunate. The more the hunter pondered, the angrier he became, ultimately shattering his wine glass on the floor with a furious exclamation. Meanwhile, inside the police station, the situation unfolded as follows. Fortunately, this gentleman arrived in time. Otherwise, Duo would have been apprehended. Meijia recounted the events to Miss Junsha. Upon hearing the account, Miss Junsha shook hands with Xiaoyun in gratitude and discussed some of the bonuses the Alliance would be distributing. No need for thanks. This is our duty as trainers. Allow me to escort you both out, she offered politely, subsequently leading the two to the door. Turning around, Xiaoguang noticed Meijia lingering at the entrance and curiously asked, Once again, I express my gratitude for your assistance. Arigato. It's no trouble at all, Sister Meijia. I believe anyone would have done the same, Xiaoguang gently reassured her. Xiaoyun chimed in. Thank you both, as Meijia expressed her gratitude once more. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyun then departed side by side, heading towards Zhuqing City. Wishing you both a safe journey, Meijia clasped her hands over her heart, watching their figures fade away as she offered her blessings. Later, the two enjoyed dinner at the Pokémon Center, during which Xiaoguang showed Nurse Joy the condition of her egg. Nurse Joy remarked that it should hatch within the week, causing Xiaoguang to leap with excitement. She even contemplated sleeping with the egg that night, but was wisely dissuaded by Xiaoyun. After all, cradling it in her sleep might lead to a premature drop, thus hastening its hatching, an outcome that would be quite disastrous. The following day, the two arose without haste, opting to visit Xiaoyun first. Upon hearing that Zhuqing City had recently opened a non-evolution club named the Button Alliance, they decided to check it out. They were greeted by the club's founders, the sisters Hatsune and Yaiting. Xiaoyun also witnessed the so-called strongest and most fearsome beauty, the bumpkin fish, which indeed appeared formidable but was rather cumbersome in action. After all, who would venture into battle while transporting a fish tank? Thus, they politely declined the sisters' invitation to join the club. While some might be inclined to participate in such a club, he certainly did not wish to be among them. Engaging in battles without evolution would require considerable resources to cultivate effective combatants. Most Pokémon naturally gravitated towards evolution, viewing it as a vital transformation in their lives. Take the earlier Magikarp, for example. Relying solely on Splash and Water Gun might suffice against novices, but it would struggle against even moderately skilled trainers. However, should it evolve into a Gyarados, its power would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Such is the nature of evolution. The most enchanting Bum fish is indeed quite absurd. While one could easily praise the beauty of a corner goldfish upon gazing into the seemingly wise yet foolish eyes of the Bum fish, Xiaoyun found herself at a loss for genuine compliments. Were it to evolve into a Milotic, she would undoubtedly extol its virtues, but as for the Bum fish, it was best left unremarked. In response to Iin's inquiries, Xiaoyun casually engaged in small talk before leading a few companions away. This club, which champions the well-being of Pokémon and promotes non-forced evolution, has garnered considerable recognition. Perhaps one day, when she nurtures a pet like Pokémon, she might consider joining. For now, her formidable beast team is ill-suited for this place. The journey thus far was rather uneventful, devoid of any encounters with forests or hunters. Instead, they faced several trainers eager to challenge them on the road, all of whom were easily dealt with by the grass tortoise, gaining experience for its evolution. After 2.5 days of travel, the duo finally arrived at their destination, Yuanzi Town. Yuanzi Town, also known as Flower Garden Town, is a quaint locale within the Sinnoh Region, nestled between Jubilife City and Eterna City. It is renowned for its abundant honey production and the ubiquitous sea of fragrant flowers. Upon registering at the Pokémon Center with Nurse Joy, they learned that the Yuanzi conference would commence in 2.5 days. Thus, they decided to explore this charming town of blossoms. True to its reputation, Yuanzi Town is adorned with an array of blooming flowers lining the streets, each petal vibrant and exuding a delicate fragrance that evokes the gentle beauty of nature. Xiaoyun, this town is absolutely stunning, exclaimed Xiaoguang, captivated by the diverse flora. Indeed, it's also quite comforting, Xiaoyun replied, subtly indicating as Xiaoguang clung to her arm. Xiaoguang, not fully grasping the sentiment of comfort, presumed it was merely the pleasant aroma of the flowers. Soon after, her attention was drawn to a poster. Xiaoyun, look over there, she exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 64, Baofeng Workshop. Hurry, look here. As they strolled past a small square, Xiaoguang was immediately attracted to a nearby poster. Oh, it's the Baofeng Workshop. They even have someone teaching the art of Baofeng making. Following Xiaoguang's gaze, Xiaoyun saw a girl in a yellow sweater with light green hair, smiling as she held a tray of desserts in the image. This looks delightful. Xiaoyun, let us go check it out, Xiaoguang, filled with enthusiasm, suggested. Her fondness for sweets evident. Sure, it's a great opportunity to learn and perhaps prepare some treats for our companions, Xiaoyun agreed. Baofeng is a specialty of the Sinnoh region, akin to the energy cubes of the Hoenn region, but it leans more towards pastries. While the energy contained within is less potent than that of energy cubes, the flavor is decidedly superior. Previously, Xiaoyun had not pursued learning for the sake of convenience, but today seemed ideal for experimentation. Let us go. Time to make Baofeng, Xiaoguang exclaimed, pulling the boy in the direction indicated on the map. After a short while, they arrived at an orchard where wild fruits resembling orange berries and pecha berries were plentiful, creating a visual feast rivaling that of a floral sea. Wow, there are so many berries here. This must be the place. Let us go knock on the door and see. Approaching a pristine white house beside the orchard, Xiaoyun felt she had arrived at her destination and was prepared to knock on the door and wait. Ding dong. Hello, is anyone there? Xiaoguang stepped forward, gently pressing the doorbell and calling out softly. Thud, thud, thud. Hello there. Are you two here to learn how to make baofeng? After a brief moment, Xiao Yun heard footsteps from within, and the door swung open to reveal the girl featured on the poster. Upon seeing them, she inquired in a gentle tone, Yes, miss. My name is Xiaoguang, and this is my good friend Xiao Yun. We came after seeing the poster about baofeng production. Noticing the striking young lady, Xiaoguang politely introduced herself. Indeed, you have come to the right place. My name is Xiaolei. Allow me to show you around our production studio. With a warm smile, Xiaolei, understanding their purpose, gestured for them to enter. Following Xiaolei, they entered a room where the door to the production studio was opened, revealing a clean and orderly dessert-making area. Each workstation was equipped with neatly arranged tools, pots for cooking, and a microwave, indicating that the owner diligently maintains the space. Wow, Xiaolei, your studio is so tidy. It looks incredibly professional, Xiaoguang exclaimed in awe. Haha, it's not too bad, Xiaolei replied, clearly pleased by the compliment. Let me demonstrate how to make a batch of baofeng for you both to observe the process. In truth, making baofeng was not overly complicated. First, one needed to select suitable berries based on the Pokémon's preferences, chop them finely, and combine them with flour in a small pot to simmer slowly. The timing of the simmering was crucial. The operator had to stir continuously, ensuring the force was neither too vigorous nor too gentle. Oh, I see now. The key lies in controlling the heat. Xiao Yun and Xiaoguang listened attentively, much like diligent students, closely observing each step of Xiaolei's process. Indeed, but it must not be too gentle either, or it will burn. Once the batter is properly cooked, pour it into the prepared molds and bake for 10 minutes. Xiaolei explained, nodding in agreement when Xiao Yun identified the critical aspect of the process. She then poured the prepared batter into the molds and placed them in the microwave for baking. Here, give it a try. This flavor of baofeng is also suitable for humans to enjoy. After waiting 10 minutes, Xiaolei retrieved the baked baofeng from the microwave, placing it on a plate and presenting it to the two. I'm about to dig in. Wow, it smells delightful. Xiaolei, you are truly talented. Xiaoguang carefully took a piece of baofeng, blew on it to cool, and popped it into her mouth, her eyes squinting in satisfaction, clearly enjoying the flavor. The texture is fluffy and rich, with a hint of sweetness intermingled with a touch of spiciness. It tastes quite delightful, Xiao Yun remarked as she also sampled a piece. Finding the flavor reminiscent of a light cake infused with the fragrance of berries, comparable to the treats her mother, Lena, would make. Precisely. This is the sweet and spicy baofeng, made primarily with starfruit, complemented by cocoa and peach fruits, appealing to a wide audience. Xiaolei observed the two indulging in their meal with great delight, which in turn filled her with joy. She mentioned the tree fruits she had selected, noting that the baofeng could also be enjoyed by them. She had prepared a flavor that was quite popular among most. After sharing her thoughts, she proposed to the two. What do you think? Would you like to give it a try? Absolutely. Can I start right away? Xiaoguang, having previously savored Xiaolei's baofeng, was eager to step into the kitchen after hearing her words, casting a hopeful glance her way. Of course, here are the tree fruits to choose from. You can select your preferred flavors for the preparation, Xiaolei replied with a smile, guiding them to the refrigerator. Upon opening it, they were greeted with a plethora of assorted tree fruits, showcasing an impressive variety. Let's use mango as the main ingredient. Might it be too sweet? Perhaps we should add some cranberries and mulberries for balance, along with a bit of orange to enhance the nutrition. Nutrition is essential, she mused. No problem. The first step is to chop the tree fruits. Moments later, Xiaoguang, confidently selecting the tree fruits, proceeded to follow the steps meticulously. She began to cook the mixture with flour, wondering why it felt slightly sticky. Oh well, it should be fine, she thought, pouring the batter into the molds, and finally baking it for 10 minutes. It looks quite good. Come out, everyone. After her efforts, Xiaoguang placed her freshly made baofeng onto a plate, nodding in satisfaction before releasing her Pokémon. Wojia, Mi, and Li emerged, looking at Xiaoguang with questioning eyes, as if to inquire what she had summoned them for. Wojia, I've made some new baofeng. Come and taste it to see if it suits your palate. Xiaoguang exclaimed excitedly, presenting the baofeng before them. Upon hearing it was food, Bojiamin and Pachirisu eagerly took a piece, followed closely by Jujur, who also took a bite. How is it? Is it delicious? Xiaoguang gazed at the three with anticipation, eager to know how her culinary skills fared. Wujia, Li, Bojiamin, and Pachirisu were instantly petrified. What is this dark cuisine? They seemed to exclaim in horror, experiencing an overwhelming sweetness followed by bitterness and a burnt flavor. Ah, is it not tasty? What do you think, Jujua? Me, Jujuer, after taking a bite, was completely stunned. Soon joining the ranks of the petrified, Jujuer thought, can Pokémon even consume this? How could this happen? I genuinely believed I had done a decent job. Seeing that her creations were not well received, Xiaoguang fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Don't worry, Xiaoguang. My first attempt was similar. Perhaps the measurements were off. But with practice, you will improve, Xiaolei reassured her, patting her shoulder in comfort. I see. By the way, how did you fare, Xiaoyan? Xiaoguang pondered, acknowledging the wisdom in the older girl's words and directing her attention to Xiaoyan, only to be met with a loud proclamation. Roar. This is mine. Howl. Listen, my friend. The depths of this concoction are too profound for you to grasp. Heed my advice and refrain from consuming more. Roar. How could I trust you, you ancient fossil? I see your intentions are selfish. Humph. Not a chance. A growl erupted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If I deceive you, I shall be a mere mutt. Go ahead. Release me and see for yourself. Another voice chimed in. Both of you cease this at once. Look at your pitiful selves, devoid of any resemblance to true Pokémon. Hand it over to me. I wish to see what the fuss is about. At this moment, Lizard King stepped forward, his words revealing his ulterior motive. Boss, stop pretending. You want to taste too, don't you? A growl followed. I never thought the great lizard could be so shameless. Almost made me believe you. The other voice retorted. Well then, let each rely on their own abilities. Enough. All of you halt. Xiaoyan, donning an apron and wielding a spoon, stood fuming, her fists clenched in fury. The three generals, witnessing her anger, quickly subdued themselves, standing in line, too intimidated to move. Is it merely a bit of Baofin? Look at you all. Scaring the Turtwig half to death. Turtwig trembled in a corner, fearful of being caught in the crossfire between the three formidable figures. Now this time, I shall let you taste it. I will prepare it for you daily, so settle down. Seeing her generals beginning to reflect, Xiaoyan sighed in relief. She pondered. What kind of beings had she raised? Had she been too harsh on them? Or was it that they had never tasted Baofin in their lives? It seemed they indeed had not. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so easily lured by energy blocks. The three generals, upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, brightened. Realizing that if it were to be a daily affair, what was the point of fighting? They adjusted their demeanor, and the atmosphere transformed into one of harmony, with each yielding to the other. Turtwig sighed in relief, thinking how difficult it was to engage in this conflict. Lacking strength meant lacking a voice in this matter. Resolute, Turtwig decided to train diligently, aspiring to evolve and one day join in the fray for food. Sister Xiaolei, didn't you say that everything would fail the first time? Xiaoguang had wanted to exchange experiences with Xiaoyan, but was taken aback by the chaotic scene of Baofin being snatched, resembling a struggling student before a top scholar. Gazing up at Xiaolei with wide eyes, a gentle Xiaolei felt a cold sweat form on her brow, a bit embarrassed that just after proclaiming failure, a prodigy had emerged to deliver a crushing blow. How about it, Xiaoguang? Are you ready? All set. It looks great. Let me have a taste. Xiaoyan approached Xiaoguang, eyeing the plate of Baofin, and without hesitation, popped a piece into her mouth, instantly becoming enchanted. Well, Xiaoyan, do you like it? Xiaoguang asked, eagerly awaiting her response. Absolutely. It's simply fantastic. As Xiaoyan pondered, it felt as though a myriad of spices had been introduced to her palate, each flavor distinct and vibrant. Yet, upon meeting Xiaoguang's hopeful gaze, her heart softened. Really? Then I shall give it all to you. But let us not waste any, she conceded. Xiaoguang's joy was palpable. It was not that her beloved Baofin was lacking, but rather that it was unsuitable for Pokémon consumption. She promptly placed the entire dish before Xiaoyan. Oh, Xiaoyan, having you is truly a blessing. Regret washed over Xiaoyan, as she realized she should not have yielded to her compassion. Glancing at the plate of Baofin, she felt a wave of despair, contemplating that she could simply save it for Dishong later. Oh dear, never mind. Since you enjoy it so much, I shall prepare another batch. Xiaoguang, under the impression that Xiaoyan was simply enamored, eagerly donned an apron, ready to continue her culinary endeavors. Wait a moment, Xiaoguang, Xiaoyan exclaimed, alarmed at the prospect. What is it, Xiaoyan? Do you not like the Baofin I made for you? With her enchanting blue eyes fixed on Xiaoyan, Xiaoguang's innocent demeanor was utterly captivating. No, I meant, how about we make it together? I wish for us to create a batch of Baofin together. If you would be so kind. Xiaoyan, seemingly struck by Cupid's arrow, spoke with gentle persuasion. All right, then let us do so together. Xiaoguang, slightly flustered and with a rosy hue upon her cheeks, acquiesced. Oh, how enviable, Xiaolei remarked, observing the scene. In the kitchen, the young man exuded charm and gentleness, while the young woman radiated innocence and joy. Their companionship in culinary creation made them appear as a perfect couple destined for one another. As Xiaoguang selected the tree fruits, she was cautioned not to pick too many. One main ingredient is sufficient. Just a small portion of the supplementary ingredients will suffice. Now, let us simmer it slowly. Yes, just like that, Xiaoyun instructed patiently. Though it was his first endeavor in crafting baofan, his previous experience with energy cubes enabled him to grasp the technique swiftly, yielding a remarkably similar flavor. Ding! The baofan is complete. Let us take a look. Wow, this time it seems quite promising. Upon opening the microwave, a delightful aroma wafted forth, prompting Xiaoguang to retrieve the baofan and place it on a plate for Pachima and the others to sample. Pachima, come and try this. Pachima, Riri, and Pishirizu stood motionless for a moment, absorbing the scene in silence. Eventually, with a burst of courage, Pachima bravely stepped forward, embodying a noble spirit as it closed its eyes and took a piece of baofan into its mouth. How is it, Pachima? Is it delicious? Xiaoguang asked, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Pachima. After tasting, Pachima did not experience the cacophony of flavors as anticipated, but found it quite agreeable, nodding affirmatively to Xiaoguang. Seeing Pachima consume the dish with composure, Riri and Pishirizu finally joined in, and their expressions revealed that the flavor was indeed delightful. Splendid. I knew I possessed a talent for this, Xiaoguang exclaimed joyfully, raising her hands in triumph as though celebrating a hard-won victory. Xiaoguang, congratulations. You have successfully mastered the art of crafting baofan. Beside her, Xiaolei and Xiaoyun beamed with encouragement. Thank you, Xiaoyun, and thank you, Sister Xiaolei. Your teachings were excellent. Xiaoguang expressed her gratitude to both. Time passed swiftly, and as Xiaoyun was about to leave, she requested Xiaolei's contact information, intending to frequently order tree fruits in the future. She also purchased a portable mini microwave for her travels to facilitate the preparation of baofan on the go. With only 2.5 days remaining until the Garden Conference, Chapter 66, a fortuitous encounter. After her experience with baofan, Xiaoguang quickly immersed herself in training to prepare for the upcoming Garden Conference. Within the Pokémon Center's training arena, Wanchuan Ear executed an ice beam. Under Xiaoguang's command, Wanchuan Ear soared into the air, conjuring an ice-blue beam of light that cascaded to the ground. With precision, Wanchuan Ear crafted a frozen paradise on the training field. Next, she unleashed her awakening power. Upon hearing Xiaoguang's instruction, Wanchuan Ear let out a triumphant cry, summoning numerous red fireballs that embodied her own awakening power, fire. These fireballs were delicately scattered throughout the frozen paradise, and upon contact with the ice, instead of melting, they intertwined, resembling blossoms of life blooming amidst the frost. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent. Wanchuan Ear has mastered her skills splendidly. She is sure to excel in the Garden Conference. Xiaoyun, watching from the sidelines, generously applauded the young girl. Originally, Xiaoguang intended to showcase Pachirisu, but Xiaoyun suggested that Pachirisu, being naturally energetic, might feel anxious on its first performance. It would be better for Wanchuan Ear to take the stage instead. By the way, Xiaoguang, Ms. Joy just called for you. It seems to be regarding a Pokémon egg, Xiaoyun remarked. Ms. Joy had sought out Xiaoguang earlier, but as she was deeply focused on training, she decided to attend to it later. Oh, all right, I'll check it out now. Upon hearing this, Xiaoguang readily agreed and quickly made her way towards the building. Wanchuan Ear, let us take a break over there and wait for Xiaoguang, Xiaoyun suggested, watching as Xiaoguang dashed off. Left alone, she and Wanchuan Ear exchanged glances, both now gazing at the nearby lounge chair. Meow? Wanchuan Ear purred contentedly as Xiaoyun gently patted her small head, clearly skilled in the art of comfort. Oh, how delightful, Xiaoyun sighed, reclining on the chair, wearing sunglasses, and occasionally sipping her lemonade through a straw, relishing in the pleasures of life. Xiaoyun, a voice called her name, prompting her to remove her sunglasses and search for the source of the sound. As her gaze swept the area, she spotted a young man with brown hair, sporting a long fringe and dressed in a green hoodie, looking at her with uncertainty. Oh, is that you, Jinwoo? Long time no see. Recognizing the visitor, Xiaoyun sat up from her lounge chair, greeting him lazily. Jianwu had embarked on his journey 2 months earlier than Xiaoyun and had just arrived at Yuanji town to participate in the garden conference. Then Jianwu approached and said, Xiaoyun, it truly is you. Earlier, when I and Asun called for you, you didn't come out. What made you willing to emerge from the town now? Isn't it obvious? The world is vast, and I wish to explore it, Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. In truth, the real reason was his reluctance to travel with these two companions. One was a straightforward fellow, and the other a rather superficial one, both of whom significantly lowered his standards. Wasn't it far more delightful to be with Xiaoguang? Is this little bunny your Pokémon? Jianwu inquired curiously, glancing at the small rabbit nestled in Xiaoyun's arms. Well, somewhat, Xiaoyun responded. As the saying goes, friends inevitably begin to compare from the moment they meet. Jianwu, upon seeing Xiaoyun, began to covertly measure his Pokémon against Xiaoyun's. Upon discovering that Xiaoyun had merely captured an unremarkable rabbit, his interest waned. Quite adorable. By the way, how far along are you in your journey? Have you challenged any gyms yet? Jianwu then shifted the conversation to inquire about Xiaoyun's progress. Taking a sip of his drink, Xiaoyun began recounting his journey. Conversation, after all, is a back-and-forth exchange. After finishing, he turned to Jianwu and asked, And what of you, Sir Jianwu? Surely your travels have been fruitful? Not at all. I'm in no rush. It's all about savoring the journey, Xiaoyun replied. His demeanor relaxed and indifferent as he shrugged. You see, that's where you misunderstand. Such matters require urgency. We set off early to avoid many complications. Jianwu observed Xiaoyun's demeanor and assumed he was merely evading the truth, prompting him to chatter incessantly. By the way, Xiaoguang isn't traveling with you, is she? Jianwu initially intended to say to Guang, but noticed a dangerous glint in Xiaoyun's eyes, which compelled him to quickly amend his words, restoring a semblance of normalcy to the conversation. She is here, Xiaoyun started to say, but was interrupted by a hiccup, which he forcefully suppressed before he could continue. I knew she wouldn't be traveling with you, right? Jianwu concluded, convinced that Xiaoguang had indeed rejected him. Otherwise, why would Xiaoyun hesitate to respond and feign a hiccup? His astute observation led him to believe he had uncovered the truth. Unable to contain himself, he began to elaborate. Well, I understand this must be difficult for you. Such matters are not simply as one wishes. What if she desires to travel with someone else? Those lost in their fantasies only wish to hear what they desire. Clearly, Jianwu had succumbed to his own illusions, rendering him oblivious to Xiaoyun's words. He envisioned that once they finished their conversation, he would call Xiaoguang to inquire about her whereabouts, and they would embark on their journey together. All right, you're right. Xiaoyun conceded, as long as you're happy. After all, he could only observe. He possessed enough composure for that. Exactly. Such matters are best approached with an open mind. See, Xiaoguang has arrived. Wait, Xiaoguang. Chapter 67. The cotton bird stimulated repeatedly. Jianwu found himself basking in a victorious demeanor after noticing Xiaoyun's approval. However, his attention was soon diverted by the sight of a blue-haired girl approaching them, cradling a Pokémon egg. To his astonishment, it was none other than his long-cherished Xiaoguang. Oh, Jianwu, what brings you here? Xiaoguang tilted her head, a look of adorable confusion adorning her face. How are you here too? Jianwu stammered, secretly hoping she was merely passing by, surely just passing by, and not as he feared. Yet, the next moment, Xiaoguang's words shattered his illusions, her following statement rendering him breathless with discomfort. I'm traveling with Xiaoyun to participate in the grand contest in Yuanji town. Oh, by the way, this is the Baofin we made together yesterday. You should try some. Xiaoguang placed the Pokémon egg on the table and retrieved a box of Baofin from her bag, handing it to Jianwu. Traveling and making Baofin together. You scoundrel, didn't you just say? Jianwu found himself unable to accept this reality, directing his gaze toward the one who had deceived him. I didn't say anything at all. Xiaoyun shrugged, adding nonchalantly, that was all in your imagination. You can't expect to pull me along. Yes, what of it? Xiaoguang replied, seemingly unfazed. And no, nothing, just feeling a bit uneasy, Jianwu managed to say. By the way, what is that in your arms? Xiaoguang's gentle voice reached him, though it sounded frigid to Jianwu. He pointed to her Pokémon egg in an attempt to divert the conversation. This is the Pokémon egg the owner gave us after an event that Xiaoyun and I participated in, which was the egg is about to hatch. As Xiaoguang began explaining the origins of the egg, she was suddenly captivated by the brilliant white light emanating from it, the unmistakable sign of hatching. Crack, the light dissipated. revealing a small blue creature with wings as soft as cotton. It had 2 tufts of hair atop its head and gazed at Xiaoguang with wise eyes. Chirp! Is that the cotton bird? Xiaoyun exclaimed in surprise. Xiaoguang opened her Pokédex upon hearing Xiaoyun's words. Cotton bird, the cotton Pokémon. With wings as soft as cotton. It cannot settle if its surroundings are unclean. Upon seeing dirt, it will wipe it away with its feathers. It enjoys cleansing its cloud-like wings in crystal-clear spring water and often perches atop humans' heads, resembling a whimsical hat. Chirp, chirp. Then, the cotton bird took flight from Xiaoguang's arms. As Xiaoguang was not wearing a hat that day, her long blue hair cascaded down. After pondering for a moment, the cotton bird nestled itself in her hair, making her hesitant to move. She could only whisper, "Oh dear, why did you go up there? Come down, please. Xiaoguang, don't fret." The cotton bird enjoys perching on the heads of those it feels close to. This is a sign of its affection for you. Ah, is that so? Xiaoyun whispered softly, and upon hearing her words, the girl gradually relaxed, allowing the blue cotton bird to nestle in her hair. Indeed, the first being the blue cotton bird encountered was you. It may have mistaken you for its mother, Xiaoyun remarked with a smile. Should I not be here? Woo-woo. Observing this scene, Jinwu bit his handkerchief, trying to stifle his tears, his heart seething with rage. Xiaoyun, you ought to be punished. This is more torturous than killing him. At that moment, the blue cotton bird appeared to don a cotton cap atop Xiaoguang's head, who blinked her beautiful blue eyes at Xiaoyun, mischief glimmering in her gaze. Oh, is that so? Hee. Then Xiaoyun, what does that make you? Well, I am male, so naturally, I am its father. Right, blue cotton bird? Chirp, chirp. Xiaoyun met the girl's gaze and spoke slowly, his answer eliciting a smile that danced at the corners of her eyes, clearly satisfied with his response. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. I can't take this anymore, Xiaoyun. I challenge you to a duel. Jinwu could bear it no longer. He had bitten his handkerchief to shreds. Feeling utterly invisible to the two, he directly issued a challenge to Xiaoyun, determined to intervene before they engaged in something even more outrageous. Now, Xiaoyun frowned at Jinwu, wondering if this fellow had truly become so audacious after their 2-month journey. Yes, right here, right now, Jinwu declared, brimming with courage, unable to contain his urge to confront Xiaoyun. Well, since you insist so firmly, very well. Xiaoyun shrugged, indifferent, deciding to indulge Jinwu in a warm-up. All right, come forth. Prince Bo Jinwu released his beloved Pokémon from its Pokeball, and a large blue penguin emerged, its proud gaze reminiscent of an enlarged Pachima. Bo, this child is. Xiaoguang, wearing her cotton cap, opened her Pokédex. Prince Bo, the penguin Pokémon, the evolved form of Pachima. They do not gather in groups, preferring solitude. All Prince Bo believe themselves to be the most remarkable. Their wing strikes are incredibly powerful, capable of easily snapping a large tree, possessing both resilient wings and an air of arrogance. Xiaoyun, if you have the guts, don't use your Lizard King. Fight me with the Pokémon you just acquired. How about that? Jinwu seemed to harbor a clever plan. He knew Xiaoyun had trained a Lizard King for several years and was certain he would be unable to win. Thus, Jinwu intended to leverage the rules to force Xiaoyun to disqualify his Lizard King, enabling him to gain an advantage. All right. Then I humbly request Lord Jinwu to show mercy, Xiaoyun replied, a hint of a smirk dancing in his deep-set eyes. He then withdrew the originally summoned Turtwig, replacing it with another Pokeball from his waist. Come forth, fossil Pterodactyl. A resounding roar filled the air as the fossil Pterodactyl's massive form appeared, letting out an ear-splitting cry, its large, bell-like eyes locking onto Prince Bo, who, proud as he was, shivered under the fossil Pterodactyl's intense gaze. The fossil pterosaur. Is your Pokémon not the rolling ear? No, that one belongs to Xiaoguang. Xiaoyun shrugged and glanced at Xiaoguang, who promptly complied by returning the rolling ear into its Pokeball. Alas, I was careless. Jinwu had mistakenly thought that the rolling ear was Xiaoyun's Pokémon, which is why he rushed in so eagerly. Phew, it's all right. This fossil pterosaur merely looks intimidating. Moreover, Prince Bo is a water type, while the opponent is rock type. I possess the advantage in attributes, so I should be fine. Jinwu took a deep breath, calmly analyzing the situation, and ultimately concluded that, indeed, there appeared to be a chance worth exploring. Prince Bo, use Bubble Beam. Jinwu commanded decisively. Prince Bo, having adjusted his mindset, unleashed a series of pale blue bubbles towards the fossil pterosaur. Judging by the power, it was evidently stronger than that of Bo G-Man Xiaoyun. However, had no intention of evading the attack, allowing the pterosaur to face it head-on. Boom. What? No damage? As the smoke cleared, Jinwu gazed in astonishment at the unscathed fossil pterosaur, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Fossil pterosaur, why didn't you dodge? The opponent must have been too fast. Xiaoyun exclaimed in shock. Ah, what a pity. How? This trainer is even more sadistic than I am. I simply cannot endure it. The fossil pterosaur rolled its eyes at Xiaoyun, casting a sympathetic glance towards Jinwu. Nevertheless, the recent attack had not been without effect. It seemed to have already recovered, requiring no treatment whatsoever. Chapter 68, The Garden Tournament. I see now, Xiaoyun's fossil pterosaur cannot match the speed of my Prince Bow. So if I execute a close-range assault, this pterosaur will be unable to respond. This will surely prove my strength to Xiaoguang. Jinwu realized, indeed, he was a mere pretender, as he witnessed Prince Bow effortlessly overpowering the opponent. Prince Bow, use Metal Claw for a continuous attack. With that, a white light glimmered from the edges of Prince Bow's wings, transforming into sharp metallic blades as he leapt towards the fossil pterosaur. Oh, Jinwu, you remain so naive, Xiaoyun said, clicking her tongue in disappointment as she shook her head, then issued a command to the fossil pterosaur. Fossil pterosaur, use ultimate impact. How? Upon receiving the command, the fossil pterosaur soared into the sky, accompanied by a fierce roar. A surge of powerful energy erupted from its body, enveloping the entire creature in a yellow aura. Finally, it transformed in midair into a spiraling energy force, colliding with Prince Bow below, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Boom. As the two forces clashed, the terrifying impact of the fossil pterosaur immediately forced Prince Bow down, leaving a clear penguin-shaped crater on the ground. How could this be? Prince Bow was struck down in a single blow. Jinwu was so shocked by this turn of events that he nearly jumped out of his skin in disbelief. Jinwu, did you let me win again? If you keep attacking from a distance, I certainly won't stand a chance. You must be deliberately throwing the match in close combat. The voice of Xiaoyun resonated, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction, as if reproaching the other party for their leniency. Ah, you've caught me. Since we are friends, let us not take things too seriously. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Hey, aren't you going to have some Baofeng before you go? Yet, Jinwu appeared to disregard the invitation, his pace noticeably quickening. Xiaoyun, why do you always tease Jinwu? We are all from the same town, Xiaoguang chided as he approached Xiaoyun. Well, how can you call it teasing? He is my source of joy, Xiaoyun replied with a playful smile. Each time he tormented Jinwu and Oxen, he would put on a show, for the town was small. If he discouraged these two from approaching him, life would become rather dull. At 10 o'clock the following morning, the UNZ competition commenced punctually. Xiaoguang had already donned his performance attire and was waiting backstage, alongside Jinwu, who had arrived early at the candidates' room. Xiaoyun, adorned with a green cotton bird cap, summoned his Ursaring and Chikorita, equipped with the trio of battle aids, light sticks, glow sticks, and floral wreaths, already positioned in the audience. He refrained from releasing his Aerodactyl, deeming it too conspicuous for the occasion. With a resounding clap, the spotlight illuminated the stage as the flamboyant host, Bian, addressed the audience. Greetings, I am your host, Bian. Today, I shall preside over the UNZ competition. Allow me to introduce our three esteemed judges, Mr. Kankansutan, Mr. Zimizuo, and Miss Joy from UNZ Town. Without further ado, he invited the first competitor, Jinwu from Shuangye Town, to take the stage. Dressed in a Blue Knight's outfit, Jinwu released his Pokémon onto the stage. Come forth, Shroomish. He then commanded Shroomish to unleash an energy ball into the air, before executing a graceful pose and striking the energy ball with a soaring punch, scattering it into a gentle green glow across the stage. Ooh la la, amazing. The audience erupted in cheers. Subsequently, the three judges awarded a score of 287 for the performance. Let us welcome the next contestant. Xiaoyun, seated in the audience, observed the subsequent performances with a discerning eye. This competition is rather lackluster. After all, it's a small town. Aside from the warm-hearted Jinwu at the beginning, the rest have been quite ordinary, he remarked, unimpressed. As the performances paled in comparison to the celebratory event prior, noting one contestant who struggled to execute their moves, resulting in an awkward display. Now, let us welcome the 15th participant, Xiaoguang from Shuangye Town. Xiaoguang, show me your prowess, Jinwu thought to himself, eyes fixed on the large screen depicting Xiaoguang on stage. Bunnelby, make your grand entrance, Xiaoguang exclaimed, dressed in a flowing gown, as he tossed out a Pokeball adorned with Pokémon stickers. In an instant, Bunnelby emerged, surrounded by delicate snowflakes. Bunnelby, use Ice Beam. As the conversation concluded, Hane Yunyun soared into the air like a practiced performer, conjuring ice-blue beams of light from her delicate hands, which gracefully painted a splendid realm of ice upon the ground. Excellent. Now proceed with the awakening power, commanded Xiaoguang, her eyes shimmering with delight. Upon hearing Xiaoguang's instructions, Hane Yunyun invoked her awakening power of fire, skillfully summoning small fireballs that glimmered around her. One by one, she adorned the ice paradise with these fiery orbs, creating a dazzling spectacle akin to a cascade of frozen fireworks. A perfect finish. Thank you all, Xiaoguang exclaimed. As she spoke, Hane Yunyun leapt onto the icy steps, bowing in gratitude alongside Xiaoguang to the audience below. The crowd erupted into applause. Wow, so cool. Xiaoguang is beautiful. I love you, Xiaoguang. A voice exclaimed, only to be met with an intense glare from Xiaoyun, causing the speaker to falter, his words caught in his throat. The onlooker remarked, how can one not be intimidated? Which brave soul would dare speak when under the gaze of such a formidable bear? His back is drenched in sweat. Bian, observing the enthusiastic crowd below, teased. It seems the cheers are quite fervent. Miss Xiaoguang has outshone her previous performance. Let us now await the judges' scores. Wow. The 3 judges have awarded a score of 293 for this performance. Truly a commendable achievement. You performed exceptionally well just now, Jinwu remarked as he approached Xiaoguang backstage. You were impressive too. The strength of the dueling mushroom is formidable, Xiaoguang replied. You're welcome, but even you, I shall show no mercy in the upcoming competition, Jinwu retorted. Believing Xiaoguang was complimenting him, a smirk slowly spreading across his face akin to a charming dragon king, completely forgetting his previous day's defeat. Chapter 69, Xiaoguang's first satin ribbon medal. By the way, my score seems to be higher than yours. Xiaoguang's words struck Jinwu's heart like an arrow, causing him to halt his dragon king demeanor awkwardly in place. Next, we present the finals of this tournament, featuring a showdown between Xiaoguang and Jinwu. Xiaoguang, alongside Pachirisu and Hane Yunyun, easily defeated the 2 preceding opponents and began her ultimate duel against Jinwu, who had also advanced. Notably, both competitors hailed from the same origins. Once friends now pitted against each other in battle. What choices will these 2 make? Let us eagerly await the outcome. Bian's proclamation stirred the audience's emotions. The notion of a friendly rivalry igniting their desire to witness the event, coupled with the impressive performances of Xiaoguang and Jinwu in prior battles. The atmosphere of the tournament reached a fever pitch. Here comes Pachima, making a dazzling entrance. Show us your prowess, Prince Pachima. Both competitors summoned their Pokémon simultaneously. 2 penguins, one large and one small, gazing intently at one another in the arena. With arms crossed, Prince Pachima regarded its devolved form with haughty disdain, dismissing Pachima entirely. Our champion, Bojiman, perceived the disdainful expression directed at him by the opposing Prince of Waves and felt his pride deeply insulted. He began to vociferously berate the prince from a distance. And judging by the prince's furious countenance, his remarks were undoubtedly rich in content. Seizing the initiative, the prince unleashed a beam of bubbles. Jinwu prepared to demonstrate his prowess, asserting that high scores in preliminary rounds do not guarantee victory, and commanded the great penguin accordingly. Meanwhile, Xiaoguang, unwilling to be outdone, instructed his little penguin, Bojiman, let us also employ the beam of bubbles. With a loud bang, 2 pale blue beams collided at the center, the ensuing vapor creating a dense fog that obscured both combatants' line of sight. Do not panic, Prince of Waves. Use Whirlpool straight ahead. Confused by the obscured vision, the prince, upon hearing Jinwu's directive, swiftly concentrated a water vortex with his wings, hurling it forward as it expanded. What not there? As the mist dissipated, Jinwu realized that the whirlpool had not ensnared Bojiman as anticipated. The spot where Bojiman had just executed his move was utterly vacant, devoid of his presence. Bojiman, strike with Peck using the force of your descent. Xiaoguang's voice called out, revealing that Bojiman had, in the midst of the fog, leapt into the air using a water jet to evade the whirlpool's grasp. At Xiaoguang's command, Bojiman's beak elongated 2- or 3-fold, spinning as he unleashed his peck attack directly onto the prince's chest, causing Jinwu's score to diminish. Prince of Waves, endure it. Counter with Metal Claw. The prince let out a pained cry, but upon hearing Jinwu's command, he bore the ache in his chest. His wings flashed with a metallic sheen as he brought down his claws fiercely upon Bojiman. Bojiman, continue with peck. Bojiman's beak met the prince's metallic claws, resulting in a momentary stalemate. Xiaoguang, you have underestimated him. The prince also has a metal claw at his disposal. The prince smirked, his other wing gathering a metal claw, and with great force, he struck down towards Bojiman. Bojiman. The impact sent Bojiman hurtling backward. Seizing the moment, Jinwu shouted, use beam of bubbles. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity slip away. The prince, upon receiving the command, expelled a series of blue beams that struck Bojiman as he flew through the air. Following this, he unleashed a wave of water, gathering energy in a sphere between his wings before hurling it at Bojiman. The water surged forth, crashing violently and knocking the recently risen Bojiman back to the ground. Bojiman. Xiaoguang watched in concern as Bojiman struggled to rise, panting heavily. Having been struck by several powerful moves, he seemed barely able to maintain his fighting spirit, as if on the brink of losing his ability to battle altogether. At this moment, only 1 minute remained on the large screen, and Jinwu's score stood at half, while Xiaoguang's score dwindled to a mere fragment. If Bojiman were to be struck once more, the match would draw to a close. Xiaoguang, concede. The disparity between Bo Prince and Bojiman, in both strength and skill familiarity, is insurmountable for you at this moment. Surrender, Jinwu remarked, observing the girl on the opposite side, who continued to persevere. Indeed, Jinwu, you speak the truth. Whether in the elegance of skills or sheer power, I lack the confidence to defeat you within 5 minutes. However, you were careless earlier, and I shall seize this opportunity to claim victory, Xiaoguang declared, her lips curling into a slight smile as she addressed Bojiman. Now, unleash all the power you have been holding back. With a resounding cry, the little penguin was enveloped in a shimmering crimson aura, subsequently releasing a devastating beam of white light aimed directly at Bo Prince. Oh no, when did this happen? Bo Prince, quickly use water pulse to counter. Jinwu's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled the moment when Bo Prince had struck Bojiman with metal claw. Bojiman had been enduring something all along, allowing the attacks to connect. But there was no time to ponder. Jinwu instantly shouted to Bo Prince. Bo Prince hurriedly conjured another water pulse to hurl at the energy wave emitted by Bojiman, attempting to block it. Yet, it was evident that a mere water pulse could not withstand the force of multiple skills dealing double damage. After holding for just a second, the water pulse was overwhelmed and exploded upon impact with Bo Prince. Boom. Bo Prince found himself once more in the same predicament as the previous day, being struck forcefully into the wall, rendered incapable of battle. With Bo Prince incapacitated, the match concluded with Xiaoguang emerging victorious. The large screen displayed Xiaoguang's victory portrait, and after a brief moment of shock, she excitedly embraced the nearly unconscious Bojiman, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Bojiman, we have won. I lost." The sorrow and joy of humanity do not always resonate in unison. Jinwu stood despondently in the arena, murmuring to himself. He had lost again. Being defeated by Xiaoyun was one thing, as he seldom triumphed in the town, but now he had also fallen to Xiaoguang, and in the same manner. It felt unbearably unfair. Chapter 70. Truly a nightmare. Jinwu, when it comes to being humbled, you take the crown. Yet, Xiaoguang is quite impressive. I hardly noticed that last move from her, Xiaoyun remarked, her smile unwavering as she observed Jinwu's dazed expression. Unlike the original narrative, this time Xiaoguang, under Xiaoyun's intentional guidance, not only focused on the elegance of her moves, but also maintained the inherent strength of her Pokémon. Moreover, throughout their training, Xiaoguang had not neglected battling, and her triumph over Bo Prince with a weaker Pokémon was a testament to the results of her frequent training sessions with Xiaoyun. As for whom to battle, aside from the grass-type Turtwig, there was no one else left. The remaining contenders from previous matches were merely subjects of torment. After the match concluded, the host, Bayan, began announcing the results to Xiaoguang. "Thank you for your kind words," he replied. "I look forward to your future outstanding performances," Kong Kinsey remarked with a nod of encouragement. "I will strive to do my best," Xiaoguang replied earnestly. Impressive indeed, Xiaoyun thought, unable to comprehend Xiaoguang's words, yet sensing that the girl was surely sharing in the joy of victory. He lifted the still-watching Qianyan bird by its wings, signaling that he had heard her. "Cheap," said the Qianyan bird, expressing annoyance at the lack of boundaries from its father. All right, Lena, I see you. Please take a seat. It's amusing that you, my daughter, are more excited than I," Her mother, Kaizi said, somewhat resigned as she managed to pull Lena down to sit. While she too was elated at Xiaoguang's victory, Lena had already exhausted her lines, leaving Kaizi unexpectedly speechless. It puzzled her how her typically gentle friend transformed so dramatically in the presence of Xiaoguang, leading her to wonder if she had mistakenly embraced the wrong child. It's all the same. Lena waved her hand dismissively at Kaizi's comments, returning her gaze to the television screen where Xiaoguang appeared. Just a mere mother. I will be one eventually. How beautiful. She looks splendid, Xiaoyun remarked, gently patting Xiaoguang's head. Slightly exasperated. All right, don't get too carried away. Be careful not to lose this. Unlike an ID card, you cannot simply replace it if lost. Meanwhile, as Jianwu passed by Xiaoyun, he gritted his teeth and declared, next time, I will certainly win. We have plenty of time ahead. With that, he left the venue, his silhouette tinged with melancholy. The two continued their journey the following day, heading towards Baidai City. Xiaoguang, look, there's a house up ahead. It seems we won't have to camp out in the wilderness today, Xiaoyun said, seamlessly shifting the topic as he turned Xiaoguang's shoulder and pointed towards the visible outline of a building. Indeed. Let us hurry over. I wonder if they have hot water for a shower. My hair is feeling a bit greasy, Xiaoguang exclaimed, ignoring the claws resting on his shoulder. The thought of avoiding outdoor camping was delightful. After all, who would choose to camp when a room was available? Let us go take a look, he urged. To their surprise, it turned out to be a Pokémon center, which appeared to be an ordinary house at first glance. Upon reaching the door, Xiaoguang marveled. It must be, after all, it has the exclusive emblem of the Pokémon Center. I doubt anyone would dare to make a joke out of this. Let us knock on the door. The wooden cabin before them showcased traditional Japanese architectural style, yet the emblem indicated its true identity as a Pokémon Center. In the realm of Pokémon, no one had ever dared to impersonate a Pokémon Center, for the Joy family was not to be trifled with. As the cabin had no doorbell, Xiaoyun stepped forward and knocked on the door, calling out, Knock, knock. Hello? Is anyone there? Xiaoyun, is there anyone inside? After a while, upon observing the silent room, Xiaoguang whispered, Shall I open the door and take a look? Creak, creak. Ah, what on earth? The door was not locked. Xiaoyun pressed the doorknob and opened it. In that instant, a multitude of large faces appeared before them, startling Xiaoyun so much that she nearly twisted the doorknob off in fright. Creak. Upon witnessing the success of their prank, the mischievous spirits floated in the air, laughing triumphantly. Phew, it really is a ghost, Xiaoguang reassured, just a few ghastly. Xiaoyun, gazing at the spherical gas-like entities before her, recognized their black forms, large white eyes, and the two sharp fangs peeking from their mouths, floating and giggling. Only then did she exhale in relief, comforting Xiaoguang, who was clinging to her neck. Huh, ghastly, ghastly. The gas Pokémon can infiltrate anywhere due to its gaseous form, though it can be blown away by the wind. Its physical form is usually invisible, and hypnosis is its specialty. Alright, I thought it was something strange, but it turns out to be a ghost-type Pokémon. Once he discerned the mischievous spirits had flown away, Xiaoguang felt at ease. Yes, so we can come down now, right? At that moment, Xiaoyun cast a playful glance at Xiaoguang, who was still wrapped around her neck. What? Oh, Xiaoyun, why are you suddenly hugging me? Huh, if you don't know, then I shall forgive you. Xiaoguang, you're quite a good person. Observing Xiaoguang casually tossing a pot onto his head, Xiaoyun paused momentarily and earnestly remarked, What are you saying? I don't understand. Let's go check inside. With an innocent expression, Xiaoguang cleverly shifted the topic and tugged Xiaoyun towards the interior of the house. Who are you? Chapter 71, 3 Types of Nurse Joy. At that moment, the room's door swung open, revealing a little girl who bore a striking resemblance to Nurse Joy. Upon seeing them, she cautiously inquired, Who are you? Hey, Nurse Joy has shrunk. Xiaoguang observed the miniature Nurse Joy, tilting his head in confusion. Ahem, Xiaoguang, it's quite evident that she's just a child, Xiaoyun strategically coughed, subtly reminding him. She then stepped forward. Under the wary gaze of the little Joy, she crouched down to meet her at eye level, smiling playfully. Has the Pokémon Center become so understaffed that they are now hiring children? I am not a child. The little Joy, who introduced herself as Xiaowu, replied loudly after sensing Xiaoyun's goodwill and relaxing her guard. My name is Xiaowu, as in dance, and I will become a competent Nurse Joy in the future. Xiaowu seemed to believe this declaration would validate her words. Your name is Xiaowu? Do you know Tang-san? Who is that? I don't know him. That's all right. It was just a casual mention. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Wu, her initial wariness had diminished, and her tone gradually relaxed. Observing the unfamiliar speech of the young girl before her, she pouted and murmured, "What a peculiar big brother." At that moment, a gentle voice wafted in from the doorway, and as Xiao Yun turned her head, she beheld two Miss Joys, one large and one small, standing at the entrance, changing their shoes. The elder Miss Joy, with a curious gaze, addressed them softly. "Hello, are you two?" "Hello, Miss Joy. My name is Xiao Yun, and this is Xiaoguang. We are trainers on a journey, and upon seeing the Pokémon Center sign here, we decided to take a look. I apologize for any disturbance." Xiao Yun politely introduced herself to Mrs. Joy. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Joy did not express any doubt. Though this Pokémon Center was nestled within the forest, it often welcomed passing trainers, and she was not surprised. She kindly inquired, "I see. No problem at all. By the way, have you had a meal yet? Let's eat." They both said politely before diving into their meal at Mrs. Joy's dining table. With the addition of the Swablu, Xiaoguang's trio had successfully transformed into a quartet, enjoying their food alongside the Turtwig in the cozy room. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun's larger trio, due to their size, found the confines of the room too cramped and opted to take their bowls outside to dine in the yard. Xiao Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I'm truly sorry for the trouble my sister has caused you." The younger Miss Joy, Saya, gently replied from across the table, "There's no trouble at all." Xiao Wu is quite adorable. After swallowing a mouthful of food, Xiaoguang looked at Saya and said softly, "That's good to hear." Saya continued, "Just now, my mother and I went to gather berries, leaving Xiao Wu to watch the house. Since she is quite young, I hope you can excuse any oversight on our part." Sitting upright, she spoke with a calm demeanor. She was aware that her sister had a rather bold personality. At times, when strangers entered unexpectedly, Xiao Wu would mistakenly perceive them as threats and command her Pokémon to chase them away, leading to awkward apologies afterward. Perhaps Xiao Wu's recent good behavior was attributed to the charming presence of the handsome Xiao Yun and Xiaoguang, which fostered a sense of goodwill. Not at all. Xiao Wu is delightful. By the way, aren't you both too young to be doctors? How is it that you are here at the Pokémon Center? Xiao Yun inquired of Saya. Indeed, our Pokémon Center is somewhat remote, so we do not have many medical personnel stationed here. However, my mother frequently treats the wild Pokémon in the area, and it can be overwhelming for her alone. My sister and I are here to assist in any small way we can. Although Saya appeared youthful, her tone carried the professionalism of a true Miss Joy, instilling trust in those who listened. "You are so gentle, Saya. I believe you could become an exceptional Miss Joy in the future," Xiaoguang praised, gazing at Saya with admiration. "Thank you, Xiaoguang. I will certainly strive to do my best," Saya replied with a polite bow in acknowledgement. "Moreover, I aspire to become an exceptional Miss Joy in the future." At that moment, Xiao Wu dashed in from outside and, upon overhearing the conversation, enthusiastically joined in. I perceived that Xiao Wu also possessed remarkable potential. Unable to restrain herself, Xiao Yun affectionately patted her head in encouragement. "Thank you, big brother." After dinner, the two assisted Joy and her mother in tidying up, with Xiao Yun also helping to tend to some minor injuries of Pokémon, applying healing spray that worked wonders. "Xiaoguang, would you like to accompany me to a particular place?" Later that evening, Xiao Yun lifted the covers and, with an air of mystery, addressed the slightly flushed girl beside her. "Is it really now? Isn't it rather late?" Xiaoguang shyly peeked out from under the blanket. Given that this Pokémon Center was rather small, there was only one guest room available, necessitating the two to share the space. Of course, they had separate blankets. Xiao Yun feared losing control if they shared one. However, it might be inconvenient during the day. Nighttime would be preferable, Xiao Yun mused, expressing her inner conflict. "It's a bit challenging to manage such matters during the day. It's better to come at night. I can't argue with you on this." "Very well then," Xiaoguang replied, her imagination conjuring some indescribable scenarios, her tone becoming bashful shortly thereafter. Half an hour later, "Xiao Yun, haven't we arrived yet?" At that moment, Xiao Yun held a flashlight in one hand, while gently grasping Xiaoguang's hand with the other as they ambled along the forest's hillside path. "I don't know. I merely wish to see if we can find it," Xiao Yun replied, shaking her head. She realized this was the location from when she first encountered Joy's family earlier that day. As far as she knew, this place was home to a legendary Pokémon. The creature in question was one of the three sacred beasts, the embodiment of the North, Suicune. Her purpose for venturing here at such a late hour was, of course, to seek the presence of Suicune. She was eager to gauge her own abilities against those of these mythical Pokémon. Should she triumph, she would have the opportunity to capture it. Although Suikun's reputation had waned significantly due to the influence of a certain character during their journey, it would be unjust to dismiss all Suikun based on that alone. What if, indeed, this one was a devoted companion? Have we found it? Xiaoguang blinked, her expression one of confusion, pondering that it seemed different from what she had imagined. Yes, I am in search of a Pokémon, Xiaoyun stated candidly, her gaze fixed ahead, oblivious to the girl's reaction. All right, what kind of Pokémon is it? Xiaoguang inquired, her tone tinged with disappointment, yet curious about what kind of Pokémon could draw Xiaoyun out at such an hour. You will understand once you see it. Chapter 72, The Avatar of the North Wind. The two arrived near a valley. Lacking the extraordinary fortune of Ash, Xiaoyun released her Lizard King, seeking to ascertain if it could sense anything unusual. Come forth, Lizard King. Chirp. Lizard King, is there a formidable opponent nearby? Can you perceive its presence? There was no way around it. The area was vast, and he could not find it immediately. However, he was certain that Suikun was nearby. So he could only hope that King Lizard's instinct for battle would unveil something. Upon hearing this, King Lizard closed its eyes, seemingly attuning to some unseen force. After a brief moment, its gaze sharpened, fixating on the southern direction, for it sensed a powerful presence emanating from that way. Following King Lizard, Xiaoyun traversed a small grove, and soon the two found themselves by a lake that resembled a fairyland. Tiny stars glimmered upon the water's surface, akin to dazzling jewels adorning the lake, while a gentle white mist enveloped the surroundings, creating an ethereal atmosphere, as if they had stepped into a dreamlike realm. So this is the place. It truly possesses a certain poetic quality, perfectly aligning with its nature. What a beautiful location, Xiaoyun. What Pokémon could possibly inspire such seriousness in you? Just wait. You shall see it shortly. Upon hearing Xiaoguang's curiosity, a smile graced Xiaoyun's lips. Arriving at this spot, he was convinced that Suikun was indeed here. He then called out to the lake, Suikun, I know you are watching us. Reveal yourself. With your pride, you surely would not refuse a challenge from a trainer. Come forth, Suikun. As soon as Xiaoyun's words fell, an ethereal voice resonated. Suddenly, a Pokémon emerged from the lake. It was predominantly blue, slender in form, adorned with a blue crystal-like headpiece on its forehead, and its body bore blue and white patterns symbolizing water and wind. It gracefully stood upon the water's surface, quietly observing the two. White ribbons danced without wind, enchanting and mysterious. How beautiful! Is it also a Pokémon? Xiaoguang, captivated by the apparition of Suikun, began to inquire. Indeed, it is one of the legendary Pokémon, Suikun. Xiaoyun replied slowly, gazing at the powerful and enigmatic creature before him, feeling that this was the majestic presence befitting a divine beast. At that moment, Xiaoyun could hardly reconcile this ethereal Suikun with the one from his journey. The latter was merely a houndoom clad in Suikun's skin, a disgrace to the Suikun lineage. Wait, it's a legendary Pokémon, Xiaoguang exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth. She had only glimpsed a shadow of the legendary Pokémon, a three-headed mushroom named Emeralder, and now one stood before her. Yes, legend has it that in the Chengdu region, there exists the Bell Tower, the dwelling of the life deity, Ho-Oh. However, due to humanity's greed, Ho-Oh's wrath was provoked, leading to the destruction of the Bell Tower. Yet, 3 Pokémon remained within the tower, and upon learning this, Ho-Oh resurrected the 3 perished Pokémon with the flames of life, transforming them into the present-day Nti, Suikun, and Raikou. Since then, Ho-Oh has been utterly disillusioned with humanity, leaving the 3 sacred beasts to monitor human actions while it vanished from sight. And it is one of the 3 sacred beasts, the embodiment of the North Wind, Suikun. Xiaoyun began to enlighten Xiaoguang about Suikun's origins. The resurrected Pokémon. Indeed, my purpose this time is none other than it. Water King, engage me in battle. If you lose, you shall be my Pokémon. With an ethereal cry, the Water King danced gracefully, its white ribbons swirling about, before taking a poised stance on the lake's surface, casting a fierce gaze towards Xiaoyun, clearly consenting to the challenge. Lizard King, are you prepared? This is the mightiest opponent we have encountered thus far. Do not falter, Xiaoyun declared earnestly, gazing up at Lizard King. The latter's eyes burned with determination as it fixated on the Water King, its fighting spirit radiating unrestrained. Come forth and witness this battle with keen eyes, understand? Xiaoguang commanded as he released all the Pokeballs from his waist. The three Pokémon obediently positioned themselves behind him, attentively observing the confrontation. Even the usually chatty fossil Aerodactyl fell silent. "Let us commence, Water King." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a powerful jet of water surged forth from the Water King's mouth, hurtling towards Lizard King with remarkable swiftness. The velocity of the water cannon left Lizard King no time to evade. "Perceive." Xiaoguang could only direct. A glimmer of white light flashed in Lizard King's eyes as it swiftly identified the flaw in the water cannon's trajectory, skillfully maneuvering to evade the attack. The water cannon grazed past Lizard King, continuing its course to shatter a large boulder behind it with astonishing force. Observing this, Xiaoguang promptly commanded Lizard King to shift to close combat. "Lizard King, employ quick attack followed by leaf blade." Upon receiving the command, Lizard King leaped nimbly, its speed akin to that of a shadow clone, leaving behind a series of green afterimages. It then positioned itself before the Water King, transforming its arm into a sharp blade and striking forcefully at its head. However, the Water King was not easily vanquished. It withstood Lizard King's assault and unleashed a chilling aura that rapidly froze the surface of the lake. A fierce blizzard surged towards Lizard King, compelling it to leap back in search of another opportunity. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Legendary Pokémon indeed possess formidable skills. Xiaoguang marveled at the Water King's ability to not only endure Lizard King's attack, but also retaliate. Yet, judging by the power of its previous move, you cannot be one from the Hoa's entourage, can you? Generally, a regular second-tier deity can reach champion level, while those with divine duties possess even greater strength. To defeat a first-tier deity, one would likely need another of equal rank. From the Water King's performance thus far, it appeared stronger than Lizard King, yet not insurmountable. It presented an excellent opportunity to elevate Lizard King's prowess. The Water King emitted another cry, affirming Xiaoguang's insight. It was indeed not one of Hoa's companions. The population of divine beasts is exceedingly rare, often preferring solitude. Upon reaching maturity, they traverse various regions. In its journey to the Sinnoh Region, it fortuitously saved a young girl named Xiaowu from falling off a cliff, and the two became friends, leading to its residence in this area. For if it were that one, the recent strike should have inflicted wounds upon the Lizard King. However, it now appears that we still possess the potential to defeat you. Lizard King, utilize self-motivation. Xiaoguang unabashedly spoke the truth, commanding the Lizard King to augment its offensive capabilities. Immediately, the Lizard King began uttering strange incantations, and its aura swelled magnificently, akin to a sword unsheathed. Chapter 73, The Mysterious Power, Victory. Upon hearing Xiaoguang's words, the expression of Water Lord darkened considerably. For Xiaoguang spoke the truth. It was aware that it could not contend with the Phoenix King's guard. A chill pervaded the air, rendering it suffocatingly cold. The corners of Water Lord's mouth began to gather icy energy, and with that, it unleashed a frigid beam of ice from its maw. The ice-blue ray transformed in midair into a spear of frost, hurtling towards the Lizard King with formidable force. Evade it quickly. The Lizard King, enhanced by rapid movements, swiftly morphed into a fleeting shadow, narrowly dodging the chilling assault. "Excellent, Lizard King, unleash your full power," Xiaoguang exclaimed loudly. "Utilize Thorny Forest." The Lizard King let out a furious roar, plunging its hands into the earth. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, countless massive thorny spikes erupted from the ground, growing wildly. Under the Lizard King's command, these thorns surged forth like a chaotic dance, encircling Water Lord with relentless ferocity. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of thorns, Water Lord found itself ensnared, trapped within layer upon layer of spikes. After a while, the ice lake was littered with innumerable thick thorns, and Water Lord's presence had vanished from sight. This should suffice to contain it. The Lizard King wielded its blade, just as Xiaoguang prepared to press the advantage. A burst of blue light erupted from within the thorns, interrupting his words. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the icy chill permeating the air, and then an extremely perilous aura began to emanate from within the thorny barrier. Water Lord's roaring voice echoed from the thicket of thorns. In the next moment, the thorns began to freeze, and a wave of devastating icy energy erupted forth, as if capable of freezing all life. It effortlessly pierced through the layers of thorns encasing Water Lord and surged towards the Lizard King with undiminished force. "This is bad. It is absolute zero. Lizard King, quickly defend yourself." Realizing the peril of Water Lord's ice blue annihilation beam, Xiaoyun urgently directed the Lizard King. Just as the words left his lips, the Lizard King spread its arms wide, and a verdant energy shield materialized before it. Boom! The horrifying energy wave collided with the shield, the biting cold seeming to penetrate the protective barrier, rendering each breath for the Lizard King a monumental effort. After a prolonged stalemate, the energy of absolute zero was finally expended. Nonetheless, the green energy shield that the Lizard King had conjured shattered into countless fragments, scattering like stars across the ground. Indeed, even if this Water Lord is not the one from the Phoenix King's Guard, it remains a formidable adversary. Xiaoyun gazed at Lizard King as it stood there, panting heavily. He had not anticipated that the Thorny Forest would fail to ensnare the Water Sovereign. He pondered how that bold individual had managed to tame such a creature. Perhaps the Water Sovereign truly was a mere disguise of a Katy dog. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Seizing the moment while the Water Sovereign had just unleashed its absolute zero, Xiaoyun hastily directed Lizard King to capitalize on the opportunity. Lizard King, unleash Blade Storm. In an instant, Lizard King ceased its panting, its eyes sharpening with intensity. It leapt into the air, and in a dazzling flash, the leaves adorning its arms transformed into lethal emerald blades. With a swift rotation, it began to spin rapidly, the blades glowing brighter, coalescing into a verdant tornado that surged downwards towards the Water Sovereign. The Water Sovereign, sensing the formidable power of the attack, bore a serious expression. It emitted a fierce cry, unleashing a surge of energy from within. This energy coalesced around its form, forming a terrifying spiral wave, its ultimate impact. With a powerful leap, it charged directly at Lizard King. The collision between the tornado of Blade Storm and the Water Sovereign's ultimate impact was cataclysmic, sending shockwaves that shattered the ice atop the lake, creating colossal waves. As the waves crashed upon the shore, Circle Bear swiftly extended its barrier, encasing both Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang within its protective embrace. Yet, as Xiaoyun observed the epicenter of the energy clash, his usually calm demeanor faltered, and he shouted anxiously, "Lizard King." In the distant depths of Xinchi Lake, Imerito suddenly opened his eyes, gazing into the distance. After a brief moment, he succumbed to slumber once more. Plop! A droplet fell into the lake, sending ripples across the surface. Xiaoyun awoke to find himself in an expansive chamber. No, more accurately, in a boundless void. Save for the ground beneath him and a faintly illuminated sky, there was nothing in sight, an endless expanse stretching infinitely before him. As Xiaoyun, panic-stricken and aimlessly running through this realm, suddenly perceived a familiar voice echoing in his mind. His head was spinning, and his body felt utterly fatigued. No, I cannot succumb. I must not fall here. Lizard King, is that you? This voice was undeniably familiar. It belonged to his initial Pokémon, Lizard King, which had accompanied him for 4 years. Upon hearing the voice, Xiaoyun began to call out loudly in this desolate world. Soon, a large screen materialized before him, displaying the standoff between Lizard King and the Water Sovereign. Without pausing to contemplate the sudden appearance of this screen, Xiaoyun shouted at Lizard King on the display. Having endured the recent clash, Lizard King knelt on the ground, utterly exhausted, while the Water Sovereign before it gasped for breath, its once graceful ribbons now languidly drooping, embodying sheer fatigue. Just as Lizard King's vision of the Water Sovereign grew increasingly blurred, on the verge of collapse, Xiaoyun's voice resonated in its mind. Cha! Is this a mere illusion? The Lizard King, in a moment of self-deprecating humor, believed that his perceived weakness was merely a figment of his imagination. This is not an illusion, Lizard King. I can truly hear your innermost thoughts, echoed in the mind of Xiaoyun, who endeavored to continue their mental dialogue. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's voice once more, the Lizard King realized that it was indeed Xiaoyun communicating with him in his mind, and he closed his eyes to engage in conversation. Xiaoyun, am I destined to lose? Absolutely not. We shall not be defeated, came the resolute reply. Why do I feel so fatigued? He lamented. Because I believe in you, Lizard King. Xiaoyun, he continued, from the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew we would stand at the center of the world together. Therefore, until we realize this dream, we cannot lose. In that instant, recalling when he was merely a wood gecko, he watched as Xiaoyun reached out to him, speaking of their future aspirations. The thought brought a smile to the corners of the Lizard King's mouth, a stark contrast to the perplexed expression of the weary water monarch before him. Then, the Lizard King opened his eyes, mustering every ounce of strength to rise. He addressed Xiaoyun in his mind, Thank you, Xiaoyan. You are right. We are partners. And we shall indeed stand at the center of the world. Even against legendary Pokémon, we shall not falter. With a powerful roar that resonated across the icy lake, the Lizard King unleashed a surge of vibrant life energy, enveloped in emerald light, a manifestation of the grass type's essence, flourishing vitality. His arms transformed, the leaves morphing into blade-like appendages, coldly fixed on the water monarch, having already pronounced its doom in his heart. Use your final leaf blade, Lizard King. With a hoarse roar, the Lizard King seemed to herald the impending defeat of the water monarch. His arms, now radiant with power, shaped themselves into colossal green energy blades. He positioned the blades behind him, bending down into a slashing stance. The posture exuded a palpable sense of danger that the water monarch could not ignore. Before it could react, the Lizard King vanished in an instant, appearing behind his opponent. As the light of the blade fragments scattered, the water monarch turned, ready to speak. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed it, plunging into darkness as its body collapsed onto the ground. Did you hear that? The gentle whisper of the divine wind echoed in the aftermath. Chapter 74. Aftermath, the terror of the lowly. We won. The Lizard King has triumphed. Before Xiaoyun could utter a word, Xiaoguang, who had been observing the battle intently, erupted in joyous celebration. Howl, roar, tortoise, cheered the surrounding Pokémon, Circle Bear, Fossil Pterodactyl, and Sprout Tortoise, celebrating their victory. Xiaoyun beamed with pride at the Lizard King standing before him, exclaiming, Lizard King, you were truly magnificent. Upon receiving the praise, the Lizard King, feeling as though he had fulfilled his duty, managed a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by exhaustion. His body swayed backward. But fortunately, Circle Bear and the others caught him just in time to prevent him from collapsing. Next, it was your turn. Go forth, Pokeball. Ding, ding, ding. Then, directing his gaze towards the water deity lying on the icy lake, he retrieved a high-grade ball from his waist and tossed it towards the creature. Since the water deity had been thoroughly incapacitated by the Lizard King, it was utterly unable to resist. The Pokeball shook symbolically a few times before coming to a halt, initiating the information retrieval process. Water deity, the Aurora Pokémon. Type, water. Ability, pressure. Moves, tailwind. Quick attack, water pulse. Mist, hydro pump. Meditate, protect. Mirror coat. Ice fong, psychic. Ice beam, blizzard. Rain dance, absolute zero. Final gambit, destruction beam. Strength, elite. Xiaoyan, you have actually captured the water deity. It is indeed a legendary Pokémon. She had just witnessed Xiaoyun decisively defeat a mythic creature. Moreover, he had successfully captured it. In truth, this was largely thanks to the Lizard King. Had it not unleashed its final burst of power, this battle would likely have ended in defeat. Xiaoyun spoke, a hint of fatigue evident on his face. Xiaoyan Yu, Xiaoguang, initially brimming with excitement, began to express her thoughts, but upon seeing Xiaoyun's slightly weary demeanor, she grew concerned. All right. Xiaoguang nodded obediently in response. How? Can you two sit on my back? The fossil pterodactyl paused, then pointed to itself with a look of incredulity directed at Xiaoyun. Are you joking with me? Do you think it's like a Latios, where two can just sit comfortably? Let Xiaoguang sit on your back. As for me, you can use your claws to lift me up. Observing the fossil pterodactyl's astonished expression, Xiaoyun felt a bit embarrassed as he glanced at its back, finally devising a solution. How? All right, all right. The fossil pterodactyl shrugged, typically inclined to voice a few more quips before requesting energy cubes or some other item. However, having just witnessed the breathtaking battle between the Lizard King and the water deity, it now felt somewhat softened. Thus, it obediently lowered itself for Xiaoguang to mount, subsequently grasping Xiaoyun's shoulder with its claws and soaring towards the Pokémon Center. I'm so tired, Xiaoguang, I'm going to sleep now. Xiaoyun had already succumbed to slumber. Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun, Xiaoguang gently called, gazing at Xiaoyun, who was already softly snoring, and sighed helplessly. She crouched down, quietly observing his face while gently caressing it, before covering him with a blanket and settling onto her own bed to sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Xiaoyun's face, prompting him to awaken from his slumber, slightly disoriented as he surveyed the surroundings and glanced at the still sleeping Xiaoguang. He intended to wash up and subsequently hand over the Pokeball to Nurse Joy for treatment. Good morning, Xiaoyun. Good morning, big brother. The already awake Joy sisters greeted Xiaoyun with smiles as he descended the stairs. "Good morning, Xia and Xiaowu." "Oh, all right." Although Nurse Joy could not comprehend why a Pokémon that had already been restored the previous day needed treatment again, her professional ethics compelled her to instinctively agree. Bang! The moment Mrs. Joy grasped the Pokeball, the luxurious orb containing Suicune unexpectedly sprang open. A striking Suicune materialized in the living room, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the myriad of wounds adorning its form, as well as the scar inflicted by a leaf blade from a lizard king. "Ah, it is Suicune." Both Mrs. Joy and Joy's sister gasped in astonishment, their hands clasped over their mouths, unable to believe that such a legendary Pokémon, often shrouded in mystery, had manifested before them. Indeed, Suicune was the most aesthetically pleasing of the legendary beasts, and in terms of stature, it was quite impressive. As for later developments, let us not dwell on that. What a predicament it was. "Hee, my dear friend, what brings you here? Are you here to see me?" Xiaowu, undaunted by the sudden appearance of Suicune, joyfully rushed over to embrace its leg. Only upon drawing near did she notice the extensive injuries marring Suicune's body, prompting her to inquire, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Hey, why do you have so many wounds? What happened to you?" Suicune gazed at Xiaowu with a gentle expression, tenderly placing its white ribbon upon her head as if to offer comfort. "Ahem, Xiaowu, Suicune is now my Pokémon. I have successfully captured it," Xiaoyun interjected, clearing her throat to emphasize the fact that Suicune was now in her possession. What? You captured my dear friend? Wah. Xiaowu felt as if struck by a thunderbolt upon hearing this revelation. She had planned to watch Suicune with her fluffball that very evening, but now, after just a brief slumber, her companion had been captured. In an instant, the tears began to flow freely from Xiaowu's eyes, transforming Suicune's ribbon into a makeshift handkerchief that could scarcely keep up with her sorrow. With tear-filled eyes and a quivering voice, she implored Xiaoyun, "Wah, big brother, could you please not capture my dear friend? I will agree to anything." Ah, what a predicament. When a miniature version of Joy gazes at you with those big, watery eyes, it would drive any admirer of Lolas utterly mad. Not to mention, with her earnest offer of compliance, what is one to do? Seeking an answer online. Chapter 75. The question of Suicune's ownership. Xiaoyun felt a surge of panic, struggling to maintain composure. He yearned to express his reluctance, but ultimately restrained himself. Starting from 3 years, this was a life he could not afford. Legendary Pokémon are not mere caterpies to be handed over casually. Even with Xiaowu's heartwarming plea, he would not acquiesce. "Xiaowu, it is rather impolite to make such demands. Xiaoyun captured Suicune through legitimate means, and we have no right to request that it be relinquished." At this moment, Mrs. Joy stepped forward, addressing Xiaowu with a serious tone. Although she might have surmised that this Suicune was the companion Xiaowu frequently mentioned, as an employee of the League, she recognized that Xiaowu's request was somewhat excessive. Moreover, it was clear that Xiaoyun had rightfully defeated and captured Suicune, leaving her in a rather helpless position. Xiaowu, feeling disheartened and unsuccessful in persuading others, buried her face in her hands as she clung to Shuai-jun's legs, silently weeping. Xiaoyun, observing Sayaka still attempting to console Xiaowu, felt as though she had transformed into a villain intent on seizing a precious Pokémon. After pondering for a moment, she addressed Joy, who was preparing to provide treatment, saying, "Miss Joy, might I trouble you to come over here?" The two entered a treatment room. After a brief contemplation, Xiaoyun spoke earnestly to Miss Joy, "You are aware of my predicament. Relinquishing Shuai-jun is simply not an option. However, I can arrange for Shuai-jun to frequently stay and accompany Xiaowu. Is that truly feasible?" Miss Joy inquired, her surprise evident. "Indeed, but this hinges on your assistance through the Joy family's connections," Xiaoyun replied with a serious nod. In truth, Shuai-jun's presence was somewhat awkward for him at this moment. It was undeniable that such a magnificent mount would be adored by anyone. After all, it was far superior to the fossilized Aerodactyl. Yet, it was clear that Shuai-jun did not share his sentiments at present. He intended to keep Shuai-jun close, gradually winning the Pokémon's heart, and in time, Shuai-jun would follow his commands without hesitation. This strategy could be aptly described as retreating to advance. How could the Na'vi Shuai-jun comprehend the complexities of human nature? "Very well, state your requests. As long as they are not too excessive, I shall oblige," Miss Joy responded, her ears catching the sound of Xiaowu's sobs outside. After a moment of contemplation, she agreed to the proposal, recognizing that such negotiations were not uncommon. Anything you require, dear lady, I kindly ask for your assistance. First, I need you to grant me access to 3 additional Pokeballs beyond the 6 standard ones. Miss Joy raised an eyebrow. If that is your request, then I am wide awake now. However, recalling that Xiaoguang was still present, Xiaoyun shifted her focus back to the matter at hand. The request for 3 Pokeball permissions was primarily intended for the future possibility of capturing legendary Pokémon. In truth, more could be requested, but considering the uncertain difficulty of such endeavors, she decided to limit it to 3, should complications arise. That is certainly achievable. What is your second request? Miss Joy thoughtfully considered the matter. For families like the Joys and the Junshas, who were well established across various leagues, such requests were easily manageable, provided she explained the situation clearly to her family, who would likely agree. My second request is for your assistance in locating the evolution stone for Lizard King and a keystone. Xiaoyun articulated her second demand. While she had also sought the help of Dr. Yamanashi and her father in this regard, they had yet to yield any definitive leads, prompting her to rely on the resources of the Joy family. Evolution stones are notoriously scarce, particularly those required for specific Pokémon, Miss Joy remarked, contemplating the challenge. As a member of the Joy family, she was well versed in Mega Evolution and the materials necessary for it. However, this search will undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. Observing Mrs. Joy's troubled expression, Xiaoyun initially presumed that the evolution stone was similarly challenging for them. He contemplated offering some leeway, suggesting that locating a keystone might suffice, especially since they possessed the fossilized Pteranodon evolution stone. If one could be utilized, it would be advantageous. Please grant me some time. Miss Joy suddenly interjected after a prolonged silence. Indeed, such items were not easily found, yet they were not entirely unattainable. For the sake of her daughter, she felt compelled to enlist the aid of her sisters from the Kalos region, albeit requiring some time. All right, then I shall refrain from taking Suicune for the next few days. Should any need arise, I will reach out to you. It appeared he had underestimated the Joy family's influence. In a bid to validate his position, he decided to leave Suicune in their care, for it also required healing, thus serving a dual purpose. Xiaowu, let me share something with you. After concluding the discussion, Mrs. Joy stepped outside to relay the outcome to Xiaowu, omitting any mention of assistance in the matter. Is this true, big brother? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu ceased her tears and approached Xiaoyun, gazing at him with her large, watery eyes. Xiaowu, I always speak the truth. I have just engaged in a profound discussion with your mother. Xiaoyun nodded, affirming his honesty. Thank you, big brother. Upon receiving confirmation, Xiaowu wiped her tears, her smile transforming from sorrow to joy. You're welcome, Xiaowu, for I hold great affection for you. Xiaoyun knelt down and affectionately patted Xiaowu on the head. Suicune, meanwhile, cast a perplexed glance at Xiaoyun, feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, it had been a challenge to earn its trust, and now it was being released. A sense of abandonment washed over it. Observing Suicune's expression, Xiaoyun felt a surge of satisfaction, as this was precisely the reaction he desired. He addressed Suicune earnestly, Do not regard me so. I am not a malevolent force. Besides, I have not forsaken you. Should the need arise in the future, you must come forth. Do you understand? Suicune nodded, maintaining a serious demeanor as it regarded Xiaoyun, resolved to assist him whenever required. Poor Suicune was unaware it had been sold, as Xiaoyun had anticipated a considerable effort to truly claim it. However, this development had swiftly resolved the matter. Consequently, Xiaoyun felt elated at having secured Suicune to fulfill his needs. The Joy family, witnessing Xiaowu's beaming smile, also felt a sense of joy, while Suicune relished the notion of being tamed yet retaining a semblance of freedom. Thus, a harmonious outcome emerged, with all parties obtaining their desires. In the end, Suicune remained temporarily, while the two departed from the Pokémon Center, bidding farewell to the Joy family, and set forth towards the Baidai Gym. Chapter 76. The Power of Overcoming Limits, Xiaoyun's Imaginative Journey. During their travels, Xiaoyun continued to ponder the source of the mysterious power he had experienced that fateful night. In the battle against Suicune, an enigmatic force had abruptly enveloped him, drawing him into a peculiar realm, likely the inner world of the Lizard King. Since that day, he discovered that by concentrating his mind, he could comprehend the language of Pokémon. Later, he sought to revisit that state with the Lizard King, eager to explore the depths of that extraordinary experience. Later, Xiaoguang pondered that this power was none other than the extraordinary prowess known as from the original narrative. Upon reflection, it must have been during the incident at Heart Lake when Aemleto infused a ray of light into the minds of both him and Xiaoguang, the latter remaining somewhat oblivious. What he possessed was indeed the extraordinary power, likely awakening only during moments of heightened emotional turmoil, as there seemed to be no other explanation. It is well known that the Pokémon world is governed by three primary abilities. The first is the power of Tokiwa, which embodies a bond with Pokémon and possesses healing capabilities. The second is the power of wave guiding, enabling one to probe minds and sense life. Lastly, there exists the extraordinary power that allows entry into the inner worlds of Pokémon, providing a soothing influence. Beyond these, some individuals awaken unique abilities, such as enhancing their psychic powers or wielding the dragon affinity known as the. In the original film's narrative involving the extraordinary power, the wielder, Xena, utilized this ability to communicate with various Pokémon, including Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, ultimately pacifying the wrath of the creator deity, Arceus. Presently, his extraordinary power was still in its nascent stage, and his capacity to enter the inner world was not yet refined, often causing momentary lags. Nevertheless, he believed that the extraordinary power served purposes beyond mere communication and reassurance. The behavior of the Lizard King that day suggested there were special applications yet to be discovered. It seemed prudent to consult Dr. Yamanashi for further insights, as Xiaoguang continued to contemplate the further development of his extraordinary power. A woman clad in a yellow dress with wavy hair suddenly appeared, accompanied by a group of staff. She held a microphone and posed a question to them. "Hey, is it about that recent popular show? I'm aware of it." Xiaoguang nodded in agreement, indicating his familiarity. This was a mere FAAD. "Have you two participated in a double battle in the wild?" "What? In the wild? In a double battle?" Xiaoguang was taken aback. Was such a topic suitable for public discussion? "Indeed, haven't you?" The reporter Yuka, observing Xiaoguang's bewildered expression, assumed they had yet to engage in double battles and pressed on. "Not as of now," Xiaoguang replied, turning his face aside and hesitating. "I see, no worries. We currently have a special episode. Would you both be interested in becoming the male and female leads?" The female reporter continued, assuring him that prior experience was not a prerequisite, as they might possess exceptional skills. "Huh, you're directly seeking participants like this?" Xiaoguang wondered aloud. "Does that mean he can watch the modeling show featuring Xiaojuer and Lurina without having to sneak around next time?" Lurina, like Xiaojuer, is a well-known model and the water-type gym leader from the Galar region, enjoying considerable popularity. Though Yuka did not comprehend the extent of Xiaoyun's astonishment, she continued to elucidate. "It's not about speed. It's primarily that I currently have no such inclination." Xiaoyun began to subtly decline, not wishing for his image to grace some Risku poster, lest his father cast him out of the house. However, not far ahead are two opponents for double battles. "I see you both are travelers. Could it be that you do not enjoy battling?" The female reporter seemed to sense that Xiaoyun was somewhat reluctant and began to gently persuade her. "Come on, Xiaoyun, aren't you usually eager to embrace challenges? Why this peculiar hesitation?" Xiaoguang chimed in, noting that while they had participated in doubles before, they were also keen to give it another try. It was indeed strange to see Xiaoyun so hesitant in the face of a challenge. Normally, she would dive right in without a second thought. "Is it a battle? I thought it was something else," Xiaoyun remarked, scratching her face awkwardly as she processed their words. "I guess I overthought it. I was wondering if this place was really that open," she mused, realizing that her concerns were unfounded. "Oh, what is it?" Shin'eo is currently a wildly popular outdoor battle format, randomly selecting trainers for doubles or other challenges, and it's quite thrilling, another voice chimed in. "I naturally assumed it was a battle too. I was just worried about the distance. Turns out it's south quite close, so let us go," Xiaoyun declared with renewed enthusiasm, her demeanor reflecting a sense of righteousness. She thought to herself that it seemed the fashion show would have to be viewed clandestinely, but at least she could openly enjoy Karuna's film. Seeing that both agreed, the reporter urged, "Then please follow me. And you, could you hold the microphone a bit steadier? Didn't I say to let it go?" The reporter, Yuxiang, glared at the microphone operator, her expression fierce, but she restrained herself, deciding to settle the matter with her colleague after the event. Chapter 77, the first doubles match with Guangchan. Of course, professional ethics quickly brought the female reporter's emotions back in check, and she maintained a professional smile as she guided the two toward their opponents. Under the leadership of the beautiful reporter Yuxiang and her team, They arrived at a clearing surrounded by defeated Pokémon, such as Bidoof, Murkrow, and Roserade, along with two twin brothers standing confidently at the center of the space. From the sight of the fallen Pokémon and the disheartened trainers, Xiaoyun discerned that these twins possessed considerable skill. After all, it was no small feat to have bested so many Pokémon. "Hey, have you found us worthy challengers again?" One of the twins called out to the reporter who had previously interviewed them. The other twin turned to them, asking, "I hope these challengers aren't just average, right?" "Haha, why not give it a shot and find out? Just don't underestimate them," Yuxiang replied with a smile, sensing the tension in the air, which delighted her. This was precisely the atmosphere she desired for compelling material. "I am Yuki, and this is Yuma. We've achieved a remarkable 24 consecutive victories. We have one request. We hope either to be defeated by you or to defeat you." The twin brothers struck what they believed to be a stylish pose, exuding confidence as they looked at Xiaoyun and her companion. As the fiery mouse and blue crocodile beside them called out in unison, their confidence was palpable. "Oh, how intimidating!" exclaimed Xiaoguang. "Which Pokémon do you intend to use?" The twins, exuding an air of self-assuredness bordering on arrogance, elicited a smile from Xiaoyun, who hadn't witnessed such confidence in a long while. "Hee. The fiery mouse, a volcanic Pokémon, and the blue crocodile, a powerful jaw Pokémon, were the evolved forms of the small saw crocodile, known for its fierce biting ability. Once it clamped down, it would not relent unless forcibly pried away. And even if its teeth fell out, they would regrow swiftly. I shall use Pogamon. Come forth, Pogamon." Pogapoga, nervous yet excited for her first double battle. Xiaoguang felt the pressure of the opposing team's impressive winning streak. After reviewing her Pokémon's information, she resolved to send forth her ace, Pogamon. Upon noticing the opposing fire-type Pokémon, "It's little Pogamon. Go, grass tortoise." Tortoise. Upon hearing Xiaoguang call out Pogamon, Xiaoyun prepared to deploy the grass tortoise. Sensing its inclination towards evolution, she hoped this battle would nurture it towards that transformation. Observing Xiaoguang's serious demeanor, Xiaoyun gently took her hand, feeling the sweat pooling in Xiaoguang's palm. In a soft voice, she reassured her, "Xiaoguang, during the match, don't feel pressured to coordinate with me, nor worry about holding me back. Just follow your instincts." "Okay, no problem." After Xiaoyun grasped her hand, Xiaoguang felt her anxiety dissipate, nodding obediently in response. "Quickly now, set up the cameras, and you, hold the microphone steady. Let us capture their hands first." The female reporter's eyes sparkled upon noticing Xiaoyun holding Xiaoguang's hand, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure, and promptly instructed her crew to prepare the equipment for filming. "Let us commence." "All right, Pogamon. Unleash Bubble Beam on the fiery mouse. Grass Tortoise. Employ Leaf Blade against the blue crocodile." As the battle began, Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang aimed to strike first, directing Pogamon and Grass Tortoise to attack. Pogapoga. Tortoise. Pogamon inhaled deeply, releasing a stream of pale blue bubbles aimed at the fiery mouse, while Grass Tortoise swung its head vigorously, sending a flurry of razor-sharp leaves spiraling towards the blue crocodile. "Humph, I anticipated this." Fiery mouse. Incinerate the leaf blade with flamethrower. The elder twin smirked, familiar with such tactics and confident in his countermeasure, as he commanded the fiery mouse to unleash a fiery torrent that obliterated the incoming leaves. Blue crocodile. Intercept the bubble beam. The younger twin, in perfect synchrony, instructed the blue crocodile to utilize its water-type advantage to block the bubble beam. Wah! The blue crocodile dashed forward, hands on its hips, using its ample belly to absorb the bubbles with ease, clearly untroubled by the water-type attack. Rock! Following orders, the fiery mouse released a fierce flame that incinerated the approaching leaf blade, with the residual fire surging towards Grass Tortoise. Dodge, Grass Tortoise. As the searing flames surged towards the Chikorita, Xiaoyun swiftly directed it to evade the oncoming attack. The Chikorita had not been trained for speed, yet it managed to narrowly avoid the fiery blast, leaving its leaves singed with a charred mark from the flames. With a resounding crash, the fire mouse pressed its advantage, refusing to grant a moment's respite as it unleashed another torrent of flames towards the Chikorita. The twin brothers, witnessing the effectiveness of their initial assault, prepared to launch a subsequent attack, intent on incapacitating the Chikorita before turning their combined efforts on the Pachima. The blue croc was commanded to execute a bite attack against Pachima, while the younger twin ensured that it kept a vigilant eye on Pachima, preventing any possibility of assistance. The fire mouse inhaled deeply, its back ablaze with intensified flames as it unleashed another scorching breath towards the Chikorita. The blue croc followed suit, its gaping maw brimming with sharp, glistening teeth as it charged towards Pachima. Meanwhile, the Chikorita positioned itself behind Pachima, readying an energy ball. Xiaoyun's lips curled into a slight smile, sensing that their opponents underestimated them. She promptly instructed the Chikorita on how to respond and called out to Xiaoguang, "Xiaoguang, now Pachima, use Bubble Beam to intercept the flamethrower." Receiving the signal, Xiaoguang deftly commanded Pachima to shield the Chikorita, launching a Bubble Beam to counter the Fire Mouse's fiery assault. Pachima inhaled deeply and expelled a stream of pale blue bubbles, swiftly colliding with the flames. The two attacks met with a thunderous impact, as the Bubble Beam and Flamethrower negated each other, creating a veil of white mist that obscured the blue croc's vision as it charged towards Pachima. Now Chikorita unleashed the energy ball. Blinded by the steam, the blue croc was at a loss for how to proceed and was forced to emerge from the mist, inadvertently placing itself within the range of the Chikorita's attack. A concentrated energy ball surged towards the blue croc, striking it directly as it emerged. "Look out, blue croc, dodge!" the younger twin shouted in desperation from the backlands. The blue croc, having just escaped the suffocating steam, lifted its head only to be met with a soccer-sized energy ball hurtling towards it, leaving no time to evade. With a resounding explosion, the blue croc was struck squarely in the face by the energy ball, sent flying as its head buried into the ground, its short legs flailing helplessly in the air. "Damn it, we've been outmaneuvered," one twin lamented, realizing that their opponents were unlike any they had faced before. Indeed, the previous challengers fled in defeat, yet this time, "We find ourselves at a disadvantage," the other twin remarked, their expressions darkening as they surveyed the battlefield. They had always excelled in double battles, yet now they faced an unexpected challenge. Why were their opponents so formidable? However, mere moments later, the twin brother swiftly regained his composure and commanded the Fire Rock Mouse, "Do not fret, we are merely at a slight disadvantage. Fire Rock Mouse, unleash a flame wheel and charge forth." The younger brother, equally determined, instructed the blue crocodile to rise, saying, "Stand up, blue crocodile, and use Water Tail to attack." The Fire Rock Mouse curled into a ball, radiating flames as it surged forward like a football engulfed in fire. The blue crocodile, mustering its strength despite the pain, lifted its head from the ground and summoned torrents of water to entwine around its spiky tail, launching them towards its opponents. "Recover swiftly. Turtwig, use Bite to seize the blue crocodile's tail." Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyun continued to issue commands to Turtwig, realizing that this was no mere game. It would be foolish to stand idly by and allow them to strike unchallenged. "Pac-Man, we must not lag behind. Utilize Water Gun and charge in." By this point, Xiaoguang had shed his fear, brandishing his tiny fist to direct Pac-Man to unleash a powerful jet of water. Serious in demeanor, Turtwig seized the moment and sank its teeth into the blue crocodile's tail, effectively severing its water tail attack. The blue crocodile stood in a state of stunned disbelief, blinking awkwardly as it processed the loss of its ability. "What on earth? My skill is gone. What should I do now, family? Shake off Turtwig quickly," the twin brother shouted at the blue crocodile. Hearing this, the blue crocodile vigorously attempted to shake off Turtwig, but it clung on as if it were an inseparable part of its body. Gritting his teeth, the twin brother commanded, "Since you cannot shake it off, use Splitting Attack on it. Withdraw into your shell, and then employ Iron Defense." Frustrated, the blue crocodile's hands glowed as it executed the Splitting Attack against Turtwig's shell, only for Turtwig to respond with a defensive Iron Defense. Bang! When the blue crocodile's attack connected, its face flushed crimson, and it hopped around in frustration, clutching its hand. Howl! Of course, the blue crocodile could not produce such sounds, but this was undoubtedly its inner sentiment. "What is happening?" the twin brother exclaimed, bewildered by the spectacle before him, having never witnessed such a scene. Use Impact." Xiaoyun smirked mischievously as Turtwig's fortified shell propelled itself forward, crashing directly into the blue crocodile's ample belly. The impact caused the blue crocodile to roll its eyes back, feeling as if its lunch was about to resurface, struggling to regain composure. Meanwhile, Pac-Man's water gun clashed with the Fire Rock Mouse's flame wheel. Despite the type disadvantage, the Fire Rock Mouse's level was evidently superior to that of Pac-Man, resulting in a stalemate where neither side yielded ground. "Fire Rock Mouse, Quickly go and support the blue crocodile. Pokémon, intercept it and use Peck. Curse it, Fire Rock Mouse, evade first. Amidst the twin brothers' intentional avoidance while aiming to support the blue crocodile, a comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. The Fire Rock Mouse dashed ahead, while Pokémon, with its tiny legs, pursued in a clumsy yet determined manner, its mouth glowing with anticipation. The fiery rock mouse darted away, pursued by the powerful Pokémon, yet ultimately found itself unable to escape. Humph! Rock Mouse, deploy smokescreen. Upon witnessing this scene, the twin brother could only instruct the Rock Mouse to obscure Pokemon's vision with a thick cloud of smoke. Upon receiving the command, the Rock Mouse ceased its retreat and turned to unleash a dense black fog, obscuring Pokemon's sight. It then executed the move High-Speed Star. As Pokemon was struck, the brother continued to command the Rock Mouse to attack. Heeding the directive, the Rock Mouse fired a barrage of yellow energy stars toward Pokemon. Pokemon, High-Speed Star possesses a tracking effect, rendering it unaffected by the smoke, and it directly locked onto Pokemon, sending it flying. Pokemon, Xiaoguang shouted from the sidelines. Excellent. Support Lawn Crocodile with Flamethrower. Grass Tortoise, ignore it and launch Energy Ball toward Lawn Crocodile. Observing the incoming Flamethrower, Xiaoyun did not instruct Grass Tortoise to defend, instead opting to eliminate one opponent first, focusing on Lawn Crocodile. Upon hearing the command, Grass Tortoise quickly gathered energy, launching a decisive strike at the battered Lawn Crocodile. Wani. After enduring numerous attacks, Lawn Crocodile was unable to withstand the energy ball, losing its ability to fight. Lawn Crocodile. Wonderful, we've taken one down. Xiaoguang exclaimed joyfully. Tortoise. Before Xiaoguang could revel in victory, the Rock Mouse's flamethrower struck Grass Tortoise directly, the doubled effectiveness causing immense pain, prompting it to consider calling out for help. Witnessing Grass Tortoise engulfed in flames, Xiaoyun calmly encouraged, Grass Tortoise, hold on. I believe in you. Tortoise. Responding to Xiaoyun's voice, Grass Tortoise let out a fierce roar, summoning all its strength to dispel the flames. Once the fire was cleared, Grass Tortoise radiated a blinding white light, its body expanding, claws sharpening, and shell becoming more robust, sprouting dense leaves on either side. As the light faded, it transformed into a brand new Pokémon. Yasi. The evolved Woodland Tortoise exclaimed, seemingly celebrating its rebirth. Woodland Tortoise, the Thicket Pokémon. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Moves, Tackle, Withdraw, Iron Defense, Bite, Leaf Blade, Seed Bomb, Photosynthesis. Mega Drain, Energy Ball, Rock Slide, Climb. Strength, Elite Stage. Chapter 79. Who says climbing has no record of achievement? Quick, capture the moment. This is perfect material. The Woodland Tortoise, born amidst the flames, is quite the spectacle. The enthusiastic female reporter urged the cameraman to focus on the newly evolved Woodland Tortoise, recognizing the potential for captivating footage. Congratulations, Woodland Tortoise, on your evolution. Xiaoyun beamed at the evolved Pokémon. It had chosen the path of a tank, deliberately neglecting to train its speed since the Grass Tortoise stage, thus showing no resistance to its reduced speed post-evolution. What? That strike failed, yet it still evolved. The twin brother widened his eyes, gazing at the evolved Turtwig before him. How were they to contend with this? Their side was left with only the exhausted Magby, while the opposing team boasted an evolved Turtwig and a powerful Piplup that had the advantage over Magby. What a dire situation this was. They had never fought such an uphill battle before. Xiaoyun, let us join forces to defeat them, Xiaoguang exclaimed, already sensing the scales of victory tilting in their favor, raising her small fist in defiance. Even so, I shall not concede, the twin brother shouted, directing Magby to unleash its smoke screen with all its might. Obeying the command, Magby ignited fierce flames from its back, channeling its entire strength into a fiery blast that surged forth, accompanied by choking smoke, towards their adversaries. Now, Turtwig, use Rock Climb, Xiaoyun commanded, her expression a mix of determination and conflict, as if she had made a momentous decision. Turtwig let out a roar, its forelegs slamming into the ground, causing a stone pillar to rise abruptly beneath Magby, interrupting its attack. In the next moment, Turtwig's claws extended several-fold, its powerful grip enabling it to sprint across the rocks, charging towards Magby. Although its speed may have been somewhat lacking, it was just right for the weary Magby, which had already expended its last ounce of strength in that previous smokescreen. Thus, even though Turtwig was slower now, Magby could do nothing but watch helplessly as Turtwig collided with it like a bulldozer, sending it crashing into the stone pillar. Magby, the twin brother shouted in despair. Turtwig has achieved a double knockout in a single day, Turtwig proclaimed joyfully. Xiaoyun clapped in celebration from the sidelines, exclaiming, "Who said rock climb was ineffective? Look how well it worked, successfully interrupting the attack. This is just like a seismic ground move." Thus, it was proven that it was not Turtwig's inadequacy, but rather Ash's lack of skill in its usage. The twin brother, witnessing his incapacitated Magby, could only helplessly address Xiaoguang and Xiaoyun, saying, "Congratulations. You have broken our winning streak. You two are the victors. Hooray, we won, Xiaoyun." Xiaoguang gleefully exclaimed as she leaped into Xiaoyun's embrace. Despite having mostly relied on Xiaoyun's guidance to secure their win, she was still overjoyed. "All right, let us settle down now. So many eyes are upon us." Xiaoyun gently caught Xiaoguang, ruffling her hair with a soft voice. "Oh no, I forgot." Xiaoguang, overwhelmed with joy, suddenly remembered the throng of cameras trailing behind them, her ears flushing crimson as she averted her gaze from the cameras in embarrassment. However, our crew seized the opportunity, capturing that moment with impeccable timing. "What do we call this?" "This is professionalism. May I ask, what do you wish to say following your victory?" the journalist Yuki inquired, promptly beckoning her team with a microphone to interview Xiaoyun and her companions after the two sides exchanged farewells. Xiaoyun pondered for a moment. After all, it was merely a match, not the championship of the league. What was there to interview about? However, since the inquiry had been made, it would be impolite to decline. Clearing his throat, he mimicked the style of their headmaster and prepared to share a few words. "Ahem, since I have been invited to speak, I shall offer a brief statement. Regarding this match, both teams adhered strictly to the principle of friendship first and competition second. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to my family and my teammates. This victory is a collective effort." And then the female reporter listened with a furrowed brow. Despite his youth, this boy spoke as if he were the head of a station, nearly lulling her into a stupor. She promptly directed the microphone toward Xiaoguang. Mr. Xiaoyun is indeed humorous. Let us hear what Xiaoguang has to say." Xiaoyun clicked his tongue in mild disappointment. He had barely begun, and now it was interrupted. This is my first time participating in a doubles battle, and I feel I have much to improve upon," Xiaoguang shyly admitted when suddenly questioned. Such modesty from Miss Xiaoguang. "I observed your performance earlier. It was quite impressive," the female reporter continued, relieved. This bashful demeanor was a more fitting representation of youth. Xiaoyun's earlier speech had startled her, reminiscent of listening to her station's director drone on. "Well, I mostly assisted Xiaoyun. Honestly, I wasn't entirely aware of how we won." Xiaoguang reflected on the battle, gradually elaborating. At the outset, she directed her Pokémon to shield against the attacks of the fire mouse, then pursued it, until eventually, the blue croc was defeated and the grass tortoise evolved. In retrospect, it seemed rather simple, even easier than her participation in the dazzling competitions. Victory had come seamlessly. "How long have the two of you known each other? Your synergy does not appear to be that of mere acquaintances. Xiaoyun and I have grown up together. We only began traveling recently. So perhaps there is a hint of synergy," Xiaoguang replied. Her cheeks flushed as she became somewhat flustered, casting shy glances at Xiaoyun, who still regretted not finishing his earlier statement. "Oh, I see. Thank you both for your cooperation, and I wish you a pleasant journey." The beautiful reporter, having attained the answers she sought, posed a few more questions to Xiaoguang. Internally elated, she had not encountered such a captivating topic in quite some time. Suppressing her excitement, she addressed the pair gently. "Lastly, this special segment will air in approximately 3 days. I kindly request both of you to watch it. Isn't that simply hypnotic? Good night." Chapter 80, Reactions of the Crowd. A few days later, in Shuangye Town, a concerned voice inquired, "Darling, where do you think Xiaoguang and Yun are traveling? It has been so long since this child last called us, and we remain unaware of how they are faring." Dressed in a short-sleeved beige shirt, Lena tended to the potted plants on her balcony, while the languorous tail Meow lay sprawled on the steps. A banner celebrating acts of valor hung in the living room. At that moment, Lena gazed into the distance with a sigh, setting down her scissors to address Mr. Yahara, who was engrossed in a magazine on the sofa. "Rest assured, Lena, with that lad around, there is surely no danger," he reassured her. "Traveling often involves traversing mountainous woods, so perhaps there's no signal. He should be back soon." "Mr. Yahara, relaxed on the sofa, spoke nonchalantly in response to his wife's concerns. After finishing, he picked up another magazine, and the content within made his eyes widen in surprise. Well, this young man certainly knows how to have fun, he remarked. Still, I can't help but worry about the unforeseen circumstances outside. What if they have a disagreement? Lena mused. I believe you may be overthinking it, Mr. Yahara replied, his expression peculiar as he continued to peruse the magazine, the cover boldly displaying Shin. Why is that? Lena inquired, her beautiful black eyes fixed on her husband. Look at this, Mr. Yahara said, handing the magazine to Lena, the headline reading, Shocking. How childhood sweethearts triumphed over formidable twin brothers. The pages were filled with numerous professional quality images, showcasing the victorious embrace between the two, contrasted by the defeated expressions of their opponents. This maneuver clearly reflects the flair of his earlier days. Meanwhile, at home, Psycho was preparing lunch, habitually turning on the television for background noise. Upon doing so, she was immediately captivated by the footage of the two engaged in an intense battle. She took a seat on the sofa, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle, particularly noting how Shiko blushed while gazing affectionately at Koyan during an interview. Those kids are progressing far too quickly. Perhaps I should have a chat with Lena about their future, she pondered. That insufferable Koyan, how dare he? In a nearby town. Kingu watched the video playing in the square, his teeth clenched in envy as he observed the two embracing. Just moments after being defeated by Melissa at the Yuan gym. The blonde-haired Akihito, resting at the Pokémon Center, grew incensed as he watched Koyan's impressive 1-on-2 feat on the screen. What is this? This is outrageous. How can they portray that rascal Koyan so favorably? Why isn't anyone capturing my magnificence? I am, after all, the most dashing. Are you truly so immersed in such childish antics? Is this opponent worthy of your time to challenge? It seems I have overestimated you, remarked the purple-haired youth, who had just completed a challenge at the Hyakudai gym, his gaze complex as he watched Koyan on the large screen. With a huff, he closed his eyes, hands shoved into his pockets, turning away from the subsequent interview as he departed from Hyakudai City. Meanwhile, the two protagonists remained blissfully unaware of these unfolding events. Situated by a river in the Hyakudai Forest, hearing from passers-by that a formidable water-type Pokémon resides in the river, eager to challenge any trainers who dare to approach. Xiaoyan proposed a camping trip to see if they could catch anything. By the riverbank, fossil pterodactyl, circle bear, forest tortoise, and lizard king diligently engaged in their daily training. Fossil pterodactyl, belonging to Xiaoguang, was busy, while Juju Ear, accompanied by the Sprigatito, crafted flower crowns to adorn themselves beautifully. Nearby, Bagamon boasted about his victories before Pachirisu, who looked on with admiration. Bagamon exclaimed, "So this is what it feels like to be the boss." Enlightening. Suddenly, the fishing rod began to jiggle. This time, it surely must be a big one. Xiaoyun, with a gleam of excitement in her eyes, pulled the rod up with fervor, shouting as if she were scratching a lottery ticket, "Come forth, Magikarp." However, her face quickly fell into visible disappointment. Magikarp sighed, "Well, another one. That's 3 now. Oh well, I guess it's time for a break." Subsequently, she removed the Magikarp from the hook and cast the line back into the lake, propping the rod against the bank for it to fish by itself. "All right, Xiaoyan, it's merely fishing. After all, Magikarp is still a fish," she mused. Xiaoyan decided to focus on training Pokémon instead. After all, the fishing rod had matured and should learn to fish independently. Forest tortoise, stop sharpening your claws. You should be focusing on climbing. Feel the rich grass-type energy in the evergreen forest and master the super absorb move proficiently. She turned to fossil pterodactyl, instructing, "Soar into the sky and let Big Bear attack you with sharp stones to hone your evasion skills. Do not merely laze about, as you are no longer a fossil. Do you wish to skip dinner as well?" Transitioning into instructor mode, Xiaoyan began to methodically direct Lizard King, focus on meditation to attune to the natural energy. But do not neglect your daily training. However, Lizard King does not require my guidance and takes initiative. While Xiaoguang rested her chin on her hand, observing Xiaoyan's training, a sweet voice broke her reverie, prompting her to turn her head. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyan, long time no see. Following this, a cheerful figure clad in neat mountaineering attire, with orange hair and sunglasses, waved at them, holding a fishing rod. Behind her trailed the unexpectedly familiar faces of Ash and Brock. "Xiaoguang, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Xiaoguang, Xiaoguang rose with joy to greet her, while Xiaoyan paused her training, enthusiastically chiming in, "It's Xiaoguang. Oh, Ash and Brock. It's truly been a while. Pikachu, it's been ages since we last met. After exchanging greetings, Xiaoyun couldn't resist the urge to gently stroke Pikachu's soft cheeks. Remarking, so fluffy. Xiaoyun, don't. Ash, concerned that Xiaoyun might get shocked, attempted to warn her to refrain from touching, but Pikachu's expression halted his words. Chapter 81, True Friends. Pikachu, upon seeing the kind-hearted Xiaoyun who had once rescued it, affectionately called out, feeling no resistance as Xiaoyun gently caressed its face. A sense of warmth emanated from her, prompting Pikachu to nuzzle against her hand unconsciously. As we passed by, I was curious to explore the nearby waters in hopes of capturing a water-type Pokémon. Xiaoguang lifted her fishing rod to show us. Hey, Ash, she inquired. Are you all traveling together? Xiaoyun, still stroking Pikachu's face, keenly picked up on the key words and pulled Ash closer to inquire further. She was quite intrigued by how these three had come to be together, wondering if they needed to be a trio to embark on their journey. Oh, it's like this, Ash began. After I finished challenging the Black Gold Gym, I came to a town hosting a grand festival with Brock. I noticed that my Tylo wanted to continue competing, and while I was registering, I ran into Xiaoguang. However, Team Rocket suddenly appeared, preventing me from participating. So I handed my Pokeball over to Xiaoguang, who successfully won the competition. Eventually, I realized I couldn't keep participating in the grand festival. So I planned to entrust my Tylo to Xiaoguang. I see, and then what happened? Xiaoyun asked, intrigued. But Xiaoguang declined. Ash continued. She said that if there was a grand festival, she could take Tylo to compete, but she didn't want to capture it. Thus, we decided to travel together. It seemed that Tylo was somewhat reluctant, while Xiaoguang was unwilling to force the Pokémon into her care. Xiaoyun nodded in understanding. This behavior perfectly aligned with Ash's reputation as a master who releases his Pokémon. It was surprising to see Tylo stand firm in its principles, as well as Xiaoguang's unwavering stance. Meanwhile, Xiaoguang gazed eagerly at Xiaoguang, her expression akin to that of an enthusiastic spectator. Xiaoguang, where did you see that? Xiaoguang's cheeks flushed red, her words stumbling over themselves. I wish I didn't know, but it's hard to miss when the road is filled with scenes of just the two of you, Xiaoguang replied, her demeanor that of a gossip aficionado. She handed Xiaoguang a magazine she had specially purchased for the journey, which had captivated her over the past few days. Oh no, if my mom sees this. It'll be so embarrassing, Xiaoguang said, flipping through the magazine. Each page revealed intimate moments between her and Xiaoyun, causing her to feel mortified, akin to the embarrassment of a diary accidentally shared on social media. Haha, you look just as shy now as you did during your interview, Xiaoguang exclaimed, finding the situation utterly amusing. Unable to resist, she leaned in closer to Xiaoguang, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and whispering softly in her ear, Hey, tell me, where are you two at now? Anything more than just friends? Hey, what are you doing? We're still just good friends, Xiaoguang replied, flustered. Right, just good friends. Childhood friends, Xiaoguang said dismissively, her tone teasing. Who looks at a good friend with such sparkling eyes? You're not just good friends. What are you two talking about? What is going on? Let me see. After conversing with Ash, Xiaoyun noticed Xiaoguang shyly chatting with Xiaoguang, and her heart raced as she hurried over to investigate the situation. She seized the magazine from Xiaoguang's hands, her expression peculiar as she gazed at its contents. He hasn't even confessed yet, and they've already become lovers? Things are escalating quickly. She mused. Hey, what are you doing? Don't look. Wait, I haven't finished reading yet. Xiaoguang, you're quite photogenic. Don't say that, Xiaoguang exclaimed. Such an enviable romance. When will I experience something like that? Xiaoguang, observing from the back, squinted at the playful antics of Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang, sighing wistfully for a pure love of his own. Xiaoyun, your fishing rod seems to be moving. At that moment, Ash's voice interrupted the friendly exchange. Whoa, I've got a bite. Let me see what I've caught, Xiaoyun exclaimed, rushing over to grasp the rod, pulling up a delightful surprise. An orange Pokémon emerged. Hey. It resembled an orange sea weasel, adorned with a buoyant collar around its neck, a forked tail, and blue fins on its forelimbs. Ash promptly retrieved his Pokédex to identify it. Swim Weasel, the sea weasel Pokémon. When the buoyant collar fills with air, it expands like a flotation device. However, it deflates while diving. Its tail spins like a propeller, generating thrust and severing any seaweed that ensnares it. Hey, trainer, come on, let us battle. Swim Weasel boldly beckoned Xiaoyun, its demeanor brimming with arrogance. Quite the bravado. But if you lose, you'll be captured by me, Xiaoyun replied with a subtle smile. relishing the chance to teach this rebellious creature a lesson. Well, humans have said that before, yet they all fell to my might, Swim Weasel retorted, surprised that this human could comprehend its words, yet still displaying disdain. All right, my Pokémon are over there. Feel free to choose any of them. Xiaoyun gestured towards his circle of Pokémon, inviting Swim Weasel to make its selection. This Swim Weasel was likely the one Xiaoguang had caught in the original story, later swapped with Ash's Longtail monster due to its dissatisfaction with the grand competition style, preferring straightforward battles instead. All these Pokémon seem exceptionally powerful, Xiaoguang remarked in awe as she observed the fossil Pterodactyl and others. These Pokémon have developed splendidly. Judging by their training, each has its own cultivation direction, Xiaoguang, a seasoned breeder, noted. He recognized the excellence of Xiaoyun's Pokémon in terms of fur color and height, each raised through distinct methods, causing him to worry about Ash. Are these Xiaoyun's Pokémon? They look incredible. I can't wait to battle, Ash thought, his mind racing with anticipation for an exhilarating showdown. The aquatic weasel surveyed its surroundings, observing the lethargic demeanor of the pterosaur, which was clearly a slothful creature devoid of prowess. Thus, it was promptly dismissed. Next, its gaze fell upon the lizard king, curled up on a branch, and with a shake of its head, it deemed the creature uninspiring and eliminated it from consideration as well. Its attention then shifted to the forest turtle, which was preoccupied with sharpening its claws. The aquatic weasel mused that this fellow might be rather dim-witted and decided to discard it too. Finally, it focused on the formidable circle bear, whose impressive stature and fierce presence exuded an aura of supremacy, prompting the aquatic weasel to nod in satisfaction. It then addressed the circle bear, saying, "Hey, you're the one." Chapter 82, The Capture of the Aquatic Weasel, The Blame Game with Wusong. Roar. Choose me. The circle bear, in a moment of confusion, pointed to itself for confirmation. Hey, indeed, you must be the strongest among them, so I shall defeat you directly. The aquatic weasel nodded, brimming with combat spirit. Roar. I am not. I do not. Do not speak such nonsense. The circle bear hastily denied this, glancing nervously towards the lizard king, and only relaxed when it saw the lizard king was unconcerned. Hey, hypocrisy. A true strong being should embody the essence of strength. What is this timidity? The aquatic weasel expressed its dissatisfaction, noting that there was no need for the circle bear to appear so flustered when it clearly resembled a powerful entity. It seemed the circle bear had been recognized as the most formidable, and indeed, its appearance suggested as much. The lizard king, having undergone a breakthrough, no longer exuded an ostentatious aura. It typically maintained a subdued presence, appearing rather ordinary, only to reveal its true might during battle. The lethargic pterosaur was also an astute contender, as its true strength was not easily discernible to the untrained eye. Thus, Xiaoyun addressed the circle bear, saying, "Well then, Big Bear, why not train with this little darling? Of course, do be mindful of the intensity, do not overdo it." Roar. All right then, let us practice. Upon Xiaoyun's words, the circle bear's previously goofy expression shifted to one of fierce determination, a wicked grin spreading across its face. Hey, the aquatic weasel felt a surge of indignation at being referred to as little darling. Once the circle bear was ready, it forcefully whipped its forked tail, unleashing a sonic boom, creating several transparent crescent shockwaves that surged towards the circle bear. Bang! The circle bear, unperturbed, allowed the sonic blast to strike it, maintaining a mocking gaze towards the aquatic weasel. Hey! The aquatic weasel, incredulous, realized its attack had inflicted no damage whatsoever. Unable to endure the circle bear's derisive stare, it enveloped itself in a torrent of water, launching another assault. With a splash, the circle bear remained unyielding, and after being propelled several steps back by the force of the water jet, it steadied itself with a firm stance. Roar. Now it's my turn. Ignoring the aquatic weasel's astonished expression, the circle bear unleashed a powerful arm strike, sending the aquatic weasel flying before crashing onto the stones by the shore. Roar. Surely, you cannot possess such feeble strength. If you cannot withstand a single blow, how do you expect to challenge the strongest? The round bear bellowed at the sprawled, swimming weasel on the ground. Hey, do not underestimate me. The proud swimming weasel, unable to endure such indignity, sprang to its feet and roared, enveloped by an even stronger current of water. It gathered the blue waves of water into one hand, brandishing it as it charged at the round bear. Observing the impending wave attack, the round bear did not brace for impact. Its paw glowed with a radiant white light as it raised it to strike, rushing forward to meet the oncoming assault. The clash erupted with a thunderous boom. Ultimately, the round bear proved superior, dispersing the swimming weasel's wave attack, leaving the Pokémon powerless, collapsing onto the ground. Go, Pokeball! Ding! The capture was successful. Xiaoyun smiled as she captured the swimming weasel, reflecting that despite its lackluster performance in battle, its innate talent was undeniable. Learning the wave attack in the heat of the moment was ample proof of its potential. This round bear possesses remarkable strength, Xiaoguang remarked, awed by the bear's prowess in battle. Indeed, Xiaoyun's skills are truly formidable, Xiaoguang proudly declared, lifting her head as if the compliment was directed at her. Clap, clap, clap. What an exhilarating battle. Your round bear is quite impressive, young man. Who is it? A sudden unfamiliar voice echoed from behind, prompting Xiaoyun to turn toward the source. There stood a gentleman adorned in a finely tailored wine-red suit, with soft lavender curls and black-framed glasses, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance. He addressed the gathering with a gentle demeanor. I apologize for the interruption. I was merely captivated by this Pokémon battle and harbor no ill intentions. You are Mr. Wusong, the psychic type Elite Four, Xiaoyun softly acknowledged, recognizing the refined man before her. It is indeed Mr. Wusong, she confirmed, eliciting gasps of astonishment from Xiaoguang and Xiaoguang, who, being from the Sinnoh region, were well aware of the identities of the Elite Four. The psychic type Elite Four, is he one of the champions of the Sinnoh region? Ash gazed at Wusong with fervent determination, his eyes ablaze with ambition. Throughout his travels, he had encountered several members of the Elite Four, including Ice-type champion Kina, Ghost-type champion Kikuko, Flying-type champion Dajuo, and Dragon-type champion Yuanji, though each battle had resulted in his utter defeat. Please, do not feel constrained. I am merely an ordinary individual on vacation at the moment. There is no need for pressure, Wusong reassured the crowd. He then turned his attention to Xiaoyun, a slight smile gracing his lips. I did not expect to encounter you here. You are Xiaoyun from Twinleaf Town, correct? How does Mr. Wusong know my name? Xiaoyun inquired, perplexed, as she had no recollection of any interaction with the esteemed psychic type Elite Four. Haha, Miss Junsha previously shared your profile with me. It is quite impressive that at such a young age, you managed to thwart a Pokémon hunter, Wusong noted, recognizing the confusion in her eyes. Too kind. It was merely a temporary setback, as I did not apprehend them successfully. Xiaoyun suddenly realized that the matter was related to the hunter, which was quite significant as the Alliance had offered a reward of 200,000 Alliance coins for it. However, she was uncertain if the banner had arrived home yet. It was already impressive, considering that many gym leaders felt helpless in the face of that woman. Wusong continued in a gentle tone, explaining that the hunter he had rushed after had long since vanished. According to Junsha's report, it was a passing youth who had defeated the opponent, piquing his curiosity and leading him to focus on Xiaoyun. Without waiting for Xiaoyun to respond, Wusong shifted the topic, his eyes glimmering with amusement as he teased Xiaoyun and Xiaoguang. Moreover, you have become quite the sensation lately. Your posters are even displayed in Baida City. Xiaoyun felt a hint of embarrassment and swiftly changed the subject, saying, well, actually, in a couple of days, the champion challenge will take place. By the order of rotation, it is my turn to challenge Cynthia. To be honest, I don't have much confidence, so I thought I would travel with my companions to adjust my state of mind. And I inadvertently ended up here. Wusong sighed softly. Although he sensed that this time might also be a challenge, he considered the possibility of success. But what if it works out? Then I could go and boast today and Ailio. Just the thought brings me joy. Oh, I see. Xiaoyun nodded in understanding, recognizing that this was no secret in Sinnoh. It was well known that the champion challenge in Sinnoh occurred far more frequently than in other regions, except for the ground-type master, Granny June, who preferred research and refrained from battles. The remaining three, fire-type master Day, bug-type master Ailiu, and the psychic-type master Wusong, often challenged Cynthia in rotation. They would bravely rush in, only to face defeat repeatedly, yet they persisted, relishing the challenge. Ailiu, in particular, had once been completely annihilated by Cynthia's Garchomp, leaving him in utter defeat. Who knows how our dear Baikaijia, Cynthia, endures these three. Anyone else would have long given up the title of champion, Wusong mused. But it's all right. This provides a perfect excuse for a vacation, and besides, it's quite entertaining. Hello, Mr. Wusong, I am Ash from Pallet Town. Would you be willing to engage in a Pokémon battle with me? Ash stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with determination as he extended the challenge. Why the sudden desire to battle me? Wusong inquired without immediately accepting. Because my dream is to become a Pokémon master, Ash declared without hesitation, as if this ambition was a matter of course. That truly fits your character, Xiaoyan observed with a dazed expression, reminiscent of the moment in his previous life when he first encountered Pokémon on television. Wusong's expression momentarily froze. Numerous challengers had approached him after he became one of the 4 heavenly kings, some intrigued by his prowess and others aspiring to defeat him and claim his title. Yet, upon hearing Ash's words, he was taken aback, as if he glimpsed a reflection of his former self in the unwavering gaze of the youth. Indeed, the desire to become a Pokémon master requires no justification whatsoever. With a smile gracing his lips, he acquiesced to Ash's request, exclaiming, "Haha, I accept." After a brief pause, Ash and Wusong stood facing each other, while Xiaoyun, Xiaoguang, and Xiaoguang observed from the sidelines, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. "Allow me to officiate this match," announced Brock, the professional referee. "The rules are as follows. Both contenders shall release their Pokémon. My Pokémon is this one. Go, Bronzer," declared Wusong. "It shall be you, Ancient Armor." Ash responded simultaneously, unleashing his Pokeball. Wusong's Pokémon, resembling a bell, bore intricate patterns that evoked the semblance of eyes, with pendulums that hung like elongated ears. In contrast, Ash summoned a translucent blue creature, enveloped in armor and reminiscent of an insect. Indeed, it was the Ancient Pokémon. Ancient Armor. Has Ash truly captured Ancient Armor? Xiaoyan pondered. But it seems familiar. Ah, it's the one from earlier. She observed with surprise as Ash opted for Ancient Armor instead of his iconic Pikachu. Yet, she found the resemblance uncanny. Recalling that this was the very Pokémon Xiaoguang had previously bested, its strength was considerable, leaving her to wonder how Ash had managed to capture it. This Ancient Armor was caught by Ash in Black Gold City. After you left, Team Rocket attempted to pilfer fossil Pokémon again, and this Ancient Armor chose to follow Ash after he rescued it, Brock explained, discerning Xiaoyan's confusion. "Ah, I see. But wait. Wasn't Brother Tiao supposed to have fortified the fossil warehouse with additional layers of protection? How did they manage this?" Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, recognizing Ash's undeniable charisma. Though he was a master of liberation, numerous Pokémon willingly chose to accompany him. Yet, it was astonishing that the trio had succeeded once more. One could only imagine Brother Tiao's frustration. Had he not proclaimed his intent to enhance security before departing? Curiosity piqued, Xiaoyan turned to Brock. Equally intrigued by how the trio had pulled off such a feat, they didn't actually go to the fossil warehouse. Instead, they headed directly to the storage for Pokeballs and cleared it out. Due to time constraints, the warehouse for the Pokeballs lacked sufficient protection. Brock recounted with a resigned tone regarding Team Rocket's antics, expressing the exasperation he felt in dealing with the trio. Xiaoyan fell silent, taken aback. Goodness, this is astonishing. These individuals are truly remarkable. It is a shame to see them waste their talents on capturing such a frail Pokémon. Bronzer, the Bell Pokémon, had been unearthed from a construction site after slumbering for over 2 millennia, becoming a sensational headline. It is said to possess the ability to open portals to other worlds, allowing rain to descend from them. Consequently, Bronzer is often referred to as the god of harvest. In the ancient battle, the Ancient Armor first employed the Scissor Cross Punch. Observing the data on the bronze bell, Ash expertly directed the Ancient Armor to launch an assault on Wusong. The Ancient Armor's gaze was sharp as it raised its claws, gathering a violet energy that took the form of a cross, aimed at the bronze bell with a fierce strike. Utilizing metal sound, Wusong, with the demeanor of a gentleman, snapped his fingers, dismissing the advancing Ancient Armor as he calmly instructed the bronze bell. Suddenly, the bronze bell's body began to tremble violently, emitting a piercing sound that reverberated throughout the battlefield, likely due to its inherent advantage in form. The metallic resonance was particularly loud, echoing across the entire arena and even reaching the bystanders, including Xiaoyun and her companions. How noisy! Even the onlookers were disturbed, let alone the Ancient Armor facing the bronze bell. The sound was so jarring that it interrupted the Ancient Armor's skill, causing it to clutch its head in agony, attempting to cover its ears with its claws. Unfortunately, its limbs were too short to reach. That's right, Ancient Armor, use the ear-piercing sound. Ash quickly devised a countermeasure, commanding the Ancient Armor to retaliate in kind. In response, the Ancient Armor emitted an insect-like chirping sound, which spread out and countered the bronze bell's metal sound. Oh, What an intriguing counterattack. Utilize Euro Ball, Wusong remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he instructed the bronze bell for its next move. The bronze bell commenced spinning in place, resembling a rapidly rotating top as it charged toward the ancient armor. Seeing the opponent rushing toward him without fear, Ash commanded the ancient armor to meet the challenge head-on. As the command left his lips, the ancient armor raised its claws once more, gathering violet energy and crossing its hands as it charged toward the bronze bell. With a resounding crash, the Euro Ball collided with the scissor cross punch. The unique characteristic of the Euro Ball meant that the slower the opponent's speed, the stronger its attack. However, since the ancient armor was not a speed-oriented Pokémon, this strike did not defeat its foe. The ancient armor employed its slicing attack. Bronze Bell, use Psychic. Just as the claws of the ancient armor were about to make contact, a powerful surge of psychic energy erupted from the bronze bell, halting the opponent's claws in midair, rendering it unable to advance. Chapter 84. The second match, a high-level duel. With that, the bronze bell effortlessly tossed the ancient armor aside. Ignoring the desperate struggles of the ancient armor, the bronze bell unleashed a tremendous psychic force, lifting the ancient armor into the air before slamming it down violently onto the ground. Ancient armor. Ash shouted in concern as he witnessed his partner being crushed by the bronze bell. Bronze bell, let us send it to rest. Use cannon beam, Wusong signaled, offering a farewell gesture as he commanded the bronze bell. The bronze bell directed its mouth toward the recently upright ancient armor, gathering a potent steel-type energy. Once charged, a silvery wave of laser energy was unleashed toward the ancient armor. Watch out, ancient armor, evade. Ash urgently called out as he saw the silver laser approaching. Due to the astonishing speed of the cannon beam, the ancient armor of the bug rock type was struck before it could evade, emitting a pained cry as the steel-type cannon had a pronounced effect, rendering it incapacitated and leaving circular marks on the ground. With the ancient armor out of commission, Mr. Wusong emerged victorious in this match. The professional referee, Brock, promptly announced the result. Is this the true strength of the Elite Four? The entire battle was dominated by one side. Xiaoguang, witnessing an elite-level battle live for the first time, was taken aback as Ash was decisively defeated, prompting her to involuntarily exclaim in astonishment. I sincerely apologize, but I believe that allowing leniency would be a disservice to the challenger, Wusong remarked. Observing Ash rush over to embrace the defeated ancient armor, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for perhaps being too harsh. It's quite all right, Mr. Wusong. Thank you for allowing me and the ancient armor to witness your prowess. It provides me with a tangible goal for improvement, Ash responded. Ah, that's good to hear. Wusong replied. If only Xiaoyun could fathom Wusong's thoughts, she would surely declare that he was overthinking, as the essence of the new trainers from Masera Town lies in their mental fortitude. After all, many newcomers have faltered against weaker opponents. After finishing his conversation with Ash, Wusong turned to Xiaoyun and inquired, would you be interested in battling me? Absolutely. I would be honored to accept your challenge, Xiaoyun replied immediately. In truth, even if Wusong had not proposed it, she would have taken the initiative to suggest a match. The strength of the Elite Four is not something one encounters casually, and she was eager to test the capabilities of her Lizard King against him. Very well, I shall send forth my trusty Bronzong, Wusong declared, intending to utilize his ace Pokémon. The sight of Bronzong floating effortlessly in the air indicated that it had hardly exerted itself in the previous battle. This was merely a warm-up. I shall send forth my Lizard King then, Xiaoyun announced as the Pokeball emitted a flash of white light, revealing Lizard King standing beside her, arms crossed and gazing calmly at Bronzong. With both Pokémon in position, Wusong sensed that Xiaoyun's Lizard King was formidable, contemplating a strategy of letting his opponent make the first move. Xiaoyun, too, was engaged in her first battle against an elite-level opponent and shared the sentiment of waiting for the right moment to strike. Thus, both trainers remained locked in a tense standoff, neither daring to initiate an attack. Why aren't they making a move? Ash remarked in confusion. They are searching for each other's weaknesses in hopes of landing a decisive blow. This is a tactic employed by true masters, Xiaoguang observed, contemplating the duel before them. Oh, I see now, Xiaoguang nodded in agreement. So this is how battles between experts unfold? I still have much to learn. Ash reflected. So this is the reason for my defeat. Alas, I was too eager. I've learned a valuable lesson today. Lizard King, use Leaf Blade. After waiting for a full 2.5 minutes, Xiaoyun could no longer contain herself and swiftly commanded the Lizard King to launch an attack. The Lizard King suddenly opened its eyes wide, and with powerful legs, it quickly approached the bronze bell. In the blink of an eye, the Lizard King was already before the bronze bell, its blade-like arm coalescing into form as it struck down forcefully upon the bell. How swift! The bronze bell must employ its iron wall. Wusong's pupils dilated as he urgently directed the bronze bell to execute a defensive command. The eye pattern on the bell's body expanded dramatically, shimmering with a silvery luminescence. Before the iron wall could fully materialize, the Lizard King's blade struck the bell, sending it crashing down to the ground with a resounding clang. Indeed, this opponent was formidable enough to leave hunters at a disadvantage. Its power was extraordinary. Employ the Euro Ball. Wusong's expression turned grave. Judging by the power of the Lizard King's blade, its strength was on par with that of the bronze bell. He swiftly commanded a counterattack. With a roar, the bronze bell, having been struck down, began to rotate violently. During its spinning, it not only sent the opponent flying, but continued its gyration to deliver a follow-up strike against the airborne Lizard King. Charge straight in and use a sneak attack on the vital points. Xiaoguang watched as the bronze bell spun like a colossal top. And instead of instructing the Lizard King to evade, she intended to engage in a head-on clash. At that moment, the Lizard King, propelled backward, transformed the radiant leaves on its arms into dark blades. With a powerful push against the ground, it crossed its arms and aimed down at the incoming bronze bell. The clash of the blades against the spinning bell produced a cacophony of piercing sounds, causing everyone present to instinctively cover their ears. Due to the Lizard King's inherent speed, this attack amplified the force of the Euro Ball. Yet, under the effects of the sneak attack that dealt double damage, both sides found themselves evenly matched, ultimately resulting in both being sent flying. Utilize psychic powers and lock onto the Lizard King to capture it. With Wusong's calm voice resonating, the bronze bell erupted with immense psychic energy, stabilizing its form. Once steadied, the eye pattern on the bell expanded, and an invisible wave of force surged forth as if a colossal hand reached out towards the Lizard King. The swift movements of the Lizard King made it impossible for the bell to lock onto its position. Xiaoguang, not one to remain passive, urgently directed the Lizard King to respond. The Lizard King swiftly maneuvered, evading the relentless grasp of the ethereal hand. Its extraordinary speed created afterimages that surrounded the bronze bell, rendering it incapable of determining the Lizard King's true location. Chapter 85. A powerful combat awareness. Victory. What a frustrating method indeed. Now, how will you counter this, bronze bell? Employ gravity. Although he spoke those words, the upward curve of Wusong's lips indicated that the situation was not as troublesome as it seemed. In the next moment, a dense purple energy erupted around the bronze bell, quickly enveloping the entire clearing, effectively pinning the moving Lizard King in place, rendering it immobile. I've caught you. Now, execute the heavy charge. As Wusong's words fell, the bronze bell, while maintaining its gravitational force, radiated a silvery glow as it unleashed a steel attribute ultimate move. The heavy charge, barreling towards the Lizard King like an armored vehicle. Lizard King, evade! Xiaoguang shouted from behind. The Lizard King attempted to escape with speed, but the gravity exerted by the bronze bell was far from trivial. Its usually agile legs felt as if they were encumbered with lead, rendering its proud swiftness ineffective. Faced with the heavy charge, it could only defensively raise its arms to shield itself. Bang! The Lizard King was sent flying by the impact, crashing into several large trees and generating a cloud of smoke that obscured the scene. It seems I have the upper hand, Wusong remarked gently, convinced that he had already won this match. The heavy charge of the bronze bell was not something even the formidable Day's fiery monkey would dare to withstand. A direct hit on the Lizard King would surely result in severe injury, if not total incapacitation. Indeed, the strength of the four heavenly kings is not to be underestimated. Xiaoguang sighed, observing the battle. Impossible. Xiaoyun is too strong. He won't fall here, Xiaoguang immediately countered. Believing in Xiaoyun's ability to tame even the Water Lord, and confident that he would not be defeated by the four heavenly kings. Let us not jump to conclusions so soon, Mr. Wusong. There might yet be a surprise. Xiaoguang's words warmed Xiaoyun's heart, prompting him to speak lightly to Wusong. Seemingly unfazed by the Lizard King's predicament. Could it be? Wusong mused, noticing Xiaoyun's relaxed demeanor, his expression suddenly shifting in realization. Yet, Xiaoyun would not grant him the opportunity to ponder. He shouted towards the direction in which the Lizard King had been flung. Sunshine Blaze. Launch. A powerful white shockwave shot from the trees towards the bronze bell. Not good. Bronze bell, defend quickly. The bell swiftly crossed its pendulum like ears in front, bracing for the incoming energy wave. The force of the Sunshine Blaze pushed the bronze bell back several meters before the energy gradually dissipated. Thud. After successfully blocking the attack, the bronze bell began to lose altitude, its eye patterns reflecting a sense of weakness. That was a decoy, wasn't it? Wusong deduced, having pieced together the events as the Lizard King emerged from the woods. If I am not mistaken, the bronze bell did not strike the Lizard King's true form. So you used a decoy at the moment of impact, correct? Indeed. Without feigning weakness, I doubt I would have had the chance to execute a significantly damaging attack under your direction. Mr. Wusong, Xiaoguang explained. In truth, even with its gravity limitations, the Lizard King could have evaded the heavy charge, but he viewed it as an opportunity. He had subtly communicated telepathically with the Lizard King to utilize the decoy at the moment of the attack to confuse the opponent. Then, amidst the smoke, he secretly activated self-encouragement to enhance his own offensive capabilities, gathering energy to prepare the Sunshine Blaze. Thus, bolstered by self-encouragement, the ensuing Sunshine Blaze was able to inflict significant damage upon the bronze bell. The battlefield is indeed a realm of constant change, and the combat awareness of the two fighters is rather formidable. Xiaoguang observed the duel, noting the terrifying instincts displayed by Wusong and Xiaoyun. Whether it was Wusong's gravity lock followed by a devastating heavy impact or Xiaoyun's cunning strategy of feigning a hit only to retaliate with a blazing counterattack, both actions transpired in the blink of an eye, so swift that an ordinary person would struggle to react. Remarkably, these two could think and adapt with astonishing speed, underscoring the sheer intensity of their combat awareness. Clap, clap, clap. Today's youth are truly impressive. Their battle instincts leave one in awe. Wusong unabashedly praised Xiaoyun, directing the bronze bell to execute its final assault. Let this last move determine the victor. Bronze bell, unleash your full power in a heavy impact. With a roar, the bronze bell radiated an immense steel energy, enveloped in a silvery aura as it charged relentlessly toward the Lizard King. Come forth, Lizard King, and unleash the blade storm. Xiaoyun commanded. As her words fell, the Lizard King's gaze sharpened, and its arms began to gather energy. This time, the leaves adorning its arms transformed from their usual vibrant green into a shadowy black, infused with the dark attribute of the deadly strike, allowing it to deal double damage. The Lizard King then commenced a rapid spin, its blades shining brighter, coalescing into a black tornado that surged toward the bronze bell. The clash was monumental. The silvery heavy impact collided with the dark tornado formed by the blade storm. The force of the bronze bell's assault was akin to a meteorite, terrifying in its intensity. However, bolstered by the continuous dance of the sword, the Lizard King's tornado grew in power, ultimately piercing through the bronze bell and emerging behind it. In the arena, the bronze bell and the Lizard King stood back to back. After approximately 25 seconds, the Lizard King grimaced in pain, kneeling with its arms slowly drooping, clearly burdened by the immense strain from the recent heavy impact. Meanwhile, the bronze bell emitted a mournful cry, unable to maintain its levitation, collapsing to the ground and losing its combat capability. Yay! Xiaoyun has won. Did you see that? Xiaoyun has triumphed. Xiaoguang exclaimed, his eyes fixated on the arena, his joy uncontainable as he leapt up in celebration upon witnessing the bronze bell fall. Xiaoyun has defeated the 4 heavenly kings. The strength of this Lizard King is truly terrifying. He recalled the fierce battle between Jinxin and Xiaoyun just 2 months prior, astonished at how Xiaoyun's prowess had further ascended in such a short time. Xiaoyun has grown even stronger. We must strive harder too, Pikachu. The simple-minded Xiaoji thought little of the implications, merely elated that his friend had become more powerful. He encouraged Pikachu, who raised its tiny paw in affirmation, resolutely responding. Pika Pika. Chapter 86. Reactions from all sides. Congratulations, Xiaoyun. Although I have remained wary of your strength during our battle, you have continuously reshaped my perception of you. Wusong approached Xiaoyun, a hint of exasperation on his face as he spread his hands. I must say, one cannot underestimate the youth of today. Mr. Wusong, you flatter me. I merely employed a few clever tactics, and I certainly do not believe that defeating one of your Pokémon places me on par with the Elite Four. As a member of the Elite Four, It is inconceivable that he would possess only one Pokémon of such caliber. His roster includes the fossil Aerodactyl, the circle bear, the forest turtle, and the recently captured swim weasel. Even the second strongest fossil Aerodactyl falls significantly short of the elite level. There is no need for such modesty. The prowess you displayed is undeniable. Wusong did not shy away from acknowledging his defeat. He was not the type to be unable to accept loss. Extending his hand sincerely toward Xiaoyan, he remarked, "I look forward to our next battle. Then I shall count on your guidance." Xiaoyan recognized that continuing his humility would be somewhat impolite and grasped Wusong's extended hand to express his gratitude. "Very well, let us part ways here. Farewell, everyone." Wusong, like a true gentleman, placed his arm across his chest and bowed gracefully. After casting one last meaningful glance at Xiaoyan, he turned and walked away amid the farewells of the onlookers. "Oh my, Xiaoyan, do you realize how incredibly cool you were just now? You defeated Wusong, the Elite Four member." After Wusong departed, Xiaoguang excitedly ran up to the boy, her beautiful blue eyes brimming with admiration. "Don't worry, the Elite Four are merely human. They can lose too." At that moment, a certain individual began to reveal his true nature in front of Xiaoguang, playfully tousling the girl's hair with an air of nonchalance, which only intensified the admiration in her gaze. "Wusong, what happened to your humility just now? Let us not dwell on that. We must prepare to visit the Pokémon Center first." After basking in the adoration of the crowd, Xiaoyan suddenly recalled that he had been too caught up in the moment. Lizard King needed treatment. He turned to Ash and his companions. "Ash, what do you think?" Stepping forward, Ash addressed the group, while behind him, Xiaoguang pointed to the fishing rod still hanging by the shore. While they were enjoying the spectacle, there were still matters to attend to. "Then, until we meet again." Xiaoyun, upon hearing this, said nothing further and took his leave. As for lingering feelings, such is the nature of travel, one can always encounter new experiences. Not far away, hidden within the grass, the Rocket Trio began to discuss the event. "That brat has grown stronger again. With him around, how will we ever catch Pikachu?" Indeed, that battle was terrifying. I felt that even our newly developed secret weapon would be obliterated in such a confrontation. Kojiru crouched in the grass, expressing his trepidation. They had not dared to intervene in that battle. "Look, that brat seems to be leaving," Meowth exclaimed, holding up a pair of binoculars as he spoke to the two who were contemplating their plans. "What? That brat and the blue-haired girl have parted ways with the little kid?" Kojiru snatched the binoculars from Meowth and began to observe the trio. Just in time to see Xiaoyan bidding farewell to Ash. Hee, that brat has left. Now only the insignificant little kid remains. Our latest robot shall soon demonstrate its might once more. Musashi seized Kojiro's telescope once more to confirm his observation. Upon noticing that Xiaoyan had taken a few steps away, he felt a surge of confidence, breaking into a triumphant laugh. What a wonderful sensation. The trio erupted into joyous howls. Already envisioning the elation of Banmu upon encountering Pikachu, his promotion and raise seemed assured. Banmu mused, "How could these three fools think I have any affection for Pikachu? Ridiculous." Wusong, who had already distanced himself, recalled the earlier battle, a hint of a wry smile gracing his refined features. Although he had yet to commence his duel with Sharona, he found himself at a disadvantage, facing an inauspicious start. He promptly sent the data to Day and the others, certain they would be intrigued. He activated the communicator to forward Xiaoyun's information to the other four, including Sharona, specifically noting his defeat in the remarks. One could easily imagine the expressions of those receiving the news, especially Day and Aliu, who would undoubtedly seek a battle with Xiaoyan. If Wusong were to lose, his sense of balance would surely be restored, particularly in Day's case, while Aliu's defeat was a foregone conclusion. What? Wusong lost to a mere boy? Surely, he must have let him win. Or are today's youths simply more tenacious? In a CAF in Lakeside City, Day, sporting an explosive mane of fiery red hair, removed his sunglasses, staring incredulously at the information on his communicator. "Day, you are a member of the Elite Four. What could possibly astonish you so?" Seated beside him was Denji, the Lakeside Gym leader, resembling the fourth Hokage, engrossed in some study, clearly unimpressed by Day's exuberance. Wusong claimed he encountered a remarkably strong boy in the 100 Generations forest, and he lost the battle. Day relayed the news to Denji, propping his chin on his hand with a smirk. "So, Denji, are you not at all intrigued?" "Boring. We'll discuss it later," Denji replied. momentarily pausing his work upon hearing of Wusong's defeat, before resuming his tasks as if Day's words held no weight. On Linglan Island, Aliu, having just clocked out from the Alliance, read Wusong's recent message with a puzzled scratch at his dark green hair. What is this? Wasn't Wusong supposed to be battling Sister Na? How did it turn into a match against a boy? Nevertheless, he felt a keen desire to meet the one who had bested Wusong. In a manor in Kamigami Town, Baikai, clad in luxurious black silk pajamas, lounged languidly on the sofa, radiating an almost ethereal glow that could enchant countless young men, and perhaps women as well. Beside her sat her ace Pokémon, a deep blue creature resembling a shark, the fearsome Garchomp. The name of the boy who defeated Wusong, Yunyun, seemed oddly familiar to her. As she perused Wusong's message, her eyes narrowed in contemplation, her finger resting thoughtfully on her lips, appearing adorably pensive. Enough of this. I am on vacation. I shouldn't be thinking about work. Right, Garchomp? However, upon realizing that he could not recall anything at all, he tossed the communicator aside and continued to watch television while clutching a cushion adorned with a circular shark motif. Chapter 87, The 100 Generations Gym. The departing Xiaoyun and his companion were oblivious to the presence of the Team Rocket trio lurking in the bushes, but even if they were aware, it would hardly concern them. If those three dared to approach, well, Xiaoyun would not hesitate to send them soaring into the ozone layer in search of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. Meanwhile, he remained unaware that his information had already circulated among the various Elite Four members of the Pokémon League, and it was only a matter of time before his secrets were thoroughly exposed. As for privacy, it was a concept that had become utterly non-existent. After healing their Pokémon at the Pokémon Center, the two took a brief respite before continuing their journey. After several hours, they finally arrived at their destination, the city of 100 Generations. This city, steeped in history within the Sinnoh Region, boasted the largest historical museum, which housed the exclusive item, the Adamant Orb, belonging to the legendary Dialga. To the east of the city stood a substantial ancient Pokémon sculpture depicting a quadrupedal, deep blue Pokémon. Its head, back, tail, and limbs were encased in a silvery metallic shell, with a cobalt blue diamond embedded in the chest plate. Viewed from below, the statue exuded an aura of dignified authority, majestic and imposing. This sculpture represented Dialga, the god of time among the Sinnoh deities. Once the focal point of various celebrations in 100 Generations, the festivals and cultural traditions of Ur had gradually faded into the annals of time. The duo decided to first visit the Pokémon Center to seek accommodation from Nurse Joy and have their Pokeballs restored by the Chansey. By morning, they set off towards the 100 Generations gym. Upon arriving at the gym, Xiaoguang remarked in awe, "It looks just like a botanical garden." As they entered, she gazed at the walls adorned with various plants and the grassy floor, clearly impressed. Rumor had it that the gym leader, Kainai, was an ardent enthusiast of grass-type Pokémon, and it appeared that the tales held true. Xiaoyun also surveyed the decor, noting the climbing ivy on the walls and the array of rare flora, which, though not abundant, surpassed that of any botanical garden in terms of quality. As they walked through the gym's hall, they noticed the absence of any staff to greet them. Curiously scanning their surroundings, Xiaoyun called out, "Hello, is anyone here? I am a traveling trainer. May I inquire if the gym leader is present?" At that moment, a charming girl with short brown hair emerged from a room, clad in a dark green short-sleeved hoodie and black shorts. With a sleepy demeanor, one hand rubbed her eyes, she addressed them, "I am Kainai, the gym leader. Who wishes to challenge the gym?" Xiaoyun stepped forward to introduce himself to the bleary-eyed gym leader. "Ah, Miss Kainai, hello. I am Xiaoyun from Twinleaf Town, here to challenge the 100 Generations gym." "Wait, don't move." Kainai suddenly interrupted him, her gaze fixed intently upon him as she approached step by step. "Miss Kainai, what are you?" As the Pokémon approached Xiaoyun, it squatted down before her, its expression shifting from curiosity to sheer delight. Do not misunderstand. It merely sniffed the position of the Pokeball at her waist, before displaying a look of ecstasy akin to a cat indulging in catnip. "Oh, how delightful. This fragrant aroma is unmistakable. Ah, what are you doing?" Before Xiaoyun could react, Xiaoguang shrieked, her face flushed, as she frantically pointed at the audacious Pokémon, scolding its bold actions. "Who just lunges at someone like that? Even if you are a gym leader, that's unacceptable." With an unexpected surge of strength, she yanked Xiaoyun behind her, extending her arms protectively, as if she were a hen guarding her chicks, glaring fiercely at the Pokémon with bared teeth. "What on earth is this woman doing?" stealing a man in broad daylight. She thought, bemused. And Xiaoyun, oblivious, stood there dazed, not even attempting to evade the situation. Oh, my apologies. I couldn't help myself just now, huh? The Pokémon seemed slightly bewildered as it glanced between Xiaoyun and the still glaring Xiaoguang, finally realizing it had perhaps overstepped its bounds. But really, your Pokémon is irresistibly captivating. I simply lost control. Rubbing the back of its head apologetically, it addressed the two. You must be Xiaoyun, right? Do you have a grass-type Pokémon with you? Yes I do, Xiaoyun replied awkwardly, still processing the earlier encounter. He momentarily entertained the thought that perhaps his charm had grown, but quickly dismissed it. Wonderful. Those who appreciate grass-type Pokémon are always the most enthusiastic. Come, let us battle right away. The Pokémon, brimming with enthusiasm, beckoned the pair towards the battlefield, its boisterous demeanor making it difficult for anyone to harbor any ill feelings. All right then. Xiaoyun, a bit overwhelmed by the gym leader's energy, followed suit, tugging along Xiaoguang, who still wore a pouty expression, clearly feeling possessive. During the battle, the gym leader's side was not permitted to switch Pokémon, while the challengers could. The match would end when either side's 3 Pokémon were rendered unable to fight. And so, the competition commenced. The trio arrived at a lush, verdant arena teeming with plants, and amidst Xiaoyun's puzzled gaze, a referee appeared seemingly from nowhere, calmly brandishing a flag to announce the rules of the match. My first Pokémon is this one. Come forth, Sakura Pokémon. The gym leader shouted exuberantly, tossing a Pokeball into the air, with a flash of red light. A Pokémon that resembled an oversized cherry materialized in the arena. Sakura Pokémon, the cherry Pokémon. All the nutrients required for evolution are stored within its small orb. It is said to be incredibly sweet and delicious. Under the sun, it gradually turns red. And if the orb deflates, it signifies that evolution is imminent. Then I shall be the one to face it. Let's have a splendid first battle, Wangshi Weasel. After examining the information about the Cherry Blossom Pokémon, Xiaoyun resolved to unleash his newly captured Swim Weasel, aspiring to become a master of reverse attributes. Swim Weasel. The Sea Weasel Pokémon. Ability, Carefree. Type, Water. Moves, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Swift, Thunderbolt, Water Jet, Sonic Boom, Water Pulse. Strength Rating, Elite. In Chapter 88, Kaizong Xiaoyun, 1. Xiaoyun had his reasons for deploying Swim Weasel. Although this Pokémon often challenged passing trainers along the shore, suggesting decent combat abilities, Xiaoyun discovered upon capturing it that Swim Weasel's command of its skills was rather average. Furthermore, the speed at which it executed commands was relatively slow, likely due to unfamiliarity. Thus, Xiaoyun intended to utilize this opportunity under the guidance of the gym leader to enhance their synergy, for practical experience is indeed the most effective means of fostering teamwork. It was not merely about taking advantage of the Cherry Blossom Pokémon. Indeed, that was not the case. What? It's not a grass-type Pokémon. And here I am, a grass-type gym leader, and you dare to underestimate me by using a water-type. Kaizong exclaimed, hands on her hips, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. She had anticipated that Xiaoyun would deploy a grass-type Pokémon, so the appearance of Swim Weasel incited her ire. Did he perceive her as a mere ornamental figure? She thought, that's not me. Though these thoughts crossed her mind, Xiaoyun would never concede to them. He planned to argue his case. Cherry Blossom Pokémon. Show this arrogant challenger your prowess. Use Leaf Storm. Kaizong had no intention of listening to Xiaoyun's explanation. The disdainful expression on Swim Weasel's face practically screamed contempt, leaving her no choice but to command her Pokémon to attack without hesitation. Hey, don't just start attacking, Xiaoyun exclaimed as Kaizong ordered the assault. Swim Weasel. Intercept with Sonic Boom. Swim Weasel, still adjusting to the command, instinctively prepared to use Water Gun. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's instruction, it finally unleashed Sonic Boom just in time to counter the incoming Leaf Storm. Humph, it seems you possess some skill. Use Tackle. Kaizong, unfazed by the initial setback, waved her hand and continued issuing orders. The Cherry Blossom Pokémon, glowing with white light, advanced steadily towards Swim Weasel. Xiaoyun observed the Cherry Blossom Pokémon with a peculiar expression, contemplating that its speed hardly warranted a specific evasion. However, he overlooked the gradually curling smirk on Kaizong's lips. Just 30 meters away from Swim Weasel, the Cherry Blossom Pokémon suddenly accelerated, transforming into a crimson projectile that collided with the bewildered Swim Weasel, causing its eyes to bulge and breakfast to nearly resurface. Wow, That large cherry is incredibly fast. Its ability must be chlorophyll, Xiaoyun mused, watching the smug expressions of the cherry blossom Pokémon and Kai Zong across the field. The esteemed gym leader resorting to a sneak attack. How petty. Sakura, unleash another impact. The Chikorita, emboldened by its previous success, had no intention of granting Xiaoyun a moment to react as it charged once more towards the Floatzel. Floatzel, utilize Aqua Jet. Sakura, prepare Solar Flare. To everyone's astonishment, Chikorita began commanding Sakura to gather energy for Solar Flare right on the spot. Floatzel, Water Gun. Sakura, release Solar Flare. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyun, the speed at which Sakura amassed sunlight was astonishing. It swiftly turned its body, unleashing a pure white wave of energy that surged directly towards Floatzel. Boom! The impact of Solar Flare struck the ground, creating a cloud of smoke. Just as Chai Zong believed victory was secured, Xiaoyun's command suddenly pierced through. Now, unleash Water Pulse. Amidst the smoke, Floatzel's silhouette emerged. In a moment of quick thinking, Xiaoyun directed Floatzel to aim the water gun at the ground, utilizing the recoil to narrowly evade the oncoming solar flare. What? Chai Zong was taken aback, not anticipating that the solar flare would be dodged. Floatzel then hurled the energy sphere of Water Pulse towards Sakura, directly knocking it to the ground, following up with a final burst of water gun. Floatzel enveloped itself in a torrent of water, crashing into the slowly rising Sakura and sending it out of the battlefield, rendering it unable to continue. Next, Chai Zong sent forth a familiar figure to Xiaoyun. I underestimated you, so my second Pokémon is this one. Come forth, Turtwig. A well-developed, fierce-eyed Turtwig appeared on the field. Turtwig. Xiaoyun mused, gazing at the battle-ready Turtwig, well aware that his own Grotle had recently evolved. Thus he was intimately familiar with Turtwig. Use Tackle. No sooner had Chai Zong finished speaking than Turtwig transformed into a blur, colliding once more with Floatzel's abdomen. Hey, are you brave enough to switch it up? Xiaoyun quipped, observing the familiar move and position. Floatzel's expression was failing to maintain composure. Seriously, how much do you love using Tackle? And at this speed, is this some kind of fake turtle? Xiaoyun could not help but mock as he watched Floatzel clutching its belly in pain. This turtle has taken a wrong turn. What? You say it want to evolve? Fine. Let us pretend I didn't hear that. No need to ask so much. Just tell me if you can use it. Chai Zong declared proudly, convinced that her Turtwig was the fastest among its kind. Can Turtwig even reach such speed? Xiaoyun exclaimed in astonishment, halting his encouraging gestures. Is this a rabbit wearing a shell? Use Water Pulse. Xiaoyun commanded, spurring Floatzel to continue the assault. Floatzel concentrated, manifesting Water Pulse, and the energy sphere erupted on the ground, generating a torrent of water rushing towards Turtwig. Quick dodge. Turtwig activated its signature technique, dashing away with a flicker, narrowly evading the attack. Leaf Tornado. Immediately, the Turtwig was commanded to unleash its grass-type move, Leaf Storm. The Turtwig stood firm, gathering energy and summoning a multitude of vibrant green leaves, which formed a tempest that surged towards the Oshawott. The Oshawott was sent flying beyond the battlefield, its round eyes now devoid of fighting spirit. You've done well, Oshawott, Xiaoyun gently reassured, before sending forth her second Pokémon. Now, come forth, Torterra. With a resounding roar, the Torterra entered the fray, ready to engage in battle. However, a peculiar chill ran down its spine just as the Turtwig was summoned. Upon seeing the Torterra, the Turtwig's eyes ignited with fervor, as if it had stumbled upon a rare treasure. In an instant, it dashed towards Torterra, scrutinizing it from top to bottom, rendering the Torterra completely motionless, its expression frozen in confusion. What a robust Torterra! Such a sturdy shell, those powerful legs, and the fruits upon its back. Delicious. With that, the Turtwig wasted no time and began to nibble on the fruits atop Torterra. The Torterra, bewildered, could only cast a helpless glance at Xiaoyun, as if to say, what do I do now? Behind, Xiaoyun shrugged, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. He had never encountered such a situation before. Surely, this woman had forgotten that they were in a battle. At that moment, both Xiaoyun and the cheering Xiaoguang harbored different thoughts. After all, anyone would find this scenario utterly perplexing. Chapter 89. Xiaoyun vs. Kai Zong 2. Moreover, the referee's expression suggested this was not their first encounter with such antics, moving with remarkable composure. Ahem. Well, I seem to have lost my composure a bit there. Let us proceed. No worries. Let us continue, Xiaoyun said, wiping away the non-existent beads of sweat from his brow, striving to maintain his composure. Turtwig, use tackle. With that, Kaizhong shifted into battle mode, directing her Turtwig to utilize the versatile move. Torterra, brace yourself. Xiaoyun had no intention of engaging in a speed contest. He commanded Torterra to withstand the attack head-on, embodying the essence of a tank. Axie. The Turtwig transformed into a blur and collided with Torterra's head. Steadfast as a mountain, Torterra absorbed the impact with its well-practiced, resilient shell. It then smirked at the Turtwig, showing no signs of damage, yet the act was deeply insulting. What formidable defense. Let us see how you handle this. Turtwig, unleash Leaf Storm. Kaizhong, inspired by Torterra's unwavering strength, commanded her Turtwig with determination. Turtwig. The Turtwig, unwilling to be outdone, charged towards Torterra, initiating Leaf Storm at close range. Continue to withstand it, then use Synthesis. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's directive, Torterra bellowed and once again braced itself with its sturdy head, absorbing the onslaught of the Turtwig's Leaf Storm. Although this time the attack was of the Grass type. The Leaf Storm, being a formidable Grass-type move, still inflicted some damage on the tree turtle, reducing its health by approximately 10 or perhaps 5. However, this detail was of little consequence, for the back of the tree turtle began to shimmer with a brilliant white light, absorbing sunlight to expedite its healing process. At this rate, if the grass sprout turtle did not inflict further injury, the tree turtle would soon be restored to full health. Do not give them the chance to recover. Use Bite. The trainer commanded urgently, as they watched the significant damage inflicted on the tree turtle about to be undone. The grass sprout turtle surged forward once more, its short legs carrying it swiftly towards the tree turtle. Continuous running, coupled with 2 uses of the Leaf Storm, began to take a toll on the grass sprout turtle's stamina, and its speed waned. Just as the opponent drew near, Xiaoyun shouted, "Got you now, tree turtle. Use Mega Drain to ensnare it." At that precise moment when the grass sprout turtle's jaws were about to clasp the tree turtle, the latter's eyes glinted with intensity as numerous tendrils, glowing a vibrant green, emerged from its back, ensnaring the grass sprout turtle firmly. The tendrils siphoned energy from the grass sprout turtle, causing it to emit cries of pain. Let it end. Energy Ball, finish it off. Ignoring the anxious expression of the grass sprout turtle's trainer, Xiaoyun, seeing the creature in distress, decided to allow it some respite. With a swift motion, the tree turtle presented the grass sprout turtle before it, launching the energy ball it had just gathered, rendering the latter incapable of continuing the fight. You did well, grass sprout turtle. Now, let your splendor bloom, Roserade. A Pokémon, resembling a masked heroine adorned with a bouquet of roses, appeared gracefully on the battlefield. Bowing to the audience, Roserade, the bouquet Pokémon, evolved from Rosalia, exudes a delightful fragrance and attacks with a dancer's poise. In battle, it employs its elegant movements to corner its prey, unflinchingly delivering punishment with its whips. The tree turtle prepared for combat. As Xiaoyun observed the Roserade opposite and directed the tree turtle into a defensive stance. Let us see how you defend against this. Roserade, use Weather Ball. A cunning glint flashed in the eyes of Kaizhong as he observed the tree turtle maintaining its defensive posture. With a spirited cry, Roserade unleashed a white energy ball from its bouquet. However, at the moment of its release, the energy ball transformed into a blazing fireball, ignited by the sunlight. Endure it. Xiaoyun realized that evading the weather ball was impractical given the tree turtle's speed. It could only brace itself for the impact. The tree turtle planted its feet firmly into the ground, preparing for the onslaught. Yet, when the scorching fireball collided with it, the double weakness to fire type made the tree turtle cry out in pain. Follow up with another weather ball, Kaizhong exclaimed, witnessing the effectiveness of the first strike, and gestured for Roserade to continue its assault. Rose Rayquaza, truly a dancer among Pokémon, gracefully spun in place, continuing to gather light energy with the bouquet of roses in her hands, condensing it into a fiery weather ball. You certainly have a penchant for using the same move, remarked Xiaoyun, as the forest turtle intercepted with an energy ball. Whether it was the recent impact or the current weather ball, Mist Kaizhong indeed favored employing the same technique repeatedly. A singular skill can conquer all. Yasi. The forest turtle conjured a vibrant green energy ball from its mouth and launched it toward the fiery weather ball. The two energy spheres collided, resulting in an explosion. For wherever there is an explosion, smoke shall follow, enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of energy-induced haze. Sunlit Blaze, launch. At that moment, Xiaoguang's voice echoed, and a yellow-white energy wave shot forth from the smoke, striking the stationary forest turtle, prompting a pained howl from the creature. Xiaoguang had astutely observed this strategy during the previous match, opting for ranged attacks to wear down her opponent, inevitably leading to the forest turtle's demise through attrition. Your forest turtle is indeed well-trained with commendable defense, she acknowledged. Yet, my Rose Rayquaza is not so easily vanquished. With an air of nonchalance, Xiaoguang spoke to Xiaoyun, standing alongside her Rose Rayquaza, exuding a model-like elegance. Xiaoyun, initially poised to unleash his fossil pterodactyl, abruptly reconsidered and instead reached for another Pokeball, addressing Xiaoguang, Missed Xiaoguang. It is evident that you have a great affection for grass-type Pokémon. Coincidentally, my most formidable partner also belongs to this category. In a gesture of respect, I shall summon my strongest ally to earn your acknowledgement. With those words, Xiaoyun tossed the Pokeball. Come forth, Lizard King. In a flash of crimson light, the Lizard King appeared, standing with crossed arms, exuding an air of pride. Its presence might seem unremarkable at first glance, yet the expert in grass types, Xiaoguang, recognized its extraordinary nature immediately, her gaze ablaze with admiration. Wow, what a magnificent Lizard King, she exclaimed, only to be interrupted by the referee's forced cough, reminding her to maintain composure. This Lizard King is truly striking. Its alluring charisma is utterly captivating. Although Xiaoguang yearned to rush forward and examine the Lizard King closely, the referee's piercing glare compelled her to suppress such impulses. No, I must remain calm and rational. As the gym leader, I cannot afford to lose my composure. Yes, that's the way. With determination, she slapped her cheeks to steady herself. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, she waved her hand towards Rose Rayquaza and commanded, Rose Rayquaza, unleash a powerful weather ball. Rose Rayquaza. With a resounding cry, Rose Rayquaza gathered energy once more, launching the weather ball towards the Lizard King. This time, the fiery meteor seemed to swell even larger, infused with Rose Rayquaza's fervor. Faced with the searing fireball, Xiaoyun remained composed, stating, Leaf Blade. Upon hearing the command, the Lizard King stood motionless in place. As the fireball approached, its arms danced gracefully, conjuring emerald blades that cleaved the flames in two, scattering them into a myriad of dissipating sparks. In an instant, the Lizard King transformed into a mere shadow, appearing before Rose Lado as if by teleportation. Faced with Rose Lado's expression of terror, the Lizard King bore a fierce gaze, slicing through the air with its blade-like arms. In that fleeting moment, the entire world seemed to freeze, the rustling leaves falling silent. Swish, swish. Rose Lado. The anxious Xiaoguang called out to Rose Lado. As Rose Lado succumbed to defeat, all three Pokémon of the gym leader had lost their fighting capability, thus granting victory to Yunyun from Shuanya Town. The referee, seasoned in the face of adversity, remained composed despite the Lizard King's astonishing display, promptly declaring the result of the match. I knew it. Xiaoyun would surely prevail. Chirp. Pachima. Xiaoguang cheered, exchanging high-fives with the adorable Tsubaki bird in his arms, and the Pachima holding a stream of confetti at his feet, celebrating Xiaoyun's victory. Then, Xiaoguang approached Xiaoyun, her expression earnest as she remarked, Your Lizard King is exceptionally strong. That last blade move truly astounded me. She recalled how the Lizard King had dispatched its opponent in less than a minute, pondering whether even her strongest Pokémon could withstand such prowess, thinking it merely a matter of time before defeat. Thank you. I was wondering if I might trouble you with a request. Miss Xiaoguang, please go ahead. Xiaoyun hesitated, wary of any peculiar demands that might arise. He preferred to listen first and assess the feasibility of her request. Would it be possible for your Lizard King to engage in a friendly interaction with my Venusaur? Xiaoguang began to express her intentions, her words cloaked in veiled ambition. To put it plainly, she coveted the Lizard King's lineage, recognizing its strength and envisioning equally exceptional offspring. Xiaoyun could not shake the feeling that Xiaoguang was effectively saying, Lizard King, do you desire a mate? Speak, and I shall arrange it forthwith. This left him somewhat bewildered. Do you not favor Venusaur? Not to worry, I have a gentle Bellossom at hand, or if that fails, a Tropius would suffice. Perhaps we could let them meet? Seeing Xiaoyun's silence, Xiaoguang assumed he was reluctant to allow the Lizard King and Venusaur to interact, and swiftly transformed into a matchmaker, enthusiastically introducing her other beloved Pokémon. Damn, the Lizard King is truly fortunate. He has never experienced such courtship. I must ensure he does not become entranced by the allure of these females. After all, he is still but a child. Lizard King, you are the one who is young. You are merely envious of my charm. Why deny me the opportunity with so many lovely candidates? Miss Xiaoguang, I just remembered I left the gas on at home. I must take my leave now. In consideration of the future of the Lizard King, Xiaoyun resolved to graciously decline the request from Xiaoguang. He swiftly took the hand of Xiaoguang, who was covering her mouth in surprise, and began to make his escape. Hey, don't run away. It's perfectly fine if you don't like grass-type Pokémon. I could always borrow a Gyarados from the wetland gym's Jixian. Xiaoguang shouted after Xiaoyun as he dashed towards the gym entrance. Xiaoyun appeared oblivious to his words, quickening his pace even further. A Gyarados, no matter how it looked, could hardly be described as beautiful. Yet, the aesthetic appreciation of Pokémon varied. What if the Lizard King had an affinity for such creatures? Moreover, how would communication with this Gyarados even work, given its singular mouth? Xiaoyun found himself utterly perplexed. As they exited the Baidai gym area, Xiaoguang, who had been pulled along by Xiaoyun, could no longer restrain her laughter and burst into giggles. What are you laughing about so joyfully? Xiaoyun asked, slightly vexed. I just find Miss Xiaoguang rather amusing, she replied, mischievously placing her hands behind her back, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Xiaoyun, do you think the Lizard King will be upset with you for turning down so many romantic advances? Impossible. Absolutely not. The Lizard King would never be angry with me. It is, after all, my beloved companion, my brother, Xiaoyun asserted, dismissing the notion entirely. He prided himself on his ability to read Pokémon. There was no way the Lizard King could be upset over mere female attention. Then why not release the Pokeball? I can have a word with it, suggested Xiaoguang, pointing her finger to her chin with an innocent expression while speaking something quite alarming. Well, I don't see the need for that. It must be weary after its recent battle. Xiaoyun quickly waved his hands, emphasizing that their bond was solid, and he found the idea of testing it absurd. Wasn't it clear that such a creature could withstand no trials? Today, Xiaoguang, your chatter is quite relentless. I wish I could seal that mouth of yours, he joked. All right, let us go. The Pokémon Center is about to close. Without waiting for Xiaoguang to finish her sentence, he hastily pulled her along. Okay. Xiaoguang glanced at the bright sun, contemplating that perhaps remaining silent was the wisest choice, and thus allowed herself to be led away. Chapter 91, Baiyang Town. The following day, the duo did not linger but departed from Baidai City towards their next destination, Baiyang Town, where the Baiyang Conference was to be held. After several days of arduous travel, they traversed the final woodland path and successfully arrived at their destination's lofty heights. Indeed, they found themselves in midair. There was no path ahead. A step further would lead them to a sheer cliff, several hundred meters high, a drop that would surely spell disaster. Below lay a vast lake, where the gentle sound of flowing water could be faintly heard. Through the cliff's edge, they could see the charming town on the opposite shore, adorned with Spanish-style architecture, Baiyang Town, the host of the Baiyang Conference. However, the only way to reach it was either by crossing a seemingly perilous rope bridge stretching several hundred meters or by taking an extensive detour around the mountain. The moment of testing courage has arrived. Xiaoguang, let us give it a try. Just as Xiaoyun was eagerly preparing to pull Xiaoguang along, Xiaoguang shook her head vigorously in refusal. She gazed at the swaying rope bridge, genuinely afraid to attempt it. No way. That bridge looks perilous. What if the ropes loosen? Can we think of another way? How about this? I'll go first and show you. If it's safe, then you can join me, Xiaoyun suggested, determined to demonstrate. Without waiting for Xiaoguang's response, she headed towards the suspension bridge. Just as she was about to step onto the bridge, a sudden gust of wind halted her, causing the bridge to sway violently. With a crack, one of the wooden planks fell away. Xiaoguang, I think your suggestion is splendid. Let us seek an alternative method. Xiaoyun conceded. She prepared to summon her trusty fossil pterodactyl to carry them across, when a light, melodic voice interrupted her thoughts. Hello, do you two need assistance? A golden-haired maiden, seated in a hot air balloon, cupped her hands around her mouth and called out. Xiaoyun gazed at the golden-haired girl's hot air balloon, then at the Pokeball containing her fossil pterodactyl. After a brief moment of contemplation between the comfortable balloon and the rigid pterodactyl, Xiaoyun made her choice. Why on earth would I need to think about this? This is a no-brainer. Pterodactyl, once again, I have not complained about your weight. Why do you find my company uncomfortable? Are you here every day to assist travelers, Alice? Xiaoyun inquired after making her introduction alongside Xiaoguang, who was curious. Xiaoyun observed the hot air balloon, fascinated by the small flame monkey tirelessly providing heat to the balloon with its petite flames, marveling at how flying only required a single energy cube. Indeed, I adore playing the grass flute and singing in the air. For looking down upon Baiyang town fills my heart with an indescribable tranquility. Helping travelers is but a small favor, Alice explained, extending her arms in the hot air balloon, as if savoring the gentle breeze from passing Pidgeys and Murkrows, exuding a carefree demeanor. From what I hear, Alice, you are not just kind-hearted, but also a girl who relishes life. Xiaoyun praised her, thinking of her as a musician. Yes, singing in the sky sounds so romantic, Xiaoguang chimed in, mimicking Alice by spreading her arms and closing her eyes to feel the caress of the breeze. Haha, thank you for the compliments. Allow me to be your guide. Alice responded, her face lighting up with a smile, as she gladly accepted the role. Thank you, Alice. Having a local resident who is also a beautiful young lady as our guide is certainly a delight, Xiaoyun expressed her gratitude. The hot air balloon has arrived above Baiyang town, where the architectural style and landscape design exude a rich European charm. It feels as though one has been transported to a romantic European village. The symmetrical tower in the center prompts Xiaoguang to exclaim, the architectural style here is so beautiful. And that tower looks stunning as well. Indeed, that tower is the masterpiece of the esteemed architect god from a century ago. To the left stands the Tower of Time, symbolizing time itself, while to the right is the Tower of Space, embodying the essence of space. Together, they form the landmark of Baiyang town, known as the Tower of Time and Space, which will serve as the venue for the upcoming Baiyang Conference. As a native of Baiyang town, Alice begins to explain the history of the Tower of Time and Space upon hearing the admiration for it. The Tower of Time and Space looks quite magnificent, she remarks. Just as Xiaoyun is about to continue appreciating the tower, she perceives a ripple in the air surrounding it. What is that? In that fleeting moment, she catches a glimpse of a blue quadruped Pokémon and another bipedal Pokémon, entirely white, engaged in a clash within a rift in the black void. Their attacks obliterate everything in their path, even tearing through the fabric of space, causing layers of reality to shatter, leaving Xiaoyun momentarily dazed. Xiaoyun, what's wrong? Xiaoguang, engaged in conversation with Alice, notices Xiaoyun staring blankly ahead and waves a hand in front of her, concerned. Could it be that you're feeling a bit dizzy from your first hot air balloon ride? I've seen many travelers experience the same. Please hang in there. We'll be landing shortly. Alice assumes that Xiaoyun is unwell from the flight and signals her fire monkey to prepare for descent. I'm fine. Just got a bit lost in thought, Xiaoyun thinks to herself, deciding it best not to mention what she saw, lest it worry them. I'm glad to hear that. Xiaoguang breathes a sigh of relief and resumes her conversation with Alice. Indeed, those two figures were undoubtedly the deities of time and space. Though it was but a fleeting moment, she could not have mistaken it. It was a scene of Dialga and Palkia engaged in battle. Xiaoyun had thought she wouldn't encounter such legendary Pokémon like Ash does, but it seems she must now proceed with caution. Chapter 92, The Expected Visitor. In a certain part of the town, a shadow swiftly moves across the ground. The shadow approaches a mansion, then gradually rises from the earth, transforming from a shadowy form into a tangible entity. It is a black Pokémon resembling a shadow. Its swirling white hair covers much of its face, revealing only a pair of bright blue eyes. A collar-like, red serrated object encircles its neck, exuding an air of unique nobility. The dark Pokémon gazes softly at the beautiful courtyard, then looks up at the rifts in space caused by the occasional flicker of ripples in the sky. This is everyone's courtyard. I shall not allow anything to mar this place. The Pokémon's eyes glowed a fierce red as it emitted a voice tinged with suppressed fury. After speaking, the shadowy creature vanished once more into the corners of the room. The scene shifted. A group descended from a hot air balloon, with Alice setting it down before transforming into a guide, leading her companions through the history and culinary delights of White Poplar Town. The town bustled with activity, a vibrant atmosphere fueled by the White Poplar Festival, with various stalls showcasing delectable treats lining the streets as the group indulged while strolling. Passing through a bustling square, trainers could be seen issuing challenges to one another, commencing Pokémon battles along the roadside. As Xiaoyun, Xiaoguang, and Alice enjoyed ice cream cones while watching the battles unfold, Three trainers, a duo of males and a female, approached, accompanied by their Pokémon, Infernape, Empoleon, and Torterra, the final forms of the Sinnoh Region's trio. One of the boys, flanked by his Infernape, stepped forward to invite Xiaoyun. "Hey friend, how about a Pokémon battle?" he proposed. "I'm ready for all of you, one by one." "Of course, I have no objections," Xiaoyun replied, exchanging knowing glances with her companions. The trainer with Infernape took the lead. "All right then, go. Infernape, start with bulk up." Without wasting words, Xiaoyun released her Ursaring from its Pokeball. Roar. The towering Ursaring emerged, letting out a powerful roar that emanated a palpable pressure as it faced Infernape. Upon receiving Xiaoyun's command, it began to showcase its muscular physique, progressively intensifying its aura. Infernape, Sonic Punch. The opposing trainer would not allow Xiaoyun to continue bolstering her Pokémon. With a swift command, Infernape's fist glowed with a brilliant white light. Launching a Sonic Punch at Ursaring. "Endure it, and use Hammer Arm," Xiaoyun instructed. With the bulk up complete, Ursaring braced itself, absorbing Infernape's Sonic Punch with its face. Its unyielding gaze unnerving the fiery Pokémon. Grasping Infernape's arm, Ursaring's own arm glimmered with white light before delivering a devastating Hammer Arm, slamming Infernape into the ground. Boom. A massive crater formed, and Infernape lay within, spewing out bile. "Now, use Brick Break." Xiaoyun's voice rang out from behind, intent on finishing the fight. Upon hearing this, Ursaring shaped its enormous paws into knife-like slashes, glowing red as it prepared to deliver a crushing blow to Infernape. Flamethrower. The opposing trainer reacted swiftly, issuing commands. Infernape shook off its daze and began to charge, unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth, attempting to push Ursaring back. "Press down hard and finish it." Xiaoyun continued to calmly direct her Pokémon. Upon hearing this, the Bear of Circles grinned widely, allowing the flames to engulf its form. As it endured the scorching heat, its imposing presence only intensified, exuding an increasingly terrifying aura. The characteristic of perseverance erupted forth. Soon after, the Bear of Circles' eyes glimmered with a brutal red light. After unleashing its tenacity, it began to suppress the jetting flames step by step with its massive paws. The fear etched on the face of the fire monkey grew as the Bear of Circles advanced relentlessly, ultimately seizing its head and forcefully slamming it into the ground once more. Boom. This strike caused the fire monkey to foam at the mouth, collapsing into the deep pit. Is Xiaoyun's strength truly this formidable? Alice and Xiaoguang observed the battle from a nearby bench, with Alice expressing her surprise. Although Alice herself was not a trainer, the swift and decisive nature of the combat made it evident that Xiaoyun possessed considerable power. Indeed, in Pokémon battles, she had yet to witness anyone capable of defeating Xiaoyun. Xiaoguang proudly lifted his head and proclaimed, "Even the elite four would find it challenging to overcome our boy." Subsequently, the Bear of Circles entered its tyrant mode, consecutively challenging the Emperor Nebo and the Earthquake Turtle, achieving a remarkable feat of defeating 3 opponents in succession. Its merciless demeanor instilled fear in the surrounding trainers, who, upon catching a glimpse of the Bear of Circles, quickly turned away and whistled. They relished battles, but had no desire to be humiliated. "Let us have a duel, Xiaoyun." Xiaoyun, who was about to agree, found himself momentarily perplexed. Did he just mention his name? This voice also seemed somewhat familiar. Raising his gaze, he spotted the familiar Pokémon ball cap, with Pikachu perched upon the shoulder of the newcomer from Pallet Town. "Satoshi, you are here too." Upon seeing Satoshi, Xiaoyun's furrowed brow relaxed, reassuring him that these 2 legendary beasts were not targeting him. Satoshi's presence alleviated any concerns. "Yes, we just arrived here and saw you inviting battles. So we decided to challenge you," Satoshi explained, gesturing towards Xiaoguang, who was already standing with Xiaoguang and Alice, and then to Brock, who was preparing to court Alice but was unceremoniously dragged away by his mischievous Frogadier after a rather embarrassing incident. "Pika, Pika." Pikachu on Satoshi's shoulder gleefully raised its tiny paw. "Excellent. Speaking of which, we have yet to battle each other. Let us seize the day." Xiaoyun smiled and nodded at Xiaoguang before addressing Satoshi, giving a gentle pat on the Bear of Circles' robust arm, signaling that it could continue. "Roar. Leave it to me." The Bear of Circles had been deprived of battles lately, and its pent-up energy was quite palpable. The previous skirmish left it unsatisfied. Its desire for combat remained fervently intact. "Ah, it's that powerful Bear of Circles. Then it is settled. You shall be the one to battle. Go, double-tailed monkey." "Satoshi, well acquainted with the Bear of Circles, was reminded of the significant impression it had left during their encounter by the river. He lowered his cap, tossed a Pokeball from his waist, and from it emerged a large purple monkey with two enormous hands for a tail, standing resolutely before Satoshi.